When the cold and aloof demon clan saintess and the top quality tsundere senior sister accidentally fall into a dung pit and get poisoned at the same time, and there is only one antidote, what choice will you make? In my past life, I swallowed the last antidote and then escaped, causing the immortal senior sister to go astray, and the demon saint to become a confused succubus. Even so, the two women still never left me, but in the end, I was still beheaded by the son of destiny, Yi Chen, and my head was used as a ball to play with by the women. At this moment, at the foot of the Binglian Shui mountain, Linger, you have another dose of antidote, just in case. Senior sister Bai Ruoyan's breath became weaker and weaker, and she was as confused as Zi Luo. Instinctively calling out Wu Qingling's name, I held the only antidote in my hand, thinking to myself, the antidote is such an inconvenient thing, there must be other scientific solutions. Sister, I still have a way to save you now. Sister, have you heard of Western medicine? I broke the antidote into 4 pieces, pinched 2 pieces with my fingers, and tried to feed them into sister's mouth. What Western medicine? Take your medicine quickly. Bai Ruoyan's stunning face was full of confusion, but she had no strength to delve into what Western medicine was. At this moment, all she hoped for was that Wu Qingling would obediently take the medicine. I looked up and down at Bai Ruoyan. She had a graceful figure and a full body. I fumbled with the seams of her Taoist robe, trying to undo it. Don't misunderstand. I am preparing to take the antidote. Linger, I am your senior sister. Bai Ruoyan's pretty face was full of surprise, never expecting that I would do such a ridiculous thing at this moment. Sister, I really want to save you, and I will take responsibility. If you want to maximize the effectiveness of the medicine, you can only choose the channels with the most meridians. I looked at my fingers and couldn't help but wonder, are there the most meridians in the fingers? Suddenly, I remembered another place, where the qi and blood surge and there are many meridians. It is also a place that girls must go through every month. I believe that the medicinal power will flow smoothly here. However, this action is very disrespectful to my senior sister. But at this moment, human life is at stake, and there is no time to consider these things. Senior sister, I apologize. Following that, accompanied by a piercing scream, under the astonished gaze of Bai Ruoyan, I began to feed her medicine. Why did Linger do such a thing? Does he realize my feelings for him? Is he trying to leave me with a beautiful memory before he dies? Linger, remember to be gentle with senior sister. Perhaps sensing my determination, Bai Ruoyan looked at me with much softer eyes. I have to say, the way senior sister rolls her eyes is truly charming. After helping Bai Ruoyan take her medicine, I immediately started to feed medicine to the witch Ziluo. Senior sister's gentle eyes instantly turned into a look of disdain. She watched as Wu Qingling fed Western medicine to the little witch, cursing in her heart, unfaithful man, flower thief. Just as Bai Ruoyan's eyes became colder, she suddenly realized that her strength seemed to be recovering, the intense pain in her lower body was also subsiding, and the poison had been neutralized. Linger, you should also go to hell with me. I just saw the usually cold and aloof senior sister suddenly take out an 80-meter thick wolf's fawn club from her pocket. At that moment, I did not yet know what was happening behind me, only feeling a chill on my back, still focusing on treating Zi Luo. The original text is in Chinese. However, at the next moment, I only heard a bang sound, and a wolf's fawn club hit my head, causing me to pass out directly. When the sun rises in the east, I wake up leisurely, only to see Bai Ruoyan playing with her hair, and our eyes meet. My face turns red instantly. At this moment, I don't even have the courage to turn around and look at the two of them, secretly lamenting in my heart, this is really over. One is a senior sister who easily uses a wolf-toothed club to beat people, and the other is a demon sect saint who once pierced through the 9 great immortal realms, but now both are. I am carefully considering how to get along with the two women in the future. The witch Zi Luo has a very fiery temper. When she wakes up later, she might go crazy and chop my second brother directly. Just when I was anxious, a panel suddenly appeared in front of me. Your physique can decompose the poison in various elixirs, and practicing with others can transmit your own cultivation to the other party with 100-fold medicinal power, favored by evil people. Is this the key to successfully detoxifying? Why is it favored by evil people? Just because I am a villain? A promise worth 1,000 in gold. You are very lucky because you have an unwavering childhood sweetheart, and you have vowed to be together through thick and thin, never abandoning each other no matter how great the difficulties. Could it be that this promise of 1,000 gold refers to the witch Purple Fall? I can't help but start to have wild thoughts in my mind. However, at the next moment, I only heard a delicate voice interrupting my thoughts. Wu Qingling, I will kill you. I will castrate you and make you a eunuch for medicine. Accompanied by a chilling long sword, it was aimed directly at my lower body. I instinctively dodged to the side. Calm down, Xiaoluolu, listen to my explanation. Ziluo held a long sword, wearing a purple robe that fluttered in the wind, with fair wrists, and could be described as having fragrant and jade-like skin. She furrowed her brows slightly, a mix of shyness and coldness appearing alternately on her face, staring at me intently. Explanation? Do you still need to explain what you did last night? I broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Ziluo sneak glances at Bai Ruoyan from time to time, knowing that she was jealous. Put down the long sword first, it's very dangerous. You just detoxified. Overwork will leave sequelae. I cautiously approached Ziluo, trying to move the long sword in her hand. At this moment, her emotions were extremely unstable, and I was really afraid of dying here after just one night of crossing. However, in the next moment, a long sword stabbed towards Ziluo, and senior sister appeared in front of me with a long sword drawn out at some point. Shortly after, Ziluo let out a soft cry and collapsed on the ground. Demoness, what do you want to do to Linger? The shy look on Bai Ruoyan's face disappeared, replaced by an unparalleled toughness. Before I could react, Bai Ruoyan and Ziluo had already started fighting. The blades met and collided, sparks shooting out in all directions. Zilu's long sword was covered by the black gas and slashed at Bai Ruoyan's broken spot. Bai Ruoyan's sword technique was exquisite, changing her stance in a smooth manner, using retreat as a means to advance, and fighting with Zilu back and forth. You guys need to stop fighting. Wu Qingling couldn't intervene in the fight. He hadn't studied before, resulting in a low cultivation level, not even the ability to go up and talk them out of it. Humph, it's just as well to do that to one of me. But there's another one. I'll kill the two of you before I go to the funeral. The devil sect's holy maiden, Zilu, was unforgiving, and she could accept Wu Qingling alone, but it's not acceptable for him to be a philanderer. For whatever reason, I will protect Linger, so I advise you to just die of this, and jump into the river yourself if you don't want to live. Bai Ruoyan's hands increased in strength, constantly accelerating the speed of her offense. Wu Qingling was almost stupid. Hadn't she just woken up? How come the two people are still fighting more and more aggressively? No, I have to stop them. Wu Qingling pulled out a blood explosion pill, intended to burn chakra to make the body's recovery time faster for a short period of time. The onus is on me to stop first. Wu Qingling directly rushed between the two, using his flesh as a shield. When Bai Ruoyan and Zilu saw Wu Qingling charging into the arena, they forcibly changed their stances to avoid Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling secretly said in his heart that it seems that he still does not really want to split me, then slowly opened his mouth. I'm doing this to save your asses, and I'm using that to speed up the absorption of the drugs. We've been friends for so many years. What about the most basic trust between people? Purple Drop stared at Wu Qingling slyly and said, then why don't you use some other place for your senior sister to handle it? You can speed up the absorption anyway, right? Wu Qingling was dumbfounded for a moment, swearing to God that he was really trying to save them before he made this move. It's a shame no one believes that when it's said. Bai Ruoyan was also staring at Wu Qingling at this moment, and it was obvious that she was also very curious about the reason. Wu Qingling always had a feeling that maybe if he didn't answer well, both of them would come and cut him. What to do? How to break the ice? It's still a little too conservative in ancient times. What I did does qualify as treason. Wu Qingling was sweating furiously in his heart, and just as Wu Qingling stammered to say something, there was the sound of walking outside. There it is, whatever it is, it's important to break the ice first. Who's out there? Wu Qingling turned to face the entrance of the broken temple. Don't be nervous, I'm just someone passing through. Outside the broken temple came a young man with a clear face, as if he were a scholar. My name is Lin Fan. I'm the third son of the Lin family, and I came here just unintentionally. I have not known anyone in here. If one ignored the blaze in the depths of Lin Fan's clear eyes as he looked toward Bai Ruoyan and Zilu, rather, I can say that it is polite and good. So it's young Master Lin. What a coincidence. Wu Qingling blocked Bai Ruoyan and Zilu behind her, making Lin Fan invisible. He was not as forceful as the two behind him, but he had to do what he had to do. Bai Ruoyan sheathed her long sword. If Lin Fan answered poorly, she would explode into an attack. The sun hasn't been out that long now, and it's still snowing. Would a normal person come to this shabby temple in the middle of nowhere? It's still a young master of a worldly family. I know with my knees that something is wrong. Zilu snorted coldly and also put away her long sword, looking at Lin Fan indifferently. I wonder what young Master Lin is here for. Wu Qingling knew that Lin Fan was the main character the first time she looked at him. There wouldn't be a second person other than Lin Fan who had come based on the instructions from the ring in his hand. Wu Qingling's face was expressionless, and his tone was neither cold nor light. For this kind of person who wanted to pick up his slack, if he hadn't been concerned about his hang-ups, it would have been good if he hadn't been killed with a sword chop. A hint of shock flashed through Lin Fan's eyes, not expecting all three to act as if nothing had happened. He came here on instructions from his master that there would be an opportunity here. Can see two of the daughter of heaven's pride. Specially come over to tie the knot. Never thought that there is a mail here. Could it be intercepted? Lin Fan was in a bad mood when he thought of making a trip for nothing, and these two beauties were obviously much colder to him than this man, strongly suppressing the jealousy in his heart. Hearing his master say that he was a son of Qi, and that his master was an absolute powerhouse. Sooner or later, he himself will be on the road to invincibility. And what can compare to him? I only came here to enjoy the snow. May I ask what is your name? And who are the two beauties behind you? It's not a bad idea to meet in this snow. I don't think there's anything to talk about. We'll leave if there's nothing else. Wu Qingling greeted the two of them and prepared to leave. When Lin Fan saw Wu Qingling ignoring him, he lost some face. The ring on his left hand radiated a coolness that calmed his emotions. Lin Fan, calm down. Don't be influenced by external objects. A pale old word came from Lin Fan's mind, and he instantly calmed down a lot, searching for something he had to do to attract attention. Dao? Yes, teacher. I wonder if teacher has a verse or two. I'll recite one. Maybe the beauty will be impressed. Okay, just listen. Lin Fan blocked Wu Qingling from crossing the road. Wu Qingling looked at him in a puzzled manner. Just now this person stupidly froze in place, do not know what to do. Suddenly running in front of him again to block the road. Now Lin Fan is not player controlled, but a living, breathing human being. Wu Qingling didn't know what personality he would favor yet. The view is just right today, and inspiration has come to me to share it with you. It is said that the morning wake up and open the door to snow full of mountains. Snow eyes and clouds light daylight cold. The eaves flow not dripping plum blossom frozen. A kind of clear loneliness does not wait for leisure. Lin Fan chanted a poem, looking intoxicated. You wrote that? Bai Ruoyan felt that this verse was a bit familiar, and she didn't read many of these idle books. Most of the time, he was meditating and cultivating, and it seemed like he had heard Wu Qingling recite this poem. Of course, if the girl thinks it's good, I'll do another one. Lin Fan was delighted. It seemed that the poem was really effective and managed to draw attention to it. Wu Qingling forced herself to hold back her laughter to keep from laughing out loud. I think you can look through the canon before copying the book. Isn't this Zhang Banxiao's verse? I've been reading. It's a must in private school, and in Tiandu City. Which family doesn't memorize it? I wish young Master Lin would listen more in class and do the tests before copying. Don't be cheeky and say you wrote it yourself. This world is a former game, 8 Wastelands Chuanfang Road, and it's sure to involve some verses of reality. However, except for those original to the game, the source is usually indicated. Lin Fan's face, which had been intoxicated, froze for a moment, conversing with the ring elder in his mind. Teacher, didn't you write this poem yourself? It's just a poem for you to recite. How do you say you originated it? The ring old man didn't expect Lin Fan to say that he had written it himself and had just frozen. Put. Zilu and Bai Ruoyan laughed out softly, and the atmosphere that had been so serious because of Wu Qingling's matter, it's eased up quite a bit. Wu Qingling breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he shouldn't have to be shibori today. Nice work, toolman Lin Fan. Wu Qingling glanced at him, then led Bai Ruoyan and Zilu out. Chapter 4, Wash it off and feel better. Wu Qingling walked in front of her, pondering the plot while thinking about how to deal with Bai Ruoyan and Zilu. Purple drop. It's not good for you to go into the city with your current status, is it? I'll give you a jacket to shield your face. Wu Qingling took out a cloak from her storage ring and handed it to Zilu. Humph, I have my own. I'll go first. Someone in the holy church will be looking for me soon. That being said, Violet Fall took the cloak and put it on herself, leaving in the blink of an eye. I remember you calling me names last night when you were in a daze. Lift up your pants and don't recognize me, right? Wu Qingling muttered in his heart. He didn't dare to say it to his face. Okay, be careful on the road. He shook his hand and said goodbye to Violet Fall, and wondered if Violet Fall could see it. Ahem, eldest sister. You're not cold, are you? Here, I have another mink coat here. I'll put it on you. Wu Qingling smiled as she draped Bai Ruoyan in a pure white mink coat. Now that one less person was. Single core operation is quite a bit easier than dual core operation. Linger, you're having fun using my money to molest girls. Bai Ruoyan looked at Wu Qingling slyly, seemingly smiling. Eldest sister, Zilu is the one who used to be left behind when you weren't in Tiandu City and went to the sect, leaving me too. That's how I got to know her. And this poisoning was the only thing that made me do it. I'm a good person, and I really had no choice. What did you do last night to call yourself a big sister now? Ruoyan, my good sister Ruoyan. It's imperative that we find out who poisoned her. Daring to poison you. This is eating bear's heart and leopard's gall. Wu Qingling had a straight face. Bai Ruoyan's face eased quite a bit as she listened to this good sister. But there was still a hazy color hanging. All three almost died this time. It didn't matter if she died, but she didn't want anything to happen to Wu Qingling. Linger, this time you've taken a trip from the gates of hell. You must cultivate well. What if next time there are thieves who have bad intentions for you? Anyway, Sister Ruyan will definitely protect me well. I'll follow Sister Ruyan. You're the only one who can be poor. The corners of Bai Ruyan's mouth rose, as if the February snow had melted brightly. Wu Qingling froze for a moment. In his previous life he hadn't seen such a beautiful person. Simply hang on to what celebrity netizens. He only awakened his host wisdom yesterday, probing through the mystery of the fetus, and the memories of his past life came as a bit of a shock to him. Seeing Bai Ruyan again was like meeting her for the first time, like a waterfall of silver strands falling down, the whole face white and flawless. Chest proud peaks and willow waist soft crotch outline hidden, the corner of the mouth slightly hooked smile, peach blossom like lips on the fine lines imperceptible, on closer inspection yet full and deep. Linger, what are you looking at? Bai Ruyan shook her small hand, patting the snow off Wu Qingling's body and pulling him forward. It's like a sister holding her brother. Nothing. Into his hand was a piece of smoothness, soft as a bone. Wu Qingling felt that his body and mind were purified. The two walked side by side and quickly disappeared until their footprints were also hidden by the wind and snow. Inside the broken temple, Lin Fan's clear face had looked distorted. He fell from a genius to a waste, and suffered from the blank stares and taunts of his clan. Every day was so gray. It's so hard to be able to start over. Yet that first step hits a snag. Why? I'm the chosen one. I'm the only one. Why won't anyone look at me positively? A beauty for a hero. That position should belong to me. Lin Fan slammed his fist on the door. He wasn't happy. Why do some people have good sisters that no one taunts, even the dude? Lin Fan, don't get carried away. There are still a lot of opportunities that belong to you. You'll surpass that Wu family's young master. Ring old man floated out from the ring Lin Fan was wearing on his finger. Not a single snowflake fell on his translucent figure. Sensei, I'll go back to training now. 3 months is too long. I've recovered enough. All right. Elder Ring sighed, not expecting Lin Fan's to be affected so much. The 3 years in the clan where he was not allowed to advance an inch shattered his high spirits to the ground, and he became misbehaved, dark as well as deeply inferior. It was supposed to be 3 months of conditioning before practicing. This was so that his body could adapt to exiting from the state of being sucked in, and hastily cultivating would likely be unstable in its foundation, leaving behind a hint of hidden danger. It's just a matter of refining some elixirs for him to make up for it when the time comes. The ring elder watched silently as the snowflakes passed through his illusory hand and his form turned back into the ring. Tendu City, Wu Mansion. Young master, miss, are you guys okay? An old lady came running over. She's the housekeeper of the Wu family. Only after watching Wu Qingling and Bai Ruyan return did they put their hearts down. Well, Granny Shui, Linger and I don't have anything going on right now, so you go and get busy. Wu Qingling looked at the 2 words capitalized on the plaque above. Wu Fu. The entire area over here belonged to the Wu Mansion and covered an astonishing area. The plot character, Wu Jia De Shao, just happens to be renamed Wu Qingling, with the same surname and first name. But there was a reason why Bai Ruyan's last name was Bai and his last name was Wu. Since Bai Ruyan adopted Wu Qingling, she wasn't a sibling, and he started out with no last name, just his first name, Qingling. It was only later that he took the name Wu. As a young child he also asked Bai Ruyan why she didn't share his surname Bai. Bai Ruyan just stammered and couldn't make sense of it, saying something about having less influence in the future. People don't gossip about clouds. Previously, Wu Qingling small but did not think there was any problem. Now that the memory is restored, is this really not raising child molesters? To start with a baby? Wu Qingling looked at Bai Ruyan beside her with an odd expression. Linger, what are you looking at? Bai Ruyan blushed for a moment, remembering the absurdity of last night. The grip on Wu Qingling's hand also tightened even more. No, not thinking about anything, thinking about the poisoning. I'll find out about this. Linger, why don't you go wash up and get some rest? I'll write a letter to the clan later. This should be directed at me, but no matter what, the clan will help me deal with this matter. This is provoking the majesty of the clan. At that Wu Qingling nodded her head. That was true. The clan Bai Ruyan joined was the true martial immortal sect, a first-class clan in the Red Spectre continent. It is a holy place known to cultivators all over the world. Wu Qingling's current location is in Yangningshao. It's reasonable to say that no clan within this continent would dare to poison and send an attack. It could only be an enemy clan with a small difference in size. But for daring to assassinate a genius like Bai Ruyan, the true martial immortal sect would definitely investigate this matter closely. Sister Ruyan, you should go wash up as well. Be careful of catching wind chill. How could a cultivator catch wind chill from this mortal wind? I'm not a mortal. It's more comfortable to wash. Okay. Wu Qingling said goodbye to Bai Ruyan and returned to his room to change his clothes, throwing the old white robes to the maids to wash them. he prepared a new set of robes. There are quite a few wonders within the Wu mansion. Natural hot springs, spirit flowers, and the like. It's one of the most valuable things here. Wu Qingling would go to soak in the superior hot springs when she had something to do. The cause is malnutrition due to constant hunger and cold in early childhood. The hot spring that Bai Ruoyan had transplanted especially for Wu Qingling. The water in it was a spiritual spring that had been melted by the blazing stone after the Xuanhe cold ice had been melted by the blazing stone. It is also lined with a layer of white ebony wood, which makes it a fine hot spring for toning the body. All of the wonders were inscribed with boundaries, so no one else could enter except for Bai Ruoyan and Wu Qingling. It was also hard to see, only a grayish, oval shroud. Wu Qingling was soaking in it, and was a little bit looking forward to Bai Ruoyan coming in and washing with her. As a result, he realized that Bai Ruoyan hadn't come for half a day, so he had to put on his clothes and come out. As a result, just as he came out, he found Bai Ruoyan waiting outside the boundary and saw Wu Qingling come out before going in. Chapter 5, The Laws of the Ancestors Shall Not Be Abolished. Wu Qingling did not know what to say. It seems that ancient people are more conservative. Last night obviously saw everything. Sister Ruyan, wash slowly. I'll wait for you at the eating place. Go on. I'll be out soon. Looking at Bai Ruoyan's figure walking into the hot spring boundary, Wu Qingling withdrew his gaze. There were quite a few maids and servants in the Wu house, all of them female. Wu Qingling and Bai Ruoyan, as the hosts, were eating at a large table in the living room. The servants settled themselves in the kitchen. Originally they were all served and eaten. Wu Qingling was also kind enough to buy a few small tables in the large kitchen so they could sit and eat, but that was the limit. And Wu Qingling wasn't going to change anything now. In ancient times, everyone was equal. He's not that kind. There's a hierarchy. Otherwise the money is for nothing? The Wu family is considered to be working for less money, and they'll be given a dowry in retirement. He could still use them as common maids if he was a bit of an asshole. There are some dudes in this tenda city who have had their maids make a hole for easy exercise. And, let's just say rotten. Too rotten. Once upon a time, Wu Qingling was also one of the playboys. But he only listened to the beauties playing the piano and singing the opera. Watching graceful dancing is about as good as it gets. Taking advantage of it at best. Not much more. If you ask why, it's because Bai Ruoyan is on top. Wu Qingling dare to want any crooked ideas will be severely repaired. So he only quietly do the craft work. The ancestral law cannot be abolished. However, the publicity is still not very good. Being listed as the first of the 4 playboys in Tiandu. To this Wu Qingling could only say, slander. This is all slander. Wu Qingling leisurely sat on the eunuch chair waiting for Bai Ruoyan to come over, greeting a maid to fan herself. One of the maids lightly rocked the eunuch chair and began to think of a response. The mastermind of the poisoning, Bai Ruoyan, would be investigated, and this would not use Wu Qingling. The holy virgin of the devil's cult, Purple Drop, should be back in the devil's cult. Oh, they call themselves the holy cult. I don't know when I'll come over to find Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling estimated that it should be these few days. Try not to let Bai Ruoyan meet with Zilu. He was afraid the two would fight again later. This time the fight will not be easy to stop. In the morning, because the mana has not recovered much, you can only fight in the flesh. And when you're all back in shape for the next time, it's easy to fight the real thing. Maybe Wu Qingling would die from the aftermath of the battle before she even got close. He was now a refined essence realm minor cultivator, and it was Bai Ruoyan who had given him the basic vomiting method. This stage is to draw qi into the body, so that the physical body adapts to the aura. There's a mini dantian. Only at the qi refining stage would a true dantian be opened, and it would be best to join a clan at this time. Wu Qingling had also been to the true martial immortal sect, but she was underage. Either the mortal body or refinement realm to participate in the examination. Good qualifications to enter the outer door or inner door. Bad qualifications can only go as a handyman. He was there as a titular disciple of the clan, which is generally the status of the clan's disciples' relatives. It belongs to as the true martial immortal sect, but not completely. Can only say that the examination can be exempted from the examination directly through the back door into the sect. Bai Ruoyan was the first genius and was accepted as a true disciple. This privilege was still there. It's that a lot of people are jealous of him and look at Wu Qingling in a bad light. If he and Bai Ruoyan were related, they might both come to please Wu Qingling. But they weren't, and it wasn't like they cared about the age gap in the immortal cultivation world. Many people thought that Wu Qingling was an adopted gigolo. That's why Wu Qingling seldom went inside, and waited until she reached the peak of essence refining before taking the test. This would give them the option to go to Bai Ruoyan's peak, and Bai Ruoyan supported Wu Qingling. We have to try the clan test anyway. There's not much of a future in the back door. You can only stay in a place where there is oil and water to mingle. Practice. Wu Qingling raised her hand to look at the center of her palm, where a ball of aura was slowly pulled and rotated. Linger, what's going on? Bai Ruoyan had a long white dress, and the delicacy of her calves was faintly visible. The plump figure managed the wide Dao robe well, revealing perfect curves without even realizing it, and her silver hair fell around her waist. Wu Qingling could smell the verdant grassy fragrance of Bai Ruoyan's body. It was true that there was body odor in the world of cultivation, and cultivation was supposed to be akin to evolution, so fairies didn't stink of sweat. Ha! Ruyan-san, look at my spiral maru. The aura coalesced into a pale state in the center of Wu Qingling's hand, and the light blue color kept rotating. It blew Wu Qingling's long silver white hair. How grown up to play such childish games. With a smile on her lips, Bai Ruoyan pulled Wu Qingling to the dining table. The huge human heart almost made him shake his eyes out, and he hastily changed the subject to hide his embarrassment. Awesome, isn't it? It's Naruto's famous technique. Awesome, awesome. Bai Ruoyan couldn't understand what Wu Qingling was saying and thought he was childish, coaxing a child to give Wu Qingling a dish. Wu Qingling waved her hand to disperse her aura and began to eat. Sister Ruyan, what did the people from the clan say? The clan's people will be here soon. They're already at the Yongning continent's teleportation array now. On the fly. The people from the law enforcement hall should take care of it within a month. That's fine. By the way, Sister Ruyan, can you tell what kind of physique I have? Wu Qingling felt the need to figure this out. The Zhenmu medicine spirit body could still be explained. The game flow does have this, but the so-called embedded dawning is not mentioned. I don't know if it was there originally, or if it came with the system. Physique? Bai Ruoyan remembered last night. The speed of absorption of the medicinal power and the rate of utility were indeed outrageous. Doesn't seem like a normal situation. Give me your hand. Wu Qingling honestly put her hand over. Bai Ruoyan grabbed her wrist and a warmth was conveyed into Wu Qingling from the contact. I can feel the exuberant curvilinear intent. Clearly Linger, you were innately weak once upon a time. Bai Ruoyan's grip got tighter and tighter. Is that true? But didn't I nearly scare the village chief to death by lifting a stone mill when I was 5? Wu Qingling felt that he was not necessarily congenitally weak, but just felt simply malnourished. Wu Qingling didn't know if it was a procedural necessity or if Bai Ruoyan had taken the opportunity to mooch off her, and he was afraid to say or ask. It should belong to one of the medicinal spirit bodies, the wood-bound medicinal spirit body. It's not clear what kind of wood line it is. Wait for the next time on the clan assessment to check it out specifically. It should be harmless to you. Is that all? I thought a person could have several body types? Wu Qingling took a sip of water with his other hand. He clearly still had a physique called, contained Dao fetus. Bai Ruoyan changed her position and moved to her arm to continue the test. Strange. Indeed. There is an indefinable feeling, as if the Tao were made in heaven. Bai Ruoyan's expression was grave, and looking at Wu Qingling, she was in a state of shock. Linger, my mana is working incredibly quickly within you. I've just tried to take some remote meridians, and the result is still the same result. There's no sense of blockage at all. Bai Ruoyan was a bit surprised. This indicated that every meridian of Wu Qingling was opened and suitable for mana operation. So, Wu Qingling was uncertain. It means Linger is a great genius. You can't be as barren of talent now as you were before. Bai Ruoyan twisted Wu Qingling's face and rubbed it a few times. Don't worry. Once upon a time it was you who protected me. I'll protect you when I'm stronger. I'm a big genius. Greaseball. I don't expect much talent or accomplishment from you. As long as you're safe and sound, I'll be ahead to clear the way for you. Bai Ruoyan hid her mouth and laughed lightly, moving away Wu Qingling's hand that was trying to mooch off of her. Chapter 6, Sister White, don't take advantage of me. Not all day. Eat properly. Wu Qingling responded and ate honestly. It seemed that both of his physiques could be detected, and passing the sect examination would not be much of a problem. Although the overall proportion of people with many physical qualities was small, there were still quite a few, and the true martial immortal sect could afford to eat them. Do not worry about what would show in the forest. The wind will destroy it. Bai Ruoyan, this time is an accident. Thousands of years have not appeared in this situation. From now on, all the major clans would increase the protection of their own geniuses. In her heart, Wu Qingling was still relatively fortunate that she wasn't born with a wasted body or anything like that. Otherwise it would be difficult to refine qi, and the waste stream is scary to think about. But this kind of treatment is usually reserved for protagonists. Villains and whatnot are geniuses. What villain have you ever seen with a waste of cultivation talent? It's a well-known fact that protagonists get mocked and feuded over for everything they do, whereas villains have a bunch of people rooting for them, although it will end up getting hammered. Wu Qingling went back to her room to meditate and cultivate after eating. The realms of this world are refining essence, refining qi, refining God, returning to the void, harmonizing the way, enlightening the way, celestial, feathering, and ascending to immortality. In general, It is based on the order of refining essence and transforming chi and transforming God and restoring emptiness and merging with the Tao. The first 5 are called the 5 realms of mortals, and the middle 3 are the 3 metaphysical passes of life and death. The last is the ascension to immortality. All of this stuff is just text in the game and practiced automatically at the tap of a finger. But now in this real-life fairy world, and having to practice in person, with a whole lot of theory. Just now there are 3,000 words in the refined essence's exhortation. However, Wu Qingling still had a great passion for cultivation now. It's the weirdest of the weird in comparison to the next person. For cultivators in this world, meditating and practicing techniques is like reading and learning. Everyone knows that the more you cultivate, the higher your realm will be and the more comfortable your survival will be. But often reason is reason. It's another thing to be able to do it. He used to be uneducated because he was small and stupid. Now that I've awakened the memories of my time on Earth, I realize how valuable cultivation is. How fascinating that in that repressive era of Earth without magic, the power of the individual was too small. But now it's different. This world greatness is attributed to itself. And if he can cultivate it, he will always cultivate it. Until you can manipulate your own destiny. Of course, it wouldn't matter if Wu Qingling couldn't cultivate. Eldest sister will surely support him for the rest of his life, and it warms my heart to think about it. Wu Qingling meditated quietly, exhaling aura between one breath and the next. Tendu City, Lin Mansion. Inside the dimly lit room, shadows wriggled on the walls and a skeletal figure emerged. It was disconcerting to the figure meditating in front of him. Luo Yu, why did it fail? Do you know how much this operation will cost? A make it or break it loser. The plan went awry. And I didn't realize that someone from the demon cult was involved. And the holy maiden was there. Lin Luoyu withdrew from meditating from and stood up. He was a middle-aged man who did not look angry. Now that face was pinching and winking at the skeleton man in a good way. The operation is cancelled. And you're not getting the burgundy pills. Wait, my lord. Perhaps we can make it right. Poisoning by Royan is to suppress the geniuses of the true martial immortal sect. Our goal is to weaken the true martial immortal sect and increase my Yellow Spring sect. So, the skeleton man still looked impatient, contemplating whether or not to kill Lin Luoyu. Leaving the secret sun in Tiandu City is the same with or without it. The skeleton man has no expression on his face, but Lin Luoyu could see his impatience from the brightly flickering soul flames in the skeleton's eyes, and hastened to speed up his speech. My Lin Luo family's ancestors once produced a great power in the Tao of derivation. The exotic treasure he left behind speculated about the Sin-E medicine garden, which would grow a large number of heavenly treasures and was different from ordinary inheritances. The Luo family's ancestral greatness clearly recorded that there would be treasures like the heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf. It's kind of interesting, but even if it did, you can't be precise about how soon it comes out of the womb, can you? When it comes out again in 1,000 years, the yellow flowers will be cold, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say. There will be a fated person who will open the Sin-E pill garden. That person is most likely my third son, Lin Fan. Lin Luoyu paused, seeing the skeleton man's soul flame staring steadily at him, and said, "You're still ruthless." Seeing that the skeleton man wasn't very opposed, Lin Luoyu was relieved and continued. The proof of this is in the accompanying writings left by my family's ancestors, and the fact that some time ago, my heir, Lin Fan, suddenly turned from a wastrel into a genius, making a big splash at the clan competition. It shows that others are not thin on the ground in terms of chi, and that they are able to surge forward in a short period of time. It must have gained a chance that ordinary people don't know about. The Yellow Spring sect's people in the Yongning continent don't know about this news yet. And as we enter the Senwu medicine garden, you can take many resources before anyone else. Isn't strengthening ourselves strengthening the Yellow Spring sect? The fire of the skeleton man's soul went out at once, and Lin Luoyu waited respectfully. Knowing that the lord who manipulated the skeleton man puppet was greatly likely to be interested, so that he could have a share of the soup as well. It's just that it's going to be bitter for Lin Fan, but it's beneficial to the whole family. And Lin Fan's luck is even better. It is also limited to the Yongning continent. The Yellow Springs sect is what kind of big sect? The list will go sideways. Don't you see that Wu Qingling's arrogant backbone is her sister's backing of the true martial immortal sect? Wu Qingling was refreshed and his mind was clear. Last night when he meditated, he had just started channeling his aura, and it was like it had grown legs, desperately trying to run into his body. It automatically ran a large circumference. The aura was also quickly integrated into the meridians with good compatibility, which caused Wu Qingling's essence to soar. The so-called essence refining realm is a one-to-one rationing of the essence and aura in the body. From there, mana is refined. But of course, it's not absolute. The stronger the body and spirit, the more essence there will be, and the better adapted to Reiki. the more ratios that can be paired with Reiki. Wu Qingling vaguely felt that his ratio reached 1 to 5. 1 part of essence could pair 5 parts of aura to convert mana, and it was practically superhuman compared to normal people. Wu Qingling guessed that it was the effect of the embedded Dao fetus. It could also be the effect of the Jinmu medicine spirit body, or both. Shaking his head, Wu Qingling no longer thought about it, as long as it did no harm to him anyway. According to the current speed is 5 times the cultivation efficiency of normal people. It is also considered in the ranks of geniuses. It wouldn't take him more than a few years to reach the perfection of essence refining realm. After washing up, Wu Qingling first went to look for Bai Ruoyan to have breakfast with her, but she didn't find it. He estimated that it should be the true martial immortal sect's people arriving. Lamenting the efficiency of the true martial immortal sect, Wu Qingling casually ate something to fill his stomach and went out. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Fan, the son of Qi, was still in Tianduching and had to be suppressed more often. Intercepting the chance was the only way to do it. Otherwise, what advantage did Wu Qingling have? This world is still very dangerous. A lot of wreckage, relics, left over from the ancient times. Even he was not fully aware of it. He's just a gamer. How is he going to check out the story set behind each sourcebook? There will be several opportunities within the Tendu city in the near future, and even one of the future heroines is among them. Actions can be made now. Advantage is like a snowball that gets bigger and bigger. Stronger is always stronger. Weaker is always weaker. After taking all of Lin Fan's chances one step ahead of time, Wu Qingling was curious as to what other jobs he could straighten out. Wu Qingling came all the way to the teacher's workshop, and just as he reached the entrance, he encountered an acquaintance. The 4th son of the Chu family, Chu Mang Fan, looks like a white-faced cockney, with a weak step and rather heavy bags under his eyes. There was still a remnant of disorientation in his demeanor. If it isn't Mr. Wu, I just heard that you've been poisoned. So why are you here in Teacher's Square today? So true. With a face of admiration, Chu Mang Fan cupped his fists at Wu Qingling. Chapter 7. I'm really not the head of the 4 young men of Tiandu. Originally, I always thought that the first of the 4 young men of Tiandu was just a playful title, but I didn't realize that Wu Xiao wouldn't fall short of his name. It deserves those 4 words. Come on, aren't you one of them? This stuff is supposed to be all about people. I'm not like you guys. My sister will kill me if she finds out. I never come here just to listen to the piano, never to do anything I shouldn't. With a straight face, Wu Qingling didn't wait for Chu Mangfan to say more and stepped into the teacher's workshop. Chu Mangfan didn't believe Wu Qingling's words and exuded a know-it-all expression. Staggered home. The pimp was sharp-eyed and recognized Wu Qingling, dressed in an exquisite green and white two-colored Taoist robe, with a purple and gold jade belt around his waist, and long snow-white hair and pupils. The extraordinarily handsome face. Who else is so handsome besides Wu Qingling, the youngest member of the Wu family? Who is so noble? Yo, Mr. Wu is here. Quick please, is it still the Qi Yin chick today? Well, let's have her. The place is the same old place, and the bill is on the books for now, to be paid at the end of the month. Wu Qingling lightly came to the 2nd floor by the window, which was one of his favorite places. You can listen to the beautiful people playing music and see the pedestrians passing by on the street. Did not wait long. Wearing a half-covered pool smoke and Wu Qingling said hello, close to sit down, playing pipa for Wu Qingling. Softly, he said, what song is your son listening to today? As usual, I guess. Wu Qingling gently wrapped his arms around her and said, these past few days have been busy, and almost died. Ji Yanyan smiled softly, that's really hard on Mr. Wu. Icky smoke. Most of you were born as orphans, I believe, adopted by the priest's place and taught the craft. Come here and work. Back to Mr. Wu, we do indeed. Your usual recruiting is in that broken down tile and cold kiln west of Tendu City, which was once flooded with. The ground is low, and it's inhabited by people who have nothing to fall back on? Yeah, I was born there too. There's still a lot of traffic at Tile Cold Kiln, and I'm wondering where the hell you guys live. I don't see a few good rooms in that place, either. Mr. Wu doesn't know that we, the lowly ones, survive underneath broken tiles and cold kills. A dugout is a room, and the houses on the ground are for the powerful. I'm not afraid that Mr. Wu will make fun of us. Those ordinary people are the ones who belong to the powerful to us. This place still has 3, 6, 9 classes. Wu Qingling smacked his lips. Wherever there is human suffering, there are gangs in there, aren't there? Bring me the man in charge of the part of the city that's off the wall, the one with the broken tiles and the cold kills. I'm going to take a trip to the broken tiles and cold kills. Icky Smoke left with a farewell, and it didn't take long to bring the person in charge. Wu Qingling told Ji Yin to do whatever she wanted and never asked. This was one of the reasons why Wu Qingling was so happy to come to the teacher's workshop and name her. Never because of her figure. You wanted to see me, my lord? Gung Hao Rong, the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, looked respectful and still a little apprehensive. He didn't know what this notorious dude wanted with him. You have to know that Wu Qingling has a sister who has the backing of the true martial immortal sect, and a flippant sentence can make the Fish Dragon Gang overthrow itself an unknown number of times. The one with the highest cultivation level in their gang is him, Qi Refining Realm, and he's considered a number 1 in Tiandu City. But he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of dissatisfaction in front of Wu Qingling. It's nothing, it's just a trip to the tiles. Don't ask too many questions, just lead the way. I'm looking for a little girl who's blind, has blue hair, and is, like, up to my chest. Often go out at night and pick up rotten vegetables to eat. I think that's enough clues. There aren't many blue-haired people in Tiandu City. Don't tell me you can't find it. And remember to greet more people to find it. Gun Hao Rong said yes repeatedly and ordered his men to quickly run over to gather people to look for them. Mr. Wu, this way please. Wu Qingling left some reward money on the table for Ji Yen. Mr. Wu, this is enough to give. It's enough to ransom my life. I can't do it. Wu Qingling shook her hand and said without looking back. This is for your ransom. You'll do some ordinary women's work from now on, and teach the priests to do it more often, lest you become a red herder without realizing it. I won't come back again. Consider it my reward for ordering you all these years. Money is just a number to me. Gun Hao Rong just quietly watched the scene without making any remarks, and in fact did not dare to. Ji Yen reddened her eyes. Obviously the friendship is even, but so kind, and never forced her. Wu Qingling would take advantage of the situation for so many years, but it was limited to that. This also made her had thought that Wu Qingling was a bit of a badass dude who liked to play with inch stops. Take care, Mr. Wu. Wu Qingling quickly stepped out of the teacher's workshop. This is just a small thing for him to do with his hands. That's less than a day's worth of food for him. In the future, he would have to seriously cultivate. Where would he find the time to fool around in the teacher's workshop? The sun is setting in the west and dusk is approaching. I have to say that Tiandu City, the place is big and crowded. Wu Qingling rode in a carriage for quite a while before arriving at this place. In a high-class carriage. It wasn't bumpy at all. Luckily there were some books on it enough for Wu Qingling to pass the time. My lord, there's news. It's 5 miles from here. Do you need me to call the men over now? No need. It just happens to be to this broken tile and cold kiln. Go straight there. It won't take much time. When Wu Qingling arrived at her destination and got off the carriage, into the eye was a thin young girl squatting on a broken plank, her hands folded together, and 2 broken bowls by her feet, with her back against the wall. There was a small dark hole near the wall, and an unidentified object suspected to be a quilt was faintly visible. Her hair was mushy, her clothes thick but old and glistening with grease. At first glance, it looked like clothes that hadn't been washed in a long time, covered with dirty filth and dirt. Only the eyes were pure white. Pure as snow. Wu Qingling hadn't spoken much to children, organizing her words and speaking softly. Hello, don't be afraid. I'm good. Will you come with me? He crouched down, trying to sound as friendly as possible, not yet visible while playing the game. It's true that when you get here, you realize that this young girl is living like a dog. The thin woman lowered her head in horror at the words, not daring to speak. If Mr. Wu asks you something, just answer if you have a question. Gung Hao Rong saw that this woman even dared to ignore Wu Qingling, seeking to have to play the role of a dog's leg, brushing his face in front of Wu Qingling, and then suddenly remembering that this was the person Wu Qingling had specifically sought out. The originally aggressive aura couldn't help but wither. No harm done. There's nothing more for you to do here. So disperse. Gun Hao Rong wiped away the sweat on his forehead and said yes, waving a wink to the other gang members. A group of people came and went in a hurry. Wu Qingling didn't care that the woman didn't answer his question. He was just being polite and going through the motions. Anyone in their right mind who meets a stranger for the first time knows not to follow. He hugged the skinny woman, and his first thought was that it was very light, that he couldn't feel any weight. Then up to the wagon. The woman resisted in terror, but she couldn't shake Wu Qingling in the slightest. Kidding aside, even though the essence-practicing realm was the first realm, it wasn't something that mortals could shake. He can break a rock with one punch. He can break a tree trunk with one slap. Even if he immediately traveled to the world of martial arts now, he would be able to make a name for himself as a supreme master. It's okay. I'm not a bad guy. What's your name? Wu Qingling put her on the carriage and sat down. Of course he knew what this woman's name was. That's the whole point of being here. This move is due process. It's time to go. How else do you explain the name of the woman undiscovered? Chapter 8, Do I Look So Bad? The thin woman spoke weakly after half a second. My name is Lin Mengye. I'm not a bear and I'm not a partner. Don't sell me to the teacher's workshop. I can do so much more work. I only need to eat one meal a day. Just give me some leftovers. The woman shivered continually, and clear tears flowed from under her pure white eyes. Mixed with the face filth dripping down onto the wagon. Don't worry about it. Just come to my residence as a personal guard. You will be given normal treatment. Wu Qingling pulled her face and made a smile that she thought was heartwarming. He suddenly remembered that Mengye couldn't see, so he wiped the tears off Lin Mengye's face and changed the laugh to a head rub. The woman who was now in the carriage was one of the female leads that Wu Qingling was looking for. Lin Mengye. She's the daughter of the Lin family's patriarch. But this patriarch died early. Now it's the other one who serves as the Lin family patriarch. Due to some power struggles, it was sent to the broken tiles and cold caves. It was also here that Lin Fan met Lin Mengye, but he had the luck of the draw against all odds. Casually buying a book at a stall was the tuna method. So he embarked on the path of cultivation and was recognized as being born to the Lin family. Lin Fan was then able to return. And then the dogfighting came later. Inside the ring left to him by Lin Fan's mother there was also the soul of a supremely powerful man known as the Ring Elder. He attached himself to Lin Fan's body surface. And as soon as Lin Fan exhaled his aura, the ring old man swallowed all of it, resulting in Lin Fan not being able to advance his cultivation by an inch for several years. From genius to wasted. When the plot begins, the ringmaster will stop absorbing Lin Fan's aura and feed back to him. Lin Fan would go to the broken tile cold cave to recognize Lin Mengye at that time. How could Wu Qingling let such a thing happen? And directly intercepted it. Lin Mengye was honored as the mother of the Tao in the future, and all the laws were known, so how could she not take advantage of the situation to hug her thighs? Well, Lin Mengye's body trembled for a moment, feeling Wu Qingling's large, warm hand to keep from being afraid. I'll buy you a nice meal later. Wu Qingling rubbed the mushy pile of blue hair into a few pieces. To say it was dirty, it was definitely dirty, and Wu Qingling still resented it a little. But people born in broken tiles and cold caves are extremely inferior and sensitive deep down. As a certified PUA guru, you can't show your discomfort with the odor and greasy hair at this time. His current persona is that of the noble but not overbearing gentle big brother. This is the time to never show any kind of dislike or disgust or anything like that. Be as generous and give the impression that you are in the right place. Anyone who has ever played a gal game knows that it's easy to pull good feelings at this point. Lin Mengye is just perennially bullied and has a top and a bottom. This made her herself easily satisfied, and she shone brightly when given a bit of sunshine from limonium leaf. Soon arriving at the Wu mansion, Wu Qingling ordered the maid to change Lin Mengye's clothes and wash her, changed into a brand new set of clothes. Isn't it pretty? Before, you were blinded by filth, by the light. It won't happen again. Wu Qingling pulled Lin Mengye to the table. When Bai Ruoyan hadn't returned yet, he can still continue to operate the operation. It had to be said that Lin Mengye's innate beauty after she was cleaned up really wasn't something to sneeze at. She was only up to Wu Qingling's neck, and her hair was blue in color. It hung over her shoulders like a watery waterfall, supple and smooth, and she wore a long light blue dress, tied at the waist with a thin satin sash that. The jade feet were wearing short cloud-embroidered boots. The small face had eyes of pure white beauty, as if the world were the purest thing in the world. Her face was flushed with drunkenness and a few moments of innocence. Lin Mengye lowered her head, at a loss for words, being pulled by Wu Qingling, her whole body looking weak and weak, but with this small lotus just showed the tip of the body, quite a bit in pure and desire feeling. Don't worry about your eyes. When you went to wash up I arranged for an underling to find an elixir for your eyes, and you will soon be able to see normally. Lin Mengye listened to Wu Qingling's gentle voice, and the feeling of bewilderment gradually faded away. Here, this is the steamed inflammatory crystal scallop with aoi garlic, which will give you a taste of both ice and fire. You haven't had it in Tendu City, have you? It's from the coast. Wu Qingling fed Lin Mengye's inferno crystal scallop meat into her mouth. Lin Mengye could only open her small mouth and eat, her heart warming a little. Well, I've never eaten such delicious food before. Why is this adult being so nice to me? Speaking so gently, one can feel the aroma of your lordship's body as if it were nature. It's so gentle, but it's all that's asked for, isn't it? Lin Mengye thought about how there were some powerful people who were perverts. She also had a childhood playmate. Again a little girl. Lin Mengye had heard that her childhood playmate had died after living for only a month. She was thrown back into the broken tiles and cold caves like a dead dog, and people said that she was bruised and skinned all over. Thinking about this, Lin Mengye couldn't help but be a little scared. I wonder if Wu Qingling is giving her warmth before inflicting despair. Thinking about what? Wu Qingling clearly felt that Lin Mengye was afraid of him. Wu Qingling was puzzled, thinking that he hadn't done anything, so he looked like a bad guy? After the feeding, Lin Mengye was a bit fatigued, and today's day was like a train ride. Wu Qingling greeted the maid to take Lin Mengye back to her room to rest, while she herself went to fetch the goods. Lin Mengye's eyes were actually the heaven and earth alien pupils' eyes of nondescript, being able to see through the route of the aura running in a person's body. It has a great increase in the art of water movement. Her current pupil art was self-obscure and needed to be supplemented with an elixir of the breath of departing fire to make the eyes evolve faster. The eyes will be able to change normally when they mature, generating azure-colored pupils over pure white eyes. Ability to see normally. This thing, the breath of departing fire, was actually quite hard to find, or at least it was hard to find it in Yongning continent. Wu Qingling had a good sister to find it so easily. In Lin Fan's place, he'd have to go to the firewalking mystic realm and take his time finding it. The original is the one he searched for a long time to find. I wonder what Lin Fan's reaction will be when he sees his childhood friend in my mansion. Bad. I've completely become a yellow hair, Wu Qingling thought with some mischief. I was supposed to endure years of humiliation and finally be able to take Qingmei back to the Lin family. It turned out that Qingmei was taken away by his Wu Qingling Skyfall. It's exciting to think about. But the future Dao mother can't let you have it. Wu Qingling had already decided to eat soft food and properly train Lin Mengye to be her retainer. Wu Qingling walked to the sea of lotus flowers in the back of the mountain. These lotus flowers are called ice lotuses and are not born in water. Instead, it was planted in the ground and cost a fortune to get. Pulling out some spirit stones from his storage ring, he laid them in the shadows, injected mana and a simple little formation was set up. Looking down at the sky, it was cloudless. It was going to be a good night. Then he meditated for a while, with a secret agent kneeling on one knee in front of him. Young master, the stuff has arrived. The secret agent respectfully handed something to Wu Qingling, who opened it to see that it was what was needed. A black elixir was quietly stored in the jade box, and there were red lines on the elixir. Good. Go down. Yes, young master. The secret agent flickered away and was nowhere to be found. Wu Qingling covered the jade box and put it away in her storage ring. Beamer, won't you come down? Chapter 9, how about being my bodyguard from now on? As soon as the words fell, a skeleton man wriggled out of the shadows in Wu Qingling's room. Speaking to Wu Qingling, he said, looks like the Wu family's youngest is just a dude. The rumor that it will only wield your sister's wealth recklessly is wrong now. Who are you? Wu Qingling stared coldly at the skeleton man. His constructed wood medicine spirit body could sense the wood aura filling the air, and he could clearly feel the movement when there were mana fluctuations. Although this puppet didn't add much to conceal its breath, it's still in existence in the refined Shi realm. You're just old enough to perceive that. Young Master Wu seems to be 19 years old this year. I think you're different from the other powerful sons of Tianta City. There is a thirst for power. If you don't tell me what you're here for, I'm going to activate my family sister's restraints. You won't be able to leave when you want to. Don't be so angry, young Master Wu. I'm here to make a deal in good faith. Our Yellow Spring sect is most concerned about a credit. Wu Qingling frowned. If he remembered correctly, it was the Yellow Spring sect that sent someone to poison him. Now how come he's coming to him for cooperation? The original storyline was that the Wu family's youngest son did not cross paths with the Yellow Spring sect. It could be that he had indirectly influenced something, causing the Yellow Spring sect's people to target him. What is it? Was it the adoption of Lin Mengye? Or the encounter with Lin Fan? Or perhaps something else? When the skeleton man saw that Wu Qingling didn't say anything, he thought that he didn't believe in the Yellow Spring sect's credibility. Young Master Wu, I came here with sincerity. I heard that you were poisoned some time ago, right? I have a chance for you now. If you grasp it, it's not a problem to find the murderer. And next time there's this thing, there's self-preservation too. Quite well informed. What is the chance? Wu Qingling laughed coldly in her heart. Isn't it your Yellow Spring sect that poisoned you? What kind of good guy are you pretending to be? He even came to give away the chance. Is there any chance in this world that can be hidden from him? The skeleton man naturally didn't know what was going on in Wu Qingling's mind and continued. The Mori Pill Garden. Rumored to be an inheritance left behind by the Mori Water Immortal 1,000 years ago. Inside, there is a medicinal garden left behind when she fell. And there will even be heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf. So how do you guys want to work together? I believe I remember needing a fated person to open it. Wu Qingling naturally knew about this medicinal garden. He had been there when he played the game in his previous life. However, it required Elder Preceptor to take a trick to break through the boundary, thus allowing the Sin Epil garden to come out, thereby attracting various forces to fight over it, which now seems to include the Yellow Spring sect. However, it was unlikely that the Yellow Spring sect would look at this kind of place, and if they really wanted to come and blockade the whole place directly, the sects of the Yongning continent realm would not be able to grab it at all. Then there was only one reason. It was the Yellow Spring sect's handlers taking matters into their own hands. We've already found the fated one. It's just that we need a little more cooperation from young Master Wu. I'm here to give you the bottom line. The person with the destiny is Lin Fan. What penetration? Speaking as if it's so confidential. Aren't you just afraid that Lin Fan won't go? I want me to lure Lin Fan over there and use his chi to find the Sin Pill garden. Working with a smart person like young Master Wu is just simple. The place is in the flowing firefly forest. What does young Master Wu think? In half a month, I'll bring him to the flowing forest. Then I'll see you then. Waiting for young Master Wu's good news. The skeleton man squirmed into the shadows and disappeared. When the skeleton man's aura departed from Wu Qingling's perception, he pulled out 2 array discs from his storage ring. Throw it in the room. This place needs to be beefed up with security features. He made a deal with the Yellow Springs sect people, and he didn't talk about any share of the reward. Those were all false. Once the Sun Pill garden opens, then it's still up to each individual. Wu Qingling pulled out the jade box stored in her storage ring and ran to find Lin Mengye. Here, Yumaha, take this. Wu Qingling stuffed the pills into Lin Mengye's mouth. Yumaha, how are you feeling? Oh, that hurts a little. Lin Mengye shut her eyes tightly and frowned slightly. Wu Qingling stroked Lin Mengye's eyes with her hands, transmitting out the gentle mana that had been affected by the Jianmu medicine spirit body. He slowly guided the medicinal power of the breath of leaving fire in the elixir to fuse with the heaven and earth's alien pupil, the eyes of the imperious decade. The silence lasted for 2/4 of an hour before Wu Qingling stopped the mana transmission. Don't open your eyes yet. Come with me. Wu Qingling put a white band on Lin Mengye to cover her eyes. Aha! Lin Mengye was still being held by Wu Qingling as she headed for an unknown path. At this time, the moon stars were sparse, and the moonlight spilled over the earth. As the breeze drifted by, the sea of lotus gently shook and rustled. Wu Qingling gently unwrapped the white scarf from Lin Mengye's face. The spirit stone he had placed beforehand emitted a faint blue light. Where Lin Mengye opened her eyes, it seemed like a sea of stars, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky. The spirit stone illuminated the blue lotus flower more and more blue. Lin Mengye stood in the sea of lotus flowers as Wu Qingling smiled faintly at her. She felt the softest part of her heart tickled, and from the blackness of the suddenly refracted into the colorful colors. The scenery between heaven and earth is so beautiful, and all of this is in front of her for her to bring. Thanks. Lin Mengye's lips slightly opened, as if she wanted to say something else. My name is Wu Qingling. I forgot to tell you. I'm really so grateful to you, young Master Wu, for not only removing the filth from my body, and gave me clean clothes, good food. I don't even know how to repay you. Wu Qingling just stroked her head, smelling the light fragrance, a kind of cinnamon feeling. In that case, how about being my personal guard from now on? I think with your talent it will be quick. Wu Qingling looked up at the moon. Don't say no. Aha. 3 days passed, and Lin Mengye adapted to living in the mansion. Wu Qingling even went and hired someone to teach her specifically. On this day, Wu Qingling ended the day's meditation and cultivation as usual, lounging in the sun on a Taiwanese chair. Young master, the Lin family's third son, Lin Fan, is outside the residence seeking an audience. Well, let him in. The underlings quickly brought Lin Fan in, only to see that his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Wu Qingling, you abducted my sister into your house in private. What exactly do you want to do? Is it because you want to start a war with my Lin family? I know you're in a hurry, but hold on a second. Can't we talk properly? Anyway, Dream Leaf is staying with me quite well. Come on, drink tea. This is good spirit tea. Your family head doesn't even have this treatment to drink. Wu Qingling smiled and straightened up, making tea on the stone table. What the hell do you want? Do you need a sidebar to say what a dude like you can do? Lin Fan didn't even look at the tea as if he was staring at Wu Qingling. His eyebrows twisted into a Chuan character. What I said was true. Wu Qingling turned around and casually pointed out a maid. You, go get Yumaha. Yes, young master. Wu Qingling leisurely drank tea. Don't believe it even if you don't. Lin Fan stood there until Lin Mengye was called by an underling. Brother Lin, what brings you here? Lin Mengye after 3 days of normal life, during which Wu Qingling had played a little trick, deliberately arranging something she couldn't accomplish and then gently reassuring her. So instead of being in good spirits, as soon as she came over and heard the voice she knew it was a childhood friend. Yumaha, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Young master is good to me. Lin Mengye quietly glanced at Wu Qingling, lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Running over to fan Wu Qingling, she had to always keep in mind her duties as a lady in waiting. You see, it's really nothing. Wu Qingling put the tea down. Lin Fan was furious when he saw Wu Qingling's graceful appearance. Chapter 10, Your sister is so moist. He and Lin Mengye were childhood sweethearts when they were young, and had always regarded her as a forbidden domain, not allowing outsiders to get their hands on her. He had already begun to recultivate, and it wouldn't be long before he was able to take Lin Mengye back to the Lin family. Now it was intercepted by Wu Qingling. What the hell are you doing? Lin Fan forced himself to calm down and looked at Wu Qingling with hatred. If he made a move against Wu Qingling in the Wu mansion, that sister of his would definitely not spare himself. The time has not yet come. Wait a little longer. A little more. And you will soon return to the ranks of geniuses. It's a different kind of person from a rice bug like Wu Qingling. How selfish. I can't bear the thought of you putting Yamaha in a broken tile and cold cave. She lives in a place no different from a kennel. And every breath she stays in is a desecration of her. What did you say? How can a dude like you possibly understand what I'm trying to do? Dreamleaf? Don't you fan him? I'll pick you up now and take you back to the Lin family so you can see who's really good to you. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with anger. He had always looked at Wu Qingling and he just didn't see eye to eye. It was like this from the first moment he used to see Wu Qingling in the teacher's workshop. He would always have an inexplicable annoyance towards Wu Qingling, and always wanted to trample her under his feet. Now that Dreamleaf had been fanning Wu Qingling, it must have been Wu Qingling who forced her to do it. It was only then that Mengye had to succumb to his lustful power. But he, Lin Fan, would surely defeat the dark forces. Yumaha! Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Lin Mengye's wrist. Wu Qingling's smile stopped and blocked Lin Fan's hand. Originally, Wu Qingling still wanted to talk to Lin Fan properly. Why does she feel that this Lin Fan's head was not working well? To be honest, that day at the Mountain God Temple was also Lin Fan's own inexplicable search for trouble. Wu Qingling also do not want to take care of. And Lin Mengye follow their own may not be worse than Lin Fan. Lin Fan himself does not take over. How can you blame someone else for picking it up? Why are you moving your hands? Don't scare Yumaha. Brother Lin. I'm fine here, and I don't want to go back to any Lin family. Lin Mengye, who had been abandoned by the Lin family since she was a child, didn't have any good feelings towards the Lin family. Wu Qingling rubbed Lin Mengye's head. Since it was inevitable that he would have to go up against the protagonist, he didn't talk about morality. He transmitted his voice to Lin Fan. Your sister is so moist. Lin Fan's eyes were enraged and he couldn't wait to whip Wu Qingling's bones and skin, so he immediately punched Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling caught it easily. He was in the middle stage of the essence refining realm, and Lin Fan was only in the early stage of the essence refining realm. Do you really think you can cross realms casually? What's more, Lin Fan's cultivation had been sucked up for several years without a single step upward. At most, it was equivalent to just stepping into the early stage of the essence refining realm. And if Elder Ring didn't make a move, it would be impossible for Lin Fan to beat Wu Qingling right now. Wu Qingling was a veteran essence refining realm cultivator who had invaded this realm for many years. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Lin Mengye was startled. She didn't know why Lin Fan suddenly attacked Wu Qingling. She had the intention to stop it. Nay, his cultivation was not enough, and as soon as he returned to his senses, Wu Qingling had already blocked the attack. Mr. Lin, don't be too grumpy. It won't be easy to get a wife in the future. Wu Qingling's mouth was saying so, and then she transmitted her voice to Lin Fan. If the sword is not sharp and the horse is too thin, what will you fight with the master? Wu Qingling loved this voice transmission function. It was simply an epic-making spell, a must for mockery. Unless his cultivation exceeds his by too much, or he intercepts his message with a secret method. Otherwise, no one would know what he was doing except for the person he was channeling. Wu Qingling, I'll make a note of that. But I want you to know one thing. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't kid yourself. Lin Fan withdrew his hand. At the moment the situation was stronger than others. All he could do was to endure. Endure, and endure again. Wait until the time is right. Will you dare to fight me in March? Don't dare. Wu Qingling shook her head. After such a long time, in case Lin Fan went back and practiced some secret method diligently afterward, what about causing him to roll over? He doesn't care about that face anyway. Lin Fan was choked by Wu Qingling and did not expect Wu Qingling to say this. What kind of man is Mr. Wu if he's such a wimp and doesn't even dare to do this? Lin Fan began to yin and yang, trying to agitate Wu Qingling. Brother Lin, how can you talk about young master like that? You don't understand young master at all. What's so good about fighting day in and day out? Young master, this is steady. Lin Mengye spoke for Wu Qingling in the back. Lin Fan was furious and made a move to leave. Wu Qingling saw that the climate was almost gone, and it would not be fun to really leave later. He also promised the Yellow Spring sex people to lure him to the flowing firefly forest. Mr. Lin, don't kidnap me. It's just that, since you're forcing yourself, I feel that the number 12 is quite good. How about we meet in the firefly forest in 12 days? I'll give you one more chance. Please come back. Men, see off the guests. Wu Qingling sat down on the chair and let Lin Mengye continue fanning herself. Well, it's a deal. Just you wait. Time will tell. I'll get back what's mine. Yumaha's not a thing. She's a separate person. This is something I wish Mr. Lin would stop saying. Wu Qingling had a serious face. Lin Fan's chest was stuffy. If it wasn't for Wu Qingling's voice transmission, he almost believed it. Never seen such a shameless person. Oof. Lin Fan was unwilling in his eyes and left the Wu mansion in a hurry. He had to seize the time to cultivate now. When Lin Fan's figure disappeared, Wu Qingling exited. Your brother Lin won't beat me to death, will he? I see he's raging. When the time comes, it might be deadly, and my little body won't be able to withstand the destruction. Lin Mengye came back to his senses. She had just been thinking about what Wu Qingling meant by the term wife-pleaser, and the intent of saying that she wasn't a thing, but an independent person. No, brother Lin shouldn't do that again. Lin Mengye was a little disappointed in Lin Fan, not expecting him to be so rude to his benefactor. Obviously, he was the one who had returned to the Lin family without a word in the first place, and now he was talking himself into bringing her back as well, without asking her anything from start to finish. Lin Mengye looked at Wu Qingling. Even if he was handsome, he was also so gentle and graceful. For her it was as if a light had suddenly appeared in the darkness and pulled her into the earth. Ru, if this really happens, I'll definitely stop brother Lin. I will protect the young master. Whether out of duty or personal sentiment, I cannot possibly ignore it. Okay. Wu Qingling leisurely basked in the sun and flipped through her alchemy notes. He also slowly incorporates aura when he basks in the sun, as if plants are born to absorb sunlight. It's not as fast as meditating, which cuts down on some of the efficiency, but it's enough. He can also take out time to learn other skills, such as alchemy, formation, artifacts, spiritual plants, talismans, etc. Immortal cultivation 100 arts cannot be unlearned. At night, Wu Qingling ate at the table with Lin Mengye as usual. It's a small privilege he's given to Lin Mengye. The future Taoist mother and those maids and subordinates are not a concept at all. She deserved more time and effort from Wu Qingling, and eating together could also brush up on her goodwill. The so-called treatment is all about comparison. You have it, others don't. That's privilege. It's also easy to be satisfied. Linger, Sister Ruyan, you're back. Things settled so quickly? Wu Qingling put down her dishes to greet Bai Ruoyan. Chapter 11 The Shura Under the Moonlit Night, Up, Revised. Well, the clanspeople have already ascertained that it was the Yellow Springs sect who moved the clan has taken over. And if you dare to poison, you'll have to pay the price. What about Purple Drop? Any news of her? Is that all you think about her? Bai Ruyan's eyes were dark as she sniffed, her tone not rising or falling in any way. No, you're the only one I have in mind. I don't know how many girls you've said that to. I swear, I've only spoken to you, Sister Ruyan, during my time in Tiandu City. Wu Qingling immediately raised his hand. The conscience of heaven and earth is visible. He really did not say this sentence. He's only just awakened his memories. Where does he find the time to dabble around? Let's eat. That demon called demoness is nowhere to be found. She shouldn't be in Tiandu City. It's probably still in some town in Yangningshao. Bai Ruyan didn't say more, but her face eased up quite a bit. This is the girl you brought out of the broken tile cold cave the other day? You're training a squad for yourself? Bai Ruoyan stared at Wu Qingling. Lin Mengye stood up in a panic and, stuttering, he explained that he had only been pulled out by Wu Qingling to be a guard. No one in the Wu family can hide it from Bai Ruoyan. It was known the moment Wu Qingling moved to bring Lin Mengye into the mansion. I thought it was because Wu Qingling couldn't stand the loneliness. Later, the teacher in charge of teaching Lin Mengye said that she learned spells strangely fast, and that part of the spells taught to her could be learned very quickly, and that she was a good seedling. It was Bai Ruoyan who didn't go and come back immediately to trouble Wu Qingling. Sister Ruyan, I'm doing this for safety's sake. She's the eyes of the imperious sunflower. Oh, then how did you know? I was flipping through books in the library and suddenly remembered that there used to be quite a few people with blue hair and white pupils in Tiandu City. Suddenly thought of just randomly looking for it, but it turned out that I really found it. After all, this kind of bloodline return probability is still quite small. Wu Qingling snorted and spoke ambiguously. Bai Ruyan didn't bother to ask why she was only looking for little girls. She just said lightly to Wu Qingling, the essence refining realm must not lose its yuan yang. I wish you well. I'm sure I won't. Wu Qingling attentively pinched dishes for Bai Ruoyan and asked questions, quickly skimming over this topic. Under the cool moonlight, the Wu mansion welcomed a woman in purple, but no one could spot her. The night wind blew her dress backward, the material clinging to her skin, outlining the tantalizing curves of the. There seemed to be more than a hint of sorrow between the beautiful brows that had not been there before. Purple Fall had calmed down quite a bit by now, after a few days of being calm and tearful eyes from shock and pain but full of love. After she was taken Western medicine by Wu Qingling, her heart was even more occupied by Wu Qingling, though he had thought of dying together. But the love of childhood and the kindness of saving his life. She almost wanted to immediately rush over and jump into Wu Qingling's arms and cry, but with her proud character, she couldn't collapse her face. and felt aggrieved if she didn't come. And under the contradiction between left and right, without realizing it, he arrived outside Wu Qingling's door. There was no one who could see her. She was just quietly feeling Wu Qingling scent outside the door. When Lin Mengye returned to her room to meditate, Wu Qingling quietly said to Bai Ruyan, "Come on, Sister Ruyan, let's go enjoy the flowers." Wu Qingling smiled and brought Bai Ruyan to the door. "Come on, the moon is nice tonight. Sister Ruyan has been busy for so long. It's time to relax a little. Let's not talk about all that mundane stuff tonight." Wu Qingling took Bai Ruyan's soft little hand. Just like when he found something interesting when he was young, he would also lead Bai Ruyan over to look like this. Bai Ruyan was momentarily struck by the fact that the Wu Qingling of her childhood was superimposed on the Wu Qingling of her present. The eyes softened a bit. "Come on, don't fall. Sister Ruyan, don't treat me like a child." The two men talked and laughed, and left at a brisk pace. However, in the darkness, where Wu Qingling hadn't noticed, there was a pair of eyes staring slyly at him as he took Bai Ruyan away. "This time was a bit different from the last time I brought Lin Mengye. The night sky was cloudless and full of stars. The wind is no longer as soft as last time. It seems to be much more violent and blowing the sea of turquoise blue around. The scent of the flowers was driven by the wind, and it actually formed a circle of light blue mist. From a distance it looks like a blue ribbon fluttering in the sea of lotus flowers." Wu Qingling's long hair was blown by the wind and brushed against his face. Bai Ruyan subconsciously helped Wu Qingling move her long hair away, revealing that sword-browed, starry-eyed face, handsome and unassuming face, not sickly white like when poisoned, but white and flawless with qi and blood. Lingle. Bai Ruyan remembered the absurdity of the past, and had been pretending that nothing had happened all these days. But inside, he was still very confused. She abruptly wrapped her arms around Wu Qingling and gently bit Wu Qingling's earlobe. Wu Qingling smelled a familiar sweet fragrance that made his heart flutter. At this time, the sea of lotus flowers swayed, and the breeze brought a hint of coolness, but not against the beating, burning heart. "Sister Ruyan." Wu Qingling cupped Bai Ruyan's cheeks and slowly closed the distance with her. The breaths exhaled by the two slowly met together. It made both of them feel a wave of warmth in the cold, late night. Thoughts seemed to go back to early childhood, when they were in a small village and, having to live in a leaky hut, the nights came and huddled under the only quilt, snuggling up to each other and gasping for breath. The memories of the other time and the meeting at this moment made Bai Ruyan a little confused. Wu Qingling lowered his head and saw Bai Ruyan's tightly closed eyes, as if she was expecting something. He gazed at Bai Ruyan's eyelashes, which were slightly fluttering from anticipation or shyness, and unconsciously kissed her. Moisture also flooded under the eyelids from this close proximity. The moon seems to be infected with love at this time of deep affection, and the flowers are swaying and cheering and congratulating. In consolation, the waving moonlight brushed over the two of them, and the winds around them calmed down as the Wu Qingling and Bai Ruyan could no longer perceive external objects, and it seemed that at this moment everything in this heaven and earth was holding their breath to appreciate this moving scene, except for one audience member. Though Violet Fall at the edge of the Sea of Lotus quietly saw the two kissing so obliviously, Zilu couldn't help but float up some jealousy and sorrow in her heart for Wu Qingling's 15 years of bitter cultivation. Having been torn between life and death several times, I am glad that I have finally realized my wish. However, he could not help but be jealous of Wu Qingling and Bai Ruyan for being so close and oblivious to each other. Purple Drop attempted to forcefully stroke her cluttered mind, her face calm as the hands clenched in her doti but showed her heart in a nutshell. Boo! The Sea of Lotus flowers could not withstand the raging mana escaping from Purple Drop, and was pressed hard against the earth. The earth couldn't help but wail as well, spidery cracks spreading at an extremely fast pace. Violet Fall looked at the destruction she had caused in shock. Just now she had actually had a mana outburst and her mind was out of balance. This has never been the case before. Even when she fell into the devil's path and fought the beasts alone in the Ghost Howling Valley, refining demonic thoughts in the depths of the Blood Sea had never been like this along the way. But today he was this out of sorts. Wu Qingling turned her head in panic, and Bai Ruyan in her arms hurriedly pushed him away. Holy, when did that come? Chapter 12, Shura under the moonlit night, below. Wu Qingling stiffly snorted and said, Zilu, when did you come? Why didn't you tell me so I could entertain you? I've been here since the beginning, and it's not good to disturb you. Purple Drop frost crawled all over her pretty face, and her clear, cold eyes glowed with water. Wu Qingling transmitted her voice to Bai Ruyan. Sister Ruyan, I have some things to take care of, so you can go first. Bai Ruyan didn't say anything, and the atmosphere went cold for a moment. A strong sense of foreboding filled Wu Qingling's body and mind. One wrong step is an abyss. Wu Qingling's body was brightened in an instant, and his mana operated as swiftly as thunder, transmitting to each of the two. Sister Ruyan, my whole body belongs to you. My first time is for you too. I won't do anything to wrong you. Don't worry. I'm simply talking to Purple Drop about something. We've known each other for years, right? I'll see you later. Good girl. You're the only one I've ever said those words to. Purple Fall, you're my favorite. You have to trust me. This is my sister. We're very close. Just now it was Ruoyan's sister who was too scared. She was afraid that the thief who poisoned her would come back. I comforted her by reassuring her that my first kiss was for you. And you're the only one for me. Good girl. You're the only one I've ever said those words to. Bai Ruoyan looked much better and said, Linger, just go ahead and get busy. I'm going to my room. Bai Ruoyan looked at Zilu with the ease of a victor. Ling's first time is mine. I've already won too much. Wu Qingling confirmed that Bai Ruoyan had departed from his perspective and returned to his room. Reaching for Violet Fall's hand, Violet Fall's small hand moved away like a rabbit in shock. Wu Qingling had expected this and pulled his hand in first. Zilu gently tugged, and Wu Qingling pulled tightly and refused to let go. What I just said is the truth. Heaven and earth can tell. Zilu's heart warmed within her, and she twisted her head to stop looking at Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling saw that Zilu did not refuse to hold hands, and her heart was happy that the situation could still be better. How's your cultivation going? I'll support you for the rest of your life if you can't. Wu Qingling asked Zilu with concern. Zilu could hear the emotion contained in Wu Qingling's voice. It was so concerned and gentle. In my earlier years, I practiced the sacred sect's gong method, the Dao Xianzhu demon seeding dharma. However, it is not a good match for me, and I have been blessed by the misfortune of not breaking it, scrapping my mana but not hurting my dantian. After resting well it was pure attribute-less mana, just enough to change the technique and cultivate it. I'll be back on top in no time. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. So what technique are you practicing now? At that time, when Zilu abolished his cultivation, he was shocked, but unfortunately, he hadn't awakened his memories at that time. Otherwise say anything to stop it. The heaven and earth intercession yin and yang great compassion fugue. This is my new cultivation technique. Are you sure? Wu Qingling slowly put a question mark on her brain. He felt that the Dao Xinc Devil Dharma was just fine, and that it was of the same 9-turn grade as the Gongfu he was now preparing to switch to cultivate. It was a supreme technique that could theoretically be cultivated to the 9th realm, though only in theory. This world's heaven and earth intersecting yin and yang great compassionate fugue is not a record of all sorts of evil feats. Rather, it was a proper dual cultivation technique that emphasized the harmony of yin and yang, and chaos as one. Violet Fall's tone was firm. Yeah, I'm sure. Although the heaven and earth intercession yin and yang great compassion fulfillment is also 9 revolutions, this one mainly relies on double cultivation, right? Wu Qingling looked at Zilu in surprise. It was hard to believe that it was still because of what happened in the Mountain God Temple. Also awakened special hobbies. I guess you'll help me practice right. Wu Qingling looked at Zilu's pair of beautiful eyes, and even though he had 1,000 words, they still turned into one. Righteousness. It's not like it's going to hurt Wu Qingling. Cootie. No way. He's not a willow lover. No desire. Wu Qingling moved closer to Zilu and touched each other's shoulders. Are you still going? Violet Fall was silent for half a second. Things haven't been dealt with in the sacred sect, so you'll go to the true martial immortal sect then. Wu Qingling stared back. Yeah, what are you asking for? Purple Drop's twisted head returned to stare into Wu Qingling's eyes with a hint of cunning. I will also join the true martial immortal sect and penetrate within the true martial immortal sect as a spy. Ha! Purple Drop spoke without surprise, and a blue lightning bolt crossed Wu Qingling's mind. Although it was quite nice to be able to meet with Zilu every day, Bai Ruoyan would also be in the true martial immortal sect. She's a big sister. When it came to this point, Wu Qingling had no choice but to disguise herself as a master of time management. The slightest mishap is the end of the woodchipper. It wouldn't have been as coaxing and dodged a bullet as it was today. What's the matter? You don't welcome me? Purple Drop's unique voice with a seductive touch flowed through the sea of lotus flowers, and no emotion could be heard. No, it's too bad for me that I'll have to wait until after the clan exams before we can see each other every day. I want to see you every day now. But how did you get so clingy? Purple Drop smiled back, her tantalizing winks hitting Wu Qingling's heart hard. I have to say, the ancient beauty really looks good when she smiles, or this kind of devilish saint girl. There's something badass about it. Harder fists. Zilu and Wu Qingling warmed up for a while before reluctantly leaving. Wu Qingling quietly looked at the distant figure in the moonlight and stood with his arms crossed. I think there's a big problem with the alert function of the Wu house. How one after the other. It came in casually, and I'm glad I didn't do anything else this time. Wu Qingling couldn't help but sigh. In the end, it is Yongning continent. It's okay to defend against people from this continent. When you meet someone outside the continental boundaries, you rest. After confirming Zilu's departure, he bent down and broke off an ice lotus. carefully selecting a good-looking one, carefully saving it in the box. He hoofed it to Bai Ruoyan's place. Wu Qingling approached and realized that the wooden door was unlocked, leaving a gap. Sister Ruoyan, I'm coming in. At this time, Bai Ruoyan was only wearing a white lining sitting on the couch reading a book, somewhat thin. Still covered up tight though. Everyone wears profanity pants in this world. Don't even think about getting naked or anything. Busy man finally done? Bai Ruoyan couldn't see any expression on her face as she put away the book she was reading. Wu Qingling's eyes were good. Glancing at it, she saw that the title of the book, Cultivation 100 Explanations, so fond of learning, worthy of being the genius of the true martial immortal sect, and deserving of the title of eldest sister. It's just not the same with people like me. Wu Qingling was a bit impressed, and proceeded to hide the ice lotus in her sleeve as she approached Bai Ruoyan. Sister Ruoyan, you have a flower petal on your head. He pretended to be surprised and stroked Bai Ruoyan's hair with the hand that hid the ice lotus. Bai Ruoyan watched Wu Qingling make a demon, wanting to see what he was going to do. Yikes, why is there a lotus flower? Wu Qingling took out an ice lotus that emitted a light and clear humor in Bai Ruoyan's hair like a magic trick. It seems the heavens know my thoughts. Bai Ruoyan smiled, not realizing that Wu Qingling would still be able to do these flowery tricks, and snapped. That's all you know. Having said that, Bai Ruoyan received the ice lotus with such speed that Wu Qingling dynamic vision couldn't keep up. I've been practicing for several nights, but I feel as if I haven't found the knack. So why don't I stay here with Sister Ruoyan? Give me some pointers tonight? Cut it out. Get out. I have to practice later. How could Bai Ruoyan not know this little thought of Wu Qingling's? Wait and fix it and I don't know where to fix it. Despite one off-the-beaten-path experience that was, at the end of the day, an accident. And now keeping the Yuan Yang would be beneficial to the refined essence realm breakthrough. At least get close to breaking through the refined Shi realm to do so. With a flick of Bai Ruoyan's hand, Wu Qingling was pushed by a gentle breeze to the door, and the wooden door was closed tightly. Then Sister Ruoyan, take your time to cultivate. I'm leaving. Bai Ruoyan looked at Bing Lian fixedly, not knowing what she was thinking, her eyes flickering. Chapter 13, White Sisters Set, one more today. Happy National Day, everyone. I'll take a day off, too. One incense stick later, Wu Qingling returned to her room and opened the panel as usual. He does this when no one is around to see if the panel will show any changes. Hey, how did this box change color? Name, Wu Qingling. Characterization, supporting role. Talent, Jianmu medicine spirit body. A promise is worth 1,000 words, and contains the birth of a Taoist child. Wu Qingling opened the panel and found that the, supporting character, had changed from black to white. He lay on his couch thinking, supporting roles? What is a supporting role? That's when the role is less than the main character, it's called a supporting role. By the way, didn't I ruthlessly mock Lin Fan, the protagonist? I plundered his chi? Wu Qingling straightened up at once. If this guess was correct, he was about to take off and, it would be a lie to say that you don't envy the main character treatment. The protagonist picks up some fragments of ancient artifacts, and buys some tattered pages of the ancient artifacts. Cliff jumping has a strange encounter with an old man who passes on his kung fu. Looks like we have to bully Lin Fan more. Although Wu Qingling knew many of the hidden secrets of this world, but not absolutely. The so-called protagonist is the son of luck, the chosen one, who can always turn rottenness into magic, and might just flip the car. 12 days passed by. Wu Fu. Most of the people from the Yellow Springs sect who made the move were caught by the true martial immortal sect's law enforcement hall as outcasts, detained at the bottom of the phantom prison, where the soul is seared by the fires of the phantom prison every moment until the soul dissipates. It's a brutal penal code. Sister Ruoyan, are you free today? Wu Qingling ran to Bai Ruoyan's door early in the morning and waited without a strong bodyguard in the. He didn't really dare to answer the appointment. Why? Isn't your appointment with the Lin boys in the afternoon? I'm afraid that Sister Ruoyan will accidentally over-cultivate. He had spoken to Bai Ruoyan about it a few days before. In fact, the date agreed upon was only stated to be 12 days from now, which is today, but it doesn't say whether it's morning or noon or afternoon. Wu Qingling felt that there shouldn't be anyone so stupid as to go to the flowing firefly forest in the morning. I won't forget what I promised you. The Lin family boy, no matter how he cultivates, that's also the refined essence realm. Those treasures I gave you are enough to protect your body. Aren't you hiding something from me? Sister Ruoyan will know when she goes. Wu Qingling skipped over this topic and didn't talk about it. He was afraid that Bai Ruoyan would think this place was dangerous. Just don't let him go. Young master. Miss. This way please. Lin Mengye was competently waiting behind Wu Qingling, having completed her training, became a certified Miss Squire. However, the maids now accounted for more than the guards, and her cultivation was still relatively shallow at the moment. There's no need to be so polite if you're Yumaha. Let's go together. Wu Qingling pulled Bai Ruoyan and greeted Lin Mengye to go eat together. Lin Mansion, the Lin family's small private residence. The mana on Lin Fan's body fluctuated in more ways than one, causing faint ripples in the air. Pust. The aura belonging to the middle stage of the essence refining realm flowed and hovered in the courtyard. Teacher, I've broken through. Lin Fan excitedly opened his eyes and clenched his fists to feel the joy of the breakthrough. Not bad. You've really worked hard these past few days, but the path of cultivation is too far. You have to loosen up and continue this high-pressure cultivation. Your spirit and body won't be able to withstand it. I can. Lin Fan's gaze was resolute. His body he himself knew best. He didn't need onlookers to say more, even if it's a teacher. Elder Ring couldn't argue with Lin Fan and threw out a scroll of Gongfu. This technique was condensed from my heart and soul in my previous life. Now that the middle stage of the essence refining realm satisfies the minimum entry requirements, when you return from your appointment you will practice, with your current strength, being able to last 5 or 6 rounds before the late essence refining realm. Few people in the middle of the essence refining realm can fight you, even if Wu Qingling is strong. He's only as strong as the city of Tiandu, except for his sister. No one in this place can catch my eye. You'll have a good trip, but remember not to be arrogant. Yes, sensei. Lin Fan nodded his head in agreement, putting on a black cloak, which he had gotten customized. He was going to make a clean break today, and show everyone who the real genius is, and those people will surely scramble to befriend me. Lin Fan was confident in his heart and stepped out of the courtyard calmly, rushing towards the flowing firefly forest. After noon, Wu Qingling felt that it was about time and prepared to go forward to answer the appointment. He told Lin Mengye to cultivate well at home, and that he was only joking when he said last time that he wanted her to protect him. This time, there were also people from the Yellow Springs sect watching intently, and if one's cultivation level was too low, one could easily become a liability. Bai Ruoyan pulled out a sword from her storage ring, 2 feet long. This sword was snow-white in color. A faintly chilling light penetrated. It rose against the wind and in the blink of an eye became 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. Come on up. Bai Ruoyan stepped onto the flying sword, and Wu Qingling hurriedly followed behind. Since it was the first time she had ascended into the sky, Wu Qingling had a bit of faint fear and excitement in her heart. He held Bai Ruoyan's waist and stood behind her. Sister Ruoyan, I'm afraid I'll fall to my death. Come closer, it's safer. Bai Ruoyan's body stiffened slightly. Having never been hugged by someone on a flying sword before, there was some discomfort, but he quickly recovered as before and glanced at Wu Qingling without saying anything. Bai Ruoyan was very fast with her sword, and Wu Qingling was already 10,000 feet in the air at this point. The bottom building is just like the ants. Not being able to feel any wind blowing over the flying sword, Wu Qingling carefully observed It was found that whenever a wave of air approached the flying sword it was slapped away with a flowing protective shield. I don't know if it's a normal operation, or if Bai Ruoyan set it up specifically for him. After all, it was only in the Qi refining realm that one could fly with a sword, and he was only in the essence refining realm, while Bai Ruoyan was in the Qi refining realm, a whole large realm above him. Bai Ruoyan suddenly accelerated and Wu Qingling's feet slipped, sticking close to her. The bottom of Bai Ruoyan's eyes flashed with a sly color, just like a child getting away with a prank. Cherry lips lightly opened, outlining a faint arc, and said, Linger can hold on tight, don't fall. Wu Qingling could only cooperate. Fine. Then I'll stay closer to Sister Ruoyan. The two of them formed a white rainbow in the figure of a flying sword, whistling past the forest of fireflies. Lin Fan had already waited here from morning until afternoon. Seeing that it was going to be dusk, his face was impatient. He wondered if Wu Qingling had stood him up, just as Lin Fan was considering whether or not to go back. The sound of a flying sword chime suddenly came from the forest. Mr. Lin, you wouldn't have waited from morning until now. Wu Qingling jumped down from Bai Ruoyan's flying sword, still a foot away from the ground, but not in the way. Immortal cultivators were not afraid of this distance, and at his current realm, he would have to jump from a distance of at least 5 feet high before he could fall to his death. You're finally here. Wu Qingling, why didn't you call Mengye? Lin Fan looked at Wu Qingling suspiciously. How come behind him was another woman? This woman seems to be his sister, whom he met last time at the Mountain God Temple. How else can he prove himself if he doesn't bring Lin Mengye? Duels also need an audience. Chapter 14, How much are you still hiding from me? Did you let Yumaha come to see you humiliated? Bai Ruoyan walked to Wu Qingling's side, and the flying sword shrunk back to its original size and hovered behind her. You'll only be able to show off for a moment, after I win this battle. I want you to send Yumaha back, and never pester her again, and I'll be the only one to call her Yumaha. Obviously I was here first. And what do you say when you lose? Wu Qingling always felt that Lin Fan was like a giant baby. His mind was not very mature. There is no way I can lose. Draw your sword. Lin Fan drew his longsword and took a stance. You've got to say what you're going to pay if you lose. What? I lose and I have to do what you want. You lose and nothing happens? No added color? I told you, there's no way I can lose. Lin Fan answered confidently. He believed that he would not lose. You're a real giant baby. Wu Qingling didn't want to say much and clapped her hands. The skeleton man appeared not far behind Lin Fan. Over to you. Wu Qingling pulled out 2 chairs from his storage ring, one for himself and one for Bai Ruoyan. Lin Fan would definitely be fine. So let's just watch him and the Yellow Spring sect dogfight first. Sister Ruoyan, sit down. That puppet is in the Qi refining realm. Linger, how did you recognize it? Bai Ruoyan sat on the chair and asked Wu Qingling curiously. She was also in the Qi refining realm, but sometimes the gap between man and man was bigger than even man and dog. With her fighting prowess she was not afraid in the slightest. Thus, he now also had the leisure to sit down and accompany Wu Qingling to watch the theater. Lin Fan turned around and saw the skeleton man, while Wu Qingling obviously knew the other party. He had a bad feeling in his heart that Wu Qingling was trying to kill and silence her. Gently brushing the ring, Lin Fan pushed down the fear in his heart. He still had his teacher now. The teacher will take care of it. He stared warily at the skeleton man, sweat dripping down his face. The skeleton man did not hide his intimidation in the slightest, which caused a great sense of oppression to Lin Fan. Forcibly holding down his shaking legs, he transmitted his voice to the ring elder. Teacher, what should we do? This puppet is not simple. I guess it was brought by Wu Qingling. I wonder what the purpose is. Don't be in a hurry. I'll attach myself to you if I have to, and with my now crippled powers. Being able to fight with refined Qi, escaping out is not much of a problem. A trace of doubt flashed through Preceptor Lao's heart. The refined essence realm would be rare within Tiandu City. The Qi refining realm was even more so with only 1 or 2 people from the lineage, and the entire Tiandu City wouldn't add up to more than 5. He had scanned Tiandu City in the past, and he remembered all the breaths of the refined Qi realm. Now this puppet's aura was unfamiliar, which meant that the puppet was from the outer city. But why did the outer city's Qi refining realm come here? Is it tracking me down? The ringmaster sank down, his appearance still in that confident demeanor. He couldn't show that he was undefeated in Lin Fan's mind, or Lin Fan's mind would probably go out of whack. The skeleton man tapped his upper and lower jaws against each other, as if in admiration. As the fire of his soul flared brightly, he recognized Bai Ruoyan and knew that he couldn't possibly silence Wu Qingling this time. Young Master Wu is in good spirits. It seems you kept your promise. Behind the skeleton man 3 more black-cloaked figures appeared, their faces covered by hoods. Young Master Lin, I'm offended. There's a small matter that needs your help right now. 3 black-cloaked men came forward and fought with Lin Fan. The aura on his body was revealed to be in the middle stage of the refined essence realm. The 3 black-cloaked men couldn't help Lin Fan, and the scene was stalemated for a while. The skeleton man revealed an interested gaze, not expecting Lin Fan to be so capable of fighting. Wu Qingling's face was expressionless. This situation had been expected. Doesn't the main character fight the same realm with ease? It's only hard to fight bosses. Bai Ruoyan wasn't very concerned about the fight as she turned her head to look at Wu Qingling, wondering what else he was keeping from himself. Wu Qingling looked at it and suddenly felt the air a little cold. Looking back, he was startled to find Bai Ruoyan gazing at him slyly. Senior sister Bai, why are you looking at me? Look at the front. Look at how wonderfully they're fighting. It's a lot more real than a sing-along fight. But why do I get the feeling you're hiding something even better? Wu Qingling could only take Bai Ruoyan's small hand in response, began to forcefully skim over the topic that was not in his favor. Sister Ruoyan's hands are so soft. I remember when I was little Sister Ruoyan's hands were soft. Back then you pestered me every day to hold my hand or you cried. Yeah, it feels like time is flying by. Bai Ruoyan recalled the beautiful innocent memories of that year. Wu Qingling continued to help Bai Ruoyan reminisce about her childhood while the iron was hot and managed to skim over the topic. Wu Qingling. Lin Fan was in the middle of a hot fight when he glanced at Wu Qingling, but he was chatting with the beauty in the back, laughing and talking again. The 3 black-cloaked men couldn't care less, and when Lin Fan was distracted, just cut a slash in him. Damn it, the 9 steps of Xian smoke. Knowing that he could not be defeated, Lin Fan desperately operated his mana and performed the spinning steps to escape deeper into the forest. His footwork was brilliant, and the 3 black-cloaked men couldn't catch up and lost sight of him. What a bunch of losers. The skeleton man cursed the 3 black-cloaked men, who had thought the 3 were stable, and, not needing to make a move himself, and as a result letting someone escape, he quickly followed Lin Fan. Wu Qingling realized that Lin Fan had left. He was too lazy to care. Anyway, when the time came, the Sun Epil garden would be able to open. What are you all standing still for? Your master has run away. Not to mention chased after. Gotta make a stand. The black-cloaked men looked at each other and froze for a moment to catch up. Boom! A loud bang came from the depths of the flowing firefly forest, and a green aura surfaced in the sky above, vaguely as to the mold of the doorway. Let's go! Sister Ruyan, let's go to the Seni Pill Garden. Bai Ruoyan stood up and quietly looked at the distant green air road. Could it be the medicinal garden left behind by the Mori water fairy when she fell 1,000 years ago? Sister Ruyan is right. It's that Mori water fairy. There might even be a heaven and earth exotic plant daigo leaf inside the medicinal garden. Bai Ruoyan was slightly surprised and returned. Is there even such a medicinal herb? Even in the clan, it's very precious. But can Yongning continent give birth to medicinal herbs of this level? Who knows? We'll find out when we go and see. Wu Qingling revealed a mysterious smile. Yes, of course there was. He remembered it clearly. Then let's go. Bai Ruoyan ably picked up Wu Qingling and rushed to the Senwu Pill Garden. The Mori herb garden sits in a recessed circular fissure, with green plants climbing all over the circular walls. In the middle of the round wall was a fluctuating green doorway that gave off the aura of wood aura. Lin Fan, the skeleton man, and the black-cloaked man 5 had disappeared, and judging from the messy footsteps of all of them entered the Mori Pill Garden. Catch me or you'll get separated. Good. Wu Qingling grabbed Bai Ruoyan. This kind of place that leaves a legacy after death. Some of them will randomly teleport, and it's likely that you'll get separated from the people around you. It's hard to walk away from each other when you're grasping each other, and the spell is judging that two people don't come out with their hands together in a. It's just a dead thing, and it'll think that the two parties holding hands are the same person, unless it's a very subtle spell. Only then can you make a judgment. Chapter 15, The Green Bunny. The moment Wu Qingling and Bai Ruoyan stepped in holding hands, the heavens and earth shifted. The cut scene is like a jumble. 2 breaths later, the scene around them smoothed out. Wu Qingling looked up. He was now in a grassland, the breeze swaying and shaking the corners of his clothes. The turquoise blue sky, carpeted with fish-scaled clouds. It was as if there was just a white misty pale dragon roaming around up there. The scenery is so pretty. Sister Ruyan. He admired the sights that delight the mind and body. Sister Ruoyan? As soon as Wu Qingling turned around, he realized that the empty, boundless grassland. He's the only one left alone. Moriel herb garden at the gap with the outside world. Linger. Bai Ruoyan stood in the passageway where the scenery of the secret realm changed, which was the crevice that. It was neither the Mori Yaquan nor the forest of flowing fireflies. Can't sense Linger's aura anymore. Bai Ruoyan's heart dropped to the bottom of the valley. Her face was gloomy. She was afraid that Wu Qingling would face off with that skeleton man. Whatever happened within the Seni Pill Garden would not be known by the outside world. Bai Ruyan, come over here. An ethereal and gentle female voice interrupted Bai Ruoyan's thoughts. Who are you? Bai Ruoyan drew her Xianjun sword and her dantian mobilized her mana. Bai Ruyan, come over here. Bai Ruyan, come over here. Bai Ruyan, come over here. No matter how much Bai Ruoyan inquired, that ethereal female voice was always just repeating that passage. A longing resounded in the bottom of Bai Ruyan's heart, as if her body was telling her to go forward, playing God, staying in place with no exit. So Bai Ruyan walked up to see the voice. There are 2 ends of the conversation, and 1 end of the table. Wu Qingling pan-sighed and sat in place, doing his best to sense the wood aura in the grassland. He didn't realize how much of a mess it would be to switch to reality. At that time, when I played the game, it was just a small copy, and I got the heaven and earth exotic plant daigo leaf, and slipped away. A ripple floated from Wu Qingling's body. It wasn't a secret technique that, simply the instincts of the Kenki medicine spirit body. The ripple spread to 10 miles away without any silhouettes, and Wu Qingling's perception was already extremely thin. He had no choice but to withdraw his senses. Wu Qingling tried to keep running at an even speed across the grassland. Right now, he couldn't fly with his sword, and could only use the most primitive way of movement for creatures. Where the sun shone, his swift figure was gradually elongated. I don't know how long I've been running, but the sun is high in it. Wu Qingling stopped violently. He felt something wrong in his mind. The sun in the Mori Pill Garden hadn't moved since the beginning. The refined essence realm has extremely sharp eyesight, possessing an eagle-like power of observation. From the moment he entered this grassland all the scenery was imprinted into his mind. Floating clouds, blowing winds, endless borders to see. And this sun, nothing is changing. The wind blows as fast as it ever does and it always feels like you just stepped into the Moriel herb garden. Wu Qingling took out his long knife. He suspected that this place was a canvas-like place, an illusionary realm that, the easy way to get out of this is to break these. The sky is far away, but the earth is close. Cutting holes in the prairie with all my might. The soil was so soft that I didn't meet many obstacles. Wu Qingling then dug out a small pit. He continued to dig, and when he got tired, he pulled out an endurance pill from his storage room to replenish his strength. Time was also passing. and there was only more and more dirt piled up outside in the meadow. Wu Qingling didn't know exactly how long he had been digging. His perception of time was chaotic now. Without a frame of reference, there was no sense of time passing, only the occasional glance back at the piles of dirt. Finally, after digging out another 3 feet, Wu Qingling touched a layer of blue ribbons. Wu Qingling's heart rejoiced, and gasping for breath, he stabbed the long knife into it with all his might, stirring it from side to side. Make a ball of blue ribbon. From the blue ribbon slit, Wu Qingling saw a spiritual field, on which various spiritual plants were overgrown. The clutter is immense. This is the real Sun-E pill garden. Wu Qingling didn't hesitate and leapt down. Bang! He stood on top of the spiritual field and was able to smell the faint fragrance of flowers and plants. Wu Qingling looked up at the hole formed by the blue ribbon, only to see it slowly squirming and, eventually it disappeared, revealing a turquoise blue sky. What the hell is this? Can't it be that this place is a floor system with several levels? Wu Qingling couldn't help but spit out, unable to figure out what this Mori water fairy was thinking. Wasn't it leaving a legacy? Is this a test of observation? Pooh. A bunch of little green marmoset-furred rabbits came running through the bushes not far from the spirit field, surrounding Wu Qingling's feet. He intimately arched his feet. Wu Qingling's eyes stared, instinctively withdrawing a foot away. Pooh-ha! The green bunny expressed a puzzled look, clearly not low in spirit. Wu Qingling placed the long knife on the bunny's head and said, "Can you understand me? Can you speak human language?" Pooh-ha! The group of rabbits still had that puzzled look, their long rabbit ears shrugged down. The long knife was pressed against the bunny fluff, and there was still no fear of escape, either. Instead, he ran to Wu Qingling's feet again and arched over him. "So this is to intimate me?" Wu Qingling did not perceive hostility. Wu Qingling put the knife away, a little amused that he didn't expect to be approached by a rabbit, or green rabbits. The thousands of strange species in the immortal cultivation world are just numerous. Wu Qingling stroked the green bunny's little head with her hand. Its rabbit ears, which had shrugged down feebly, immediately shrugged up. Pooh-ha! Pooh-ah! A bunch of bunnies jumping up and down, looking excited, and the rabbits that hadn't been petted desperately pushed their way towards Wu Qingling. "Take it easy, one at a time." Wu Qingling quickly stroked all the rabbit heads. "Shrug down your left ear if you can understand me." Pooh! The bunny shrugged down his left ear. "Good. Can understand me?" Wu Qingling nodded slightly. "Put up both ears. And when I've asked a question you'll put up your rabbit ears and keep both of them shrugged off." First question. "Have you ever met anyone other than me?" There's just still pulling down the left ear. Pooh! As usual, the bunny pulled down the left ear, and after 2 breaths, returned it to its original position. Shrug the left rabbit ear if it's a skeleton man, the right rabbit ear if it's a black cape man. The woman in the white dhoti just stays still, and it's a teenager who pulls both ears down together. Pooh-ah! The bunny's right earlobe is down. Wu Qingling's heart sank. There was still no news of Bai Ruoyan, but there is news of the rest of them, not far apart. Where did the black-cloaked man go? The bunny rabbit ears point southeast. Do you have any large buildings here? It means house. Wu Qingling was afraid that the little rabbit would not be able to understand the meaning of the term architecture, and made a point of explaining it. Pooh! The bunny ear pointing southeast twitched and continued to point southeast. It seemed that the Yellow Spring sect's people had already gone to look for the inheritance. Wu Qingling took out some fruits from her storage ring and spread them on the spiritual field. Once again, he took an endurance pill and sped off to the southeast. Chapter 16, Immortal Cultivation Changes Lives. Sam-E. Pharmacy Garden Heritage Office. The 2 giant trees embraced each other, leaving a gap that each draped a wide leaf as a door. Wu Qingling quietly behind the tree, putting a layer of Sihua Lin Ao convergence art on himself to collect his own breath, which Bai Ruoyan brought to him from the true martial immortal sect. Quite a bit more than the breath-holding techniques of the high street stuff. He saw, not far away, 3 large black-cloaked men standing in front of him, in a circle of discuss the strategy. Senior brother Li Jingmo doesn't know where he is. Should we enter this inheritance land? His main body is probably in here, too, or that skeleton golem would be out of control. From there, it becomes a dead thing, and lacking that battle power it's useless for us to go in. Hey, what's the point? It's better if you don't come in. Heck, the puppet no one wants is mine, and I've long been sick of that guy's attitude. The big black-cloaked man in the center had a disdainful look on his face and was very dissatisfied with Li Jingmo. If it wasn't for the fact that he was in the chi refining realm and he couldn't beat him, he would have already stopped shaking his face. Words can't be said like that. You beware of trouble coming out of your mouth. Senior brother Li is likely to be in here. The one on the left was expressionless, pulling away from the one in the center at a distance, clearly not wanting to draw fire. The one in the middle was indignant and shut his mouth, not daring to say more. The three big men were quiet for a moment, silently waiting for Li Jingmo to arrive. At that exact moment, a short man sitting on the shoulder of a skeleton man puppet in the distance swished up. Brother Li. X3. No need to be polite. How long have you been here? Back to senior brother Li. We've been here for more than 3 incense sticks. It hasn't been too long. Have you guys seen Lin Fan? We have not met. As soon as we entered the Sunny Pill Garden we were transported to a dense forest. Didn't go far to get here now. Li Jingmo nodded his head, strangled his spell, and mouthed the words. Mild chattering, 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 mild chattering. Go! Underneath him the skeleton man's ribs grew several out of nowhere, and the bones of his hands and legs were even more finely boned. Li Jingmo looked at the puppet he had made with satisfaction. He himself was unimpressive and short in stature, but puppets could be improved to make up for his shortcomings, and he had been studying the arts of the puppet way since he joined the Yellow Springs sect. Wu Qingling watched from behind as Li Jingmo chanted divinely. It didn't take long for the skeleton man to transform into something even more powerful. A second realm pressure could be felt. It had to be at least at a mid-stage level. Cultivating the first 2 realms are after the middle school, and there is no advancement for perfection. Only after the 3rd realm would a different and detailed division be born. And at this place, the line with mortals was officially drawn, standing so that no one can hit or die, while mana is able to absorb aura from matter. By Royan was close to this level. Obviously the difference in age was only a decade or so, and some people were already close to the 3rd realm of God refining. It is lamentable that some people are still lingering in the 1st realm. Where's Lin Fan? Wu Qingling felt that something was wrong. Even if the random teleportation would only be in this area, you might teleport inside a trap if you're unlucky. But no matter what, it's this area. It's impossible to randomly teleport inside an inheritance. How about what else is necessary for this inheritance? Is it the inheritance of Qi? And the 3 black-cloaked men hadn't seen Lin Fan before. They had teleported near the entrance to begin with. And if Lin Fan was also there, surely he would have met. Wu Qingling sat down in place and pulled out the talisman with the effect of the Sihua Lin Upskopsal convergence technique. Stick it to yourself. Cultivating immortality changes your life. And a lot of things come in handy. Talismans cost quite a bit more than using spells. After all, there are multiple aspects involved that. The materials, tools, characters, etc. For drawing talismans, there is also a failure rate for drawing talismans. And if you fail, it's all down the drain. That's why the immortal cultivation world generally uses spells first and talismans as a backhand, which is the case for casual cultivators. But those 2nd-generation immortals are used as paper, and the higher the realm, the more touchy-feely they are. Even if one hadn't learned much, drawing talismans below one's realm was a lot easier, and the cost was lower. Naturally, Wu Qingling didn't need to splurge and be done with it like those casual cultivators. Eldest sister would pay the bill. These are just a drop in the bucket. He relaxed his stiff body and took a few pills that enhanced his mana control for a short period of time. Do your best to perceive the area. When a low realm faces the pressure of a high realm, the flesh will instinctively fear. It's engraved in the genes of the. It's like an ordinary man meeting a wild tiger. Even if he doesn't do anything, he will feel great pressure. Soon the scenery of this area surfaced in Wu Qingling's mind, spreading out in ripples. He spotted Lin Fan in the bushes over there to the left of the skeleton man. Good guy. A riddle under the lamp. Lin Fan also knows how to meet. Wu Qingling withdrew her senses and silently circled around, running to the blind spot of Lin Fan's perspective on them, picking up a piece of rubble. He then placed a 2nd-turn talisman, which corresponded to the 2nd realm of immortal cultivation. This talisman's function is to mute the sound, able to disguise the movement of debris flying through the air. Unless the alchemy realm watched carefully, it was likely to be negligent. The talisman turned into a silent flame and was burned out. Wu Qingling affixed another 2nd-turn acceleration talisman. When this talisman has also turned to ashes, crush the crushed stone in the palm of your hand. A gift for you. Wu Qingling thought silently in his heart, as he threw the rubble on Lin Fan's head with a hard throw. Getting down on his back, he quickly crawled into the distance. Boo! The 2nd-turn mute talisman only masks the flight movement, excluding the sound after impact. A knocking sound rang out abruptly. Still talking Li Jingmo, 4 people, no sound. Each took up a defensive stance. Bad. The ringmaster had just sensed a piece of debris being thrown, but there was no sound. I wanted to remind Lin Fan, but who knew that the first half of that piece of rubble was still fine, and then the second half suddenly accelerated and flew. There was no time to remind Lin Fan. Out. Li Jingmo maneuvered the skeleton man to slowly approach the bush where Lin Fan was. Teacher, what should we do? Don't be in a hurry. Now give me command of the body and I'll take care of it. Lin Fan and Ring Old Man's voice transmission was completed in an instant, and the body command was exchanged over. A huge aura covered the dense forest. It's the god-refining realm. Li Jingmo changed his appearance and lost his color, desperately running backwards. Lin Fan, who was being manipulated by Old Man Ring, didn't pay any attention to them, and surprisingly flew towards the gate of the inheritance office with his sword. No, he's not at the god-refining realm. He's just using some secret technique. Li Jingmo reacted and stormed out. Unexpectedly he would be fooled by this Lin Fan kid. The prestige of the god-refining realm is too great. The entire Yongning continent was probably only the head of the Yongning continent boundary, and it was difficult for this region to give birth to cultivators of the third realm. Go after them. The skeleton man picked up Li Jingmo and ran for the door, followed by the three black-cloaked men. Wu Qingling probed her head and realized that everyone had finished walking, and waited in place for a while. Make sure you don't meet the awkward scene of meeting someone around the corner and quietly enter the gates of the legacy. Chapter 17, My Eyes Are Going Blind. The moment Wu Qingling stepped in, he came to a ruin. The ruins were of huge, twisted, dead trees, reaching into the shadowy clouds, their branches and foliage shading the sky, and it seems to have an overwhelming aura. On the ground were broken gorges, overgrown weeds, numerous tombstones, layers of tangled vines and branches. The sense of desolation that came over her made Wu Qingling a little uncomfortable. As far as the eye could see, it was a dark brown color, and the land had the texture of gravel. There was still a deep ocean ahead, but when the wind blew there was no dirt or rocks floating in the air. What kind of place is this? Isn't this copy the Sini medicine garden? Not to mention how many spiritual herbs and flowers come more or less to the breath of life. Wu Qingling always have a feeling of being targeted. All the way to the moths on the constant. Always teleported to the middle of nowhere. After thinking about it, he put all the talismans of his storage ring into his sleeve, fearing that he wouldn't be able to take them out in time later on. Gripping the Bilo Wolfbone long knife, which he had picked up earlier from outside the mountain god temple, he had been using it very well. He looks at the dead trees, he listens to the wind, and then all the way to that ocean. This is the only reference with distance, simply repeating the movement, going until the perception of the outside world is slightly hazy. The long journey seemed to have no boundaries. The gray skies were unchanging. The great force called time has not affected this place in the slightest. Wu Qingling could only walk, during which he hurled abuse at the Mori water fairy countless times. At last he came to the end of the scorched earth, the deep, dark ocean. He could feel the soft scorched earth and the fishy salt water, that as huge as a mansion with a dragon's head buried in the black water. Sharp objects with thousands of holes stuck upside down loom over the ground, and flocks of crows hover here like black clouds. Wu Qingling looked up at the head of this dragon, which was like the center of the ocean, stating that it was submissive to. A portion of the dragon's skeleton sits in scorched earth on the beach. There are also countless giant feathers floating on the ocean. Feathers that are stained with seawater, losing their color but there is still a residue of immortal golden light. And everything seems to be buried here, as if this is the place where death returns. The moment he saw the huge skeleton, a great and unspeakable shock filled Wu Qingling's heart, as if he had seen an image from the distant past. The elegant music struck by bronze chimes is interspersed with the obscure murmurings of a great witch. Across the ocean, ashes flew over the land, forming an altar of sacrificial fire. The altar of sacrificial fire was once again ablaze, and the remnants of the ashes drifted away, and the darkness tugged at his spirit. The flames called his name. Indescribable gusts of wind swept through it all, and Wu Qingling had to throw out talismans that forms a protective shield. Opening his eyes again, he saw two magnificent gateways, which stretched out into a long road that, at the end of the road were clouds and mist, with forests looming through the fog. Come back, an ethereal and sacrosanct voice echoed between heaven and earth. Swept Wu Qingling back. Countless ashes converged into a huge silhouette. Pitch black hair simply pulled back. Exposed skin light white as snow. Beautiful eyes are piercing violet red, cherry lips pursed. There is a three-dimensional sense, as if the nine ghosts under the ghostly springs. The figure was covered by a black robe, but it was hard to hide the tightly fitted floating figure. From a distance, Wu Qingling could also smell the aroma of sandalwood and musk from her eyes. My eyes are going blind. Wu Qingling felt a sharp pain like burning eyeballs the moment he saw her. Wu Qingling had to close her eyes in a miserable scream, shedding a line of bloody tears. This was the most serious injury he had sustained since he came to the immortal cultivation world. Who are you? What is this place? When the pain subsides and it is confirmed that there is no effect on vision, it was only then that Wu Qingling opened her mouth to this 3 or 4 story tall mysterious woman and asked. She glanced at Wu Qingling and said indifferently, "This is the Great Gully returning ruins. I don't know how many billions of miles east of the Bohai Sea. There is a big gully yen, really but bottomless valley, under which there is no bottom, called the return to the market. Wu Qingling immediately thought of the words, but wasn't this place a background setting? Oh, dustfolk from afar. The ancient gods and immortals and Buddhas are buried. What's the point of a belated hero? What dustfolk immortal Buddhas? I'm simply passing through here. Isn't this the Sini medicine garden? Wu Qingling looked at her suspiciously, wondering what the hell she was talking about. Aren't all the gods and goddesses still around? He remembers touching it later in the game as well. So, you came here by mistake. Can you take me back, so to speak? O Dustman, thou hast promised my concubine a pact, and I will fulfill thy wish. What engagement? Wu Qingling had a bad feeling. He couldn't be talking about Lin Fan. Right. Why would he run here? This kind of place looks like the remnants of some sort of battle between various powerhouses, and they can't even do it. What can Wu Qingling do? He was now merely a first-realm minor cultivator, and without Bai Ruoyan he was nothing. The woman didn't say much, and her clear and absolutely beautiful face seemed to reveal a hint of a smile. With a wave of his hand, he brought Wu Qingling out of the returning ruins. Bai Ruoyan walked for a long time, so long that she wondered if this place was an illusion. Finally, amidst the chaotic and code-free pitch-black scenery, Bai Ruoyan saw a flash of light in the distance. The rusted hall, with its caved-in roof, appeared empty, and the sun cast streaks of light across the slits. There was a sword, a flat, ancient sword, suspended from a high platform on 100 steps. The body of the sword already appeared rusty, and a faint white light could vaguely be seen, not knowing how much time it had gone through. Bai Ruoyan, come over here. The ancient sword read Bai Ruoyan's name, and it even made a sword sound, and flew down from the high platform. It went straight through Bai Ruoyan's mind. Bai Ruoyan had an indescribable feeling, and she also knew the name of the sword. It's called the Snowy Ice Sword. There was also a woman with a voice similar to hers echoing in her head, making a lot of noise. An inexplicable image suddenly flashed through her mind and a slight dizziness hit her. Immediately afterward, a wild tidal wave of memories came rushing in, not giving her a chance to react at all. All sorts of images she had never experienced before just flashed rapidly through her mind. A slight gasp escaped her lips, and when the image had completely faded from her mind, incredibly dismayed and nostalgic, she's awakened part of her past life, has fragments of memories that, accompanied by the souls of their past lives, but they didn't merge into one. Who is Bai Ruoyan? Bai Ruoyan pursed her elastic pink lips, her eyebrows knitted. Get out of me. Bai Ruoyan coldly grunted at the empty hall. I am you. You are me. We are meant to be one. A voice as cold as a cold spring emanated from the bottom of Bai Ruoyan's heart. Even if you were another me, it wouldn't mean anything, because the future never happened. You're just a travesty that shouldn't exist in the world. Then you want Linger to fall into danger? A small person appeared in Bai Ruoyan's dantian, looking nothing like her. However, there is more nobility and indifference, as if everything in heaven and earth is just ants. Chapter 18. Can't we do it in a more civilized way? Bai Ruoyan was dumbfounded for a moment. There was really nothing she could do when it came to Wu Qingling's safety. Now give me control of your body, and I will usually slumber inside you. Bai Ruoyan scratched the corners of her moon-white palace skirt and nodded silently. We're both called Bai Ruoyan. It's not recognizable. From now on, you'll call me by my Dao name. The immaculate Yuan Jun is sufficient. The moment Bai Ruoyan's body was possessed by Wu Yao, it produced a slight change. The already raging hearts of the people, which now held up the palazzo skirts fiercely, and grew in height. Now it's taller than Wu Qingling. Wuxi frowned slightly, and a gray fierce-colored shroud enveloped her. From her storage ring, she took out a long moon-white dress that could shrink freely, and even if the empty hall was empty, she couldn't peek at her voluptuous figure. The shield gently broke and turned into a faint attributeless mana that returned to the heavens and earth. Wuxi stepped out from it, her veiled hands pressing against her towering breasts. The shocking beauty of her unadulterated, cool eyes. The silver strands fell naturally to her waist like a waterfall, and the end of her hair was tied up simply with a pale white hairband. The moon-white long skirt outlined the willowy waist of the surplus, transmitting an ethereal fragrance that was different from Bai Ruoyan's. That's much more comfortable. I'm coming to see you. Yukon pulled out a clean white mask with a drawing shaped like a question mark, covering his face. The cold spring-like voice flowed through the hall, but it was empty. The camera pans back to Wu Qingling. Who the hell is that woman? Wu Qingling arrived at a place with dense spiritual plants in a flash. There was also a large, verdant tree in front of it. He was expressionless, having just looked at a pile of giant dead trees sticking straight up into the sky. It's quite a bit smaller compared to the current one, so there's not much of a rise and fall in the mind. This was estimated to be the true Sin Epil Garden inheritance place, accumulating so many spiritual plants in 1,000 years. Wu Qingling's heart was clear, and after checking that his body was fine, he stepped towards the skyscraping tree. There were already quite a few people under the big tree. and as soon as Wu Qingling came over, she saw Lin Fan picking off 3 in 1. Lin Fan had already taken out 2 of the black-cloaked men, and there was still one left that he was holding by the neck. Wu Qingling couldn't help but pity that the skeleton puppet wasn't there, otherwise Lin Fan wouldn't have fought so easily. Lin Fan, there's someone in the northwest, it's that Wu Qingling. Lin Fan received a voice transmission from the ringed elder and strangled the remaining black-cloaked man to death. Glancing over to Wu Qingling's side, now that you're here, don't hide. You're the one who threw that rock just now, aren't you? Yeah, Lin Fan, you were so observant. This was all discovered by you. Heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf has already been obtained by me. You're too late. Lin Fan didn't think that Daigo leaf himself was in his possession. What else could Wu Qingling turn over? I didn't have a good fight with you in the flowing firefly forest, and now you're finally here. Can't we do this in a more civilized way? Wu Qingling drew his Bai Luo wolfbone sword. He didn't feel that Lin Fan would let him go. I thought you didn't even have the courage to draw your sword. Before the words left his mouth, Lin Fan rushed towards Wu Qingling. The long sword in his hand exuded an astonishingly sharp edge, a good sword of excellent quality. However, it was not yet to the extent of a magic weapon, still belonging to the mortal weapons, and quickly tangled up with Wu Qingling. Grayish-white crumbs fell out with each blow. The bone foam of the wolf bone blade. The more Lin Fan fought, the more alarmed he became. He thought that he could easily defeat this dude after being in the same realm as him, but he didn't expect Wu Qingling to be so tricky. After every collision, Lin Fan had to drain back his force and maneuver around Wu Qingling with the help of the force of the recoil. Why was this Wu Qingling so strong? Didn't he go to the teacher's workshop every now and then to splurge? I've been working so hard. Why can't I catch up with him? Is it so important to have a good sister? Lin Fan's clear face had been covered with hostility, and his heart was fuming with viciousness. Mobilizing all of his mana into the long sword, swept shadow white cloud rising sun sword first style, cloudless. Wu Qingling was still wondering why Lin Fan didn't use his full strength as he fought. Wasn't the protagonist's 1 power over 10 basic operations? As a result, he saw Lin Fan's mana breath escaping and knew that Lin Fan was about to amplify his moves. He flung out 2 talismans unhurriedly. The second turning body protecting divine shield talisman. 2 layers of protection were formed 360 degrees in front and back of him. Lin Fan's long sword emitted a dazzling white light and shattered the first layer of the protective shield with a single strike, getting stuck at the second layer. Wu Qingling was shocked. Fortunately through 2. It is true that the protagonists are all unreasonable. This was a second turn defense type talisman. With a flash of his body, he came behind Lin Fan and slashed at him with a knife. A talisman turned into ashes on Wu Qingling's leg. In a flash of lightning, the ringmaster possessed Lin Fan, and his body curved strangely. Dodge this slash from this Wu Qingling. Substituting is right. Wu Qingling only used 7 points of force in this blade, leaving 3 points to prevent Ring Elder from striking. At that moment, he attacked as a retreat, chopping on the ground in a smooth manner, and retrieving the long sword when the old force was exhausted and the new force was born. Wu Qingling, your talent is great, but you have to die here today. Lin Fan opened his mouth, but his voice carried a lot of vicissitudes. Wu Qingling frowned and returned. It's just a hands-on sparring match. Is it as bad as beating the living daylights out of each other? In the immortal cultivation world, peace is precious. If we fight and kill every day, all the people of Tendu City will die out. Lin Fan gently shook his head and struck out to stab at Wu Qingling's lower disc, who was barely able to parry it. As the fight continued, after 10 rounds Wu Qingling began to fall into a disadvantage. Poof! Wu Qingling couldn't dodge in time, and was stabbed through the heart. He stared wide-eyed at the long sword thrust into his heart. It's over. Lin Fan sighed, kicked Wu Qingling and stood with his sword. The moment the long sword was withdrawn from Wu Qingling's wound, a faint black mist drifted out from his wound. Around the wound, more and more black mist coalesced in Wu Qingling's wound. It looked extremely ominous. It's like a demon. What's going on? Why is the blood stopped and the pain disappearing? Wu Qingling silently observed the scene, and he didn't know what had happened to his body. He tried to remember what he had actually touched, all the way down to the only thing out of the ordinary was the trip to the returning ruins and the meeting of a mysterious woman. Could it be that she did something to herself? Wu Qingling raised an eyebrow and stuck all the remaining talismans on herself, speeding deeper into the dense forest. Staying alive is most important now. We'll worry about the rest later. A flash of memories flashed through Lin Fan's vicissitudes of eyes. Teacher, not going after him? What's that black mist on him? It's an evil spirit. That's the power of an evil spirit. When possessed by an evil spirit, no one lives long. Wu Qingling won't live long anymore, and with his power he won't be able to resist the evil spirits. Elder Ring returned control of his body to Lin Fan, and he possessed him twice. There was a tremendous load on his residual soul, and it was now at its limit. Finally, I don't have to see this disgusting little white boy, Wu Qingling, who came into contact with an evil spirit. It's as good a death as any. Lin Fan's heart was so happy. This person who got in the way everywhere was finally going to die. The future of his fame in the immortal cultivation world was not far off, and now the death of Wu Qingling, a stepping stone, was the first step. Chapter 19, Wukong carries the whole game, hang on one shift a day. I don't know if I can sign. Lin Fan sheathed his long sword and went to the three cloaked men to touch the corpses. These were his trophies. He also planned to collect Wu Qingling's corpse in a little while as well, to see what this dog Dato had in store for him. He was in a good mood, and he was still in the mood to hum a little song, thinking that he could pick up Lin Mengye back afterward. It's even more exciting. Over the big tree, space rippled. Wuxi was suspended in midair. Her aura was out of this world, and there was a sense of haziness about her that it was clear that she had no veil on her face, and no mist to hide it, but at this point came any of the, neither could accurately describe her appearance, only feeling hazy and absolutely beautiful. Lin Fan was lost in thought as he looked at Wujiu. There was actually this kind of stunning color in the world. It was almost as if a fairy had descended to earth, beautiful to a point of near perfection. Fairy, you, hello. Lin Fan was momentarily nervous and stumbled over his words. However, he didn't notice that Preceptor Lao's aura had become illusory all of a sudden. Ringmaster is desperately trying to hide his presence. Give me that heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf. Wuxi looked at Lin Fan indifferently, his tone not to be questioned. This, fairy, I got it because I fought hard to get it. Not that I don't mean to give it to fairy. I think we should get to know each other better. Lin Fan said awkwardly, although he also wanted to please this fairy. But it's more than a little painful to just give it away. Click. A huge and indescribable sense of pressure enveloped the sunny pill garden. The trees in this area of the dense forest were actually hardened and broken by invisible objects. Lin Fan's head landed on the ground. His body slumped on the ground and he couldn't get up. Great fear gripped him. He opened his mouth in panic, realizing that it was no longer under his control. The nerves no longer perceived the mouth. The palm of Wu Yao's hand opened, and the heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf floated past Lin Fan's body, putting his things away. No Lack said, you, who have disrespected him, deserve to have your limbs broken. Please. Lin Fan's hands and feet twisted in the opposite direction, as if they were being pulled hard to the back. All he could do was feel it all in horror, desperately calling out for his teacher, but there was no response to the. He could only watch as his arms and legs turned into twists. Unable to scream. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly appeared in the blue sky and thunder roared. Wujiu withdrew her mana. Her hand appeared to have cracks. Not a trace of blood flowed out of it. Disdainfully, he looked at Dark Cloud. Clocked by Qi. It's really irritating to be revolted by merely giving some lessons. The cracks in the flawless vein hand healed, and with a gentle pull towards the distance, dots of ripples appeared in the turquoise blue sky. A blue ribbon was ripped off. The skeleton man Golem and Li Jingmo were pulled out from it with a bewildered look on their faces. He came in and somehow made it to the plains and kept getting lost in it, unable to find his way out. As soon as he returned to his senses, the scenery changed and his body couldn't move. Click. It was as if the skeleton man puppet and Li Jingmo had been gripped by giant hands and pressed down into a round ball. Flesh and blood were closely fused with bone marrow, and instead of dripping, the blood became a bloody cloth around the orb. Li Jingmo had a bewildered look on his face until he died. Everything was too fast. So fast that he didn't even know he was dead. Lack of indifference looked on, then disappeared in midair, and the dark clouds slowly dispersed. Lin Fan gasped for air, like a drowning person who had suddenly returned to the clearing and was able to take a big breath of air. Lin Fan, that woman just now was able to make me feel instinctive fear, and if I had appeared, definitely I will be put to death. My current remnant soul is just too weak. It's just rootless. So you just watched as my arms and legs were broken and I was wantonly abused? Lin Fan yelled at Ring Old Man, who desperately needed an outlet for his anger, to cover up his fear and incompetence. Plus the heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf was also lost, losing his wife and his army. It made him suffocate. Elder Ring quietly waited for Lin Fan to vent, using his remaining strength to help Lin Fan repair his fleshly body. He was waiting for Lin Fan's fire to die down, but he knew that a gap had been created between master and disciple that would not be filled in the future. It's just a thorn buried in the heart. Teacher, I'm sorry, I lost my temper. After Lin Fan's anger subsided, he reacted that he shouldn't have insulted Elder Preceptor in any case. If there was no Elder Preceptor, where would he get those divine techniques? There would be a lot of places in the future where he would need to rely on Elder Preceptor's guidance. It's alright. It's good to experience more things to sharpen your mind. Your limbs, I have connected the meridians on the bones and can barely move. I need to slumber now. Okay, Teacher, come on in. The ring old man shrank back into Lin Fan's ring, and if he didn't fall asleep and regain his strength, he was going to have his soul scattered. After the ring elder went in, Lin Fan's expression clouded over and he finally headed straight for the exit, not even in the mood to take the loot on the ground. Deep in the dense forest, Wu Qingling leaned against a boulder that was crawling with moss and stained Wu Qingling's back. He hadn't run very far when he felt a great sense of oppression, and then dark clouds rolled in and thunder burst, scared him for a moment, thinking that it was a Taoist friend from somewhere who was here to cross the threshold. But fortunately it didn't take long for it to dissipate. That pressure also disappeared. Wu Qingling ripped open the tattered hole in his dhoti, and there was no black mist inside. All there was immaculate flesh, not even a scar left behind. So little time, and the fatal wound is restored? He could still recall the touch of the long sword stabbing through his heart, the coldness of he almost thought he was going to die right there. This action also served as a wake-up call for Wu Qingling. All things don't turn the way he wants them to. Reality isn't a game anymore. It can't be run the way it is. For example, if it's clearly a copy of a novice village, you should just go straight to the inheritance and be put through the ringer. As a result, there was a random teleportation that shouldn't have happened, causing him and Bai Ruoyan to scatter, and a trip to the returning ruins. That's where the gameplay contradicts the background description of the setting. He came this time because he had Bai Ruoyan to back him up, but once Bai Ruoyan wasn't here, it would be in danger. As Wu Qingling reviewed his introspection, his pair of eyes suddenly dimmed and he planted himself straight on the ground. O impotent dustfolk, has the flame of thy life been extinguished once so soon? The deep, dark ocean at the end of the scorched earth, with the tall woman looking down on the small teenagers. Wu Qingling had had one experience and didn't dare to stare at her face, and in a moment of reaction, immediately, he looked down below the neck. This time he could see that there was a faint black mist around the mysterious woman. From the black water the dragon skeleton floated out and attached itself to her torso. The color was so light that it didn't detract from her delicate jade feet that weren't covered in anything. Wu Qingling observed his body, slightly illusory, and he had a guess in his heart that he was now in a state of spiritual awareness. What do you mean? I was stabbed through the heart but my soul didn't return to heaven and earth because of you? A lot of black mist has surfaced from my wounds, and the outward appearance is extremely similar to the black mist around you. Thou hast not yet fulfilled thy covenant, and thy life is not to be taken. I hope thou wilt die a slower death next time, and go back. The mysterious woman did not answer Wu Qingling's question and waved her hand gently at him. He found himself floating out of the black mist and seemed to hear the darkness murmuring in his ears. In the endless depths, Wu Qingling saw a flash of fire and he opened his eyes. Chapter 20, I'll be with you till the end. Wu Qingling opened her eyes to see a large question mark and a pure white mask. He tried to move but realized he couldn't, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fixed a clear look. Is a temperament of dusty beauty, exudes if not hazy feeling. The body is nearly impeccably perfect. Ruyan? This thought flashed through Wu Qingling's mind, but quickly ruled it out. Because Bai Ruoyan wasn't as tall as her, the human heart was also a circle smaller. Who are you? My sister is from the true martial immortal sect. I can give you whatever you want. Yes? A strand of Wu Qingling's hair slipped down from the side of his ear, and Wujiu helped him to hold it behind his shoulder. Wuxi reached out and touched Wu Qingling's lips, slowly moving to her chin. Wu Qingling could clearly sense the softness and temperature of her fingers. This isn't going to be a sex grab, is it? Wu Qingling's heart went cold and she said in a hurry. Ahem. This, fairy sister, as pretty as you are, I'm not that kind of guy. I'm a swordsman, and as a swordsman, the most important thing to keep away from is emotion. Women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. I have pledged my body and soul to the way. Wujiu suddenly laughed. The sound of laughter was so clear and crisp to the ears that Wu Qingling couldn't see the silhouette of the person under the mask. But think it will be thrilling. You're lying. You smell like a woman. This. Wu Qingling was dumbfounded. He did touch a woman before. I guess I ran into the scent of Ruoyan-san's body on the flying sword. And it's over. Do you want to know what I look like under my mask? Just when Wu Qingling was at a loss for words, Wujiu opened his mouth and whispered in Wu Qingling's ear. The hot breath exhaled hit Wu Qingling's ear, causing his heart to flutter. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that this fairy sister's voice was mixed with some cunning. Wu Qingling wanted to say back to her that he didn't want to know, but he was afraid that this fairy sister would get annoyed and kill him. Answer: want to know it. In case got down to say would know too much. To protect the secret, need to silence the cloud will be trouble. Wu Qingling was silent for half a second and spat out two words. Whatever. Yukong took the mask off, and a haze like a veil covered her face. Wu Qingling sighed with relief. Still looking good not to see. Do not have to worry about being killed and killed. And some speechless. What's the point of wearing this mask when you can't see it anyway? Did you come here to amuse him? He looked at the mysterious fairy sister with a touch of pity that, from the figure and voice, it could be inferred that the person himself was definitely not bad looking, but it was a pity that he was stupid at such a young age. But he didn't dare to say so directly. Ah, it's so beautiful. I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you. Fairy sister, you can't really have come down from the sky. Wu Qingling tried to act surprised, desperately imagining the woman in front of her removing her clothes. The most innocent look to give his eyes a little more credibility. Are you trying to walk me through it? Wasn't this topic a little too jumpy? Wu Qingling didn't know how to answer. He wanted to say no. As it turned out, the word couldn't get out of my mouth. Helplessly Wu Qingling could only go along with her. I've got a lot of redheads, but I'll walk you through it. Emotional issues can be cultivated slowly, and maybe you'll recognize me for what I am. And if you still want to stay with me then, come on then. Wu Qingling, this statement is from his heart. He's just a LSP who will like a lot of people, but he will be good to everyone and will not abandon any of them. He felt that this fairy sister was not bad, and her cultivation was high, and now she was greedy for his body. Since I can't resist, I'll just go along and enjoy it anyway. Yukong let out another laugh. Very well, I'll accompany you to the end. Here are the herbs I picked up, and now I'm giving them to you. Yukong threw out a verdant leaf. His body blurred and disappeared. Wu Qingling realized at that moment that the power that had imprisoned his body had disappeared with it, and subconsciously took the leaf. I'll go. Heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf. Why did you give this to me? Didn't Lin Fan get this? Is it hard to believe that there's a second piece? Or is Lin Fan being robbed? This fairy sister is a rich woman like Ruoyan. He was born with a bad stomach, good for soft food. Wu Qingling sighed. I should have known to ask for a contact information. Adding a sound transmission jade slip is also good. He silently put the Heaven and Earth exotic plant Daigo leaf into his storage ring. Don't want it for nothing. This could be the fruits of his labor. He had just been taken advantage of so much. It was reasonable to collect something now. It was Wu Qingling who felt strange. This is sure that both sides did not mistake the gender? Wu Qingling gathered her emotions, affixed the talisman, and ran back towards the medicine garden inheritance. It is said that the most dangerous place is the safest. As soon as Wu Qingling arrived, he found a pile of blood on the ground and an unidentified sphere smashed on the ground. There were a number of weapons scattered on the ground. After observing behind the tree for a while, Wu Qingling came closer and picked around. A bunch of weapons on the floor. Sledgehammers, lances, whatever, all of somewhat low quality. Wu Qingling couldn't see this. After thinking about it, he put it away. It's not bad to take it and melt it to sell raw materials. A mosquito's leg is still meat. No one would mind having too many spirit stones, isn't it? When it comes to earning extra money, he picked things up as soon as they were sharp. The weapons were not far from each other. It was as if it had been collected and then thrown out in a panic, saving Wu Qingling a lot of effort. Wu Qingling walked over to the unidentified sphere. He had already put away any weapons that were on the ground. The storage ring wasn't spared either. He wrapped his mana around his hand and flicked the blood away from the sphere, and a face came into view. Wu Qingling raised an eyebrow. It was Li Jingmo. Continuing to rummage around the sphere, he found a pile of bones, and, as expected, Li Jingmo's skeleton man puppet was also here. What a horrible death. Wu Qingling spat out a sentence. Her hand movements continued. Finally, he found a suspected fingertip and a pile of minced meat and took out Li Jingmo's storage ring. If the clothes weren't so crappy, they wouldn't even be good enough to utilize for secondary recycling. He'll also recycle Li Jingmo's clothes as well. Wu Qingling sat down to count the supplies. There were a total of 4 storage rings, all of which were of very low quality. Only the Li Jingmo one is better. 3 storage rings of the same style with the same things stored inside. For each storage ring, 3 bottles of first turn lower grade Peiyuan Dan, 732 standardized spirit stones, several changes of black cloaks and hoods. Wu Qingling poured out the Peiyuan Dan and found that there were 7 pills in a bottle. He put all the supplies into his storage ring and kept the empty one separate. Only then did he open Li Jingmo's storage ring. Good things were meant to be seen last. Well, 5 bottles of the second turning lower grade Peiyuan Dan, also 7 grains each, 5,682 standardized spirit stones. Not bad, not bad. Li Jingmo still has a bit of a money-saving mindset, and a few puppet feats. And, published by the Yellow Spring sect, the quality is a bit low. Forget it, it's good as a collection. Chapter 21, Candlewicks Pact. Wu Qingling nodded with satisfaction. The harvest was not bad this time. There were 9 bottles of first turn lower grade cultivation pills alone, and 5 bottles of second turn ones, all of which could be taken out and sold for at least 2,000 spirit stones. An ordinary disciple's salary in a large sect is only in the range of 100 to 300 a month, and with different spirit stones. In Tendu City, the lord of the city would only be treated twice as well as this. This includes only the most basic salary. Tendu City is at the behest of this regional dynasty. The dynasty, in turn, was the largest sect that took orders from Yongning Prefecture. The children of the worldly families inside Tendu City were estimated to be lucky to have 20 standardized spirit stones a month. Wu Qingling didn't do much on this trip, not counting the treasure of heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf. Just by touching the corpse, he had touched 7,878 spirit stones, and once he sold the weapons, storage rings, and elixirs, he would have an income of at least 5,000. It all adds up to $10,000. Wu Qingling shook his head, killing and setting fire to the gold belt. However, these people were disciples of the Yellow Springs sect, and were considered to be members of a large sect. Usually there weren't so many rich people coming to let Wu Qingling touch the corpse. Go in peace. I'll spend the money for you. Wu Qingling left this place without looking back and headed for the gate of the inheritance. There should be no teleportation to the returning ruins this time. As for Li Jingmo and his group, Wu Qingling had no intention of helping them collect their corpses. If they didn't die this time, Wu Qingling would go back and find a way to get them killed. These people were involved in poisoning and murdering himself, as well as by Royan and Zilu. It would have been a well-deserved death. He's just an ordinary man, not so kind-hearted. What with his death and his grudge wiped out, then something about dust to dust and helping them bury their bodies, which he didn't give a about. I almost forgot about business. Just now when I saw Sister Fairy, Wu Qingling slapped his head. He hadn't studied why he didn't die when he came out from inside the returning ruins. It's obvious that one is under the influence of that mysterious woman. The woman's breath was as ordinary as a mortal's, making him unable to see through her cultivation. Her true cultivation must be extremely high. She's connected to the dragon in the black water. In person, he was also incredibly tall, and Wu Qingling always felt a sense of oppression in front of him. People are instinctively fearful when confronted with creatures larger than themselves. A panel appeared in front of him. Name, Wu Qingling. Characterization, supporting role. Talents, Jianmu medicine spirit body. A promise is a promise. Embedded Taoist fetus. Candle Dragon's Pact. Wu Qingling's eyes stared. Was the woman in the returning ruins actually Candlewick? He remembered that the Candle Dragon clan still existed within the background of this game. Candlewick wasn't the only one. I just don't know who this woman is. Candle Joeen's daughter? Granddaughter? Cousin? Sister? Next of kin? Or is it Candlewick himself? There were just too many possibilities, and Wu Qingling frowned slightly. He clicked on the emerging talent with his mind. Candlewick's Pact. You have made a pact with the ancient deity Candlewick to bring her the promised item. During this period, you will be sheltered by the Candle Dragon, and will be able to remain immortalized for 1 minute every 7 days. Wu Qingling's eyes widened. This talent was strong enough. The cooldown was only 7 days. Isn't that the equivalent of carrying around invincible time? At the same time the heart sank slightly, and all the gifts of heaven and earth had long since marked their price in the dark. A god or goddess that only existed in the backstory. Making a deal with it was like asking a tiger for its skin. The fact that such a powerful skill has been given to him shows the difficulty of what needs to be accomplished. Why else wouldn't she go by herself? Wu Qingling turned off the panel. It would not help to think too much now. When his cultivation was high, I'm sure I can everything up. So what if Candle Dragon is stronger? How can it be stronger than the final boss? A bunch of guys who should have stepped into the coffin a long time ago were just a bunch of guys. And he was in a much better mood when he thought about it. Immortalization, when used wisely, can turn decay into magic in adversity. Wu Qingling put away all the pills and spirit stones, and now he had to go find Bai Ruoyan. Since coming into this secret realm, he hadn't met Bai Ruoyan. 5 hours later, Wu Qingling had strolled around the dense forest and still hadn't found any sign of Bai Ruoyan. It wouldn't be going in to get the inheritance, would it? Wu Qingling quickly headed towards the gate of the inheritance office. He pushed open the door made of wide leaves, and entered to see a mess of. A white silhouette looked back at him. Linger, you're finally here. Sister Ruoyan, it's great that you're okay. There was a mysterious man with a mask just now. Have you seen her yet? She's a dangerous person and needs to be dealt with carefully. Bai Ruoyan's eyes flickered slightly, pursing her elastic lips slightly. Hands from the white palace skirt under the corner of the clothes down. The hem of the skirt hidden through the snow-white calves. Twisting the tuner toward Wu Qingling walked. Stroke Wu Qingling's face. I've passed the inheritance and gotten the relics of the Mori water fairy. Bai Ruoyan stroked it delicately for a while before pulling out a jade slip from her storage ring. I've had all the books here inscribed on this. There are some books that the true martial immortal sect doesn't include either. They're more out-of-the-way books with unknown authors, but they can be used to grow in insight. Thank you Sister Ruoyan. Wu Qingling had the vestigial feeling that his elders had given him a bunch of exercise books for the New Year's holidays. Then how many revolutions are the inherited feats here? 6 revolutions. Cultivating to the 6th realm won't be a problem. But that's about it. It's called listening to the rain and nourishing Chi Lotus Heart technique. And I've burned it all into the jade sketch. The 6th realm, or the enlightenment technique, which was called a great chance through the heavens in the Yongning prefecture. If the word gets out, how many people will rush to break into the secret realm? The circulation of the gong method outside is expected to set off a bloody storm, but by Ruoyan's comment is a sentence that's all. And I have to say that people from big clans are different. Wu Qingling became more and more optimistic about the true martial immortal sect. That's fine. It's not bad to use it to gain insight and build up a base. Wu Qingling took the jade slip away. What he was currently practicing was the true martial immortal sect's basic vomiting method for disciples to build their foundation. And there was no such thing as a gong method yet. Because what the essence refining realm needs to cultivate is just to allow the body to adapt to the mana and accommodate it. There's a miniature Dantian. With his vision, he surely can't look at this gong method. How can we say that it should be paired with a supreme tome that can theoretically be cultivated to the 9th realm? While a theory is just a theory, the vast majority of feats don't even have that theory. Most several turn techniques can only be cultivated up to a few turns, because the body has already been subconsciously transformed by the technique. And some of the paths are wrong. It's hard to think outside the box. And of course there are people who push the boundaries, but they are few and far between. You need to hurry up. This clan test is fast approaching. And if you don't want to miss it, just cultivate to the late essence refining realm. Don't worry, I'm sure I'll be in time. Wu Qingling confidently patted her chest back. Resources. With a good sister in place, he wasn't lacking. Talent. With multiple physiques in place, he wasn't lacking. Is this speed still slowing down? How can the villain compete with the protagonist without some strength? Chapter 22 on Sustainable Development. It's good that you have that heart. I'll take you out. There's probably a lot of people gathered outside now. Good. Wu Qingling nodded at his words and hugged by Ruoyan. Take off. Sister Ruoyan. I'm ready. Let's go ahead and collect the medicine. Do you still need me to carry you by sword for this distance? Besides, I haven't even taken out my sword yet. You're a pretty good hugger. Bai Ruoyan smiled, looked at Wu Qingling favorably, pulled out her flying sword and, the imperial sword brought Wu Qingling to the spirit field, and together with Wu Qingling, they collected all the spirit plants, and Bai Ruoyan packed them up very quickly. Wu Qingling hadn't recycled much before she realized it was over. There were also specialized spells for tidying up spirit fields, such as the weed pulling technique, the wood drawing decree, and so on. There is also a profession in the immortal cultivation world called spirit farming. It's just professional farmers, but not by mortals as such, but cultivators. In the end, Wu Qingling and Bai Ruoyan were the ones who collected most of the medicinal herbs planted in the spiritual fields. Things weren't done and there was some left for the bunnies. That's enough resources for the rabbits to live on, and enough for the spirit field to complete another cycle. Wu Qingling won't do that kind of thing of exhausting himself. Now that he's out, this medicinal garden will be closed. Who guarantees that it won't come out again after a few decades of getting it? It's stupid to focus on the immediate benefits. Outside the Mori medicine garden, people from all the major families surrounded this outside. Lin Luoyu, the patriarch of the Lin family, stood with the other 3 patriarchs of the lineages, embracing the lord of the city in the center. Behind them stood the elites of their respective clans, guarding their surroundings. They are Chu Zongda, head of the Chu family, Xiong Lei, head of the Xiong family, and Wang Yuhong, head of the Wang family. Zhao Yuan, lord of Tiandu city. City Lord Zhao, is this some kind of divine weapon coming out? The sound is so great. A not so well-informed matriarch inquired about Zhao Yuan. Fellow Daoist Wang, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the place where Fairy Sin Shui met her demise 1,000 years ago. The city lord's office contains many books, and I happen to see this record. Am I right, Lin Luoyu? I think you should know better. Mori Water Fairy. The moment these 4 appeared, the eyes of the 3 lineage patriarchs flashed with a rich burning color. Fairy Mori Shui was a great figure of the 6th realm, a great power of the realm of enlightenment capable of realizing the great Tao to which she belonged. When you move, heaven and earth change. Burning mountains and overturning the sea is no big deal, and you also have a lifespan of 3,000 years. If I could learn a thing or two about the inheritance, or even the Mori Water Fairy's original technique, that would be a heavenly opportunity, no longer limited to the tiny Yongning continent. Lin Luoyu's eyes saw that the other 4 were not looking good, and fine sweat was seeping from their foreheads. He thought that once the Yellow Spring sect stepped in, he could get the inheritance without moving, and now in this situation, the city lord was obviously upset that he knew and didn't report. His original name was Luoyu. He was a son-in-law of the Lin family. He changed his name to Lin Luoyu and became the patriarch of the family. He had been holding a grudge for a long time, and now this move by the city lord was slapping him in the face, showing his dissatisfaction with himself. Lin Luoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, half unable to say a word. At this time, the other family patriarchs also realized that something was wrong, and they all mentally scolded him for being unkind. I can't believe you want to keep it all to yourself. Zhao Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, his small eyes became a slit, and his obese cheeks twitched. Aren't you going to explain? Lin Luoyu forced himself to calm down and said, I was going to go and notify all of you Taoists, but I didn't realize that this secret realm opened up on its own. This place is called the Mori Pill Garden. It's the spiritual plants left behind by the Mori water immortal during her lifetime. More than that I don't know. Humph. So who turned it on now? It's someone from the Yellow Springs sect. Fellow Taoist Lin, why are you still babbling about not telling the truth? This place is separated from the Yellow Springs sect by I don't know how many continental boundaries. So how could someone from that kind of great sect come? Wang Yuhong looked disdainful, thinking that Lin Luoyu was still fooling him. The Chu and Xiong family heads chimed in from behind, and they agreed with Wang Yuhong's words. Zhao Yuan did not exit. His expression changed slightly, and the burning color in his eyes receded for the most part. He is aware of a certain insider knowledge, but the more you know, the less good it is. People in his position have to learn to play dumb. There are some things you shouldn't know that are best never known. Ahem. In that case, let's wait here for our Taoist friend from the Yellow Springs sect, and receive him in his honor. Incidentally, let's see what's in here. Several patriarchs quickly chatted with Zhao Yuan, and the news of the Mori water fairy struck within their hearts. The original despair about the road ahead of his heart was quiet and active again, actively guessing the purpose of the Yellow Springs sect coming here. The sun was burning hotly in the forest of fireflies, and the already restless crowd became even more agitated. The noises kept coming out. All be quiet. Zhao Yuan had reached everyone's heart with his voice. The faces of the family patriarchs did not look good. These family juniors were simply disgracing them, empty of cultivation, but poor in heart, making so much noise that the city lord came out to maintain order. The scene was quiet for a moment, with only the patriarchs of the families next to the city lord still talking. Someone's coming out. Some sharp-eyed one saw a silhouette appear at the exit of the secret realm. The figure stumbled along, pestle and sword in hand, one step at a time. Isn't that loser from the Lin family? I think his name is Lin Tian? It's Lin Fan. I just saw this punk the other day. I wonder how this punk got out of here. He wouldn't have gotten the inheritance, would he? Then isn't this equivalent to the Lin family getting it? Will the Lin family not take off now? Directly become the #1 family in Tendu City. Lin Fan's arrival enlivened the deadly silence. From time to time, greedy, scornful, disgusted eyes swept over him. Lin Fan was in a subtle mood right now, not in the mood to care about this, and seeing that the Lin family was also in the bury your head and walk over. Lin Luoyu frowned. He didn't figure out how the Yellow Spring sect's people didn't kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan had turned from a waste to a genius who could cultivate in the last 10 days or so, winning the clan competition, and he still couldn't look at him. Lin Fan was a bit lucky and had gained some chances, but his Lin family had no shortage of geniuses, lacking only resources, making deals with the Yellow Spring sect and obtaining only great opportunities. The Enlightenment realm was too but practical. He felt that it would be more practical to have a glimpse of the return to Void realm, or even less, the practicing God realm. It couldn't still be the same refined Shi realm as it was now. It wasn't like Lin Fan's chances were his. The resources gained were everyone's. Luo, Lin Daoyu. This Lin Fan is from your Lin family, right? Why is that far-famed loser from your clan here? 2. Did you not send someone into this medicinal garden long ago? Lin Luoyu was interrupted by Zhao Yuan just as he opened his mouth to speak. Perhaps it was by chance that he was here, and entered after finding the secret realm open. After all, it was only a short time before it was forbidden to enter the. It's us who came a little too late. That's not what's important. What's important is where are all the Taoist friends of the Yellow Spring sect? Wait for Lin Fan to come over and ask him. So Lin Fan approached under the gaze of a group of people, which made his heart feel a little bad. It was like being mobbed like a dog, mobbed in his current sorry state. Lin Luoyu took out an elixir for Lin Dan to swallow, and when his state recovered a bit, let him explain what happened to end up in this mess. Chapter 23. Good afternoon, everyone. After listening to Lin Fan's account of what happened, the three family heads were astonished for a while, and City Lord Zhao was also gloomy. Even if they thought about it, they didn't realize when such a character had appeared in Tendu City. One person had killed all of the Yellow Spring sect's people, or abused them. It was simply a great killing god. Are you sure it was that mysterious woman who killed the Yellow Spring sect's people? I saw it with my own eyes, and it's half true. The Yellow Spring sect's people have indeed been killed off. She killed a skeleton man golem of the refining realm. Lin Fan didn't honestly tell everything. He just said that the Yellow Spring sect's people were killed, leading the others to blame the death of the 3 cloaked men on that mysterious woman as well. Or else he would be on the run right now, being hunted down by the Yellow Spring sect. At that moment, suddenly someone perceived a distant sky that a meteor-like stream of light lit up. The stream of light came in a hurry, and Wu Qingling and Bai Ruoyan stepped on their flying swords and landed in front of everyone's eyes. Good noon, everyone. Wu Qingling looked at the bustling group of people who were destined to not even have soup. The corners of his mouth turned up as he saw Lin Fan in the crowd, and Lin Fan needed to fight with his sword as a crutch even when he was standing, and he was mentally certain that the heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf he was carrying was the one that Lin Fan had. One look at him and he was hammered by his fairy sister. I'll leave if there's nothing else. I'm done exploring this secret realm. It'll be closed soon. You guys break up early. Bai Ruoyan nodded and turned into a stream of light and went far away. In this short amount of time of just a few photos, all the people from all the lineages exploded. It's so beautiful, isn't it? How come I've never seen such a beauty before? That sister Wu Qingling, Bai Ruoyan, a genius from the true martial immortal sect. Is it something you can just meet casually? I only met his sister once when I even ran into Wu Qingling on the street. Now can this place still be accessed? And does anyone who knows anything about it say so? Humph. This little white boy has a good sister. Too bad you don't have that blessing. Some were shocked at Bai Ruoyan's beauty. Some envied Wu Qingling for having a good backer. There were others who only cared about whether they could still go into the medicinal garden to get some benefits. And there were even more who disdained Wu Qingling. Lin Fan saw Wu Qingling glaring as if she was fine, and immediately transmitted his voice to Ring Old Man. What's going on? Teacher, didn't you say that Wu Qingling had contracted an evil spirit and would not live long? Maybe it's a chronic death. Can't you see that Wu Qingling is still holding his sister? Maybe it's just that the evil spirit has made his feet weak and it's not good to lose face like this. The ringmaster couldn't decide for a moment how there were still people infected with evil spirits who hadn't died. Did he see that what he read before was a fake tome? He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes flashed with a hint of realization as he transmitted his voice. His sister is from the true martial immortal sect. It's only normal that some divine objects can suppress evil spirits. Humph. But one who relies on external objects, truly powerful, is like that mysterious woman that lift your hand and suppress everything. Lin Fan's heart was a little sour, and he became even more jealous of Wu Qingling. It's all about pretending you don't care. Wu Qingling, what's he doing here? I was wondering why I haven't seen anyone in the teacher's workshop lately. As soon as he left, there were a couple of new headliners. Perfect misses. Xu Mengfan was also in the crowd and saw the stream of light flying away from Wu Qingling from afar. He was still in the teacher's workshop, but he ended up being dragged by his old man, Xu Zong, to be a strong man. Still don't pay attention to the occasion. Indulge in beauty all day long. Still want people outsiders to look at the joke? Xu Zongda hates the iron. This kid goes out every day to fool around and make friends with some foxes and dogs, also known as what 10 do for young people. People Wu Qingling can play. Is a sister touting? Future achievements will not be low. It's him, the Lin family, that's not so capable. When he abdicates, it's not certain that his other sons will make it so easy for Chu Mengfan, who has 7 heirs alone. And regeneration would be a unique line. City Lord Zhao Yuan opened his mouth to propose that everyone disperse. Offending the true martial immortal sect is not pleasant. The mystery man he didn't care about. It was all about the big guys. He was more concerned about his own interests. The others, no matter how unwilling they were in their hearts and their minds, did not dare to refuse Zhao Yuan's offer. Even more so, he didn't dare offend the true martial immortal sect. The 3 family heads led the way and said yes, and the group of people returned to the city with great vigor. Tendu City, Lin Mansion. Lin Fan lay on his couch, his brows furrowed as he let the physician in front of him diagnose him. You're lucky. It's only a mild bone fracture. A month of recuperation and you'll be fine. Good. He quietly watched the physician go away, his dark eyes filled with an unquenchable rage. Teacher, what the hell am I supposed to do? It may not be a good thing for you to go through more trials and tribulations. A ring-old vicissitude voice came out from the ring, causing Lin Fan's heart to flare up a few points more. His sister was in Wu Qingling's residence, and he thought he had it all figured out. But it turns out that Wu Qingling is not to be underestimated. It's not the ringmaster's hand that's likely to roll over. Originally, he thought that Wu Qingling would die, but it turned out that his sister stepped in and made him okay. Piece by piece, one by one, nothing ever happened to make him happy. I have a secret technique I can pass on to you now. Not into the transmutation. You can take in foreign objects from heaven and earth by trickery. You can practice the method of nascent soul now. But the process is very painful, and you are on the path of the devil. Cultivation progress can be made by leaps and bounds in a day, but later on, it will increase the difficulty of realm breakthroughs. Okay, I implore teacher to pass on my secret technique. I'll cultivate this. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and made his decision the moment the ring elder made his exit. I hope you won't regret it later. The ring elder's eyes were complicated. No matter what, Lin Fan was the one he saw grow up. He didn't want Lin Fan to go astray. Could it be that a teacher would doubt my perseverance and talent? In the past, I was the first genius of Tiandu City. Now I'm also a first genius. Wu Qingling is just having better resources than me. As long as I persevere, I can definitely cultivate well. Lin Fan rose from the couch, leaving behind what the physician had said about cultivation. A burning fire refracted in his eyes, and he now had the motivation to move forward. As long as one performs as an even greater genius, then one can also join the true martial immortal sect. He, Wu Qingling, had a good sister and a good backer. Depend on the mountain to fall, depend on the man to walk. Only his course is the right one. Just wait, Yumaha, I'll get you back. Lin Fan shouted in his heart that he would step on all those who looked down on him. He opened the door to his room. He was going to practice now and amaze everyone. Oops. The closed door of the room suddenly opened, and Lin Fan bumped into a maid, pouring tea all over the place. The maid screamed and came back to her senses, realizing that it was the genius who had gained notoriety in recent days, and hastily admitted her mistake. Sir Lin, the slave girl didn't do it on purpose. Humph, just don't mean it. Lin Fan flung his sleeves and walked away. Even the maids were targeting him. The maid lowered her head and silently cleaned up the pieces of the teacup. It was clearly Lin Fan who suddenly came out, and it felt like the current Lin Fan was getting more and more temperamental. Obviously he would be quite polite when he was still a wastrel. Chapter 24. What Sister Ruyan means is that I can do it at the late essence refining realm. Right? Cultivation. At night, the Wu residence. Bai Ruyan sat on the couch, slightly dropping her eyes and fuming. A cold and pleasant voice came out from within her body. What are you thinking? Although Wuxia and Bai Ruyan were one, they were not able to read minds. Bai Ruyan's cherry lips gently opened as she said, will those fragments I saw happen in the future? I'm coming, so I won't. Wu Yao spat out these words with extreme confidence. So what do you want to do? I'm getting disjointed memory fragments. I'll clear all obstacles. For now, you'll cultivate the technique I've given you. After the mana reaches a qualitative change, warming up my aura this way will speed up, and I will strike when I need to strike. When Bai Ruyan heard this reply, her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she felt a little bad in her heart. She didn't like the feeling of needing someone else to protect her man, and she let out a hum as she began to meditate and cultivate. In the courtyard where they live, Wu Qingling was walking down the corridor. He was in a good mood now that he had finished selling everything. After earning a large amount of spirit stones, he specially went to buy some of the most expensive pastries in Tiandu City to share with Bai Ruyan. When she reached Bai Ruyan's door, Wu Qingling took out the crystal dragon and phoenix cake contained in the wooden box from her storage ring. He tasted a piece beforehand and it was delicious, a specialty of Tiandu City, and one could only say that there was a reason why it was expensive. Wu Qingling gently knocked on the door and said gently, Sister Ruyan, rested? Standing in place and waiting for a while and finding no movement, Wu Qingling wondered if he was meditating. So he knocked again, and if there was still no answer he would have to find Bai Ruyan tomorrow. Sister Ruyan? There was still no sound in the room. Wu Qingling's heart sank slightly. No way. Meditating so early. Wu Qingling was just about to put the crystal dragon phoenix cake into her storage ring when she suddenly realized that the doorway was open. He knew this was Bai Ruyan letting him in. Excuse me, Sister Ruyan. Wu Qingling pushed the door and placed the wooden box containing the crystal dragon and phoenix cake on the table case. The wind blew the door softly and he went to close it again. Into the eyes of the white Ruyan embroidered with a little plum blossom lining tightly wrapped beauty sexy delicate body. Waterfall like black hair naturally falling to the hip, not pulled up. Bai Ruyan was sitting on the edge of the couch, and Wu Qingling, the moment she rose to her feet, you can see a tantalizing snow-white landscape from high to low. She approached the chair with a graceful step and sat down, asking curiously in a soft voice, Linger, what did you bring? Wu Qingling opened the wooden box and neatly placed 10 crystal dragon and phoenix cakes. Each piece of white glowing glutinous rice as bright as crystal was carved into the shape of a dragon and a phoenix, and on top of each piece there were red glistening spirit jujubes. The fresh aroma fills the room and whets the appetite. Sister Ruyan, this is the crystal dragon phoenix cake. It tastes good. Try it. Bai Ruyan raised her eyes slightly to meet his burning gaze and made a gesture to take a piece. The plain hand, however, suddenly stopped at the wooden box. Wu Qingling was puzzled. Well, what's the matter? Not to your liking? Of course not. I like to eat everything Linger gives me, But I want Linger to feed me. Is that okay? Bai Ruoyan's eyes flickered as she thought of Wujiu being inside her, so she lightly bit her lip end. The slender eyelashes fluttered lightly, and the delicate face looked pitiful. Looking at Wu Qingling's heart and soul, Bai Ruoyan usually looked like a sister, more or less strong as an elder. It was such a contrast to show him this lovable look now. Of course, Sister Ruoyan, you fed me every day when you were a child. Now it's only natural for me to feed you. Wu Qingling carefully wrapped her manna around her hand, forming a light transparent film. Picking up a piece of crystal dragon and phoenix cake so that it wouldn't be soiled by his hands, he fed it to Bai Ruoyan's small red lips. Fingers absently graced soft, supple lips. Is it good, Sister Ruoyan? Bai Ruoyan savored it, revealing a contented look. Wu Qingling looked stunned. Delicious is delicious, but not delicious to this extent, right? Is it possible that Ruoyan-san is pretending to be delicious so as not to hurt me inside? Just as Wu Qingling was speculating whether it was good or not, Bai Ruoyan turned to the silhouette within her body and delighted transmission. Yeah, why is what Linger fed me so tasty? Alas, it's a pity that you have to warm up your spiritual sense right now. Can't eat it. Wu Yao didn't know whether he heard Bai Ruoyan's gloating or not. Sitting quietly in her dantian and meditating to draw in mana to warm up her spiritual sense, Bai Ruoyan seemed to feel that the mana in her body was being drawn in a little faster. Bai Ruoyan and Wu Qingling fed me a piece and I fed you a piece, quickly finishing the crystal dragon phoenix cake. Next time, I'll bring some delicious pastries to Sister Ruoyan. Sister Ruoyan is tired today, isn't she? I'll go to my room first. Wu Qingling packed the wooden box. He purposely didn't bring chopsticks just to feed Bai Ruoyan by hand. Slowly let Bai Ruoyan get used to being close to him, and it won't take long to get used to it. And she's been flirting with Bai Ruoyan a lot. Maybe someday there would be no need for an event like detox to force contact, or for him to initiate it, but to be pushed against the grain. One step at a time. One step at a time. Today's mission has been accomplished, aiming to completely take down Bai Ruoyan within a few months. Linger. Wu Qingling put away the wooden box, and when she turned around in doubt, she felt a touch of warmth blooming. The back of his head was pressed down by Bai Ruoyan and he was suddenly kissed. He looked at Bai Ruoyan with wide eyes, and Bai Ruoyan's thick eyelashes were slightly trembling, and her eyes were moist and the taut body gradually softened. After a long time, Wu Qingling was gently pushed away when she could barely catch her breath. Sister Ruoyan's rouge is delicious, Wu Qingling was imploring, looking at Bai Ruoyan with a bewildered face. She ruthlessly twisted her head and did not look at Wu Qingling, only leaving Wu Qingling with a tantalizing snow-white neck and scarlet face. Not yet. You can't lose your genesis yet. Wu Qingling looked at Bai Ruoyan's shy appearance and deliberately teased. What Sister Ruoyan means is that I'll be fine at the late essence refining realm, right? Bai Ruoyan lowered her eyes and didn't say anything, looking at Wu Qingling. A burst of fire forcibly pressed down and open mouth. I'll break through to the late stage in a few months, so don't forget Sister Ruoyan at that time. Wu Qingling left Bai Ruoyan with a backdrop and closed the door to her room. It was true that he couldn't right now, but he knew where there was a chance that he could make a quick breakthrough. Before he could do that, though, he needed to plan one thing first. There's a plot character who's just about to come to Tendu City. Bai Ruoyan's body gradually recovered after seeing Wu Qingling leave. Why is Linger so confident? She leaned over the tabletop, carefully recalling the fragments of her unabridged memories. Thinking about what Wu Qingling would do in the meantime. He is going to Wuling Continent, the snowy mountains in the greater part. No Lack came out and said. It was obvious that she had just seen everything the whole time, just as if it was a live broadcast. Bai Ruoyan's eyes were odd as she lightly opened her lips with a little more moistness and said, "Did you just watch like that?" Chapter 25, I just want your body. There was a bit of silence from Wuxi, and then a clear, cold voice echoed in her mind. It doesn't matter. What matters is that in the future he's with me. I will clear away all obstacles. This answer made the happy Bai Ruoyan's heart sink to the bottom. A sense of urgency appeared in her. Wukong doesn't take her, presumably for some purpose, and if her cultivation enhancement could not keep up with Wu Qingling's recovery speed, there was a high possibility that she would never see Wu Qingling again. After thinking about it, Bai Ruoyan said to Wu Yao, "Then why don't you take over me now? Even if it's a bit difficult, it's not impossible to do, for he will grieve that I am now only the future, that is, the one who does not exist." Bai Ruoyan had mixed feelings and went back to her couch to meditate and cultivate. The next day, noon, Wu Fu, martial arts field. Sister Ruoyan, come and spar with me as well. I feel that practicing spitting is one aspect that, more importantly actual combat. I'm inexperienced in real combat. Wu Qingling put down his sword and picked up his water bottle to take a drink. From that time Lin Fan had given him a wake-up call that the fighting force could be without being too strong, but at least enough to stay alive, or you'll be gone before help comes. As soon as he got up in the morning, he ate as usual, and then he went to find Granny Shui, the housekeeper of the Wu mansion, to train him. Granny Shui was the strongest in the Wu mansion besides Bai Ruyan, and was also in the qi refining realm. Old me will just watch from the back as young master and young lady practice their moves. Granny Shui, with her white hair, took the initiative to walk out of the martial arts arena so that the two young men could have a bit of space to get along with each other. She looked at Wu Qingling with relief, knowing that he would read books in the courtyard every day. It seemed that the young master had truly changed his ways. Granny Shui and I are in the same qi refining realm. What's the difference? Hey, isn't this because I'm afraid that Granny Shui is tired? Wu Qingling had a small plan in mind. Practicing with an old lady or with a young and pretty beauty. Any sane person can immediately make an answer. Are you really trying to practice seriously? Really? False. I just crave your body and find it eye-pleasing. Wu Qingling added in his heart. But why do I get the feeling you're looking at me a little wrong? Never mind. It's good that you have it in you. Hopefully, it won't be a 3-day affair. It was all agreed last night that I would break through to the late stage in a few months. No more than 6 months by eyeballing. Bai Ruyan's stunningly beautiful face had a touch of blush added to it, and she softly hummed, striding out onto the sparring field. Her long, slender lashes held the midday sunlight. It also brings out the fair face. What do you want to learn? Swords? Guns? Knives? Or fists and palms? Learn the sword first. Wu Qingling felt that he wasn't quite comfortable with the sword in the morning, and it was still more comfortable with the knife. Then I will pass on to you today the true martial immortal sect's blade technique. The true martial returning blade. I've already paid for the contribution required for the secret book of sword techniques. You're now a titular disciple, and it's not a break in the rules, so after you finish digesting the information within the jade slip, I will polish your incorrect posture in battle. Good. Wu Qingling nodded. The jade slip thing was just amazing. It was an epic-making item just like the sound transmission technique, no longer tied to paper, but a more efficient psychic transmission directly into your brain. Save yourself the effort of memorizing and painstakingly memorizing. Wu Qingling received the jade slip, accepted the information of the sword technique within the jade slip, and inscribed it in his cerebral cortex with his mana. That way even if he becomes demented he won't forget this sword technique. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes, and he had a tentative idea of what all the moves were. The next thing you need to do is fight to get your body to keep up with the memories, while remembering what moves to make where, and how to counter them if they're broken. That's what the real world is all about. Sister Ruyan, come on. Wu Qingling took out a practice wooden sword from the weapon rack on the martial arts field. Bai Ruyan operated in the same way. Basic knife skills such as chopping, slashing, jumping, stabbing, hanging, teasing, pressing, chopping and sweeping, as well as basic footwork such as the lunge and horse stance, and stances such as twisting, tilting, fooing, turning, flipping and flashing. Just try them one by one. Wu Qingling took a half step forward with his left foot. His knee was slightly bent, and his right foot glared at Bai Ruyan. The first one he made, in order, was the cleaver. Boo! Bai Ruyan gently caught it with her knife. The huge reaction force caused Wu Qingling to take more than 10 steps back before stopping. The posture is right. Your body responds excellently, and you can follow it by watching it once. But not enough pizzazz. Harder. Boo. Not enough. Boo. Harder. Boo. A little better than last time. Again. The great sun is setting in the west and dusk is approaching. Lin Mengye, who was practicing in the martial arts arena next door, also ran over. She usually mainly focused on cultivation, at the same time practiced some of the spells of the refined essence realm. She looked at Wu Qingling worriedly, only to see him being repelled by Bai Ruyan again and again, and then rushed through it again and again. This sword technique is obviously very simple. Why is it so difficult for the young master to practice? Wu Qingling was covered in sweat and panting heavily. On the contrary, Bai Ruyan was wearing a white palace dress with lead dust. It's like not going through an afternoon of sparring. It was only then that he realized the gap between his realm and Bai Ruyan's, and how awesome is that clan's first genius reputation. Rest. Bai Ruyan had been acting like an elder's majesty during training, and it was only then that her expression wasn't so serious. Wu Qingling was not afraid in the slightest. Humph. Wait for some time to see him lift his hand to suppress Bai Ruyan. Young master. Hard work. Lin Mengye trotted over and wiped Wu Qingling's sweat. Thanks a lot Yumaha. Wu Qingling held Lin Mengye's small hand as she wiped it, and it had a slightly cool and smooth feeling. Suddenly he felt that there was a line of sight staring at him coldly, and turned around to see that it was Bai Ruyan who seemed to be smiling. Wu Qingling did not move, naturally releasing her hand, and said in a serious manner, Sister Ruyan, Dreamleaf's cultivation level is much higher. She's progressing much faster than I am. It's only been a few days and you're at the early stage of the essence refining realm. A good seedling indeed. The corners of Bai Ruyan's mouth rose slightly, her eyes eased a bit, and she said softly, "You don't have to explain anything, I know she's just your maid. I'm going to take a bath. You can come back in when I'm done washing." Bai Ruyan's skirt trick flew up as she left the martial arts arena. Wu Qingling regained her grip on Lin Mengye's small hand and smiled as she had the intention to try out Dao Mother's talent. "Dreamleaf, I'm really not talented. I practiced for an afternoon before I became a minor success. Do you think if you practiced and, how long will it take? Let's start with a lie. I want to feel a little superior." Lin Mengye's eyes were a little worried, wondering if she would strike Wu Qingling, and hesitantly said, "Well, 2 hours then. Maybe 3. Well, it's okay." Wu Qingling was a little relieved in her heart. It wasn't particularly perverted. Falsehoods and truths should be about the same. Then he said with a straight face, "Where's the truth?" 1 hour. Seeing that Wu Qingling's face didn't look quite right, Lin Mengye hurriedly said, "It's just a small accomplishment. Not much time different from young master. Alas, in the future, you will have to protect this scrappy young master of mine." Wu Qingling flirted with himself. He was actually a genius. It's just that the comparison was made by the wrong person. His talent was already better than most of the people in the true martial immortal sect, bearing in mind that this was a large sect. Chapter 26, Wu Qingling's preference for beauty. Tiandu City, Lin Mansion Hall. The Lin family was located in the third family in Tiandu City, behind the Chu family. Inside the city of Tiandu today fish scale-like white clouds float leisurely. The sky is clear and blue. However, the Lin family was somewhat silent at this time. A noblewoman, over 40 years old, lay on the table bawling her eyes out and, behind it stood the silent maiden. The noblewoman, with her head scarf, green temples, and a long hairpin, was a beautiful woman, and she was a beautiful woman, with her head scarf, green temples, and a long hairpin, wrapped head green soft luo phoenix-tailed skirt, while the plumpness of the self, giving people a kind of Sunyang half-old charm still exist rhyme. "Big brother you have to do it for us." A bald, uncovered head, carrying a folding fan of clay and gold. The middle-aged man wearing an armor-lined white robe lined with treading mountains and translucent earth leather shoes had a sad look on his face and screamed at Lin Luoyu. Lin Luoyu hurriedly picked up the bald middle-aged man and said, "Lady, talk to your brother nicely. What really happened? The clan has just seen some improvement in recent years, but that Lu family took advantage of the night to attack our clan. Inappropriate son of man. How come? The Lu family isn't afraid of being liquidated afterward? Where did they get the nerve to do all this? We all know each other in Xianing City, and the great clans have stood side by side for hundreds of years. They should have had other forces assisting them. I don't know which family made the move. It was most likely the Zheng family." Lin Luoyu's face didn't look too good either. Hundreds of miles west of Tiandu City was Xianing City. There were lineage families within every city, and the Chu family was one of the lineage forces within Xianing City, belonging to the weaker class. There are many others stronger than the Chu family, such as the Lu family and the Zhang family. "Sit down first. You can comfort your sibling more. Don't be too upset. The Lin family, will step in to help in this matter." Lin Luoyu frowned tightly. This man was his sworn brother when he hadn't joined the Lin family. It was more of a partner of the allied families, but tending to depend on the affiliation of the Lin family, and in all reason he should step in to help. But in a big family, it's not possible for just the head of the family to speak for himself. Rather, multiple factions check and balance each other, such as some of the older generation who hold the lifelines of the family business and resources. It's impossible not to listen to them. As expected, as soon as Lin Luoyu's words fell, someone voiced their opposition. "No, family master, you've only been on the throne for a dozen years, and your seniority is still shallow. It's better to leave this kind of decision to us elders. What about the Chu family's affairs? We'll discuss them in detail. Think about it, don't be in a hurry. Listen to the after-action announcements. This, Uncle Lin, the Chu family is now in danger. It's not like the Chu family is going to fall anytime soon. The fall of the Chu family will also have a certain impact on our family's power. Don't worry about this. It won't be a problem for them to hold out for a few months." Lin Luoyu glanced back at Chu Lei, who was comforting the noblewoman, with a bit of a dilemma. It was because of his somewhat awkward position in the family that he had secret dealings with the Yellow Spring sect. Outside the doorway of the hall, Lin Fan carefully collected his breath and eavesdropped on the conversation in the room. Every now and then he glanced at a young girl in the room. The young girl was behind the noblewoman, her face expressionless and her head hung low, her eyes lowered. She held up the noblewoman in silence. "This is your betrothed fiancé. They seem to be in big trouble." "I think so. It's the first time I've seen her, too. I've only heard about it from my father's mouth in the past." The atmosphere in the room became more and more somber as Lin Fan and Old Man Preceptor talked in secret passages. Lady will stay here for a while. I'll take you to the guest room. Lin Luoyu looked at the young girl and said, "This is Sakura, isn't it? So grown up. Go talk to Lin Fan later. Young people have something to talk about. You're still married." The old man of the Lin family who was sitting on the stool sniffed and gave Lin Luoyu an opening. "It seems to be an engagement with your third son, Lin Fan. In the past, he was a genius. It's good for the family to marry the only daughter of the Chu family. If he's still the same loser now, and the Chu family is still the same Chu family, then it's just that. I heard that Lin Fan has recently recovered his talent. Isn't it wrong to marry the Chu family? Might as well get together." The Lin family's old man's words were venomous, not caring about the Chu family's face in the slightest. Some anger appeared on Chu Cherry's face. It didn't matter if he withdrew from the marriage. She never cared for the engagement. And in fact it might have been she who came to withdraw from the marriage, without this business. But this is the result of the Chu family's filial piety to the Lin family for so many years? The noblewoman pulled Chu Sakura and her sobs subsided. Chu Lei's entire person was struck by lightning, not expecting the Lin family to be so unsympathetic. Lin Fan was anxious when he heard it at the door. He was quite satisfied with the marriage contract. His sister was abducted and, it's so hard to appear a great beauty. He burst through the door. It's easy for the Lin family to help out, isn't it? Why don't you save them? The people present glanced at Lin Fan and didn't take it seriously. What right of speech did the middle stage of the essence refining realm have? It's not certain that we'll be able to break out further. Family master, I don't think it's right for your son to come out and babble on such an occasion. The old man of the Lin family accentuated the word family head without any respect. Get out. Lin Fan. Lin Luoyu flung his sleeve and pushed Lin Fan out of the door. Where is his business here? Isn't he here to make trouble? Father. Lin Fan's current cultivation level couldn't resist Lin Luoyu at all. Lin Fan, calm down. You just got impulsive. Your cultivation is shallow now. You're insignificant. Your father will just think you're messing up, and you'll have to have a much stronger cultivation to gain a voice. Elder Ring was advising from the side. Lin Fan's face was unwilling and he walked to the Lin family martial arts arena without uttering a word. After Lin Fan's interlude, Lin Luoyu made amends to the elders and took the Chu family to the guest room. Lady as you can see, big brother, I also have difficulties. Marriage contract, this kind of small things first, not to mention, there's still a way to solve the Chu family crisis. Chu Lei's eyes lit up as he inquired. What way? What is the connection between the Chu family within the heavenly capital city and this Chu family of yours? Chu Lei froze and returned. It's just that I happen to share the same surname Chu. If I had a relationship I would have gone to the Chu family in Tiandu City a long time ago. Alas. Then you may try the other clans within Tiandu City. Those dudes should give everything for Chu Sakura when they see him. There are few more attractive than her in Tiandu City. It's nice that Sakura's beauty has this appeal. But how could those dudes possibly influence the judgment of the world family? There isn't a single fool in the top echelons of the world family who could possibly go to great lengths to support the Chu family just for that. An ordinary fop is unable to influence the judgment of a family. However, there is a special lineage in my heavenly capital city that is extremely small in number. Only 2 people, even though they are also powerful. Chu Lei was confused when he heard it. Isn't the more people in the family the better? The bigger the family, the more people there are. And the kind of families that don't have a lot of people are small families. So how can they talk about helping the Chu family? The Chu family was a subsidiary family, but it was also a medium family within the Yongning prefecture. It's not the kind of small family that compares. It sounds a little unbelievable, but this is a lineage of only 2 people. It's the number 1 family within Tiandu City, and even more so, the number 1 family within Yongning continent, and that's the Wu family. The Wu family has the behemoth of the true martial immortal sect at its back, and Bai Ruoyan is the head of the family. She's the first genius of the true martial immortal sect. As a person, she even favors her younger brother, Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling is a man who spends a lot of time in the teacher's workshop, dabbling in women's affairs and enjoying beauty. It's a total dude. You guys can start with him. Chapter 27, White Wolves in Empty Gloves. Noon. Wu Qingling was sitting steadily in a pavilion on the riverbank, fishing the river. With the sun shining directly down on him, Lin Mengye fanned him from the side. There was also a young girl sitting beside her, conversing occasionally. Chu Sakura's first impression of Wu Qingling was very bad, and she had heard all kinds of bad news when she was still in the future, especially since she had come to him today or because of her own superior posture. Her parents had requested her to seek help from the Wu family, which made her feel like a commodity in her own right. Will young Master Wu not give it more thought? I, the Chu family, will reward you generously for this matter. M.S. Chu, what exactly is the thick report? Wu Qingling looked sideways at Chu Cherry. He had received the news yesterday when the Chu family arrived in Tiandu City. The invitation came the next day. Into the eye was a pinkish intent. her straight pink hair falling naturally around her waist. A few strands of hair rested in front of her shoulders, and 2 strands on her left and right sides rested gently on her face. Pink and white lapel blouse, light-colored romper. The girdle waist long skirt outlines the full breasts and slender waist, sitting demurely in the pavilion. The snow-white complexion under the pink skirt is hidden. The Chu family. Chu family is willing to be subordinate to the Wu family. This is a generous reward? I need the Chu family as a vassal? A penniless family? Can you say something practical? Wu Qingling stared playfully at Chu Cherry, even though she was also the female lead. But that's not a good idea, is it? Shouldn't it be a pie in the sky? Chu Sakura pursed her lower lip, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. This dude was looking at her in a very unusual way. Why don't you say something? You must know that nothing falls out of the sky. You have to give some benefits for helping your Chu family, but it seems like you can't afford to pay that price. Then what does young Master Wu want? 60% spirit field. Young Master Wu, change your request. Chu Cherry refused Wu Qingling. The spirit field was the Chu family's biggest source of income. If you give it out, the family's income and expenses will be a problem. Her voice was crisp and nice and seductive. Or yourself. You. Wu Qingling interrupted what Chu Cherry was trying to say. Don't get me wrong. I just want you to work for me. Young Master Wu, don't go too far. I am now married. Chu Cherry's eyebrows were furrowed. She did not believe Wu Qingling's words in the slightest and subconsciously grabbed the corner of her skirt. She wasn't a fan of the marriage contract, but she hoped to take this as a hint to Wu Qingling not to be like this. Wu Qingling's smile grew even wider. Wasn't having a marriage contract more exciting? Think again. The engagement means nothing to me, and I'm not that kind of person. I've never done anything to force a woman. Wu Qingling flashed an affectionate smile and pulled the hooked fish out of the water. Put into the basket by Lin Mengye in the space. You've caught another fish. Young master, it's a lucky day. I'll make it for you myself tonight. Chu Sakura looked at Wu Qingling with complicated eyes. She had thought that with her beauty to say a word could make Wu Qingling help. The idea of committing herself to him did not. Even if Wu Qingling was very handsome. She's also not used to using herself as a bargaining chip. But the family is really at stake. And if the Lin family doesn't come to their aid, only the Wu family will. On the one hand, there was the family, the expectations of the parents. And on the other hand, there was herself, which gave Chu Sakura a headache. Young Master Wu. Chu Sakura called out to Wu Qingling once again, her voice even softer. Have you decided? Can't we get another one? I gave you 2 options. It's up to you what you choose. Following my treatment won't let you down. My family is quite powerful. Chu Sakura did not reply, and the scene was quiet for a moment, with only the sound of the river flowing in a stream. Midnight. Wu Qingling withdrew from his meditative state and stepped on the table, writing and drawing from time to time. It's in Chinese plus pinyin, and the usual writing in this world is not actually Chinese. Rather, it's another text that exists in the game setting, and only the dialogue inside the game box while playing the game is in Chinese. Coming here to write in Chinese no one could understand at all. Wu Qingling was afraid it was not safe, and added pinyin. That way no one but him can read what's written. He organized the recent need to plan things in his head and wrote it out. 1. The heroine Chu Cherry's family is damaged to seek refuge. This woman's character is cold. Taking it down requires a lot of pulling, and the original opportunity to lean in was to block a knife for her. 2. Most of the snowy mountain chances will open up in a few days. The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed is situated in a cave at the top of the snowy mountain, guarded by numerous snow beasts. These 2 things are what Wu Qingling needs to do. The female lead can't be spared. One of the future demon lords. Got to take it down. Wu Qingling is familiar with her character and can take targeted measures. This is not a big problem. The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed, on the other hand, can improve the spiritual roots and reunite the 5 elements. This is a great benefit for the future. It is not unusual for immortal cultivators to use only spells that correspond to their spiritual roots, and as they rise in the realm of using other spells with different attributes would be unbalanced and even backfire. Only the phallic elements could do twice the work with half the effort. Otherwise it would be half the work with twice the effort. This treasure, the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed, can ignore such conditions. It helps in the fights wonderfully. Wu Qingling stopped her pen. All of this needed to be completed in time for the sect examination. Calculating time in this way is still quite tight, especially how to enter the large part of the snowy mountain to take the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed needs to be well planned. Inside the Lin family's guest room, which was more than 30 blocks away, Chu Sakura's family had not yet fallen asleep either. Chu Lei was meditating in the guest room next door, and the atmosphere between Chu Sakura and her mother Chu Yening was somewhat silent. Chu Yening had been talking to her daughters all afternoon, and her heart was very anxious. Nowadays, The Chu family's one wrong step is the end of the family. Those families do things by cutting off the roots and will not let go of any of the losers. Sakura-chan, you know how things are in the clan. We have nothing to show for it right now. And, you'll go look for young Master Wu again tomorrow. No, going too often will be resented. You'll go again in a few days. Mother, that man is a womanizer. I've done the math. If we stop attaching ourselves to the Lin family, taking out 60% of the spiritual fields should barely be able to maintain income and expenditure. Chu Cherry took Chu Sakura's hand. The Wu family is a good place to go. Bai Ruoyan is gifted. As a younger brother, even if his talent is poor, piles of resources can be piled up later. It's impossible to take out 60% of the spirit field. She actually meant for her daughter to climb up to the Wu family. But it's not good to say it too harshly, and can only try to imply to her daughter that Wu Qingling is actually not bad. Chu Sakura subconsciously drew out the hand that was pulled, but still held back, lowering her eyes, and pink hair fell over the table. Yes, mother. These words put a great deal of pressure on Chu Sakura's heart. Did her mother just treat her like a bargaining chip? If young Master Wu really has his eye on you, there's no need to be afraid. The Lin family would have wanted to back out of the marriage. I see that you're not too attached to that Lin Fan either. You don't have any worries. Aha! Chu Sakura's heart was bitter. The phrase without any worries sounded ironic. Chapter 28. Does he want me to accompany him outside? Now, small forest on the outskirts of Tendu City. Return to the one chop. A bolt of green light flashed through the forest, weaving through large trees that were split with a rumble. Wu Qingling looked at the long knife in his hand. He had become more and more skillful with this knife technique over the past few days, and it was about to become a great success. It wasn't just because of the primary blade technique, it was also because of the excessive talent. Normal true martial immortal sect's outer disciples would choose to cultivate the basic weaponry technique upon entry. As in the case of the sword technique category, the true martial returning blade, it is only after the great accomplishment that one can choose to advance the technique, and the average length of this process is 5 years. Wu Qingling did not slow down. The knife flower turned, a move between the faster and faster. The articulation became more and more natural, and all of a sudden, green ons flew. Young master, someone is watching you. This won't be a stolen lesson. Don't worry about it. You can't learn it without a corresponding mind. Yes. Wu Qingling's hand movements remained unchanged. The blade light flashed and cold stars dotted, like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. Chu Sakura stepped into Kobayashi, her pink hair swaying gently as she did so. Peach blossom-like eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. She had come to Shaolin to take a break and never thought she would run into Wu Qingling practicing her sword technique, secretly marveling that this sword technique came from his sister. I guess. She hadn't seen such a subtle technique in Xianing City. The original impression of loathing had slightly changed, whether it was the practice of spells or martial arts. All of them require persistence and cannot be sustained by those who are not persevering, and the more advanced the martial art, the more time is required. It seems that this Wu Qingling is more than just a flower-hungry womanizer. I've been working hard where others can't see me. Wu Qingling did not look at Chu Cherry behind him. He naturally knew exactly what Chu Cherry was thinking. He's been practicing all morning, just to squat, so Chu Cherry can see another side of him and build a new persona. Don't mind if I stink. As soon as Wu Qingling stopped moving and stood with his sword collected, Lin Mengye trotted over. She took the long knife in Wu Qingling's hand and delicately wiped the sweat on Wu Qingling's forehead. Young master's body doesn't stink. If you want to say so, it has a light grassy scent. Lin Mengye smelled Wu Qingling's body and blushed slightly. When she was done wiping, Wu Qingling walked over to Chu Sakura's side. Ms. Chu, I've kept you waiting. It seems the rumors aren't always true. No one in Tianta City knows that young Master Wu is so diligent in private. That's true. Young master can be diligent. Lin Mengye nodded, agreeing with Chu Cherry's words. Heaven forbid, I just feel like spending my time enriching myself. That way you won't be shaking your head in the future when things get tough. Wu Qingling smiled modestly and guided Chu Cherry to the pavilion at the edge of the small forest. Bring out the pre-prepared tea. I didn't count on having guests. These are just random drinks I usually have after practice, so please forgive me. Where? This Lin Shi Chui Pian tea is the top spirit tea in the city. Young Master Wu is too modest. The little lady has never had a drink. Try it then. It's quite tasty, in a refreshing sort of way. The little lady will be welcome. Chu Sakura end up lightly taste a mouthful. And not surprisingly, there is a kind of hot summer day by the wind blowing the feeling of freshness. When the vermilion lips were moisturized by the water, he thought for a few moments and said to Wu Qingling, Young Master Wu, I'm just an ordinary person with a little bit of talent. The Chu family is worth more than me even if they are poor, so see if you can be a little more lenient on this condition. No, it seems to me that you're much more precious a person than the Chu family. You know, how many people have tried to evening out my chances? Chu Sakura suddenly realized that Wu Qingling was looking at a certain place and followed his line of sight. It's her human heart. She pulled up the hair that fell around her temples. Her nice voice mixed with a hint of exasperation, and said, "What do you mean by that, young Master Wu? Ahem. Look, there are several unicorns hanging from the tree behind you. I used to catch them and play with them when I was young. At that time I was still sleeping with them in the forest, with the sky as my blanket and the ground as my couch, and my sister scolded me when she found out." Wu Qingling's eyes focused on it, changing the topic of conversation. It's not polite to stare straight at someone when you're not looking back and you've almost revealed what you're thinking. Chu Sakura looked stunned. What does that mean? What is unicorn implying? That sleeping in the woods is a reference to this current situation? Does he want me to accompany him outside? Now, there was some eerie silence in the pavilion. Lin Mengye was behind her in uncertainty and looked at the color of the sky. Noticed that the sky was suddenly gray somehow. Young master, there's only one oil paper umbrella now, but it's not enough for 3 people. I'll go back now and get the rain paper umbrella. Well, go ahead and get back early. Lin Mengye excused himself and left. Chu Cherry saw that there were only 2 people left in the pavilion. Her heart was a bit flustered. Wu Qingling's sword skills were too good. He can't always block it if he wants to come on strong. Young Master Wu, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave and leave. Chu Sakura rose to salute, and suddenly felt a hand pulling at her. What does young Master Wu mean by this? Chu Sakura's eyes grew cold as she secretly mobilized her Dantian mana. Wait a little longer. Wu Qingling silently counted in her mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds. Boom! There was a loud roar from the sky, a torrential downpour, a gale cutting through the pavilion, and the white spirit tea on the table was slightly shaken by the blowing. Wu Qingling looked as normal at this, obviously having expected it. He had been spreading the news in the Lin family for the past few days that the small forest on the outskirts of the city had a beautiful view and was suitable for relaxation. Having Chu Sakura overhear these messages and asking people to walk around the Lin family more often made the outside of the Lin family here noisier than usual, and then specially asked the divination practitioners to project the sky and calculate the hour when it will rain. At the same time, it was forbidden for any outsiders to enter the forest, making Chu Sakura feel that no one was here. I just looked at the sky and it's too late for you to get out now. This rain, it is not mortal rain. Thunder, frost, rain, snow, and so on between heaven and earth. None of which is unusual. You must hide in time or you will suffer from its erosion. Ordinary living beings will become seriously ill or die if they touch it, while cultivators need to operate their magic power. Protect yourself. If they went out with their current cultivation, they would run out of mana in a few tea breaks and be invaded by the heavy rain. It's really unfortunate that this damn weather changes at the drop of a hat. I was going to say that I would continue practicing my swordplay later. There doesn't seem to be a chance now. MS. Chu you say. Wu Qingling pretended to be helpless. It's quite a coincidence. Chu Sakura pulled out her small hand that was being pulled, feeling that something was odd somewhere. Is it really such a coincidence? Is Wu Qingling behind this? No. Chu Sakura felt that this deduction was unrealistic. With the current cultivation level of his, how was it possible to cast a spell that swayed the heavens? It couldn't even drive a spell that called for rain. Here, go ahead and sit down. It's nice to enjoy the view in the rain. Beams of rain snapped from the sky as they beat down on the pavilion. It poured out of the sky as if the heavens had fallen, and rows of drops fell along the eaves of the pavilion, and the branches and leaves of the towering tree swayed and, from time to time, fallen leaves are blown into the pavilion. Wu Qingling and Chu Cherry each served a cup of tea and quietly looked at the scenery outside the pavilion. Chapter 29. The Lin family. Lin Fan, who had ended his day of cultivation, specially bought some pastries and walked to the guest room to find Chu Sakura to contact her. Uncle Lei, Auntie Hua. Lin Fan snorted and put the stuffed pastries on the tabletop. Chu Lei nodded, and Chu Yenning squeezed a smile on his face once he saw Lin Fan had arrived. Geez, what are you doing here? You're here to see Sakura, aren't you? Well, I came to look for Chu Cherry. I've been so busy cultivating these past few days that I haven't greeted her yet. Just come and bring something. Chu Yenning entertained Lin Fan to sit down and poured a cup of tea that was standard in the Lin family's guest room. You're not in time today, Sakura-chan. She hasn't been in the best of moods for the past few days, and has gone out for a walk. Out? Lin Fan looked at the pouring rain outside the house and he didn't think there were many people who still had the leisure to go out now. It's raining so hard now. Did Chu Cherry bring an oil paper umbrella? I'm fine now, too. Maybe she's in the way of the downpour now and is trapped somewhere. Lin Fan got up and retired with a sound of readiness to leave. Chu Yenning played a look towards Chu Lei who hadn't said anything, and Chu Lei sighed and walked over. Xian nephew, don't be anxious. Cherry, she does things with a sense of propriety. I think she brought an oil paper umbrella. It won't get winded. Lin Fan looked at Chu Lei with surprise. The weather was still good this morning. It had just changed suddenly into a torrential downpour. Who in their right mind would go out with an umbrella when the weather is nice? The storage ring space was created with a constant upper limit. The size of his storage ring space as the third son of the Lin family was only 10 cubits, but with his cultivation level, his spiritual sense could only use only 1 cubit. It wouldn't fit in the usual load of weapon spirit stones. Mortals don't go out of their way, and when they see the slightest change in the weather, they go back to their rooms. Immortal cultivators don't usually put oil paper umbrellas in them either, in order to save space, unless they're going on a long trip. Ordinary small rain running magic power hard to resist. There must be a place to avoid the rain. Xian nephew want to sit more. I and your father are also old friends. My nephew is respectful. Lin Fan sat down and had an awkward conversation with Chu Lei and Chu Yenying. In his mind, he wondered why Chu Sakura's parents were chatting with him for no reason at all. Just for the sake of simple contact? But we didn't call in when we met a few days ago. We just nodded when we passed by. What is this today? Lin Fan's heart was a little uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed through the mind. His eyes flashed. It was Wu Qingling. The Chu family came to the Lin family to seek help, and the Lin family did nothing about it. Then they could only go to the Wu family for cooperation, as Wu Qingling's lustful nature would definitely help. Little nephew suddenly remembered that there are still some feats that he hasn't practiced, so I'll take my leave first. Lin Fan hurriedly took out his oil paper umbrella and rushed outside. He felt a pang of anger in his heart when he thought that Wu Qingling might make a move on his fiancée. Quickly run to the Wu mansion. Chu Yenying and Chu Lei looked at each other in dismay. Sakura-chan should have gone to find Wu Qingling today as well. I think it said to go after the walk. Near dusk, Chu Lei glanced at Chu Yenying and said, "Why did you let me go install Lin Fan? It wouldn't be good if Lin Fan disturbed Sakura from spending time with the Wu family's youngest. That's my big brother's kid." "Humph. Still big brother. So how much has your big brother charged you for so many years? Why don't you help? It's bad luck to see Lin Fan. Maybe it's this sweeper that's harming the Chu family. If you ask me, the engagement is off and this bad luck goes away. What nonsense you women speak." Chu Lei immediately quarreled with Chu Yenying. Lin Fan, who had already run out of the Lin family, couldn't hear these words. He was now almost at the Wu mansion. Just as he wanted to knock on the door, he suddenly saw Lin Mengye buying 2 oil paper umbrellas on the street. "Mengye, what's she doing here? Hasn't she been hanging out with Wu Qingling?" Lin Fan stopped his footsteps, and by virtue of the oil paper umbrella covering his face, he watched Lin Mengye's figure from afar. Lin Mengye's mana was running, casting the rush technique on her legs, and holding the umbrella in one hand. Quickly running to the forest on the outskirts of the city, he was afraid that Wu Qingling would be waiting impatiently. This is not the way to the Wu mansion. Where is Mengye going when the rain is so heavy? Lin Fan thought of a possibility and gritted his teeth and decided to follow Lin Mengye to find out what was going on. He always had the feeling that Chu Sakura was there too. A small pavilion outside the forest. I don't know how much time has passed. Chu Sakura's heart sank slightly. This rain didn't have the slightest intention of coming down smaller. Wu Qingling that maid also do not know what to do. Take an umbrella for a long time did not return. Wu Qingling looked at Chu Cherry's not so good face and held back the feeling of wanting to laugh. He put all the oil paper umbrellas into his storage ring before he went out. Now Wu's family oil paper umbrella are in his hands. Lin Mengye go back then. Certainly to look for some. Cannot find before going to buy a ready-made. This back and forth was delayed. Does Miss Chu have an urgent matter? If not, there's no need to be alarmed. Only a few raindrops are being blown in right now, and even if you get hit by the rain, some mana running will resolve itself. What young Master Wu said is true. There are no urgent matters right now, but I'm afraid that something will happen to me later. Chu Sakura pressed the second half of the sentence into her heart and didn't say it. Wu Qingling talked to Chu Cherry in a salty manner, and after burning incense, he saw that Chu Cherry's small face was white. The pink lips were also frozen and lost their blood color. Is Ms. Chu cold? Want to come closer to me? Let's cuddle and get warm. The warm jade within Wu Qingling's sleeve robe exuded a burst of warmth at all times, helping his body temperature to be as normal. When it rains, there is a wind, and this wind is amazing, but it's a wind that takes away the body heat of the living creatures. Those with shallow cultivation could not resist it, and he had specially buried a formation disc next to the pavilion. Absorbing heat and losing temperature faster is just in case. The young woman still has a few cultivation points, so I thank young Master Wu for his kindness. Chu Sakura's sight emitted a faint fluorescent light, obviously using her protective mana to counteract the wind blown by the injurious wind. Wu Qingling put her hand over and gently pinched her palm. Coughing lightly, said, "Miss Chu, my hands are warmer. Use them as a fireplace. Chu Sakura lightly bit her lips and gently struggled, being held firmly. Even if he wants to come on strong, I can't do anything about it. He looks as normal as ever. He looks like he's not afraid of hurting the wind. Either they are in high cultivation or they are carrying exotic treasures. So what should I do? Chu Sakura's beautiful eyes were misted with water, and her heart was sad. Wu Qingling moved the stool and sat beside Chu Sakura, gently hugging. Chu Sakura closed her eyes as if resigned to her fate. Her body trembled lightly, and a hint of redness surfaced on her delicate face. I didn't realize that my first experience would be in a pavilion with a breeze on all sides. It's better than being on the street. Heaven and earth were silent but for the sound of the rain pelting the ground and the wind blowing against the beams. Chu Sakura waited for a long time, but did not see Wu Qingling make a move. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she stole a glance at Wu Qingling, found him looking at him mildly, with an affectionate smile, and with that face of extraordinary divine beauty. It's also a breath of fresh air in a cold place, which makes it even more thrilling. What? Do I have something on my face? After Chu Sakura realized that the stolen glances were discovered by Wu Qingling, like a frightened deer, she closed her eyes tightly and a faint blush surfaced on the snow-white neck. How could I be so rude? Chu Sakura was a bit embarrassed, peeping at others even if it was not enough, but also being discovered by the person concerned. The two maintained a weird atmosphere until Lin Mengye returned. Young master, I'm back. Chapter 30, is it your turn to object? So soon. Chu Sakura was startled to see Lin Mengye's return and stood up from Wu Qingling's side. Wu Qingling was not amused and smiled as she took the oil paper umbrella. LOL. For you. You're giving it to me? Chu Sakura wondered. If we don't give it to her, she won't be able to get out before the rain stops, and she'll be stuck here, calling it a day and calling it a day. Of course, what do you think I am? Just an umbrella. Not worth mentioning. Wu Qingling handed Chu Sakura her umbrella. A familiar fluctuation of mana suddenly appeared in the heavens and earth, and he looked up and 100 paces away was a man hiding behind a tree with an umbrella. Wu Qingling changed her mind and held the umbrella open to cover Chu Cherry. It's not good to fall in this rain. Why don't I walk you back? Chu Sakura looked at the sturdy chest near her eyes and was about to refuse when an angry roar came from outside the pavilion. Wu Qingling, what are you doing to my fiancé? The person behind the tree suddenly removed the umbrella, all the way to the pavilion, ignoring the heavy rain invasion. Wu Qingling looked down at the young girl under the umbrella, pulled up her hair for her, and gently said in her ear, So Miss Chu's fiancé cares about you so much. Is that your reason for refusing? A hot breath blew in Chu Cherry's ears from the close proximity, causing her pretty ears to turn red. You stay away from my fiancé. Seducing a married woman is really inappropriate. The heavy rain obscured Wu Qingling's voice, and Lin Fan could only hear the faint sound of a, but he could see Wu Qingling talking in Chu Cherry's ear in an intimate manner. Wu Qingling watched the duo's reaction with interest. In the original plot, there was such a story, too. However, it was inside the Wu mansion, where the Wu family's eldest son had his pants down, and Lin Fan kicked the door in and rescued Chu Cherry, and then it was triggered by a pretend face-punching episode, and in time to save the day. The protagonist usually shows up at the last minute, having touched everything that needs to be touched, and arriving only one step short of the, unless the player is in control of Lin Fan to get the heaven and earth plant Daigo leaf, this will avoid the fate of being touched. Planning cannot be less scolded. A heroic rescue in such desperation. That favor is rubbing off on you. It made Chu Sakura's original repugnant and disgusting impression greatly change, but this time he didn't force himself on him, and he even thoughtfully warmed up Chu Sakura's body. Lin Fan also did not have heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf. How will the plot develop? For some reason, there was inexplicably some small anticipation in his heart. Lin Fan, your family has already rejected the marriage contract. It's just a matter of tearing your face apart. Besides, the most important thing is that I don't have any feelings for you, and this kind of baby marriage. We haven't seen each other a couple times on both sides. Don't you think that would be selfish? Chu Sakura frowned slightly as she looked at this Lin Fan who ran in from the rain. His long, erect hair was wet with rain, and he looked quite a mess, revealing the clean-cut face of the dark pupils were buried in anger. Honestly, Lin Fan was not bad looking, but deep down Chu Cherry was still a bit disgusted by it. From rebellion. At an early age she learned from her parents that she had a fiancé whom she had never met, but not knowing whether Lin Fan was beautiful or ugly, good or bad, not having the slightest choice, it made her feel extremely depressed. A lifetime locked away. A lifetime with a stranger. This caused her to even come to Tendu City to meet Lin Fan. With her talent restored and her looks not bad, nor was it the least bit favorable. Lin Fan's mana surged, evaporating the raindrops on his body, and he lowered his voice to Chu Cherry. The order of parents and the words of matchmakers. This is in accordance with etiquette. Are you going to abandon etiquette? Can't you make your own future? So you're looking for Wu Qingling? I'm your legal fiancé. How dare you treat me like this? You have to go through me to do what you want. Can you afford to do this to me now? Don't get ahead of yourself. Chu Sakura clenched her pink fists as she listened to Lin Fan's words. It was said as if she was a commodity. Wu Qingling listened to the discussion between the two, and to be fair, he actually had an okay impression of Chu Cherry. The ancients had a weaker sense of individuality, while the sense of family tended to be stronger, so that the ancient marriages were not a matter of husband and wife, but a matter of two families. That is to say, for the ancients, the true meaning of marriage was to unite the good of two names, the upper to serve the clan and the temple, and the lower to succeed the next generation, meaning that the two families are horizontally connected. Vertical connection between ancestors from countless generations ago and descendants from countless generations later. Thus, in ancient times, most marriages were not a personal choice. However, Chu Cherry dared to resist this feudal system, which must be said to have great courage. Wu Qingling held an umbrella in his right hand, and buried his left hand under his sleeve robe. Draw out a second turn localized silence note and a third turn shielded scrying note and stick them on your hand. This third turn one cost him a lot of spirit stones to get his hands on. It was to prevent prying eyes from the god-refining realm and realms lower than it, so it was safe to say that no one could find anything wrong with him right now. One cannot perceive his exact movements through spiritual awareness. Then he stole a glance at Lin Mengye, realizing that Lin Mengye's position was located to the left of Chu Sakura's. Can't see yourself in the right side of the room. That's good. Wu Qingling stretched out his left hand and waved it slightly up and down 6 inches from the back of Chu Cherry's waist. From the viewpoint directly in front of her, Wu Qingling looked like she was touching Chu Cherry's. Lin Fan was also observing Wu Qingling while he was talking, and it was obvious that he noticed it at the first moment. Wu Qingling, you. Lin Fan's eyes widened, never imagining that there were people playing like this. It's almost as if he's not being treated like a human being, almost as if he's giving away his hat in front of his face. Wu Qingling transmitted her voice to Lin Fan. What are you? This is our two loves. I and Chu Cherry are talented and beautiful. Is it your turn to object? You. Lin Fan was so angry that he took a few steps back. He cut his teeth in anger, clenched his hands so tightly that his nails were embedded in the flesh of his skin and faint blood flowed down, but he ignored it and just stared angrily at Wu Qingling. Lin Fan, you and I were both wanderers when we were young, and only afterward did we join the lineage of the. How could it be so poisoned by the worldly family? What kind of skill is that for you to be transmitting there? Transmission? I didn't transmute. Dreamleaf, did you hear me transmitting? No. Young master, Lin Mengye replied immediately. And what about you, MS? Chu, did you hear that? Chu Sakura didn't answer, apparently defaulting to not hearing it. The handling of the case is also concerned about the evidence. You just a mouth. This is not pure slander? You provoke me again and again. Do you really think that I have no temper? There's still fire in the mud. Lin Fan's hand opened and crimson bane emerged in his hand. Brother Lin, how did you become like this? Are you still the same person as before? Lin Mengye hurriedly ran in front of Wu Qingling and protected her. Seeing Lin Mengye this action, Lin Fan had angina for no reason. There's a sense of something being lost. I don't want to hurt you. Don't make me. Why is it that every time I come here I see you and the young master arguing? Can't you see the good side of the young master? Besides, the young master didn't do anything and just now hugged Miss Chu to keep him warm. What a way to warm up. A lone man and a woman. Ha, cuddling won't be on. Chapter 31, Wu Qingling seriously injured? Chu Sakura laughed angrily, her towering peaks rising and falling as she said, is that how you insult people? What do you know? You don't know anything at all. Young Master Wu had the opportunity to make a move on me, but he didn't. Do you think everyone is a womanizer like you? Wu Qingling patted Chu Cherry's shoulder, reassuring her that she didn't need to care, and looked sideways at Lin Fan, saying, if you can't talk, don't talk. Wu Qingling drew inwood aura from across the air and transformed into a large green hand that slapped Lin Fan in the face. I want you to die. Lin Fan's baneful chi entered his body, and the baneful chi in his palm boiled and transformed into a blood-colored long sword. Chu Sakura's eyebrows knitted tightly and her voice grew colder and colder. You still want to get your hands dirty? Even if I just gave it to Wu Qingling, so what? These words completely made Lin Fan lose his mind, and as his fiancé, but said the chastity to Wu Qingling, as a lady of the family, but said unwilling to let in this wild place go. Wu Qingling, everything is Wu Qingling. Lin Fan stepped with his luck and the green-colored stone slabs cracked slightly as he lowered his body and rushed towards Wu Qingling. Seeing this, Lin Mengye attached her mana to the oil paper umbrella and held it open, forming a faint film of light. Fend off Lin Fan. Even you want to stop me? Lin Fan was about to increase the output of his fury chi when he was interrupted by Chu Cherry's cold voice. Enough! It's none of your business how I am, is it? What do you want? Chu Cherry. I know that the Chu family is in trouble right now, but trust me, give me 7 months and I can definitely handle it, and my cultivation will be even higher by then. Lately everyone has been saying that your talent has been restored, but so what if it's restored? You can stop the power of multiple lineages in Xianing City all by yourself? Really believe me, you don't have to succumb to Wu Qingling's obscene authority. I'm a different person now than I was before. Within 7 months, Preceptor Elder would teach Lin Fan multiple secret techniques, but how was he going to talk to outsiders about this kind of thing? This is his biggest secret. The slightest exposure will lead to boundless calamity. Preceptor has many enemies. He didn't dare take a single risk. Chu Sakura saw Lin Fan stammering and saying nothing. Disappointment filled her heart. Manoha! Stand down. We should head back. Wu Qingling pulled Lin Mengye to retrieve her oil paper umbrella and backed up behind him. Let's stop here. Lin Fan, do you mean to say that you think one person can beat everyone present? Wu Qingling had a generous face, as if she tolerated Lin Fan's sudden attack. Lin Fan secretly said a good opportunity. Since he was looking for death to make Lin Mengye retreat, it was not his fault. At that moment, the fury flowed and sprinted over. Wu Qingling hooked the aura of heaven and earth, and in a place where everyone hadn't even noticed, guiding Lin Fan to deviate from his original route and stab at Chu Cherry. Wu Qingling pretended to blush profusely and hugged Chu Sakura in reverse. Deflect this unavoidable sword for her. There. The blood-colored longsword transformed by the fury pierced through Wu Qingling's light golden Taoist robe and stuck on top of the ribs in his back. Lin Mengye felt a blackness in front of her eyes. The sky was spinning, and she mobilized all her mana to slap Lin Fan away. He couldn't even speak, and his uncontrollably trembling hands hurriedly searched for healing pills within his storage ring. Chu Sakura fiercely turned her head to glare at Lin Fan and said angrily, "What are you doing?" She hurriedly supported Wu Qingling's powerless body and held the wound in a death grip. This is the elixir. Lin Mengye hurriedly fed the elixir into Wu Qingling's pale mouth. Unable to speak the words of heartache, "I have a topical rejuvenating powder here, so rip the clothes off his back and I'll put it on him." Good. Lin Mengye hurriedly followed Chu Cherry's instructions and tore Wu Qingling's Dao robe to shreds, revealing a lean body. The white body was stained with a red flower that was heartbreaking. Blood spilled from the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. He had been caught off guard and had his internal organs injured by Lin Mengye's slap. Now that the mana was flowing backwards, the meridians were being scraped by the raging mana, and the epidermis was blood red. The longsword transformed by the baneful chi in his palm could not be maintained and snapped loose. He was at a loss for words as he looked at the two young girls who were panicking over Wu Qingling, and then look at his own blood on the ground. Unattended. Chu Cherry. I didn't want to. Cough. Heard you. I wanted to teach Wu Qingling a lesson. Get the hell out of here. Chu Cherry, who had never burst into foul language before, interrupted Lin Fan in a cold voice. My sword only pierced into the bone, not the internal organs. Cough. That's not even considered serious. Wu Qingling is just pretending. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood foam and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Wu Qingling with hatred. Wu Qingling isn't that easy to hurt at all. If there was no ring elder during the Sin Epil Garden, he might not have been able to defeat him. This was definitely Wu Qingling's conspiracy. Still babbling even now, without young Master Wu sacrificing his life to fend me off. I'm afraid I'll be killed by an annoyed you. Chu Sakura looked at Wu Qingling, whose face was like gold paper, and stroked over the side of Wu Qingling's face. Obviously just a dude with a bit of perseverance. Why was he even in a somewhat uncomfortable mood? Is it because he saved my life? Chu Sakura was internally conflicted and hugged Wu Qingling, trying to emulate Wu Qingling's move to warm her up. Without realizing it, she didn't reject close contact. Wu Qingling's eyes were closed, and an empty hole broke inside her body, filled with blood. Lin Fan's blow did get stuck in his ribs, a minor injury at best. He injured himself the moment he took the blow by running the improved version of the blood-burning secret technique that specialized in self-harm, broke a hole in the body, causing severe internal injuries. Although Wu Qingling was in pain right now, he was forcibly suppressing the corners of his mouth from rising. How can we deepen the impression if we don't give up the child? Cough cough. Chu Cherry, I really didn't want to hurt you. Don't you want the Chu family to be saved? I only need 5 months. No, 4 months, and I'll be able to step into the chi refining realm. And helping the Chu family out of their predicament is just a thought away. 4 months to step into the chi refining realm? Chu Sakura knew that Lin Fan was now in the middle stage of the essence refining realm, and was still a small realm away from the chi refining realm. This distance, where would it be so easy? If it was really that easy, the Yangning Prefecture chi refining realm would be running around. Really, believe me, if I step into the refined she realm in 4 months? Just promise me one thing, will you? And vice versa, I'll promise you one thing. Lin Fan hurriedly talked to Chu Cherry, hoping that she would agree to this request. That way when the time comes, he can be with her in name only, and the family won't stand in the way, and all will be happy. What's it to me if you can step into the chi refining realm or not? It's only a matter of time before you and I break our engagement. What you want to do is your own business. I don't care and I don't want to know. Chu Sakura. Lin Fan wanted to say more, but when he saw Chu Cherry's impatient face, he could only swallow the words. So can you take me back? It's hard for me to walk in this condition. Chu Sakura acted as if she hadn't heard, neither turning back nor answering, just staring blankly at Wu Qingling's face, dazed. Get yourself back there, and don't ever think of me as your sister again, and I'll never call you brother again. The family had already abandoned me, living on the streets, and now I'm following at the young master's side. Do you even want to deprive me of this little bit of happiness? Lin Mengye also didn't look at Lin Fan like he was looking at his brother anymore. A pathetic barrier had been placed between the two men, the name of which was strangeness. Chapter 32, it's part of the plan. I'll take you back. With a sigh, Elder Ring transmitted his voice to Lin Fan, while forcibly awakening from his slumber once again. Controlling Lin Fan's torso, he staggered to his feet, picked up the oil paper umbrella on the ground and walked out of the pavilion without looking back. Teacher, a lot of times it's not so much what you say but what you do that makes a difference. Immortal cultivation is also about the human condition. You're being a bit extreme now. Teacher, I didn't. And you saw what Wu Qingling was doing. My cultivation is greatly damaged right now, so I can't perceive what little moves Wu Qingling is making, but thought it was just provoking you, not doing anything specific. Elder Preceptor looked at his disciple covered in blood. One had to sigh that in terms of hardiness Lin Fan could not compare to Wu Qingling. Obviously both of them had similar experiences. That action needs explaining? Seeing is not necessarily true. Hearing is not necessarily false. Chu Cherry is also the son of a family. From a young age, how could she dare to violate the rights and laws, the 3 obediences and the 4 virtues? And she didn't know about the small moves Wu Qingling made. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Teacher, do you mean that Chu Cherry is simply standing there? Now stop talking. I'll take you back. An early treatment of the current injury won't leave any lingering effects. Lin Fan had the ring elder temporarily immobilize his internal organs and looked back at the pavilion. I'll clear up the misunderstanding. Lin Fan's swaying gait in the rain was filled with an indescribable depression. But it reveals a sense of confidence. The 2 women in the pavilion were in no mood to watch Lin Fan's departure, and one of them hugged half of Wu Qingling. Time just fades away without realizing it. 2 hours later, the rain, which had been pouring down in torrents, gradually diminished, and as the sunset approached, a faint rainbow appeared. Wu Qingling's face turned back to a rosy blood color, no longer so pale. Young master, is everything alright? Well, I have a very strong physique recovery ability, plus I ate the elixir and also applied the rejuvenating powder. It's as good as it gets, so don't stress about it. But I see that the young master has been stabbed. Wu Qingling looked at Lin Mengye's aggrieved expression, didn't say anything, touched her head and, blue like silk long hair in the fingertips winding. This time to get along. Lin Mengye more and more dependent on him, although it is not yet love. It's also to the level of best friends like that. Although now Lin Mengye doesn't have many friends, that is, even male friends are only one. Of course, Wu Qingling was happy to do so. He wouldn't let Lin Mengye fool around with other men. Get up since you're okay. Chu Sakura's voice was a little low. Wu Qingling saw her stand and followed suit. The rain has stopped and there's a rainbow outside the pavilion. Really, Wu Qingling looked at the rainbow in the distance, and Lin Mengye chimed in. Chu Cherry pursed her vermilion lips slightly. Now that Wu Qingling had recovered, she felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The front of the mouth said something that should not be said. The small mouth opened and opened, wanting to speak again and again, and finally said to Wu Qingling, Young Master Wu, the young lady will go back first. Well, slow down. Wu Qingling did not stay. There are still many opportunities. Take your time. He looked sideways at Lin Mengye, pondering how he could get her to go along for the ride. Otherwise there are places where relying on one person is still more of a problem. Never mind. It's better to be alone. Wu Qingling secretly said in his heart and continued to enjoy the scenery with Lin Mengye. The sun was setting, dusk was falling, and stars dotted the night. Are we going back now? Well, go. Wu fu. Phew. Wu Qingling exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air as he looked at the crisp and clear leaves in his hands. The effects of the daigo leaf are really not bad. Doubling the original. It's really worthy of being an exotic plant of heaven and earth. Wu Qingling now knew why even the true martial immortal sect didn't have many daigo leaves. Originally, his speed was 5 times that of a normal person. and this was now equivalent to 10 times. Meditating for 1 day is equivalent to others meditating for 10 days. 150 years of longevity in the refined essence realm. A regular person can only be perfected by sitting in a withered state for 100 years in an environment with average aura concentration. And that's with pure meditation. That's why cultivators are so concerned about their wealth. They can't even cultivate immortality without spirit stones. All resources have to be bought with spirit stones. The children of large clans don't have so many scruples, and they live much more comfortably than small and medium-sized clans and loose cultivators. This was the reason why the children of the great clans were so much stronger. Highly concentrated aura environment. A lineage of interlocking gongfu inheritance. The guidance of the senior masters of the meritocracy. And there are many bonuses to eat. And the spirit stones come even more briskly. Entering the great clan to cultivate immortality can be said to be smooth sailing. Wu Qingling's current talent would allow him to mix well without having to go to a large clan. Even as a loose cultivator, he only needed to sit in meditation for 10 years to make a breakthrough. And some immortal cultivators who were high on drugs only made this progress. Wu Qingling played with the daigo leaf in his hand. The daigo leaf had another effect. In addition to accelerating cultivation can also revitalize the physical body. Touching the special physique can be the second evolution. Increase the life force. The lucky ones can also awaken a derivative physique called Daigo Dharma body, which is equivalent to having the acceleration effect resident and extending their life by 30 years. In the middle of his thoughts, he opened the panel. Name, Wu Qingling. Characterization, supporting role. Talents, Jianmu medicine spirit body. A promise is a promise. Embedded Taoist fetus. Candle Dragon's Pact. In the box in the supporting actors section, the whites grew purer and purer, as if they were on the verge of glowing. Wu Qingling was spinning between the Jianmu pill spirit body and the embodied Tao fetus. He remembered that special physiques would all have some divine spells. The previous Jianmu medicine spirit body can accelerate the absorption of medicinal power. It could also make the medicine work better to a certain extent. And even more so, it could be injected into her human body. It's very strong. Wu Qingling commented so, but the contained Tao fetus at the back is a bit magical. He clicked on the details. Embodied Taoist fetus, you were born to sense the heavens and almost scared the whole village. The sky was cloudy that day, and lightning struck by Royan's roof several times, and was adopted by her. And at the age of 5, when you were malnourished, you could lift the big stone mill at the entrance of the village and frighten the village headman. No one in the village likes you. You have a quirky personality, not caring at all about what the outside world says. You just know what you want. Wu Qingling had looked at it several times over and over again, but he didn't see any major effect of the so-called Tao fetus. He had read a lot of formulas for physique evolution when playing the game. For example, heaven and earth exotic plant daigo leaf can be awakened to body of ethereal wood by touching wood spirit body. The fire body can be awakened into the fire and thunder body or the Tuan body. And his Jianmu pill spirit body changed into a Jianmu pill dharma body. Developed the physique even further. It can be said that there are many changes, but this Taoist tire of his genus does not know that I don't know if it's a cross-country induced physique or one that was already there. The embodied Tao fetus doesn't show much in the game, either. In his mind, he was calculating whether or not to use the daigo leaf. Should I continue to use it externally to accelerate my cultivation? Or should I just take it internally and eat the daigo leaves? Take a gamble on awakening your physique. Chapter 33, Aura Giant Dragon. Now bring it so that you can accelerate the development of the Kenwood medicine spirit body. However, it was not enough to change from a spirit body to a dharma body, and it would take at least 3 more daigo leaves to do so. The result of this is that the accelerated state of the daigo leaf rises slightly, and the life force gains a slight rise in. As for the wood spirit body, it was a subordinate physique of the constructed wood medicine spirit body lineage, so he wouldn't awaken. That's just it. It's no use keeping it. And then after a period of time we'll go to the Wulings how large part of the snow mountain also have no time to practice. Eat to increase the hard power. Wu Qingling pulled out a formation disc from within her storage ring and set up a spirit gathering formation in the room. Another apricot-colored square flag was pulled out and a double layer of knots was placed outside the door. He was afraid that the vision he would awaken later would be too shocking, and made some arrangements in advance. When everything was ready, Wu Qingling swallowed the daigo leaf in one gulp. He prepared himself in the meditation position of the 5 centers of the heart, which are the centers of the 2 feet, the center of the head, and the centers of the 2 hands, respectively. This was the formal way of meditation of the true martial immortal sect, which had been tested by countless predecessors and helped cultivators to realize the nature of heaven and earth. In an instant, the green light rushed through his throat, flowed into his limbs, and coursed recklessly through his body. Return to that metaphysical dantian. That green light formed a cyclone within the dantian. to the Taiyin lung meridian of the hand, the Shaoyin heart meridian of the hand, the Syncopeine pericardium meridian of the hand, the Yangming large intestine meridian of the hand, the Sun small intestine meridian of the hand, and the Shaoyang Sanjiu meridian of the hand, flow in a circle. It also returns to the Dantian from the foot Yangming stomach meridian, foot Sun bladder meridian, foot Shaoyan gallbladder meridian, foot Taiyin spleen meridian, foot Shaoyin kidney meridian, and foot syncopal liver meridian. Instead of meditating in the room, Wu Qingling seemed to be soaring through the sky, which was sometimes drizzling with fine rain, sometimes blizzard. The left and right mountains and rivers cannot stop changing form. He rose higher and higher, wanting to be immortalized in general. Being in the middle of the universe, the sky is filled with stars. Once again he saw a long road, which ended in clouds and mist, with forests and trees looming vaguely out of the mist. A burst of immortal sounds surrounded it. Immediately after that, he crazily absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the spiritual chi gathered by the spirit gathering formation was like mud into the sea. Make a ripple and fall silent. As the aura gathered faster and faster, the tangible sea of clouds above the firmament were all pulled and driven by the aura, and there were changes visible to the naked eye. It's getting faster and faster. From the beginning of the wisps, to the gurgling of thin streams, and then to the current momentum of the great river, forming a stream of light golden halo of aura like a swimming dragon around the sea of clouds above. Boom! The gentle aura transformed into a huge dragon became furious, and from that distant height, it went straight down into the. It passed through all obstacles and rushed straight into Wu Qingling's body. This bearing, its linger, by Ruyan was awakened and exited from her meditative state. Going out to see this amazing vision, Lin Mengye put down the spell she was practicing and ran towards Wu Qingling. The entire Tenda city could see the huge dragon swimming above the huge and boundless sea of clouds. It was as if it was going to overwhelm the heavens and the earth, and they could even hear the roar of a dragon. Holy, what is this? There are dragons in this part of Tendu city. Is this dragon a demon or a divine beast? So far away you can clearly see its appearance. That's how big it really is. It's over. The human race is going to be invaded by demonic beasts. This is dead. This is the immortal realm coming to fetch poor Tao to become an immortal. The mortals on the streets of Tiandu City looked at the sky in horror as various conspiracy theories emerged. Lin House. Everyone in the Lin family ran out of the house at the first opportunity, looking at the heaven and earth anomaly in disbelief. The whispers kept coming. Lin Fan frowned tightly and transmitted his voice to the ring elder. Teacher, what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon is this? So amazing that. Could it be that there's some kind of inheritance or divine object out there? This is someone awakening their physique. The ring elder was also able to see the nearby visions through his perception within the ring, stroking his long beard and recall carefully what kind of physique can cause such a vision. This direction. It's the Wu Mansion side. Whether it's by Ruoyan or Wu Qingling who's up to no good. Elder Ring didn't answer. And at this distance he couldn't know who had triggered it. The giant dragon of aura drove the invisible aura, turning it into ripples that undulated into the distance. Bai Ruyan frowned at this scene, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. She flew over Wu Qingling with her imperial sword, and her white palace skirt was blown in a hunting manner. The silver threads that the jade hairpin had simply pulled up were blown apart by the wind and fluttered in the sky. Edict of the Taishang. Seal. Golden formation patterns emerged from the stone slabs paved in the Wu Mansion, and a large circular formation rotated below it. The light golden barrier floated out from the bottom to the top, becoming a circular barrier that was hundreds of miles high and wrapped around the Wu Mansion. Countless aura dragons rushed towards the barrier, striking it like mad. Bai Ruoyan's sash was tightly pressed against her full breasts, and she transmitted a voice to inside the bodiless for help. This kind of vision she has not seen before. At this moment it is too late to check the canonical books. Can only ask people who may know. Break up all those roaming dragons. A clear and cold voice rang out as Bai Ruyan took out her Ruoxue ice spirit sword that had been unused from within the mysterious hall. The alabaster-like sword was white and foggy. On closer inspection it turned out to be tiny ice crystals formed in the air due to the cold. The pull of ice, white breath. Bai Ruoyan waved her snow-like ice spirit sword down, and the cold, palpitating ice-line mana surged out through the air. A blue-white fluid of ice crystals slashed out from the blade of the sword, like an endless stream of flowing water, and flew towards the aura dragon in an overwhelming manner, as vast as a beluga whale spitting. Roar! The aura dragon transformed into pure aura the moment it was touched by the stream, not even resisting for a moment. As devastating as slicing tofu. Before the dissipated aura could regroup into a giant dragon, it was then drawn over to be absorbed by Wu Qingling, who was seated below. The pull of ice, white breath. Bai Ruoyan did as she was told. Another blue-white ice crystal fluid slashed out from the blade of the sword to attack the aura dragon. Everyone from the rest of the three major families and the city lord's mansion in Tiandu City could see the light golden formation running on the Wu mansion, as well as Bai Ruoyan, who was beheading the dragon in the sky above. City lord's mansion. Zhao Yuan's fat meat on his face hadn't stopped shaking, trembling as he watched all this. He had long known that there was a difference between the qi refining realm and the qi alchemy realm, but he had not expected the gap to be so large. He felt that any one of the aura dragons above him would require him to use all his means before he could possibly kill one. However, Bai Ruoyan sliced and diced like a melon, one sword at a time. He hastened to call his subordinates. Bai Ruoyan is scary enough. The vision that his younger brother Wu Qingling had invoked was even more terrifying. This was either breaking through the realm or awakening his physique. Men, send a large gift to the Wu residence later, and have the residence schemer write 2 toasts that blow pompously if you succeed in your breakthrough, tighten it up if you fail, and remember to look at the situation before you use it. Zhao Yuan wiped his sweat, feeling that the current immortal cultivators were pushing forward the waves after the Yangtze River. He had been cultivating for almost 170 years, and he couldn't cause this kind of battle. Tendichu family. Dad. What is this? Don't be afraid. It's a vision caused by a good friend Dad met at the priest's place. Take you to meet me in person sometime. What's a priesthood workshop? There are a lot of big sister places. Chu Fan got high on a dragon tiger energy pill, rubbed his back end, sweating profusely. I picked up my 7th little girl. Now he couldn't care less about his kidney-deficient body and watched what was happening inside the Wu residence with his daughter. Should I go to the teacher's workshop less often? Wu Qingling has become so bullish after not going there for a few months. Chu Fan was thinking about whether or not to learn more from Wu Qingling. Chapter 34, Stronger and More Handsome. About an hour later, the speed at which Wu Qingling's body absorbed the aura became faster and more drastic. Bai Ruoyan frowned as she watched from above while dealing with the aura dragon. While using his spiritual sense to sense the life breath, he was afraid that he would be destroyed and injured by the crazy influx of aura. The pure auras dispersed by the aura gargoyle are all primordial attributes. That is to say, there was no change in nature whatsoever of the basic aura. They were all incorporated into the dantian by Wu Qingling, and then fed back into the physical body. Wu Qingling could hear chaos murmuring. He tried to open his eyes to take a closer look, but he couldn't really see it. You can only see the infinitely distant but dazzling stars of the cosmic flood. The strength of his flesh was rising at an alarming rate, each muscle angular and distinct. Abdominal muscles are neatly arranged in 8 pieces. The already handsome face is even more axe-chopping and knife-cutting three-dimensionality, as if heaven and earth are kneading with their own hands. There was a natural sense of Taoism on his body. Every muscle fiber, every hair, the placement of the 5 senses, and even the size of the lower body's unicorn horn, were filled with a sense of golden proportions and a sense of perfection. What's wrong with Linger now? Bai Ruoyan's spiritual sense is not specific and can only confirm that there is still a breath of life in the room. The rest has a sense of confusion and mystery. His physique is showing its first signs of initial development. Wukon's voice couldn't hear any emotion, and it was obvious that he wasn't worried about it. This caused Bai Ruoyan's hanging heart to drop slightly. Linger, he asked me some time ago if I could tell his physique. I guess the fact that all the 100 chakras were open at that time was a manifestation of this physique. Jianmu medicine spirit body. Bai Ruoyan seemed to have thought of something and her face was slightly covered in redness. It's the embodied Dao fetus. He doesn't have just one physique. Bai Ruoyan was a bit shocked to hear Wujiu's words. Special physique people were originally a minority. It's already unique enough, and a few more would be the rarity of rarities. With that, she focused on breaking the aura dragon. The stronger Wu Qingling was, the happier she was as well. If she could graft her talent, she would even give her own talent to Wu Qingling right away, and couldn't wait for more. Wu Qingling, who was seated on a plate, seemed to be oblivious as he absorbed the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth in a single-minded manner. I only felt that my body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much aura there was, it could be collected in and reach the dantian, and there was a vague feeling of comfort. Every cell of the body rejoices. Lin Fan, who was dozens of miles away, was also watching this scene. He couldn't see the appearance of the person who dispersed the aura dragon. However, the blue-white fluid of ice crystals could be seen flying and scattering in the distance, like a heavenly maiden. This is Bai Ruoyan's universal tactic. She's good at using ice-walking spells. This ruled out Bai Ruoyan, leaving only one answer, and that was Wu Qingling. He didn't seem to be in any discomfort. Even when he was added to by such a raging aura, he was unmoved. If he died, the vision stopped. What kind of physique is he? A somewhat special physique is all. The method of Mason Fury given to you by the old man isn't bad. You can refine into a true demon spirit body later in life, and you also have a chance to become a 10,000 magic body in the future. Yes, something to do with the physique. That's the old preceptor's guess. Elder Ring had lied to Lin Fan here. This kind of physique of Wu Qingling was actually quite amazing. In the history of the immortal cultivation world, none of the possessors were people with great accomplishments. But this kind of physique is 2+ rare. It was only 10,000 years ago that someone had refined it. He didn't want to keep hitting Lin Fan. Moreover, his nascent soul method wouldn't necessarily be inferior to this embodied Tao fetus. And the unique innate talent was only one aspect. In his long lifespan, he's also seen people give up their special physiques and, even giving up all bloodline factors, the heirs between immortal cultivators are inherently more powerful than those between mortals. There are many things that will be inherited, and some people shed all of them and become mortal. Lin Fan, you have to know that while a bloodline certainly brings glory, it is also a shackle. Yes, sensei. Lin Fan's heart felt much better after hearing this. His tolerance had grown a lot over this period of time. When he glanced sideways, the Chu family was also in the courtyard, and were setting their eyes on the Wu residence. Chu Sakura was also listed, her eyes flashing with a strange color that Lin Fan could not understand. Lin Fan silently went back to his room to meditate. He believed that time could prove everything. Let's just start with April to refine the chi. Wu Qingling was unaware of what was happening in the outside world and breathed out a sigh of relief. It was as if the whole heart was completely opened. The aura of heaven and earth was no longer so crazy. It was more like a lover's hand caressing. An arcane technique appeared within his spiritual consciousness. He had no time to look at it now, accepting the soothing aftermath of the breakthrough. The stars around him dimmed, and the shifting of heaven and earth began to slow, and he knew that this breakthrough is over. Phew! Wu Qingling moved his limbs, his bones crackled, and he had a feeling of energy in his body. Where's my room? Staring wide-eyed, he suddenly realized that his surroundings were empty, and even the futon underneath him was gone. I lost my room in a wake-up call? Wu Qingling was a bit amused. This was considered unique. He should have known to awaken in an empty place. He looked up and around as the pale golden large formation was hidden into the stone slabs and a silhouette flew through the air. Sister Ruoyan. Wu Qingling raised her hand in greeting, incidentally checking to see if her clothes were still there. Relieved to find it was still there. Thankfully the clothes were of better quality than the house. This. Bai Ruoyan hugged Wu Qingling as soon as he came down, catching him off guard. Linger, there's no need for you to be in such a hurry to break through. Just be honest and eat the pills I bought you. Bai Ruoyan's autumn watery eyes were a bit waterlogged, and her stunningly beautiful face was permeated with heartache. I'm good. I know you care about the agreement between me and I. I've seen it in my heart that you've been practicing hard lately, but I hope you won't push yourself too hard. There's no harm in enjoying yourself while I'm here, if you're really in such a hurry. The method of filling the yuan yang is not unavailable, and sister will find it for you. Bai Ruoyan's voice was tinged with sultriness as she looked at Wu Qingling with concern. Wu Qingling swallowed hard the words she originally wanted to say. He was originally going to say that he was just curious about what would happen to his physique after swallowing the heaven and earth exotic plant Daigo leaf. Don't worry, Sister Ruoyan. I'm fine. I just wanted to catch up with you. I don't want Sister Ruoyan to protect me all the time in front of me. I want to protect Sister Ruoyan as well. Wu Qingling felt the person in his arms hugging him tighter, and the mountains were almost flat. It was as if they hated to stuff him. Though the mountain was certainly soft, he could hear his spine wailing. The two hugged amidst the rubble and the maids within the Wu mansion recovered their emotions and went to put things in order in the mansion that had been disrupted by the aura. And for a moment it was just the two of them in place. Young master. Lin Mengye watched this scene from a distance. She rushed over at the first moment she noticed it, but she was blocked by the raging aura. For the first time, she hated her shallow cultivation. Now Wu Qingling was the best person for her. She was simply incapable of guarding Wu Qingling now. Chapter 35. I'll just help Mengye more in the future. After a long time, there was a subtle clicking sound from the spine. It's okay. With a hint of panic, Bai Ruoyan hurriedly let go of Wu Qingling. It's fine. Ruoyan-san's flustered look is rarely seen. Oh, I feel cute. Wu Qingling smiled broadly. Men, something can only say nothing. Anyway, his body resistant to manufacturing. Is the young master okay? Wu Qingling glanced sideways and realized that Lin Mengye had also walked back, and immediately said, of course it's fine. Come on, let's go somewhere else and talk it over. The two girls nodded and followed Wu Qingling to the other courtyards. The original ruins left behind by Wu Qingling's room would have been cleaned up by a maid. It will be back in shape in a week or so. Young master, you broke through so quickly. You're in the late stages now. Lin Mengye sat across from Wu Qingling. The elastic, white, tender legs under the sky blue skirt sat demurely. Bai Ruoyan, on the other hand, was next to Wu Qingling, her white palace dress leaden and dusty. Two big, round, full legs could be seen folded over each other. Each has its own style. Each has its own style. Wu Qingling even ignored Lin Mengye's words as he compared them left and right. It was found that Lin Mengye was more inclined to a classical and elegant temperament, very different from Bai Ruoyan's ceremonial and noble temperament. Even if Bai Ruoyan was erlang-legged, it gave people a noble feeling. What's being said? Bai Ruoyan looked at Wu Qingling's gaze with a smirk. Ahem. Nothing. Yumaha, what did you just ask me? Young master, you broke through so quickly. You're in the late stages now. Lin Mengye timidly repeated her answer once more. Oh, this actually I've been in the refined essence realm for a long time, and I'm only in the late stages now. You don't have to be discouraged. Dreamleaf, I believe you'll soon surpass me. Wu Qingling snorted, looking at this niece moping around, touching her head and comforting Lin Mengye. Bai Ruoyan gently tapped the desktop as she watched Wu Qingling and Lin Mengye being intimate. You're at the late essence refining realm now, so I guess there's no problem passing the sect test. I'll be heading back to the clan in a few days. I've been here long enough, Wu Qingling asked as her hand stroking Lin Mengye's blue hair froze. In such a hurry, how soon will you be back? What? Can't bear to see me go? Still afraid to be alone at your age? Bai Ruoyan touched Wu Qingling's head as if she was coaxing a child. Just a hint of dark desire flashed deep within her eyes, and the eyes that looked at Wu Qingling had a possessive and loving look that was quickly suppressed by her. Of course I can't give it up. Wu Qingling retracted his hand that was touching Lin Mengye. He touched Lin Mengye. Bai Ruoyan touched him. It felt like the three of them were moving strangely. You have to go back? Wu Qingling also planned to let Bai Ruoyan continue to defend him for a while. This way to go to Wu Ling's house grasped more. Bai Ruoyan once gone, he will have to act much more cautious. Well, when you get into the clan, there will be more time together. It's okay. Wu Qingling picked up the tea and took a sip. He hadn't forgotten that Zilu would also be going to the true martial immortal sect. The heart screamed. Young master, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. What is it? Lin Mengye pursed her red lips slightly, her hands crossed and closed, her lowered head looking at Wu Qingling at this time. Young master will also go to the sect in the future, so will I not be able to see young master? I'm sure I'll see it. Wu Qingling felt a little amused, not realizing that Lin Mengye was worried about this. Throwing him away won't throw Lin Mengye away either. The thigh of the Taoist mother is very thick, and he's still waiting for Lin Mengye to grow up to shield him from the wind and the rain. Good for a soft meal. Really? But my cultivation level is only at the early stage of essence refining. Lin Mengye's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. The true martial immortal sect examination had to be at least in the middle stage to participate, and the later stage was considered to be keeping up with the echelon. You're my valet. Just go as that when the time comes. Wait for the next examination after your breakthrough before joining the true martial immortal sect. No matter what, you don't have to leave me. Good. Lin Mengye's small head nodded heavily, her eyes filled with anticipation. Say, what do you want me to do for you? Seeing as how you don't want me to go. Given your nature, there must be something you want to beg me for. Bai Ruoyan asked this question as if she was rambling. Wu Qingling choked on his words and put down his teacup with a dry cough. I really don't want to be separated from Sister Ruyan. A day apart is like 3 autumns to me. Oily? Really? No? Wu Qingling pulled Bai Ruoyan's small, soft razor-like skin and twisted and squeezed. Of course not. He also wanted to say that there is. For fear of delaying Bai Ruoyan's business is not good to speak. Anyway, when the time to be careful. See if you can run into Purple Drop. He remembered that Zilu would be in Wuling continent for a few months to collect some things. Ahem. Ruyan's sister. You see I'm late, right? That is not the time to. Wu Qingling pinched a little harder, hinting at Bai Ruoyan's previous agreement. When you enter to take the test to enter the clan, it won't be so bad these few days. Bai Ruyan blushed and walked out with a light cough. Didn't we agree to let me do that later in the day? What? You suspect me of reneging? Bai Ruoyan's steps out stopped and she turned back to glare at Wu Qingling. No. Wu Qingling hurriedly said. Change your clothes and come to dinner. Right away. Wu Qingling blushed oddly. It seems that Ruoyan's sister is very shy. Did the young master and the young lady agree on something? It's nothing. You'll know when you're older. Young master, I'm of an age where I can take a wedding vacation. And I'm not young at all. I can share the young master's worries. It's really not small. And it needs more work. Wu Qingling replied, glancing at Lin Mengye's mountains and rivers with deep meaning. Comparing Bai Ruoyan's mountains and rivers is probably the difference between Mount Hua and Mount Everest. Although it's not small, it's also off by more than 6,000 meters of altitude. Endeavor what? Lin Mengye was puzzled. Her blue pupils seemed to reflect the entire sky, ethereal and pure. Wu Qingling's conscience was slightly uneasy, and there was a deep sense of irritation that, it's true that it's not right to bring down a little girl who was like white paper, but to be able to put your own color on that white paper, to change it into your own shape, too, it would be tempting. He shook his head. shaking the thought out of his mind as it tempted him to fall into the abyss. It's nothing. I'll just help you more from now on. I'm going to change my clothes. Lin Mengye's puzzlement intensified as she pondered what Wu Qingling meant by that. The night fog hides the bright moon, and the whole night is dark and silent. It was as if boundless thick ink was heavily smeared across the sky, swallowing even the shimmering light of the stars. Wu Qingling sat down and looked inward at his dantian, and he realized that the dantian looked like it had a life. Automatically, he was gulping down the mana in his body, and there was also a black liquid deep in his dantian, a discovery that startled Wu Qingling's heart. Immortal cultivators incorporate aura, allowing essence and aura to be converted into mana, a process that loops back and forth. The mana refined for the first time would appear rough, possessing impurities that would defile the dantian if it had been left uncleaned. Usually immortal cultivators would constantly polish their mana and expel impurities, making it more pure. This is called the foundation. The purer the mana, the stronger the foundation. Some immortal cultivators make sudden advances in front of them, breaking the realm in a row, and then they don't advance an inch in the back, or even regress in their cultivation. Chapter 36, Becoming an Immortal is just around the corner. Polishing mana could only be refined over and over again, which was most time-consuming. But now Wu Qingling's dantian spat out the mana and walked it around in the meridians. It returned to the dantian again, as if being chewed, after which it was spat out again. The mana became rarer and purer, a discovery that made Wu Qingling overjoyed. Originally, Zhenmu medicine spirit body exists similar to photosynthesis in general, automatically absorbing aura into the body. The dantian now also has an automatic polishing function. Becoming immortal is just around the corner. Who can become immortal if I don't? The corners of Wu Qingling's mouth rose as he resisted the urge to wail loudly and long. It would be bad to make a noise to buy Royan and Lin Mengye now, so we have to keep a low profile. Panel. Name, Wu Qingling. Characterization, supporting role. Talents, Zhenmu medicine spirit body. A promise is a promise. Embedded Taoist fetus. Candle Dragon's Pact. Embodied Taoist fetus, you were born to sense the heavens and almost scared the whole village. The sky was cloudy that day, and lightning struck by Royan's roof several times, and was adopted by her. And at the age of 5, when you were malnourished, you could lift the big stone mill at the entrance of the village and frighten the village headman. No one in the village likes you. You have a quirky personality, not caring at all about what the outside world says. You just know what you want. No change? Wu Qingling frowned slightly. It was reasonably impossible. Or is the description not going to be updated after the awakening? Just as Wu Qingling was puzzled, tadpole-like silver characters appeared behind the embodied Tao fetus. He couldn't read it, but he had a feeling it meant renewal. Update. The description inside the details appeared on the next page, and Wu Qingling tried to click on it. Embodied Taoist fetus, when you were 19 years old, you swallowed the spiritual plant of heaven and earth, the Daigo leaf, the initial awakening of the physique, the birth of a different method, the heavenly sense of luck. So the 9 heavenly divine dragons to dedicate the dance. You scared the people within the city of Tiandu. The dantian mutation. The strength of the body has risen greatly. A divine dragon? Where did the dragon come from? Wu Qingling was puzzled. He sat down in a state and then flew toward the mountains and rivers. From the beginning to the end there was only nature to be seen, not any living beings. Just, Wu Qingling didn't dwell on this issue. And now that the cause of the dantian had been found, it's 4 simple words. Dantian anomaly. Didn't go into detail about the exact cause, but just made sure it was a known condition. Otherwise, changes occur sparingly, and it's scary to say that someone else might have moved without realizing it. He turned off the panel and emptied his mind, sensing the dissimilarities within his aura. After his breakthrough was complete, a gong method was naturally born within his spiritual consciousness that it was thought to be the so-called natural aptitude. A section of subtle and obscure runes merged into Wu Qingling's memory, and the moment he saw it, he then understood this gongfu and learned the natural aptitude that belonged to him. When it's really esoteric, it seems that eating the Daigo leaf was the right choice. Wu Qingling was delighted in her heart and assumed the posture of practicing the divine power technique. This divine power technique has no name, and the entire text only talks about how to cultivate it. He named it the way of seeking the way. A substance shaped like black water that was spawned within the dantian and the Tao seeking technique was called the Tao seeking liquid by him. Has 2 roles, each of which is strong. The first function is to raise the Tao-seeking liquid by refining special items after cultivation. For example, some exotic plants of heaven and earth, exotic materials of heaven and earth, and the Tao-seeking liquid were very weak at first. In the back, it could grow by devouring the spirits of heaven and earth, and was able to change as it wished, changing into the form that Wu Qingling wanted. Use it as a weapon or to project it remotely against the enemy. The second effect is that it feeds back. and as the strength of the path-seeking fluid increases, for every material that was devoured, Wu Qingling would also absorb some of the energy. Feats, or avatars, awakened through a physique can only be used by the possessor of that physique. Unless there was a second, embodied Tao fetus, possessor, Wu Qingling was the only one who would. And the avatar kung fu was learned at the drop of a hat. There was no need to spend time on enlightenment like ordinary feats and secret arts. The utilization was as instinctive as eating and drinking. That's why countless people take advantage of the physique while they can. Every technique and heavenly material that could be refined into a physique later in life was precious and would be looted as soon as it came out. It's fortunate that divine ability feats can be practiced concurrently without affecting the main feats one learns. Wu Qingling was very satisfied with the divine skill technique of seeking the Tao. Usually divine ability feats served one purpose. This directly gave two, and both were powerful. Not much to say about the first seeker's liquid. A little money saver. Every collision of a magic weapon will bring about loss, and it will be broken after much use. So it needs to be warmed up from time to time, and find a refiner to repair it in time. Otherwise, if it breaks to a certain extent, it will have to be returned to the furnace to be rebuilt, which is equivalent to a newly refined artifact. The magic treasures were divided into 4 phases and 9 revolutions, with 1 revolution not entering the stream and being called a mortal weapon. 4 phases and 9 revolutions. From the bottom to the top were Tongling magic weapon, Tongshen magic treasure, Tongliftong spirit treasure, and Dao weapon, with each phase having a first, middle, and top grade. As the name suggests, Tongling and Tongshen, one is a magic treasure that has a spiritual nature. One is that the magic treasure not only has spirituality, but even exerts a terrifying and several metaphysical powers. As for the life treasure, it has 2 meanings. One is that it can save your life at a critical moment. The other thing is that a magic treasure of this grade is already worth the lives of most immortal cultivators. It's not a bad kind of thing to pour your life's work into this magic treasure. As for the Dao weapon, it's even simpler. This kind of magic treasure can help you to prove the Dao on your way to cultivation. The value is immeasurable. Normally speaking, only artifacts that are Tong life spiritual treasures and above possess the function of automatic repair. Wu Qingling's Dao-seeking liquid indirectly possessed this function. As long as the origin within the Dan Tian remained intact, it would be possible to continuously spawn the Dao-seeking liquid. Replace it when it breaks, and don't feel the pain of damaging it at all. Knife 2. A ball of black liquid that looked like a water balloon churned in his palm and was stretched into a long knife as black as ink. The sword is 7 feet 5 inches long, with a narrow blade, shaped like a Tang horizontal sword, straight and without curves. Wu Qingling let the tip of the knife to the ground and let go of his hand. There, the long knife stabbed into the wooden bricks like butter, unhindered, until it stuck in the jaws. What a sharp knife! Wu Qingling drew his long sword up. The wooden tiles on this floor were made of gorgeous spirit plants. The ordinary refined essence realm couldn't even break it, and mortals even more so couldn't leave a single point of trace with all their might. Wu Qingling came to be interested and fought a set of Zhenwu Gi Dao, juggling a tiger and a tiger. There was a hidden sound of wind and thunder between each move. With a thought, the long black blade changed into a giant hammer, and with another movement, into a long stick that, the 18 weapons emerged one by one in Wu Qingling's hands, and finally melted into the body of the Dao-seeking liquid. A black liquid, still smooth with a knife. Seek the way to liquefy in order to change the long knife at the very beginning. This sword is pitch black and shaped like a devil's sword. I hope it can split the path of life and death with a single stroke. Once you cut through the broken red dust matters, just call it a small building listening to spring rain for one night. Chapter 37, A small building hears spring rain one night. Wu Qingling retracted the begging liquid change of the small building to listen to the spring rain for one night. He felt that the name of the magic knife in Gulong's novel Round Moon Scimitar was taken well, and he directly used it to apply it. Who says that Tang Yokai can't call a small building a night of spring rain when fighting? When people ask what the weapon is, the name is a pushover. Wu Qingling sat on the futon, pondering over the second role. The first divine wonder is certainly good, but it's not as good as the second avatar myth. Immortal cultivators? The most important thing is the gongfu. The number of turn levels between feats affects not only the theoretical limit of achievement, but also several aspects. From the refining realm one would set the main cultivation technique, and if one practiced a good technique from the start, then the longer it takes, their own mana reserves, their ability to recover, spiritual perception as well as physical strength far exceeded that of an ordinary immortal cultivator of the same level. It's not a problem for an immortal cultivator born in a science class to fight several loose cultivators. The great ones even perform a cross-realm counterkill. Avatar feats favor more prominence in a particular field. Mountains, medicine, fortune-telling, physiognomy, divination, and so on. There is no limit to how much the Dao-seeking liquid can feed back. It can keep feeding back. At the end of the day, the strength of one's own body would even be stronger than the artifact, which could be called cheating body refining. Body refining usually involves taking celestial materials and treasures and beating up the bones of the body to continuously strengthen it. You can also refine some foreign substances in heaven and earth, baneful energy, gold, iron, earth and wood, and so on, to make the strength of the body increase. But there are some things that the human body simply can't be refined, that the flesh can't withstand, and that the risks are extremely high. If you make a mistake, you will die. And every refining is a big gamble. There's no such concern with the seeker's fluid. It's a dead weight. You can build it as hard as you want. No matter how many times one fails, it will not affect one's physical body. And because the feedback from the Tao-seeking liquid is always there, that means the self can always get stronger too. The more Wu Qingling thought about it, the more he felt that the Tao-seeking liquid was incredibly strong, worthy of being a divine ability that appeared on the embodied Tao fetus. Maybe he wouldn't be able to fight several of his peers in the same realm, one by one, in the future. Rather, it might be possible for one to fight dozens of people of the same realm. He thought for a moment and went up to his couch to sleep. It wasn't good to meditate every day. You had to combine work and rest. On the 9th day, Wu Qingling was counting the supplies in her storage ring with Bai Ruoyan. For 3 turns silencing notes. Brought. 6 of the 3rd turning ground charms. Brought. 3 turns of silver wire locking iron armor. Brought. Wu Qingling informed Bai Ruoyan that she wanted to go out for a training trip, and she had expected to be stopped. As a result, Bai Ruoyan agreed very quickly, causing him to be surprised. All brought up. Always be safe when you go out. Don't trust people, especially women. And don't get too cocky before it's too late to run. Don't worry, I've got my act together. Wu Qingling took the storage ring in her hand, which was full of talismans that were used against the god-refining realm. The price is expensive. He does not want it, but cannot resist Bai Ruoyan hard to stuff him. So I'm really leaving? Go. Wu Qingling's face was odd. Since childhood Bai Ruoyan had never let him be in danger. Contained in the mouth for fear of melting, held in the hands for fear of breaking. Live to raise a life of self-care is very poor dude. It was only logical that Bai Ruoyan would do everything in her power to stop it. Sister Ruoyan won't take advantage of me turning around and knock me on my ass. Wu Qingling looked at her with some apprehension. It wasn't without precedent. When he was 15 years old, he rebelled and was assassinated by a villain within the sect, leading to the suspicion of the elders. Sister Ruoyan pleaded for him, but he was so angry that he ran away from home, just a few steps out of the mountain gate, still breathing the air called freedom. She was knocked unconscious by Ruoyan's sister with a stick and locked up in a small darkroom for 3 days before being released. He didn't even get beaten up for peeking at Jade Helm's bath before. Running away from home was the first time Sister Ruoyan made a move on him. How could I do such a thing? Bai Ruoyan smiled lightly, appearing harmless. Okay. He looked at Lin Mengye beside Bai Ruoyan and said, Mengye, I'll test your homework when you come back. Don't be lazy. Yes, young master. Wu Qingling looked at this girl crying and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's not like you're not coming back. Don't cry like a little flower cat or I won't want you. Young master. Ah, really? Lin Mengye was shocked, not bothering to cry, and froze as she looked at Wu Qingling. Just kidding. How could the young master not want such a capable guard like you? Wu Qingling exchanged a few pleasantries and turned to leave, but was pulled back by Bai Ruoyan. Give me a hug before you go. Wu Qingling was startled and came back to his senses, and without saying a word, he hurriedly hugged Bai Ruoyan for a moment, then hugged Limonia as well. Riding on the Wind Wyvern Dragon Colt, a fresh breeze surrounded the Wind Wyvern Dragon Colt, and the carriage slowly rose into the air. Flying away like the wind, he shook his hand with the 2 women behind him until he could not see Wu Qingling before withdrawing his hand. My Wu Qingling's journey to cultivate immortality is considered to have officially set sail. Looking out the window at the rapidly receding scenery, Wu Qingling was slightly excited in her heart. Previously, apart from being in the Tendu city, he had only gone to the secret realm, and only now was he truly embarking on the path of cultivation, being able to see a lot of different landscapes. 3 days later, the Wind Vulture Dragon Colt car approached a maple leaf forest from the natural scenery of the Earth's mountains and rivers. A large workshop was clearly established in the forest. Wu Qingling got out of the Wind Wyvern Dragon Full car, which was equivalent to a cab in the immortal cultivation world. The price is quite cheap, and many gentry in Yongningshao will take this car. Wu Qingling can fly even with a flying magic weapon, but how is it not as free as flying in the chi refining realm? Not as good as spending spirit stones to take a car. When the life of a great young master is so boring and plain, go back. Wu Qingling handed out the spirit stone due, and the Wind Wyvern Dragon Colt took the spirit stone in its mouth and nodded before flying off into the distance. His current location was at the border separating Yongning continent from Wuling continent. This place was much more prosperous than Tendu City, with a mixture of people and demons, and most of the living beings had a cultivation level of the refined essence realm. From time to time, rainbow lights would vanish from the sky, and when they reached the marketplace, they would descend and enter it on foot. In this marketplace, flying was forbidden, a rule set by the largest local sect, the Spirit Turtle Ao sect. Sects in other continental realms had similar rules, all of which had the clause prohibiting flight. Anyone who breaks the rules will be caught and fined a large amount of spirit stones, and if they can't pay, they'll have to sell their bodies. Those who draw talismans. Those who alchemize pills. Those who don't have a skill are pulled to dig mines, and those who are stubborn are killed on the spot. There seemed to be a large marketplace in front of us, and the yells of in the distance, one could also see runes carved into the flat ground, which was thought to be a teleportation array. Wu Qingling walked quickly to the center of the square city, where a huge statue still stood nearby. It was a woman, stunningly beautiful, with a hint of coldness in her sculpted features. Behind the statue there were also 12 statue flying swords suspended, the end of which was marvelous and incomparable. Nango Yu's statue is, indeed, just better looking than the game's standing paintings. Wu Qingling looked at this woman, the world up to tens of thousands of years without a fairy. This is the only strange woman in the legend who has been feathered into immortality. This Taoist master. Do you need me to show you around the Maple Leaf Market? Chapter 38, My car was stolen. Wu Qingling turned around and saw that it was a girl with whitewashed clothes, staring at herself with wide eyes. Take me to the teleportation array to the Wuling continent. Taking out 2 spirit stones from his storage ring, he handed them to the girl and waited for her to lead the way. Master Tao. This. Less. No. More. Just give us scattered chunks of spirit stones. The little girl fearfully handed the spirit stone to Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling pushed her hand, signaling her to go ahead and lead the way. Go on, lead the way. Seeing him walk ahead, the little girl had no choice but to take it. Hastily ran ahead to bring it, secretly sighing in his heart that this Taoist master was handsome. It's also generous, so you don't have to come out and show people the ropes for 6 months. The little girl led Wu Qingling around, turning left and right. It took almost 3 incense sticks of time to reach an open field. Master Tao. This is it. Aha. Wu Qingling nodded, waved his hand with the little girl, and stepped forward to the personnel managing the teleportation array in front of him. This fellow Daoist, is he going to the Wuling continent? Right. Which teleportation array to Wuling continent? The dry and thin Taoist sitting on the chair stood up breathlessly and lead Wu Qingling to the corresponding rune of the teleportation array, close to most of the snowy mountains. That would be the Purple River Market. A total of 122 standardized spirit stones. Wu Qingling pulled out the corresponding number of spirit stones from his storage ring and handed them to the dry and thin Taoist. The dry and thin Taoist counted and found the number to be exactly 122 pieces. Fellow Daoist, go stand at the Qian position and remember not to mobilize your mana, so as not to cause a teleportation error. Sloppy. Trouble. Wu Qingling stood at the Qian position of the teleportation array and looked at the dry and thin Taoist curiously. I only saw that dry and thin Taoist standing on that square platform in the middle of the teleportation array. Taking out a white jade token, he planted it in the alcove, and with a clicking sound, it fit tightly together, and a faint white light appeared at the teleportation array. The teleportation array is a huge circular array platform with a square platform in the center that, a circle of circular platforms, 8 in number, corresponding to the 8 directions, each 10 feet in diameter, encircled the edge of the, more than enough room for a couple dozen people. A pale white light surrounds the dry bit platform at the edges, forming a pale white film that, a slight sense of weightlessness appeared in Wu Qingling's heart. The eyes blinked and the scenery around them kept changing. Huge mountain ranges appeared outside the white membrane. The mountains rumbled and, at a closer look, it was a white snake so huge that it could not be seen at a glance. And the snake's letters spat out by the white snake were like a huge object covering the sky, covering the white membrane in the sky. Earthly white snake. Wu Qingling's eyes carried a hint of surprise. Where the continent boundaries were connected to there will be a white serpent as high as a mountain, as high as a tsunami, which separates the continental boundaries and turns into a natural barrier. In the game, there's a very low probability that you'll run into one when teleporting, usually just as a backdrop to will not attack the player. The palpitating snake pupils gazed at Wu Qingling, causing his heart to stop for a few seconds in that moment. At the returning ruins, the mystery woman was huge, but only 3 stories high. This one snake pupil is more than 3 stories. There is a deep instinct within man to fear creatures larger than himself, also known as gigantophobia. Phew. Wu Qingling tried to adjust her breathing to make her body less stiff. Snakes are degenerate dragons, capable of swallowing prey larger than their own size. They are beings known for their extreme greed, and their innate desire to transform into a true ancient dragon, a symbol of immortality. My name is Wu Qingling. I don't know what is the senior's business. Wu Qingling tried his best to keep his tone nonchalant and saluted with his hands clasped in front of him. After waiting a long time and not seeing a response, he quietly looked up at the earthly white snake and the white snake was found to just remain stiff and motionless, as if it were a real mountain range. Those serpentine pupils just stared instinctively at the passerby, and upon closer inspection they could be seen to be dull and lifeless. Dead things? Wu Qingling's mind was racing with thoughts, and in the blink of an eye, the skies swirled, and the scenery changed once more. As soon as he turned around, he had already arrived at the Purple River Market. Hey, fellow Daoist, welcome to the Purple River Market. A mediocre-looking Daoist warmly greeted Wu Qingling. Aha! Wu Qingling returned to her senses and answered. Do you need to rent a wind wyvern dragon colt? It only costs 1 spirit stone for 1 hour. It's a good price. Rented. Wu Qingling took out her spirit stones and paid for the fees within 4 months, as well as a deposit of 500 spirit stones. It just so happened that he needed a mount in this Wuling continent, so he walked out of the teleportation array, got on the car, and looked at the scenery, which was very different from that of the Maple Leaf Market. Distant peaks, meeting the sea of clouds with a hint of purple. From a distance it looks like a purple river encircling the peaks. This meant that he had crossed the incomparably distant continent boundary and arrived at the Wuling continent, in a corner that Wu Qingling had not seen. A glint flashed in the eyes of a big man. What a generous offer. He turned into a gust of wind and followed Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling frowned and turned back to look. No, there was no silhouette at all. Someone is spying on me. After he stepped into the late stage of essence refining, his perception ability had greatly improved. Shaking his head, Wu Qingling quickly walked out of the Purple River Marketplace and let the Wind Wyvern Dragon colt fly at full speed. After all, it's the real world of immortal cultivation. He can only grasp the big definitions. The subtleties can't be managed at all. It's only in the first half of the game that I went back to Wulingshao, and now all those enemies are still gone. 7 days later, at night, it was already ugly, and the full moon was in the sky. The bright white moonlight passed through this dilapidated Taoist temple, and a man could be seen warming himself. Wu Qingling sat inside an unknown broken temple, roasting a bonfire. As the late night grew colder, Wu Qingling added some firewood to the bonfire. Being blown too much by the wind that hurts in the night, even if one is an immortal cultivator, one will suffer from wind cold, unless a mortal wind is blowing. He flew in his car for 6 consecutive days, and on the 2nd day there was no prying feeling so he casually opened up a cave, stopped to rest, meditated for a few hours, and once he came out, he realized that his Wind Wyvern Dragonfoal car was gone. This gave Wu Qingling, who had just stepped into the immortal cultivation world, a hard lesson. It wasn't recalled by the Taoist of the Purple River Marketplace's teleportation array, but rather it was stolen. There are still some traces of the fight at the place where the Wind Wyvern Dragon colt stopped, and I don't know where it was taken. Anyway, it's not like he owns the Wind Wyvern Dragon colt. It's just a rental. He still had the flying magic weapon that Bai Ruyan had given him. It was just a pity about the deposit. A whole 500 spirit stones. Suddenly, a gust of fishy wind swept through the cracks in the roof of the broken temple and swirled into the temple. Along with it came a roar. Were you the one spying on me a few days ago at the Purple River Market? Wu Qingling coldly glanced at the fishy, foul-smelling whirlwind and, between the conversation in the hands has emerged a long knife black as ink. It is the small building a night listening to spring rain. Doggone it. Don't you dare talk to me like that. You gentry in the Wind Wyvern Dragon colt. One by one, they are negligent and careless, without any semblance of walking in the cultivation world, and their biggest advantage is their fine skin and flesh. You're a handsome little Taoist, so if you serve me well you might be let live. Chapter 39, Running Away in the Night. Wu Qingling mobilized his mana, penetrated into his long sword, lightly recited the spell of warding off evil, and slashed at the whirlwind. Break up this whirlwind. Hiss. The foul-smelling whirlwind evaporated from where that slash had struck, and rolled all over the temple. Gradually condensed and entangled. After a few breaths it turned into a nightstick-like ugly man. You? What kind of spell is this? How could you strike my blood wind ghost? Any last words? The big man's face twisted to the limit, and a shrill, resentful ghostly howl came out of his mouth. The ghostly chi entwined around his body rolled furiously and hissed as he lunged over. True martial returning blade, spark style. Seeing the ghosts and monsters counterattacking, Wu Qingling's expression remained unchanged, and he slashed at the weak point of the ghosts and monsters' attack. The blade turned and stabbed out 78 times in a row, and from a distance it looked like an erupting firework. The furious attack caused the ferocious momentum of the ghost monster to be unable to hold back, and was sent flying backwards, rolling 7 or 8 feet in place. Under the moonlight, the pitch-black long knife became more and more demonic. I'll ask you again. Were you the one who followed me for 7 days? The big man rolled all over the ground, his limbs turning into a pale ghostly mist. There, Wu Qingling stabbed through the blood wind ghost's chest and fixed it on the ground. Fellow Daoist, don't be in a hurry. I'll say that I happened to meet the parked wind wyvern dragon cult car, and my heart grew greedy. Having eaten this dragon cult, and seeing that you have not found the little one, I have sought to find you this night. The blood wind ghost screamed in his heart. Had he known that he should have left after eating that horse? As a result, it's now kicking the can down the road. Hand over the storage ring. Fellow Daoist is joking. Where did I get a storage ring? I'm transformed by a blood wind ghost. How can you wear a storage ring? Wu Qingling didn't say much and churned the blood wind ghost's chest. The blood wind ghost's eyes widened and he screamed in shock, and his yellow-black rotten teeth spat out a red light that, the swiftness cut through the dark temple and stabbed at Wu Qingling's forehead. In that instant, Wu Qingling's small building listening to spring rain one night the hilt of the knife changed. It stretched and spread like water across his forehead, becoming a double-layered circular shield. Click! The first shield broke and the arc shattered to the ground, embedding itself in a second layer of pitch-black shields. The blood wind ghost's eyes showed shock and anger, and dissipated into the temple. As early as when Wu Qingling had immobilized the blood wind ghost, he was on guard against the blood wind ghost's dying counterattack. Therefore, he made his move the instant the red light appeared. The Seeker's liquid, which forms a shield in front of the forehead, falls slowly and reconverge into the hilt of the small building one night hearing spring rain. I hope that this trip to the great part of the snowy mountains will be able to imbue the Dao-seeking liquid to the level of a second-turn magic weapon. Now that the strength of the Dao-seeking liquid is at the level of a mid-grade mortal weapon, the small building that was transformed into a night of spring rain is on the same level. Taking back the small building to listen to the spring rain overnight, Wu Qingling looked towards the place where the blood wind ghost had dissipated. A storage ring was revealed there. Wu Qingling picked it up, erased the prohibition on it, and his spiritual sense looked inside the storage ring. 52 spirit stones, 3 first-turn mortal weapons. There's poor enough. Not enough to cover the loss of my wind wyvern dragon pony car. He put everything away and with a wave of his sleeve, the bonfire was blown away by mana. I'm unfamiliar with life in Wuling Chao, and I haven't offended anyone else. It means it's not an enemy spying on me. I've been in a hurry the rest of the way, except for one meditation, and I haven't touched anyone. Who the hell is spying on me? Wu Qingling frowned slightly. Originally thought that it was this blood wind ghost that was spying, but now he thought that it wasn't. This level would be discovered at the first moment they spied on him, and would not give him a chance to escape. As he carefully recalled the passage of these few days, he suddenly recalled a scene from when he had just arrived at the Purple River Market. He directly rented the Wind Wyvern Dragon full car without making a cover. It should be this move that attracted the greedy robber cultivators. Thinking of this, Wu Qingling immediately took out a red square cloth and sat on it. The imperial weapon turned into a recluse and ran away for the night. Now that this place was no longer safe, he had to reach the greater part of the snowy mountains, as soon as possible. You'll pass through the Hearing Goose Gorge on the way to the must-see road, so take your chances there and see if you can meet Purple Drop. I should have known to ask for a voice transmission jade slip. The thoughts of Wu Qingling, who was flying in the imperial vessel, turned over. He only had the contact information of Bai Ruyan and Lin Mengye right now. The sound transmission jade slip thing isn't real-time. The farther the distance, the longer it takes. It was even possible that it would be interfered and shielded by some places, causing the owner of the sound transmission jade slip to not receive the message. A few breaths after Wu Qingling's departure, a whirlwind, even more fishy than the bloodwind ghosts, tangled and encircled, forming the one-eyed hulk that appeared next to the already extinguished campfire. Running pretty fast, he smiled sorrowfully. When he tried to do it a few days ago, he was cut off by a bloodwind ghost of the same clan, patiently waiting for both sides to snipe at each other so they can have a catch. Just as his figure swayed falsely and was about to turn back into a whirlwind, white ice crystals spread all over his body. His lips moved slightly as he watched in horror at the changes in his body. Sandy, a wounding wind blew through the temple, and the one-eyed man shattered and fell to the ground. I can't believe I followed Linger for 7 days. A white silhouette walked out from the darkness, and it was clearly Bai Ruyan. She looked down indifferently at the ice crystals on the ground, and even the storage ring that the blood wind ghost had dropped shattered all over the place. When this matter is settled, there will be no great danger in the greater part of his journey to the snowy mountains. Next go to the Red Spectre continent to pick up an item. Wu Yao spoke out from within Bai Ruyan's body. Under the moonlight, only the extinguished bonfire and broken ice crystals remained inside the broken temple. 3 days later, Hearing Goose Gorge. Lin Town. This is the closest town to the Hearing Goose Gorge, and within the gorge there is a lot of divine chaos, foolish and only instinctive beings, so there are many cultivators come to hunt in exchange for cultivation resources. This town existed similarly to a transit station, where many immortal cultivators traded and rested. Wu Qingling arrived faster than he predicted. I thought I might encounter some ungrateful people looking for all kinds of trouble on the road. However, no, the ride was surprisingly smooth. It was already night when Wu Qingling arrived, but it was still brightly lit, with an endless stream of customers coming and going. From time to time, a recluse flashed by. Wu Qingling walked around, following the impression in his memory, and found one of the biggest medicine stores in the area, Rising Sun Pharmacy. The Rising Sun Pharmacy was quite large, covering a wide area, with rows and rows of counters displayed like a shopping mall. Finding a temporarily vacant counter, Chen Guan didn't bother with those fellows, but called for the steward. May I ask what this fellow Taoist needs? The steward of the medicine store, whose cultivation level was only at the early stage of essence refining, saw that Wu Qingling was dressed in an extraordinary outfit. Immediately, he came over to entertain Wu Qingling and acted politely. Fellow Taoist is a bit strange. I think you're new to Linhao Town. My humble self, Yang Liangbi. I'm the steward here. I wonder what kind of business you want to talk to us about. Is there any golden sandy soil or purple bamboo fruit? 2,000 copies of each. Fellow Taoist, golden sandy soil, a first-turn medicinal herb, 1 spirit stone apiece, and purple bamboo fruit, a first-turn medicinal herb, 5 spirit stones apiece, totaling 12,000 standardized spirit stones. Chapter 40, Fighting the Wolves. Yang Langbi was surprised at what he heard. The gold sand soil is not worth much, but the purple bamboo fruit is 5 spirit stones apiece. 2,000 copies would be 10,000. He could at least eat a commission of several hundred spirit stones. Pressing down his ecstasy, he asked, "This, fellow Taoist, we need to prove that you have sufficient spending power to come to make sure it's not to amuse us." Wu Qingling didn't have the heart to beat around the bush with him, and with a wave of his hand, a small mountain of spirit stones appeared on the ground. The spirit stone was illuminated by the light inside the medicine store, emitting a faint blue light. Yang Liangbi and the guys in the store looked at this scene in shock. "Xiao He, take the spirit stones and count them. Xiao Shun, go get the medicinal herbs that this fellow Taoist just mentioned." Yang Liangbi respectfully asked Wu Qingling to go upstairs and take a seat, have a cup of tea and wait for the herbs to be delivered. "Come, fellow Taoist, this way please." "No, I'll leave when the stuff is given." Wu Qingling declined the offer. There was no point in wasting time here. After waiting in place for a while, Xiao He informed Yang Liangbi that the number of spirit stones was fine. It just so happened that Shun had also brought all the required herbs. It also comes with a storage ring for gold sand soil and purple bamboo fruit, but the quality of the ring is very low, belonging to the disposable. Take out the goods and destroy them. Wu Qingling put all the resources inside in his own storage ring, walked out of the Rising Sun Pharmacy. He didn't just come over on a whim to engage in pointless spending. The 2 items, golden sandy earth and purple bamboo fruit, were next to be very helpful to his actions. The golden sandy soil and the purple bamboo fruit are all first-turn herbs that belong to the special herbs within the Hearing Goose Gorge. The nature of the medicinal material is on the hot side, so it can be used to refine the purple sand pill, which is so mundane that even a novice alchemist can refine it. It is generally used to better perform earthbound spells in hot zones. The Earth Escape spell. But if you place these 2 herbs in certain proportions, then by putting the rest of the auxiliary herbs in reverse order, it would become a purple cold pill that possessed the ability to protect against cold. After taking the purple cold pill, it is able to withstand the extremely cold, snowy mountains of the greater part of the. Let the cultivator's body temperature be normalized. The environment of the large part of the snowy mountains is special, and only the derived spiritual plants belonging to the same earth vein will not be rejected. The rest of the medicinal herbs for refining pills that resisted the severe cold, unless they were of high quality, it wouldn't take long for them to run out of medicinal power. And the purple cold pill lasts for a long time, so you can say it's a special attack on most of the snowy mountains. Wu Qingling rented an alchemy room in Linhao Town, which hooked up to the earth fire. It's a unique place to make pills. He took out the ebony disc copper furnace that Bai Ruoyan had given him. The grade had reached the level of a medium-grade magic weapon. First-time alchemy. I hope nothing goes wrong. With 2,000 medicinal herbs, a furnace consuming 10 ingredients could theoretically refine 200 of them. With Wu Qingling's beginner level, having 30 would be good. Wu Qingling hooked the ebony disc copper furnace to the earth fire and put in the medicinal herbs. When he was in Tiandu City, he was reading the alchemy notes when he had nothing to do, and today was the first time he had done it with his own hands. The first few steps were rusty, and the moment the herbs melted together, Wu Qingling smelled the fragrance of the medicine. Every bit of change in the Dan furnace, the progress of integration was in his mind. A quarter of an hour later, as the lid of the furnace opened, a touch of medicinal fragrance wafted through the alchemy room. Could it be that I'm also a genius in the alchemy path? Wu Qingling took out the purple cold Dan in the Dan furnace. The Dan became a lower grade. The Dan was not round. There were still some unintegrated herbal flavors in the medicinal fragrance, but none of these affected the fact that this was a purple cold Dan. Many beginners have to go through many times before they can refine the finished product. Very few people succeed the first time. Striking while the iron was hot, Wu Qingling continued to concoct pills, and as the number of times that he was able to refine the middle grade on the 32nd time, and the 152nd time he was already able to refine the top grade. Half a month later, a slightly tired Wu Qingling walked out of the alchemy room. He had refined a total of 126 results during this period, and he was quite satisfied with this result. Although he poured in a lot of refreshing elixirs, his alchemy skills were greatly improved. Any more skillful proficiency could be enough to try to test for a second-turn alchemist. After disposing of the elixir and buying 2 maps in Linhao town, he barged in alone without any hesitation. This was his first time entering the Hearing Goose Gorge, so it would be more convenient to hire a local immortal cultivator as a guide. However, considering the strength issue, the intention was abandoned. He's there to seek the opportunity. What if he encounters a problem of unequal distribution? So go straight to the source of the problem and get the trusted purple drop that. After all, the minimum are pipe daisies. Most of the snowy mountains are just behind the Hearing Goose Gorge, and right now Wu Qingling isn't in a hurry. There's a good chance you'll run into purple drop, so if you can't, you'll go up the mountain by yourself. After spending the whole morning, purple drop did not see, but the demonic beasts that were decapitated were more than 10 heads. They were all first realm demonic beasts, not posing the slightest threat, and Wu Qingling seriously doubted that they were here to touch the porcelain. A day later, Wu Qingling traveled alone to the Hearing Goose Gorge. Phew! A blazing flame shot towards his back. The Dao-seeking liquid formed a shield behind Wu Qingling to block the flames. Shoot it, small building for a night. The long knife in his hand shot out, instantly extending a black line from the tip of the blade, slashing through the attacker's throat. A wail came from the half-man-high bushes, followed by several crimson wolves stepping out. The length of the small building listening to the spring rain overnight remained the same. It was 3 feet long, and mana was infused into the blade. A green aura surrounded it, and a haunting friction sound emanated from it. Blast Wind Attachment Blade Technique. This was a spell that Wu Qingling had learned to infuse mana into a carrier and wind up aura convergence that, forming a wind blade that cuts through iron like mud. Ow! In front of Wu Qingling's eyes came out densely packed black shadows, their eyes emitting a bizarre green light. Fishy, yellowish saliva dripped from jagged teeth, scorching the ground with smoke and Wu Qingling calmly observed the demonic beast. From the color of its fur and its aura, it should be an Inferno Breath Wolf. 2 intermediate refinement Inferno Breath Wolves, 12 early refinement Inferno Breath Wolves, and 82 unorthodox mortal wolves. It's okay, it's a meat night. This situation is within acceptable limits. The 2 sides locked horns, wide-eyed. The last Inferno Breath Wolf in the middle stage of essence refining had not composed itself and lunged at Wu Qingling. The rest of the Inferno Breath Wolves also swarmed up, buzzing. A small building listening to spring rain overnight makes a piercing shrill sound. Wu Qingling stabbed the mouth of one of the Inferno Breath Wolves on the left with a sword in a flash of lightning and swept it with force. The wind sword chopped out of the left side of the wolf's mouth, chopping off the head of the next Inferno Breath Wolf. Stepping on the Infernal Breath Wolf and jumping upwards, dodging the rest of the Infernal Breath Wolf's stinging tail attack, the wind blade made a big turn and it grew 2 feet again and swept towards the wolves. Put. A sword chopped down a mid-refinement Yen Breath Wolf, 7 early refinement Yen Breath Wolves, and 32 mortal wolves. The space was suddenly wide open, with wolf corpses all around them. The rest of the Inferno Breath Wolves all kept a certain distance from Wu Qingling. Ow! It seemed to have realized that Wu Qingling was not a good person and had begun to slowly back away. Chapter 41, finally meeting Purple Drop. The wind blade was extinguished. The small building listening to spring rain all night had been turned into powder. Wu Qingling's hand was loosened. Then it flew away into the wind. The wind spell used by Wu Qingling was too much pressure for a mid-grade mortal weapon. It took overload to be able to slay the wolves in a row, and he now had 60% of his Dantian mana left. A faint sense of dislocation came, and Wu Qingling ate an elixir. With a grip on his hand, the small building listening to the spring rain overnight surfaced once again. Stabbing, a blade stabbed at the wolves, skewering several Inferno Breath Wolves. Hiss, the long, dark blade swept across the room like cutting tofu, dissipating in the distance. It was as if time seemed as if it had frozen, and the surrounding scenery, stood still. Boo! An inferno breath wolf turned into two halves and fell to the ground. Boom boom! The trees, swept by the long blade, fell to the ground and then all the remaining inferno breath wolves fell in half to the ground. The winds created by the falling trees blew away some of the strong odor of blood and it cleared the air a bit. Although the number of these inferno breath wolves is large, they are only animals of the refined essence realm, and are not spiritually intelligent. Neither did they have the strong talent of high-ranking demonic beasts, nor did they have the various spells and weapons of immortal cultivators. Once you have ranged spells, even the only sea of beasts is useless. Of course, ranged spells consume more mana and take longer to learn, but genius is not one of them. The Dao-seeking liquid withdrew from the state of the long blade and wrapped around Wu Qingling's right hand like a long snake. The entire arm was stained a deep ink color. With his right hand extended towards the corpses of the pack of wolves, the Dao-seeking liquid coalesced into a giant python and opened its bloody mouth. The feast was tinged with scarlet color. The silence of the forest seeped in, with the occasional sound of chewing food. I can feel the strength of my physique rising slightly. A warm current merged from the dantian into all the limbs and bones, giving Wu Qingling a warm feeling all over her body. Wu Qingling left behind a wolf carcass with a more complete body and fresh meat. Open up a temporary cave nearby and set up an astringent array, taking out the spices and cooking utensils, setting up the cauldron, and handling the wolf carcasses sharply, cutting them into chunks. Made a steamed inflammatory wolf. The scent filled the cave, and with the formation in place, it wouldn't be transmitted into the forest. This causes unnecessary trouble. The scenario of making some good food, having a meal and attracting a beautiful woman can only be described as unrealistic. There are only two kinds of living beings in this kind of deep forest: hunting cultivators and captured demonic beasts. Will any of them be good? There are too many stories of demonic beasts with no spirit, coming up to see you and doing it, and of cultivators with no heart, stabbing you in the back. It's not like we all know each other, and stabbing someone is completely psychologically free. Wu Qingling tore off a piece of meat and slowly savored it, the rich meat flavor instantly blooming on his tongue. It's okay, it just smells fishy. It was only after eating the entire inferno breath wolf that Wu Qingling felt a sense of fullness. Immortal cultivators were quick to digest, and for beings like the inferno breath wolf, whose aura dissipated as soon as they died, you can never eat enough if you deliberately digest it. Wu Qingling's stomach maintained a natural state. Digesting too quickly would be no fun. The Dao-seeking technique really does follow the creation of heaven and earth, and can refine foreign objects in heaven and earth. Simply swallowing the inferno breath wolf would also be beneficial, while other methods of eating the inferno breath wolf would at most benefit the fire spirit root immortal cultivator a little bit, and not much. It's easy to reach the cap. Wu Qingling wasn't sure if he had a fire spirit root. He hadn't bothered to test it yet. He remembered that the character was said to have a characteristic spiritual root, the existence of the day spirit root, and didn't pay much attention to the other attributes. After all, it's just a mid to late stage villain. Or a man. Anyway, you can reunite the 5 elements by going to the snowy mountains in the greater part of the country and getting the shaping immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed. Not having a fire root will become having one. In contrast, he was more concerned about the strength of his physique and wanted to start a harem that. Having a strong physique is essential. It's the foundation for not letting your backyard catch fire. A sea of forest that could not be seen at a glance. Demonic beasts hissed and birds flew in fright. Beneath the blue sky, a sound like muffled thunder blew the mountain's back end. Even as Wu Qingling was flying in the sky with his imperial weapon, he couldn't help but feel a bit of confusion in his ears. The huge plant demonic beast stood above the earth, like a huge flower. The scales cover the entire body with petals, roots and whiskers, and in the center there is a huge vertical eye. A tentacle such as a trace was like a lightning bolt cutting through the surrounding mountains and forests in an instant, and across from it, a woman hovered in mid-air, with a lavender pair of shan dresses that, dressed in a tulle-like black dress, it hunted in the wind. It held a green halberd, with a ghostly black light emanating from its body. A head of green silk had been scattered around her waist, and her beautiful and attractive face was full of disdain and arrogance. Aio! The demonic beast's flower opened wide and violently let out an eardrum-shattering roar that, strange and violent sound waves, tsunami-like, echoed in Wu Qingling's tympanic membrane. Noisy! That young girl's willow eyebrows were raised. Her plain hand was lightly lifted, and with the lifting of her palm, the halberd shone with eye-catching green light, actually covering down the black light around her, emitting a dangerous aura. The sharp head of the halberd rotated against the wind, as if it were a column covered with blades. It was spiraling at high speed and storming out. Between her waves of her hand, she carried the sound of violent wind and thunder, frantically heading towards the demonic beast. The demonic beast's multiple green tentacles twisted and tangled with each other. A drill-shaped fist covered in hot crimson scale armor was formed, kicking up a fierce wind and rushing towards the woman's attack. Not far from the site of the battle, Wu Qingling got down from the square scarf, and under the cover of the branches of a tree. Wakey wakey, it's Purple Drop. I finally found her. The one she's fighting against is the 100-touch flower demon. He kept a close eye on the center of the battle, and he would rush out at the slightest sign of trouble. Boo! A thunderclap exploded out of nowhere over the clear sky. The unrivaled force of the frenzy swept up air currents, spreading from the point of attack of the two to the mountains and forests. The trees were blowing and whistling, and the ground was churning with weeds. Wu Qingling had to use the Dao-seeking liquid to protect himself and block the airwaves. After the wave of air from the halberd's collision with the tentacle disappeared, levitating in the sky, Zilu's body was like a flash of lightning that instantly crossed the distance of tens of feet and appeared behind the 100-touch flower demon. The halberd in her hand stabbed out, and a circle of high-speed rotating wind blades formed on the tip of the halberd. It was as if it was a green-colored orb with a blade on its exterior. The halberd carried a wind blade and stabbed straight at the green-reddish scales of the 100-touch flower demon. Stabbing through the 100-touch flower demon's entwined tentacles, the juice splattered in all directions, and the 100-touch flower demon screamed more and more shrilly. Seeing that things were looking up, Zilu was ready to capitalize on the situation and pull out his halberd for another stabbing attack. Right at this moment, the petals of the 100-touch flower demon swayed and actually stopped screaming, revealing an anthropomorphic mockery. The tentacles that had been stabbed in half merged into one, closing the halberd under the scaly armor of the rewinding attacked Purple Drop. Purple Drop! Wu Qingling's pupils shrunk, and he threw out the small building one night listening to spring rain with all his strength. Chapter 42, Why Are You Here? Time seemed to slow down for a moment, and Purple Drop looked back at Wu Qingling in a split second. The small building listening to spring rain overnight half-spun and flew towards Purple Drop's body, melting into a party block. Boo! The rewinding and flying tentacles ran through the black cube in one step, which gave enough time for Purple Drop to react. The halberd's sound of wind and thunder roared, and it was pulled hard out of the Lin armor, dodging this strike from the 100-touch flower demon. The scarlet scale armor of the 100-touch flower demon oozed sap, flinging itself between the mountains and forests, eroding into the ground. Pale green smoke. The pressure of a second-realm demonic beast was vented at this moment. It made Wu Qingling's muscles subconsciously contract and tense, and the cold hairs on his back stood up, stirring up goosebumps all over his back. Why are you here? As the pleasant celestial music sounded beside Wu Qingling, the sense of intimidation disappeared without a trace. Violet Fall stroked her long, slightly messy hair, a few baskets of hair temples hanging down the ears to the towering human heart. The original condescending look at the 100 touches of the flower demon does not appear, but rather a joyful eyebrow, cannot help but reveal a faint smile, light and sweet, but the most easily intoxicated. You and I are linked at the heart, and I knew from thousands of miles away that you had a calamity, and so I came. Do you think I'll believe that? Having said that, Zilu's heart was as if she had drunk honey, and her smile grew even bigger, but immediately tightened up a bit, feeling that he shouldn't put all his expression on his face and look a bit squirmy. Dealing with this demonic beast first is really a big deal. The Dao-seeking liquid that Wu Qingling had thrown out and turned into a square had turned into broken pieces. It fell to the ground and was corroded away by the sap that flowed out of the 100-touch flower demon. With his hand gently clasped in the air, his Dantian mana surged and it catalyzes the liquefaction of a new way of seeking into a small building listening to spring rain overnight. The Dao-seeking liquid that separates out will dissipate into the heavens and earth once the internal mana is exhausted. Unless Wu Qingling took the initiative to recycle it, it was tantamount to a disposable weapon. Zilu nodded faintly. The 100-touch flower demon was really repulsive and should be disposed of. I'll take care of the rest. I was careless just now. Zilu clenched his halberd and waved his hand to protect Wu Qingling behind him. This second-realm demonic beast is approaching the third realm. I don't know what kind of spirit fruits it ate. It was actually born with some intelligence for me to deal with. Okay, you be careful. Wu Qingling nodded his head in agreement. With his current cultivation level it was indeed difficult to intervene. It's easy to mess up, so just play support at the back. Clang! An extremely introverted sharpness blossomed out from within Violet Fall's body, producing an oppressive sensation that was far stronger than before. It irritated Wu Qingling's skin to the point of raw pain. The blurring of Purple Drop's standing form was actually a residual shadow left behind by his excessive speed. A low growl like the demonstration of a wild animal defending its territory continued to emanate from the 100-touch flower demon's throat. The juices seeping out of the scale armor were caught in the taut tentacles. Purple Drop and the 100-touch flower demon fought together once again, with each strike erupting into waves of white air. The Purple Drop halberd attacked more and more sharply, covering all the aura of the 100-touch-flower demon. The scales and armor that beat it up churned, and less than 100 of its hundreds of tentacles remained. Seeing this, Wu Qingling transformed most of her mana all into Dao-seeking liquid into a single arrow. There was only 10% of mana left in the dantian. The 100-touch-flower demon's sense of crisis was wildly shocking. During the period when its strength was intact, it was naturally unafraid of this strike by Wu Qingling, but now that it was bruised and in a disadvantageous position, once it was struck by this one arrow, the scales of the battle would be completely reversed. Phew! The pitch-black arrow was surrounded by wind blades as it sped towards the 100-touch-flower demon. Aioo! Its few wits told it to run away now, immediately, and in the moment of its distraction. The purple drop's relentless attacks followed. The huge body was sent flying, smashing through several large trees. The stamen left a wound more than 9 feet long, nearly chopped in two. As it let out a guttural whimper and retracted its tentacles, the arrow passed through the wobbly stamen. Aioo! The 100-touch-flower demon's life force's unwilling roar resounded through the mountains and forests, and its life force gradually faded away until it died. The discomfort of mana depletion caused Wu Qingling's feet to float. He hastily swallowed a few pills to restore his mana. How are you doing? That one arrow just now consumed a lot of mana, didn't it? And your aura is unstable on you now. Zilu withdrew his halberd and quickly stepped to Wu Qingling's side. I should be the one to ask you that. You're the one fighting up front. I'm just playing assist from behind. Brother Qingling, stop talking. Quickly meditate and regulate. I'll protect you. Wu Qingling did not push back this request. He really needed to recover his mana and absorb the elixir now. After the burning of an incense stick, with about 30% of his mana restored, Wu Qingling stood up. That fast? Zilu's face was stained with some gray-black filth, and there was a touch of worry in his purple pupils. Well, I ate the Yuan recovery pill. There's not much harm done. What are you going to do with this demonic beast? This 100-touch-flower demon's cultivation has reached the second realm, and I think it has condensed a not-so-small inner core. I shaved out its inner core. This demon swallowed the spirit fruit and opened up its wisdom. There will be some residue in its core. It can be used as the main ingredient for refining a psychic magic weapon. Wu Qingling nodded. Generally the ones used by immortal cultivators in the second to third realms were psychic magic weapons. The first and middle grade psychic magic weapons were the ones that could be used skillfully at the second realm, and only at the third realm, which was the realm of God refining. Could one open up the spirit to a magic weapon? Using a top-grade psychic magic weapon was smooth and powerful in a way that was incomparable to the first two grades. The square scarf that Wu Qingling used was the upper grade of the mortal artifact, just enough for his cultivation. If it was a primordial psychic magic weapon, it would only have drained his mana just before it flew. Violet Fall familiarly condensed light green wind blades on her fingertips, slicing through the stamens of the 100-touch-flower demon, taking out a round lump of red inner core, about the size of a fist. It was practically insignificant compared to the massive corpse of the 100-touch-flower demon. It was the first time Wu Qingling had seen a demonic beast handled afterward, and saw Zilu take out the inner core with ease. I don't know exactly how many times I've experienced this, but I think that as a member of a demonic sect that everyone is clamoring for, this should be something that I'm used to. Let me help you. It took all of Wu Qingling's strength to cleave the small building listening to spring rain all night into the scale armor. It was a stark contrast to Zilu's relaxed and cozy. The quality is so low it's a bit of a drag. Wu Qingling secretly said in his heart that he had to devour the heaven and earth exotics as soon as possible. With a twinkle in his eye, he looked at the body under the knife and had an idea. Do you want the rest of the 100-touch-flower demon or not? Give it to me if you don't. Wu Qingling smiled and opened his mouth, cheekily pulling up Zilu's hair that was hanging down on her breasts. You can have it if you want it. You're so good to me. Give me a kiss. Violet Fall lowered her head and pouted. Dirty face. I don't mind. Wu Qingling lowered her head and kissed over. Zilu gently dodged Wu Qingling and lightly opened her cherry lips and said, "Wait for me to bathe and purify myself. All according to you." Wu Qingling did not expect that this little ninny also quite valued the sense of ceremony. Kissing a mouth but also a bath. We're all cultivated immortals. What's wrong with eating some dust? It's not a big deal. Chapter 43, My future retirement still depends on you. Don't come to the Hearing Goose Gorge next time you're here. Or the depths. Many of the demonic beasts in this place have second realm cultivation. It's too dangerous. How can I save my sweet little baby if I don't come? You're willing to leave me a widow? Really? It's more real than steamed. I was going to the snowy mountains of Dabu, passing through the Hearing Goose Gorge, and in the netherworld I felt that you were in the neighborhood. And so I came, and I'll go down to be with you if you're in a bad way. Wu Qingling said painfully. Don't say such unlucky things. Zilu's vegetarian hand gently pressed Wu Qingling's single thin lips, selectively listening to Wu Qingling's answer. completely ignoring the god talk. The focus is all on not living alone. After talking to Zilu for a few moments, Wu Qingling began to get down to business. The Tao-seeking liquid merged into Wu Qingling's right hand and opened its python-like bloody mouth. A large mouth tore into the 100-touch flower demon. Click! The sharp teeth on the black python were chipped off, leaving only a few inches of shallow marks on the 100-touch flower demon's scale armor. Not strong enough. Wu Qingling increased her mana output and put another layer of python skin on the python's head. Make it stronger. Qingling, wait. Zilu called out to Wu Qingling and threw out a talisman, sticking it on the corpse of the 100-touch flower demon. Hiss! A large amount of aura escaped from the 100-touch flower demon, causing the massive corpse to shrink down slightly. The green rhizomes become dull yellow and withered. Not a bit of common sense. Living beings within the immortal cultivation realm will have their souls return to the heavens and earth when they die, and their bodies will transform into aura, renourish everything, but the process is slow and needs to be reached with the help of external forces to speed up the process. The second turn scattering spirit talisman can do the job of dissipating the aura of a second realm demonic beast. Zilu Zuai placed on the lavender pair of lapel shan skirt. The garment had become slightly messy. Close to her petite body, there was a hint of laughter in his eyes, as if he was slightly pleased that he knew more than Wu Qingling, too busy to think about it. Wu Qingling stopped her mana output, allowing the python to maintain its immobility. Walking in the world of immortals, the one thing you can't have is carelessness. Many careless people die every year in the Holy Church. Zilu's small face was serious, and immediately after, she put a second turn spirit elimination talisman on the corpse of the 100-touch flower demon. As Wu Qingling watched Zilu's movements, a question popped up in his heart and he opened his mouth. Zilu, since the spirit elimination talisman is able to eliminate mana from a living being's body and return it to its aura, maintaining the purest physical body, then why not use this talisman during the fight? Is it because it's too expensive? About the talisman one, I haven't understood the talisman of the second turn yet. I just probably know what the talisman Sister Ruoyan gave me does. Calling by Ruoyan is Sister Ruoyan, a good sister to you. And me, I'm just calling her by her first name. Purple down. Violet Fall twisted her head away, her little face bulging, her cute little tiger teeth resting against her lips, revealing a dusty, snow-white neck. Drop. It's my fault. Forgive me. Wu Qingling immediately apologized. This was indeed an oversight on her part. The matter of name-calling could be big or small. In the eyes of a bull-headed and jealous person, it would be nothing less than a natural disaster nightmare. Qualified fish pond owners can't afford to favor one over the other. Gotta keep the little fishies happy and swimming in the pond. Zilu sniffed and quickly twisted her head to look at Wu Qingling before withdrawing her eyes again. You'll have to keep that in mind for the next time. Looking at Wu Qingling's sincere eyes, Zilu's heartbeat missed a beat for some reason. Even the word hum is said in a breathless, mosquito-like voice. I'm sure I won't do it again. Drop. And I'll scream as many times as you want to hear. Seeing this, Wu Qingling knew that Zilu no longer minded this matter and secretly said that Zilu was really good at coaxing. He waited until most of the aura of the 100-touch flower demon's corpse had dissipated and its aura was low, manipulating the giant python transformed by the Tao-seeking liquid. It once again opened its bloody mouth, its black fangs biting through the scale armor, and in one bite, it bit off a large pile of vegetative flesh, chewing and digesting it in one big mouthful. What's that you're boarding in your right hand, brother Qingling? That Bai Ruoyan brought out for you from the true martial immortal sect? Zilu was puzzled as she watched Wu Qingling's right hand devour the 100-touch flower demon corpse body. She first thought that this was a soul spirit pet raised by Wu Qingling, but now it didn't seem to be. It was more inclined to be a dead thing. She did not sense life in it. No, technically speaking, it belongs to the category of magic weapon mana, I guess, or weapon. Wu Qingling shook her head, denying Zilu's claim that the Tao-seeking liquid was a derivative of the embodied Tao fetus. The nature also tends to be that of a tool that can be used, much like the role of a magic treasure artifact. What you're using right now is the blood refining method, where you advance the grade of your magic weapon by devouring the blood chi of living beings. Zilu disguised herself as a curious baby and kept asking Wu Qingling questions, and when she was in the sacred sect, having studied many of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation, weaponsmithing is one of them. The red kernel she obtained this time was to prepare to refine the magic weapon herself, but she had never seen this different method of blood refining before. The usual method of blood refining has to draw runes, and different factions have different ways of drawing them. The Holy Sect's method of drawing was the Tao Wu rune-based blood refining, and she wondered if Wu Qingling was using the small school of blood refining method within the true martial immortal sect. Not really, it's my natural aptitude. Wu Qingling chose to be honest with Zilu. He felt that there was nothing to hide about this. First, It's still true that Purple Drop and he are at the very least pipe chrysanthemum friends, and if it weren't for Purple Drop, now he's cold and buried with the snow at the mountain temple. Secondly, it is impossible to hide it from people who want to probe, and when he awakened his physique, everyone saw the vision on Tianta City. Just find a shadow retaining stone to record it, unless he spends a lot of effort to massacre the city now. Let's not talk about whether it's possible or not, whether he has the ability or not. Once he does it, he'll immediately be branded as a scum of the righteous path. Bai Ruoyan's popularity will also suffer. Thirdly, he had the true martial immortal sect at his back, so he didn't have to worry at all about the problem of the wind destroying the wood when the wood shows in the forest. There are thousands of physiques, and although the overall proportion is small, it can't be helped that the immortal cultivation world has a long history, and many strange there were a ton of similar physiques. How would others know if he didn't expose the cap? Those who recognize it are usually powerful, and will feel that this son has the ability to be a great, true martial immortal sect as long as the brain is not out of the question will absolutely bail him out. Not to mention the people who cannot recognize. Not much strength is also under the red eyes. He wasn't going to go out and engage in pointless thrashing and meeting pointless contacts anyway. Intercepting the chance in advance and leaving. When the chance officially comes out, the building will be long gone. Who can catch him? Weapons type innate aptitude. It's a great help in the path of fighting. Zilu stood on her tiptoes and patted Wu Qingling on the shoulder like a little adult. When I, the holy maiden, retire and grow old, I'll rely on you to help me fend off my enemy's law. Violet Fall nodded in satisfaction. Deep down she was longing to get away from the strife between good and evil. I'm looking for a peaceful and happy land, but I can't help it if I'm in the immortal cultivation world. Only a strong force can protect what it wants to protect. What words? I'm still dependent on you for my future retirement. Wu Qingling bent his head with a serious face and patted Zilu's shoulder. Jokingly, the future Ride the Moon Demon Lord would be afraid of his enemies? It's all the others who are afraid of her pretty much. For this big thick leg, Wu Qingling wouldn't give up no matter what. The way of soft food was in it. Chapter 44, The Sins of Anemia. Zilu brought Wu Qingling flying in the sky. Zilu was an immortal cultivator of the qi refining realm. Only the depths of the Hearing Goosegorge had the presence of second-turn demonic beasts. The rest of the place was filled with small first-turn demonic beasts. With her strength, so there's not much of a threat at all in the outskirts of the Hearing Goosegorge. Those demonic beasts ran away with their tails between their legs when they sensed her oppressive aura. As always, Wu Qingling hugged Zilu, who was standing in front of him in imperial flight. The reason is the classic routine to deal with Bai Ruoyan. The routine is not afraid of old, and a good routine is a good routine. Afraid of falling, Wu Qingling stayed close to Zilu, his hands resting on her soft waist. Zilu was sweating because of the aftermath of the battle, and her clothes had merged with her body, presenting a graceful arc especially that mass of human hearts that goes up and down with flight. Violet Fall shuddered slightly at first, but as she flew out some distance, she gradually got used to it. At this time everything is silent. The wind is soothing. The distant peaks are reflected in the almost dark sky. It was like a huge painting unfolding in front of the duo. Neither Wu Qingling nor Zilu spoke, each feeling the tranquility of the moment. Zilu looked at the scenery, enjoying the quiet and marvelous time with Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling was not so elegant, smelling the fragrant sweat on Zilu's body from time to time. Immortal cultivators ate spiritual food and exhaled spiritual qi, and the alchemy realm had already undergone the flushing of spiritual qi to remove defilements. Theoretically speaking, the sweat of a fairy really does smell good, not an exaggerated adjective. Rather, it was the fact that it was a treat for Wu Qingling, who wondered if he could be a pervert as he sniffed it. Unfortunately, the sky didn't seem to be cooperating, and as time passed, dark clouds slowly crept into the sky and, boom, it's pouring rain. Zilu's imperial sword was very slow. She had wanted to stay a little longer, considering the erosion of her flesh by the heavy rain. Still, it was a quick trip to a suitable hiding place. After determining a hidden location and opening up a cave, Wu Qingling took a step, having just opened his storage ring, ready to take out the hidden array disc that he had been using recently. It was then that he saw Purple Drop pull out a black bag. She opened the black bag and spread it around the outside of the cave. This is a medicinal powder that is highly irritating to demonic beasts? Wu Qingling asked. Right. In that case the demonic beasts won't come close. What about when someone comes? You're not safe with this one. Look at this hidden array disc I've got. The second turn of the Seafire Forestall astringent array disc can be reused many times. Wu Qingling shook his head and took out the array disc, signaling that he would have to rely on him for this, and that the Purple Drop one would not work. Oof. Brother Qingling, I don't know how many nights I've spent alone in the wild. How could it be unexpected? The second turn of the Si-Huo-Lin Scops convergence array disk effect is good, but only the level of the second turn. The astringent technique inscribed on it isn't sleek enough and can easily be detected by cultivators who are good at sensing the chi. This is blood orchid mantis powder for me. It's the most natural method of astringency. Not only will the demonic beasts not come to the, it will also prevent cultivators outside the cave from sensing the cave. And the smells and sounds inside the cave will be captured by these medicinal powders, blending in with. It won't get out into the outside world. So awesome. He really doesn't know these details of the immortal cultivation world. He only knew of treasures and feats that had a good astringent effect, but they were all relatively far away from him. But he knows a little bit about the blood orchid mantis powder. It's expensive to build. Now it can be used even if it is raining heavily. It is not affected at all. Worthy of being the holy sect's holy daughter. She was really rich and generous. He thought that Zilu was using some other medicinal powder. This level of medicinal powder used in the Hearing Goose Gorge is really a big deal. Sending you a couple bags. There were 20 bags of blood orchid mantis powder in Wu Qingling's hand when she didn't react. Feeling the heavy weight in his hands, he went up and wanted to hug Zilu. The soft food was too comfortable. Stop it and wait for me to take a bath. Zilu smiled sweetly. Her dusty pretty face had a different flavor. A kind of wild beauty. It just so happens that I want to wash too. So I'll join you. Wu Qingling put away the blood orchid mantis powder and found a tree branch to cover the hole. Only a few tiny gaps were left for the sun to shine through. Running up and jostling with purple fall. Time seemed to go back a few years. To the day that they also met at the same little cave. At the same pouring rain. In the end, Wu Qingling failed to get what she wanted, and watched as Purple Drop opened up a square pit, released a water spell to fill the pit, put a bead that could be heated and some flower petals in it. In the cave, a pale white mist separates two spaces. On one side was Wu Qingling, who had nothing to do, and on the other side was Zilu, who was bathing. This pale white mist is just a small, unimpressive spell. Zilu did not use those very effective boundaries, obviously trusting Wu Qingling very much. Wu Qingling looked at the extremely seductive and alluring body in the haze of the pale white mist. Little Wu Qingling's whole body gradually tightened. Wu Qingling lowered his head and adjusted his position, and secretly said a few poor sins. Poor sins he's horny, but he's not so bad as to do such a bad thing. There's a way to be horny. Different situations are approached in different ways. The woman, if she is bold, this act is a lustful. Don't mean it. Running behind a pale white mist is a plus. A good man who understands the psychology of women. The woman, if she's a traditionalist, this gesture is just plain trusting. Trusting that the man across from her would not do anything to disappoint her expectations. It was clear that, although Violet Fall, as a holy virgin of the holy religion, that is to say, the holy virgin of the devil's religion, having grown up in a demonic cult at a very young age, she was known as a witch, but at heart she was still a traditional woman. Otherwise it wouldn't be so ritualistic. I hope to give the first time to Wu Qingling again at the right place at the right time. In the middle of Wu Qingling's rambling thoughts, there was a rustling in the pool. Interrupted Wu Qingling thoughts. Dizzy thoughts moving hard if ice clear. The sky collapses not shocked. All the changes are still fixed. God is happy and quiet. Forgetting to keep one. Put little Wu Qingling into a deep sleep. Falling. Are you done washing? Wu Qingling's voice was calm, and he sounded like a gentleman who was sitting on his hands. Brother Qingling, come in and wash. Purple Drop's delicate features emerged from the pale white mist, a light vapor emanating from her body. Those pairs of spring-like violet eyes glittered with a shy luster. And the beauty, the blown cheeks smooth and delicate after the bath. The two slightly opened red lips appeared gentle and moist, exhaling a tantalizingly sweet aroma. Ahem. Good. Wu Qingling recited the Ice Heart mantra once more. What's wrong with you? You look weird. Zilu walked towards Wu Qingling and waved her small hand in front of Wu Qingling's eyes. A wisp of light fragrance like orchid and musk came to her nose. She had now changed her dress to a simple one, and her loose hair was slightly bound with a flowered cloth, along the snow-white neck affixed to the back of the waist, like a waterfall falling from the 9 heavens. The end of the pavilion, delicate and lovely. Chapter 45, What are you doing? The somewhat tight black pants couldn't hide the two round, firm thighs, which were so straight and slender. This delicate appearance which still has the majesty of the battle. Let Wu Qingling hate to bite on a bite. Ahem. Nothing. Wu Qingling could see blurry movements through the hazy white mist that Violet Fall didn't wear perfume or anything like that at all, which meant it was a body scent, which got more and more ethereal after a bath. He hurriedly took out the lingerie he would change into later and said, I'll go in and bathe first. Zilu looked at Wu Qingling's back and pursed her lips in thought, her soulful beautiful eyes flowing. When it was Wu Qingling's turn to bathe, he shuffled inside and simply soaked for a while before coming out. The water temperature is okay. The used water smells good. The color of the water is crystal clear. Pale pink petals floated on the water, with a light floral scent that brightly washed away the dust from Zilu and Wu Qingling's body. It didn't affect the water quality either, and I don't know where all the dirt went. It's not that he doesn't want to soak more, but there's a purple drop out there that he ate his fill and continued to soak instead of spending time with the beauty. I feel refreshed after every shower. Wu Qingling was wearing a white lining, stepping slowly, her body flickering with green aura. A great deal of steam rose from the lingerie, held up by the powerful body, revealing a body that was strong and angular in every muscle. It's like a perfect body built according to the golden ratio. He reached up and ruffled his hand across his forehead, running it from the forehead to the back of his head, and under the blazing manna baking the snowy silvery hair fell like a waterfall without a drop of water. No more soaking? Zilu turned around and saw Wu Qingling's way of making an entrance like a lotus flower, her sandalwood mouth slightly open. Hastily, he turned his head away. I don't believe there's anyone in the immortal cultivation world who can pretend more than me, Wu Qingling secretly said in her heart, satisfied with this reaction from Zilu. Not living up to the 10% of mana he had consumed, he carefully evaporated the water droplets on his body. Are you meditating or sleeping tonight? Wu Qingling sat down beside Zilu, who placed a soft chair that could be used for both of them to sit down, free from the pain of sitting on the ground. Sleep. Okay. Wu Qingling pulled out the bedsheets that were placed in the storage ring that were specifically used for bunking. Is that the hard ground you sleep on? Purple Drop glanced back at Wu Qingling. Or what? I'm waiting for you to come up with something good. That's the size of the ring. Who has nothing to do with putting the bed to take up space. Wu Qingling spat in her mind and looked at Zilu expectantly. Purple Drop's little face was smug, and she hummed. And with a wave of her little hand, a large black luxurious bed appeared on the spare floor inside the cave. Still, you devil cults know how to live. It's the sacred cult. Don't yell it wrong. The demon cult is what those outsiders call it in a derogatory way. Oh, sorry, a slip of the tongue. Wu Qingling glanced at Zilu and saw that she looked as usual, so she shouldn't mind. Just a subconscious retort. Indeed, who in the devil's cult would call themselves a devil's cult member? What scholar would call himself a sour showman or a nerd? And what county official would call himself a dog official? Wu Qingling was not polite, directly lying on the bed. The ordinary immortal cultivators hate to split the space into two halves to put things in, for fear that they will come across something good too late to be included in it. Both put a small futon to meditate on instead of sleeping at night. It is also the case that people in the devil's cult focus on enjoyment and fulfillment of their desires first. Illuminated by the dim candlelight of the cave, Violet Fall's shadowed little face seemed to be torn about something. It's worth mentioning that if a cultivator casually puts a luminous stone, the lighting technique can make the cave as bright as day. Now the cave is put in the traditional style candle lamps specially chosen by Wu Qingling. Not so where is the atmosphere? Wu Qingling is not in a hurry. There is a big bed is enough to take up space, several feet long and wide. He didn't believe that Purple Fall would carry a second one. After waiting for a while, Wu Qingling could see that Zilu hadn't come up yet and was still sitting on the chair, hands behind your waist. It's bad. Is it the memory of what happened at the mountain temple that's causing the phantom pains? Wu Qingling immediately got up and put on his gilt Taoist robe with a righteous face. I tried it for you, and it does have a relaxing effect on the body after exertion. Come up and rest. Wu Qingling pulled out the small futon that had accompanied him for a long time and sat on it. What about you? Zilu froze at Wu Qingling's reaction. She just didn't want Wu Qingling to think that she was that casual, and was wondering what excuse she could use to go up with the flow. My generation of immortal cultivators, how can we be greedy for pleasure? You have the lion's share in today's fight. It's your turn to rest. Besides, this bed is yours. I'll just meditate now. I should hurry up and bring my cultivation up. I can't be protected by you all the time. Saying that, Wu Qingling posed with a cultivation gesture. The dimly lit cave reflected Wu Qingling's handsome face. Zilu was able to look at his straight nose from the side. His lips were scarlet, and the profile of his side face was like a knife cut, making her heart beat faster a few times. Zilu sat on the bed and quietly looked at Wu Qingling, who was meditating, thinking about Wu Qingling buying time for herself to escape in times of distress, thinking about the little moments with him in her early childhood. The little boy who begged with her then has now grown into a handsome young man. Her heart softened and she lightly bit her lip, softly saying to Wu Qingling, "Come, up here, but don't take advantage of me, at least not in this cave." Wu Qingling was delighted at the words and opened his eyes. His mind did not empty into a meditative state. Instead, he had been paying attention to Zilu's reaction, and watching her shy and embarrassed expression made his heart flutter. Then he thought of the night inside the temple. Ahem, that won't be necessary. Wu Qingling shrugged it off, feeling that he should pull off more. Otherwise wouldn't you look like you're impatient? Is he that kind of person? Brother Qingling, is the ground cold? It's not cold. How can it be cold? Not to mention my cultivation. I'm all the way from the ground on a futon. So I'll just be fine here, meditating and practicing all night. Come on up then. Zilu urged Wu Qingling. No need. Wu Qingling refused with a bland expression. No, if I tell you to come up, then come up. The ground is so cold. What if you accidentally get cold? There's a hurt wind blowing out there right now, so I can't guarantee it'll blow on you. Zilu said eagerly, not caring if Wu Qingling agreed or not, and forcefully pulled him up. Feeling Zilu's unrivaled strength, Wu Qingling's face changed slightly, giving up on continuing to tease her, in case she played it off and gave him a punch for nothing. That's, well. Seeing Wu Qingling's agreement, Zilu lowered her head, twisted and pulled out a quilt. Quickly get into bed and cover your petite body. Wu Qingling bent down to collect the futon and pulled back the covers in preparation to go up. You're not taking off your robe? Take off your robe? Wu Qingling couldn't believe her ears. Wasn't Zillow very traditional? How like a different person? Pointing to the Dao robe, he asked, is this the Dao robe? My gilt Dao robe? A small head emerged from the covers and Violet Fall nodded, saying, take it off. Chapter 46, Weird Mountain God Statue. Wu Qingling's heart surged. It seems that the more charming I am, the more charming I am. Could it be that Zilu was going to be with himself? Now thinking of this, he hurriedly unlocked his Taoist robe, revealing his white lining, and then he was ready to continue to take it off. What are you doing? Violet Fall suddenly covered her eyes in shock. Didn't you ask me to undress? Wu Qingling kept moving, still unzipping his pants. Zilu clenched her teeth and gasped. I'm asking you to undo your Dao robe and wear a lingerie so you can sleep. What are you doing? Oh, good. Wu Qingling said in her heart that it was a pity, and thought that they were all old married couples by now. You can just hand out benefits. You've just floated yourself. Zilu's beautiful face became more and more flushed. Her eyes carried a bit of shyness, and her body leaned into the couch. Tapped his side and said, come on up. As soon as the words fell, the candlelight went out, and Wu Qingling moved still without stopping, then quickly drilled in. Perhaps it was Zilu's nervousness that raised her body temperature, and Wu Qingling felt the comforter getting hotter and hotter. Wu Qingling took a few deep breaths to calm her nerves and rested her hands on the back of her head. Looking at the cave's ceiling, he said, what are your plans for the next few days? Go back and refine the spell. Is it urgent? Wu Qingling looked back at Zilu. He couldn't see anything in the darkness. The essence refinement realm was not yet able to see at night, but he always had a feeling that Zilu had been staring at his face. There's no rush. Purple Fall returned. Then would it be okay if you came with me tomorrow to the snowy mountains in the greater part of the country? I'm going to run some errands and need your help. Just after Wu Qingling finished speaking, Zilu returned the word good, without pausing for a moment. Oh, I almost forgot. Add a sound transmission jade friend. I should have done that in Tiandu City. I accidentally forgot. Wu Qingling and Zilu engraved spiritual sense contact markings on each other within each other's jade simples. This proves that the two parties have become close friends. He was playing with the sound transmission jade slip in his hand, which looked similar to a Gongfu jade slip. Just the features are different. Wu Qingling and Zilu chatted until the latter part of the night. The more they chatted, the more excited they got, and it felt like the sky was about to dawn. He offered to take a break before the cave quieted down. The next day, Wu Qingling and Zilu flew in company to the snowy mountains of Dabu, the entrance to the village of Maverick. After a day's labor, Nyoudai shouldered his hoe and headed for home. He forgot one big thing today. Today is the day to worship the mountain god. Nestled in a crevice at the foot of most of the snow-capped mountains, the village of Maverick is not tainted by the cold. The crops grew as usual, all thanks to the statue of the mountain god brought to them by the immortal master. A village near a small range of mountains in the midst of the mountains on the edge of these mostly snow-covered mountains. In a barren and impoverished region, beasts of all kinds are scarce, and it is only by the enlightenment of the statue of the mountain god that plants can be grown. Nyoudai kicked open the wooden door of his house, and hastily flung off his hoe and, rubbing his rough hands against the dirt-stained pant legs of his body, he pulled an idol out of a worn cabinet and respectfully cut out a few times. The statue of the mountain god was given to them long ago by Lord Xianshur, and carved by themselves. The immortal master blew his immortal breath and turned the idol carved from the yellow wood black, and a fine statue of the mountain god came out of the oven. The mountain god is not to blame. The mountain god is not to blame. I have missed the time for plowing the field today. I'll offer incense to the mountain god now. Nyoudai returned to his senses to get the incense used in the offering, but suddenly there was a coldness behind him. There was a sense of being spied on. Hey, where did that strange wind come from? Blowing the idol askew. Nyoudai hurriedly positioned the mountain god statue correctly, looked at it carefully for a few moments to make sure there was no problem. Back to rummaging through the cabinets. He felt a deep exhaustion as he rummaged through the cabinets, as if he had aged years. Mother asterisk 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 turned the soil too hard today. The village was extraordinarily silent as night approached, and not a single village gate passed on the road. It seems that every family worships the mountain god. Outside the house, the bone-chilling wind blew in a stream, and Yu shivered and finally found the incense for the offering. 2 red dots appeared in the room, and Yu lit incense, the smoke flowing around the statue of the mountain god. With the help of a faint spot of light, Yu realized that the pair of rough hands had become skin and bones. It's like the hands of a 70-year-old man, and he's only 30 years old. He looked up in horror to find that the corners of the rigid mouth of the dark mountain idol seemed to trace an arc that was staring hard at himself with a spiteful gaze. Yu was scared out of his wits, and a rush of urine gushed out from underneath him in fear. Ignoring the bone-chilling cold of the late night, I grabbed the door. But a pile of white bones fell to the ground. A few moments later, the sounds in the cabin came to an abrupt end. The strange thing was that the whole village was like a dead village, with no sound coming from it. In other corners of the mountain village, the same thing is happening. Mother, I'm so scared. A woman covers a doggy's mouth and holds him in a death grip. My good boy, just lie down here and don't make a sound, okay? The woman said gently to the girl. Dog Egg wiped his tears and cried. Mother, where are you going? The woman still said gently. My child, you are the bravest, aren't you? Don't cry. You just hide here and don't make a sound. Doggy hid in the closet, holding back tears. Watching through the cracks watched his mother shakily pull out the mountain idol and kneel before it. His eyes grew more and more horrified, and he could see the curve of the mountain idol's mouth as it traced as the corners of the mountain idol's mouth opened wider and wider. A few wrinkles appeared at the corners of mother's eyes. He closed his eyes tightly, not daring to look at his mother again, and kicked the cabinet accidentally in fear. The mountain idol's spiteful eyes stared him dead in the face. Just then, there was a rustling sound from outside. This is the place. I'll ask the villagers. I have an errand to run, and in the meantime I'll stay the night. It's not good to always live in a cave. You mean it's not good to be with me? No. How come? The sound of young men and women talking came from outside the house. Doggy tried to open his mouth to ask for help, but the mountain idol reached out a wooden hand and stuck it around his neck. His mother was desperately trying to move the statue of the mountain god. Snap! Not the sound of a neck being snapped, but the sound of a wooden door being pushed open. Oh, it's pretty hilarious. Doggy saw a handsome Taoist man as his eyes blurred. A long black blade emerged from his hand like a magic trick, and then he slashed at the mountain god statue, splitting it in half with a single slash. Ho! Dogman gripped his neck, and the sound that came from his throat had changed shape. Doggy, it's okay. The woman wept and hugged Doggy. This mountain god looks like a fake. You don't have to worship it anymore. Wu Qingling said to the mother and son who were embracing each other in front of her. This technique is a secret technique of the devil's way. The mountain blood-devouring technique, which is a crooked and evil way of doing things. Even in the devil's path it is a lowly spell. It seems that there are devil's path cultivators in this mountain village. Zilu walked into the house from behind Wu Qingling, and she instantly recognized the origin of the mountain god statue. Chapter 47, The Mountain Man has his own plan. Wu Qingling nodded in agreement with Zilu. This so-called mountain god is nothing more than an immortal cultivator pretending to be a god and relying on this to steal the essence of mortals, and for fear of going too far, the compromise of a mountain god statue was adopted. For the first time, Doggy saw someone from outside the village, or a sister who was like a fairy descending from the earth. For a moment it looked dumbfounded. Violet Fall frowned slightly. She didn't like the idea of a male looking at her, even if it was a child. The breeze blew, and a bloodstain appeared on Doggy's face. After all, he was only 11 or 12 years old, and after a trip to the gates of hell and a scare like this, his sanity collapsed somewhat, his eyes were lifeless, and he held the woman in a death grip, not daring to look at her again. Lord Immortal Master mustn't be blamed, but please let us go. The woman panicked and kowtowed with his children and begged for forgiveness. Wu Qingling didn't have any objections to Zilu's approach, any more than the mixed devil sect. How do you live if you're not ruthless? It would have been eaten long ago, not to mention just a small act of punishment. Take me to your village chief, Wu Qingling said faintly. Now that it's getting late, why don't you rest in the humble abode for the night, and I'll take you there in the morning. The woman looked at the sky. It was dark outside. She looked a little embarrassed. She never wandered around at night. So did the rest of the village. Wouldn't put you in danger. You'd be dead if I hadn't done something. If you don't get rid of the mountain idol as a hazard, your village will die out sooner or later. Lord Immortal Master is merciful. Your Excellency the Immortal Master does not know, but our little cow village relies entirely on the statue of the mountain god. You can't grow crops without a mountain goddess statue. The woman complained to Wu Qingling. Come on, stop crying and take me there. I'll take care of it myself. Wu Qingling didn't have the heart to make small talk with her. He just wanted to quickly go up to Dabu Snow Mountain to get the plastic immortal nirvana glazed golden silk seed. The woman wiped her eyes, picking up the doggy egg and leading the way ahead. Wu Qingling and Violet Drop exchanged sound transmissions in the back. Why would you come to a small mountain village like this when you're going to most of the snowy mountains? Came to pick up an item. Just now the mountain idol saw it. Zilu hummed, and stared at Wu Qingling with a strange look in her eyes. Anyone who is not blind can see it. Ahem. That thing was left behind by the people of the Sawani Palace, who have quite an affinity with the Dabu Snow Mountain. Violet Fall's eyes carried a hint of curiosity. Then she transmitted her voice and asked, what does this have to do with you going up the mountain? Decent cultivators have degenerated to using side roads and I don't think I have a voice in the Sojourner's Palace. The mountain man has a plan. Wu Qingling smiled mysteriously and stopped talking, following the woman as she continued walking. After traveling along the main road in the village for about several 50 feet, arrived at one of the most spacious cabins. The woman went up to the door and knocked, whispering for the village chief to come out and open the door. Didn't wait long. Out came a middle-aged man with messy hair. Thought he had just gotten up. Auntie Zhang, what are you doing here in the dark? An immortal master lord is looking for you. The woman pointed at Wu Qingling and Zilu, who were not far away. What? Lord Immortal Master? The thick-browed, middle-aged man who was originally sleepy-eyed was suddenly shaken. He hurriedly nodded his head at Wu Qingling. Sir Immortal Master, my name is Niu Daji. I'm the head of Shaoniu village, and I'm 36 years old. There are 4 children. Wu Qingling interrupted Niu Daji's crackling pile of words and said, let's not talk about these things. Let me ask you, do you have other immortal cultivators here? The bull Big Word long sniffed his eyes and pinched a smile. The immortal master Lu of my village has been gone for several months, and now you are the only immortal master in my village. Are you sure? You need to think about the consequences of lying to me. Wu Qingling looked at him meaningfully. That immortal master Lu was now in the calf village, disguising himself as an old groomsman on weekdays and harvesting essence blood through the statue of the mountain god once every few months. This is a side quest within the game. He remembers it clearly. How could I dare to lie to the immortal master? Cold sweat oozed from the ox's large, rough face, and his eyes fluttered. From what you just said, you have 4 children? The pressure belonging to the late stage of the refined essence realm enveloped the ox Daji, crushing him to the ground with a snap. I am not that I don't want to say it, but if I say it, everyone in my village will have to die. Wu Qingling increased the pressure, pressing the ox big character's face green and red. He hated riddlers the most. If he didn't know the plot, he didn't know how much work it would take. Don't worry, your village will be fine. Wu Qingling gave Niu Daji a little hope, and if he was too desperate, he would be hardened and say nothing. Watching Niu Daji nod his head with difficulty, Wu Qingling withdrew his mighty pressure. Auntie Zhang, go get Bonesetter Lu to come over. I'll entertain Lord Immortal Master here. The woman nodded and disappeared into the night with the dog's egg. Niu Daji finished lifting the doorway and invited Wu Qingling inside. He went up to one of the women and whispered to her. The woman immediately took the 3 children and went in the other room, bringing Wu Qingling 2 bearskin chairs. 2 immortal masters? You still have to wait here for a while. Auntie Zhang will need a few incense sticks to lead the people. Wu Qingling patted the bearskin chair and sat down to wait slowly. Without a word, Zilu followed suit and sat down, ready to see what Wu Qingling was going to do. The big ox character brought 2 cups of rough tea. Wu Qingling couldn't get used to drinking it, so she passed the time by transmitting her voice to Zilu from time to time. Wu Qingling was in the middle of a conversation when she suddenly heard the sound of walking coming from outside the door. The doorway was pushed open by Auntie Zhang, who respectfully stepped aside and an old man with gray hair walked in the door. Old man Lu locked his eyes on Wu Qingling as soon as he came in. He couldn't sense Zilu's cultivation, consider it mortal and automatically ignore it. This fellow Daoist, I wonder what I'm looking for in the middle of the night. Old man Lu's tone was a bit impatient, as if he was displeased with Wu Qingling's presumptuous visit. These mountain gods look like you're up to no good. This fellow Daoist, words don't rise to nonsense. Old man Lu's face changed and his tone started to become unkind. The mountainine blood-devouring method. Through the first turn spiritual plant yellow wood paired with the second turn spiritual plant heart tip stone together soaked in the May Big Baby, then crushed it into mince. Together with the magic spell spit on the statue. You can then manipulate the statue to suck the essence blood of mortals. Yes or no? Wu Qingling gently tapped on the desktop. Each tap was like a knock on old man Lu. It made him blush. He waved his hand to dismiss the mortals in the room and posted a silencing note on the wall. Since you didn't attack me, I don't think you're here to get rid of demons and defend the way. I wonder what Tomo wants. Old Man Lu stared at Wu Qingling, weighing in his mind whether to storm out and kill or not. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Eventually, considering Wu Qingling's young age and cultivation has reached the late stage of refining essence, gently sighed. The tone of voice is much better. Said, as long as you, fellow Daoist, don't spread the word, the old man will be rewarded generously. Wu Qingling spoke. Give me the order of the white vegetable. I know you stole it. Chapter 48. You know me, I'm an honest man. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere became grave. And Old Man Lu even tapped his storage ring and a silver-white scimitar was pulled out. Fellow Daoist is joking. The white vegetable order is an important treasure of our palace. How could it be in the possession of Old Man? I'm only in the chi refining realm, and I hope that you know that you're young, and I don't know what kind of son you are. Don't rely on your talent to mess around outside. Without strength, even the highest talent is just empty talk. Old Man Lu snapped, secretly saying that he had inadvertently let the wind out of his sails. Even the theft of the Baisu order was discovered, and he had only stolen it for less than half a year. Take it easy, I think we can talk some more. Wu Qingling stopped tapping her fingertips on the desktop. I believe you are a son of the 6th Harmony sect of the Wuling continent, less than a crown-year-old. You've reached the late stage of essence refining, so you should know that you have a bright future ahead of you. Don't want to be cut short just for the sake of this unknown rumor. The woman beside you is just a mortal. Do you think you can block my strike? Old Man Lu's aura was revealed to be at the very early stage of the chi refining realm. Wu Qingling's expression did not change. The pressure was still within tolerable limits. I'm not enough. Plus her? Wu Qingling glanced at Zilu, who understood, and an even more massive aura impacted Old Man Lu's aura and pressed down on him. What? Late stage of chi refining? Old Man Lu ran his mana to resist this aura, so that he would not be cowed before the battle. Wu Qingling gently clapped her hands in satisfaction. Stop pretending. I know you put the Baisu order inside your storage ring. Take it out yourself and I can still give you a hard time. Don't force me to take action. What if your stupid son gets the white vegetable order, and you're delusional enough to think he can change the gift? Wu Qingling's words were like the devil's whisper, echoing in the room. Where did I slip up and you even know what I used it for? Old Man Lu's face was ugly as he heard Wu Qingling point out the location and purpose of the Baisu order. There was no point in him continuing to hide it. I'm not in the mood to talk much with an old man. I've got to keep my Dawnguard company. You take it out and I'll give you a pain in the ass. Or you'll wait to suffer being scorched by the fire of the spectral prison until your soul dissipates. Are you so sure that the order of the white vegetable is in my storage ring? Do you think I would carry such a valuable thing around with me? Kill me and you'll never find the order of the white vegetable. He looked scornfully at Zilu beside Wu Qingling. If Wu Qingling was the only one that, he would have launched an attack a long time ago. It's okay to try to fool others, but it's not okay to fool me. You're cunning and suspicious by nature. The only one who trusts you is the heir of your old age, or you wouldn't have done what you did in stealing the order of the white vegetable. But you're afraid your son is in danger. Want to give it to him in a couple of years? And in the meantime, just rest assured that the order of the white vegetable is in your possession. Wu Qingling spoke eloquently. What virtues of NPCs can he not know? Boo! Old Man Lu's curved sword slashed at Wu Qingling, and the moment it was about to fall to it was blocked by a greenish-black halberd, and it was clearly Violet Fall who had struck. The old thing with half a foot in the coffin is still not honest, so I'll give you a ride. Zilu's small face was fraught with fury. Disdain flowed from her eyes, and with a twist of her wrist, the halberd hit Old Man Lu against the wall with a bang, branded a 3-inch mark on the wooden wall, and if Purple Drop hadn't withdrawn his hand, that blow would have sent Old Man Lu flying. The woman waiting outside the house, the dog's egg, and the family with the big ox character all looked at each other in dismay. The house was plastered with silent notes, so they couldn't hear the noise, but they could see a sudden lump of shapes protruding from the wall. My room are the immortal master adults fighting inside? Oh? The bull's big character muttered heartily, but unfortunately no one answered his question. Once again, the small mountain village fell silent. Ahem, it's true that I'm getting too old for this. Old Man Lu had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. A piece of his chest was dented in, and his scimitar was knocked down in a corner. Tear in the tiger's mouth. You, too, all karma is determined by heaven. I've fallen into the devil's ways, sucking the essence of mortals. It's not surprising that stealing the Baisu order would have such a fate. He ended up being silent for half a second, and finally took off his storage ring with a bitter face and threw it to Wu Qingling. Leave my son alone. He doesn't know anything. Wu Qingling took it and nodded, erasing the spiritual sense markers and confirming that there was a white token inside. A knife cuts off Old Man Lu's head. It's in hand. We should go. Wu Qingling picked up the scimitar that had been knocked off the ground, and fixed his eyes on it. Or a first-grade magic weapon. There are only a few cracks, and they can still be recycled twice, and he puts them away in his storage ring, shaking the storage ring that old man Lu gave him, greeting Purple Fall to leave, saying that I'm your dowmate. You don't want that sister of yours anymore? Zilu's eyes had a faint smile in them, the polar opposite of the gesture she had just struck. It seemed to be interested in what Wu Qingling had just said. Locke, you know me. I'm an honest man, and I've done that kind of thing. Got to be responsible, right? I can't abandon any of you. Humph. Just go find your sister then. The purple drop halberd plunged into the ground with a click, and a pitch-black gash surfaced on the ground. With a twist of her head, she retrieved her halberd, and walked out of the cabin. Self-conscious, she knew the situation was compelling, but knowing it didn't mean it was acceptable. Wu Qingling screamed bitterly in her heart. Wasn't it possible to have 3 wives and 6 concubines in this immortal cultivation world? How come it's so hard to start a harem? It's true that the more noble a woman is, the less likely she is to share a man with others. He immediately went up to coax Zilu, but unfortunately the effect was minimal, and his words had just stepped on Zilu's thunderbolt. Ah! Buldaji looked at the headless body on the floor in horror through the open wooden door. Lu, Immortal Master Lu is dead? Wu Qingling looked up at him and faintly said, dead. I killed him. Do you have a problem with that? No, of course I don't have any opinion. But our village all depends on the mountain god statue. Now that Immortal Master Lu is dead, what can we do? Please have mercy on us, Lord Immortal Master. Nyo Daji was in tears and kneeled down to kowtow. It's nothing. That statue of his stores essence for every person he feeds on. After using it, it breaks open. Now that he's dead, the statue won't suck you guys in anymore. And by the same token, it won't break again. There are enough statues in existence for you. Thank you, Lord Immortal Master, for your mercy, not only for helping us get rid of such evil thieves, it also showed us a clear path. Nyo Daji kowtowed a few more times on the ground. Although senior brother Lu had brought them the statue of the mountain god, it makes it possible for them to grow crops. But every few months a few people need to die. Their original village was a lot bigger than it is now, but it can't stand up to all this. It has resulted in becoming a rundown mountain village. Alright, get me a clean spare room. Wu Qingling quietly glanced at Zilu and saw that she didn't react much to sharing a room. Put your heart down. Ask the 2 immortal masters to come here. Chapter 49, I'm really saddened by this. Nyota Z brought Wu Qingling and Zilu to an empty room. The size was quite a bit smaller than the log cabin that had just been there, and it appeared to be a one-room house. A man's room threatens to defile the eyes of 2 immortal masters. This is my daughter's room. She got married a few days ago. She just left. Everything's still hers. She's the only one who ever lived there. I also hope that the immortal master will condescend to make do with one night. Fine. Go away and don't let anyone bother me. I know. Master Immortal. The Big Ox character left with a word of farewell. Wu Qingling habitually placed a formation disc in the room to avoid anyone mistakenly entering with prying eyes. Ahem. Falling child. Cultivate early. Wu Qingling had just untied his Taoist robes when he saw Zilu alone hogging the bed in a large. Heck. He didn't want him to go up there. He had to put his robe back on as if nothing had happened. Take out a futon and meditate and practice. Half a month later, mostly under snow-covered mountains, surrounded by mountains wrapped in silver, snow whistling past, a vast world of 10,000 trails of people extinct. Almost no one comes here on weekdays either. The sky was high, the snow was frozen, and the only 2 black spots were under the snowy mountains. Phew, eat this. I made it myself. Wu Qingling exhaled a breath of white air and took out half of the purple cold pill he had refined and gave it to Zilu. As soon as the purple cold dan went down, the 2 of them felt that their own temperature had risen quite a bit. It's just that every now and then there's a cold wind that passes through and scrapes at your heart. What's the point of coming to this hole? Purple Drop's little face was red, and she changed into a well-warmed fox coat, rubbing her little hands together and, curious, he looked at Wu Qingling. You'll see in a minute. Wu Qingling led Zilu to grope around the snowy mountain for a while, and saw a statue with only its legs left. He opened his storage ring and took out the Baisu order he had obtained half a month ago. The Baisu order was emitting a faint white light, and a flaw under that statue was also emitting a faint white light. Wu Qingling went up and embedded into it, not a hair out of place, tightly fitting, as if it was already one. The first time I saw the token was set on a fingernail cap. It's the first time I've seen it, too. Wu Qingling was also helpless to Zilu's question. He didn't know what the people who designed it in the first place were thinking. Click. There was a ripple in the space in front of the statue, and an oval-shaped white mist appeared that. It's hard to see where it leads behind you. Wu Qingling took out the Baisu order and hung it on his waist. Come on. It's time to go in now. Wu Qingling went in with her and the two of them disappeared into the vastness of the world. Tall trees, deep greenery, and mountains stretching for miles and miles. The woods were sprinkled with a golden light, and in the breeze of the swaying of the branches and leaves stirred up sheets of light cloth, casting a dappled shadow of trees on the ground. Wu Qingling and Zilu appeared in this place in an instant. There are other holes in here. Won't you make that potion for nothing? This place isn't really where the purple cold pill should be used yet. Wu Qingling looked at the deep forest in front of him, and although it was early in the morning, but still hear the various sounds of all things moving about. Insects chirping, birds cawing, apes and monkeys and other beasts calling, birds of prey vibrating their wings, leaves rustling in the wind. The terrain is rugged and full of towering ancient trees and old vines as thick and winding as dragons. There wasn't much he wanted to say about that, it was by flying anyway. So what was the harm if the road was hard? Drop! Wait for me. Wu Qingling made seals with both hands, and his mana surged. A stick made from the convergence of golden aura appeared, and the moment it appeared, it collapsed into a certain direction with a loud bang. This way is south, confirming the east and west, north and south. Wu Qingling dispersed the spell. Which way are you going now? Violet Fall raised her hand to cover her eyes, avoiding the sunlight cast down from the forest to irritate her eyes. Curious, he asked. To the northwest, it's still farther, and these will continue to depend on you. Now fly above the clouds for now. Zilu sniffed and nodded slightly, taking out his halberd and greeting Wu Qingling as he came up. It doesn't feel like the picture's quite right. Falling, and I'm here because of the strength of the. You can only use a special flying type of magic weapon like the puffy square towel. You've refined your chi. Shouldn't you have a royal sword? This halberd flight is always wrong. What doesn't smell right? Are you coming up or not? Purple Drop glared at Wu Qingling as the halberd slowly floated into the air. To come up? I'm just saying. You're a big man. Don't take it personally. Seeing that Purple Drop was about to take off, Wu Qingling hurriedly ran up to hug her waist. If you fly yourself, you don't get this benefit. Are you missing by Royan taking you on a sword flight? Zilu asked as if she was careless, causing Wu Qingling, who was ready to jump up, to stiffen her body. How do you know? Ahem. How could I? Actually, flying with a halberd isn't bad. It's just that the mainstream of the immortal cultivation world is all about flying with a sword, and I looked more handsome and subconsciously asked, Brother Qingling, do you like flying with a royal sword or do you like by Royan flying with a royal sword? Zilu stirred a strand of hair as if nothing had happened, tilting her head and looking at Wu Qingling with ghostly eyes. Wu Qingling could see the chill in that look. There's an ambiguity in what I just said. I'm asking why Falling Child isn't wielding a sword. Doesn't feel like the picture is quite right, does it? Well, go on. Purple Drop slowly rising halberd stopped in midair. Wu Qingling fought and jumped onto the halberd. I also recommend you Imperial Sword right. Aang. Wu Qingling's thoughts churned, pretending to look into the distance, brewing emotions, and secretly thinking quickly in her heart. Zilu did not urge, just silently watched Wu Qingling with his hands behind his back, the view of the mountains in the far distance. Falling Purple Fall was silent. Ahem. Wu Qingling coughed lightly to break the awkwardness. What I actually wanted to express is that Falling Child should be Imperial Sword. He felt the sight of the beauty behind him grow more and more piercing, so he said without pause, speeding up his speech, I'll be jealous if Drop continues to fly on his halberd, because Locker's stance with her halberd is so valiant, and whenever your purple hair is blown up by the breeze, and thousands of purple silks dance, my heart has drifted off to nowhere with it, and I don't want anyone else to see a drop like that. Wu Qingling quietly glanced at Zilu, and seeing that the effect was not bad, she continued, the fall of the royal sword flight is also very beautiful, but the royal sword flight is too popular, more or less cover you a little, and though I know that both are the same, I am still so mean in my heart that I deceive myself, that, I am really hurting. Wow. Wu Qingling covered her face with one hand and pounded her chest, just short of crying out. Purple Fall, two petals biting red like cherry lips, gently she moved, eyes flooded with watery light. The soft voice was moving, saying, Brother Qingling. Wu Qingling turned back. Purple Drop gave Wu Qingling a slapdash nod on his mouth, and before he could feel it carefully for a moment, those rosy little mouths just flew away. Chapter 50, Twilight bathing the mountains, pale mist lightly flying. Why don't you come again? I haven't felt it yet. Brother Qingling, you're getting naughty. Zilu pursed her lips and ate and laughed. Her shell teeth seemed to be lightly biting her cherry lips. At this time, her face as pure and sweet as the first love was extraordinarily bright and charming in the sunlight. Yeah. Wu Qingling froze and followed with a big smile. At this time, the twilight bath mountains, pale fog lightly. Wu Qingling only saw the clouds quietly eroding the muscles of the setting sun. The sunlight, however, was still as red as the color of blood staining the sky. The sunset is as beautiful as a picture, and the breeze intoxicates the evening sky. He sighed and hurriedly hugged Purple Drop tightly. Sunset twilight would more or less make people feel lonely and, luckily, he was surrounded by beautiful people. How is your cultivation of the heaven and earth intersecting yin and yang great compassion fugue going? Wu Qingling looked down at the side of Zilu's face, which seemed to be gilded with a layer of golden splendor under the setting sun. The prerequisite cultivation conditions have all been met, and I am now at the first level. So long for the first layer? I remember one full run being the first layer of. Isn't that just getting started? Wu Qingling looked at Zilu suspiciously and saw that her face was as usual, as if she was not in a hurry. Don't you know all about it? Zilu tilted her head and stared at Wu Qingling inexplicably. Know what? Wu Qingling froze at this look from Zilu. What did he know? The heaven and earth intersect yin and yang great compassionate fugue is a dual cultivation technique. It can't be that you need two people together to break through the second layer. Otherwise, what do you think the word cross-levy means? Wu Qingling smiled sarcastically, and then began to get excited. He thought that he was laying a foundation in front of. It was only later that one could double cultivate, and who knew that this kung fu would be inseparable from the second person? This cultivation matter can't be slowed down. My generation of cultivators fight with the sky, fight with the earth. If we don't advance, we'll fall back. So it's all the more important for us to cherish our years and break through to a higher realm at an early date. Wu Qingling then coughed lightly and said, I'll sacrifice a little for my brother. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Quickly teach this kind of magic. Holy gong to my brother. My brother will help you to cultivate the second layer of the district. Hand to hand. Your cultivation is too low. You must at least refine your chi. And the gap between your cultivation and mine can't be too far, or you'll be sucked dry by me. Zilu glanced at Wu Qingling with a sly look in her eyes. Don't worry about this. I'm in the late stage of refining essence, and I'm just separated by a membrane. It will soon break through the chi refining realm. Wu Qingling was very relieved about this. How many of his physiques had been stacked, and he still couldn't break through the chi refining realm? Not to say 100% breakthrough, but also a 99% breakthrough probability. In the middle of the conversation, Wu Qingling and Zilu had gone straight up into the clouds, tens of thousands of feet above the ground. The air is getting thinner and thinner, the sea of clouds is tiny, thunder is rising, and the sound of booming is constantly coming from. It was also getting colder around his body. Wu Qingling and Zilu had to swallow a purple cold pill every 40 breaths. His silver hair had frosted over, like a frozen ice sculpture. The gilt-dao robe on his body was covered by ice and became stiff. Wu Qingling looked back at Zilu and realized that she was just a little bit better, still frosted through and through. The figures of the two were so insignificant in heaven and earth, as if they were a leaf in an ocean. Lapped by the waves, undulating. Violet Fall lightly bit her lip, her eyes resolute, her mana running unquenched. Also, Purple Fall's muffled voice came, muffled by the sound of thunder. What? Wu Qingling responded loudly. This place even the sound transmission spells were disturbed. Only communicate in the most primitive way. Goes to. Speak up. I can't hear you. Wu Qingling frowned. What Zilla said was so broken that he couldn't really hear it. I said, still going up? Zilu twisted her head at Wu Qingling and looked over. The deafening sound broke a few of Wu Qingling's frosty silver strands, and it was obvious that Zilu had mixed her mana into the sound. Right. Wu Qingling nodded. Violet Fall saw this and continued to fly straight up into the clouds. The two didn't know how long they had been flying, only feeling that the time between each breath was so long. Finally, the white vegetable order emitted a faint white light around Wu Qingling's waist, and the two of them rushed up into the clouds. It was like being in another world. The setting sun and the bright moon were side by side, and the clouds were rendered purple gold by the sun's rays. The sky was full of stars twinkling faintly. Looking into the distance, rolling snow-capped mountains stand amidst the clouds of. In the far distance, there were even huge peaks thrusting into the sky, which could not be seen at a glance. Snap! Zilu gently patted Wu Qingling's shoulder a few times, and the frozen object turned into water and fell. Then she gently patted herself as well, melting away the icing. Finally, steam was emanating from Wu Qingling's body, and the ice that had just formed on him was 6 cold extreme ice. It was only with the help of the purple cold pill that he didn't freeze to death, but it wasn't something that his current cultivation level could dissolve. If you don't care, you'll just have to let your body freeze for 6 months and let it melt away on its own. Now that he had Zilu helping him to melt away the 6 cold extreme ice, the coldness subsided. The rest of the water he could vaporize with his own mana. There are even 6 cold and extreme ice in this place, and your elixir is quite bizarre. At the level of 1 turn, it also protects against this cold. Zilu's clothes were soaked to the skin, and the water droplets evaporated before Wu Qingling could get a good look at them. Your husband, I must have a couple of tricks up my sleeve, or I wouldn't dare come here and… Little lives are still important. Wu Qingling smiled and hugged Purple Drop tightly around her waist. Come on, now fly northwest. Violet Fall sniffed and sped off with him to the northwest, under the deep blue night. It's like traveling through a sea of stars. This place has a lot of beauty. Wu Qingling sighed at the scenery, flying without his halberd, and had some nothing to do. It's all you can do to pass the time. Are these places illusions or a small part of the world? A sudden voice interrupted Wu Qingling's thoughts. A small world. A large part of the snowy mountains are large and boundless. I do not know how many people have come out of their achievements. The number of living beings that have come forth is as countless as the stars before our eyes. And it is not surprising that there are mighty men who have opened up small worlds. How do you know so much? A trace of doubt flowed through Zilu's beautiful eyes. Wu Qingling begged with her when she was young. When he was young, he was taken by his sister to live in the true martial immortal sect for a few years, and then returned to Tiandu City to become a son of a family. Just having lived in the true martial immortal sect for a few years, the amount of knowledge is so great. I usually read a lot of books and love to go through ancient books. Ruyan. Cough. Someone brought me a lot of books to read, even all kinds of miscellaneous books. What with travelogues and biographies and such. Wu Qingling spoke nonsense without blushing. Should he say that he watched the datasheet, checked out the strategy? No one understands these words even if you say them. After all, Wu Qingling is alone in a foreign land. The thought of it put him in a slightly low mood. What's wrong? Zilu sensed Wu Qingling's low mood. It's good that brother Qingling reads a lot of books. Why does the mood get low? She thought about her prying into what was happening around Wu Qingling. Knowing that he was framed a few years ago in the true martial immortal sect, could it be that he was remembering that unfavorable memory? Chapter 51, As long as you're by my side. Brother Qingling, hold. Sorry. Purple Drop, who had always been arrogant, chose to apologize in a flash of lightning. She felt that her pride needed to be flexible. After all, there was still a Bai Ruoyan watching over her. What are you sorry for? Wu Qingling looked at Zilu inexplicably. He just remembered the life on Earth. There's a sense of bewilderment at being in a different world, but it's not overpowering, where you can gain great power and have the company of good people. He eats his fill and goes on to miss his life as a cow or horse on Earth. It's not like he's on Earth with no family or girlfriend. No ties. Did I bring back bad memories? Purple Drop's soulful eyes seemed to be much darker all of a sudden. It doesn't matter what memories or not, as long as you're by my side. Wu Qingling smiled and tightened her arms around the hold, as if she was afraid that Purple Drop would fly away. Violet Fall's slender eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she softly hummed. Just as Wu Qingling was considering whether or not it was time to let the friendship rise again, the uninvited guest arrived. Maha, Calliope, stud, an immense, incomparable figure reflected above the sea of clouds, his teeth showing outside. A human corpse was held in a bloody bowl. It had a greenish-blue complexion, with red obscene hair standing up on its head, and on one side 4 arms and 2 feet. The body leaning on top of skeleton. In his right hand he holds a large axe and holds a huge red gabardine bowl. The left hand wields a sort of trident draped with ribbons, wearing a crown of flowers strung from heads dripping with blood, with the moon in the crown and the sun in the navel. Wearing a turban made of black silk and human skin, a tiger skin apron, a ball of magic thread tied to a cummerbund at the back, and a ghost holding tag stuck at his waist. There was also a set of dice hanging from his waist. He looked at Wu Qingling with his eyes closed. Kimo Tun, Kala, Fianmo, Kimo Ajia Hajia Tun. As the road on. The ethereal sounds emitted were conveyed over the sheer snow-covered mountains, causing the sea of clouds to churn and it was as if a curling trill was still flowing. You stand down. A shuddering, soul-wailing aura surfaced, as if in the face of that magnificent figure. Even to gaze is a great dishonor. Zilu eagerly shielded Wu Qingling, and a mana shield enveloped the two of them. Don't rush. Watch me. Wu Qingling took down the Baisu order from his waist, held it in his hand, and with all his mana at his throat, he shouted, the order of Baisu is here. Why don't you stand down? Still not backing off. Not backing down. Stand down. Under. His voice echoed in the sea of clouds, and from time to time, there were echoes. Above the sea of clouds, his golden 3 eyes opened and closed, and a trace of golden light escaped from the 3 eyes inadvertently. Shined the sea of clouds, even shined that night under the snowy mountains mirror, sinking gold penetrating. Respectfully, Your Holiness. The figure in that extremely high and honorable place just nodded slightly and dissipated into the sea of clouds. As if it never existed. After the figure dissipated, amidst the clouds and mist, above the endless snowy mountains, a boundless lake appeared faintly. The lakes are quiet and accommodating, as if they can heal and wash the mind that is disturbed by the world, to free one's soul from the world and to reach the ultimate bliss for eternity. Wu Qingling looked at the scene with surprise. The Lotus Sacred Lake. We've reached our destination. Wu Qingling smiled and turned back to Zilu. This is the Lotus Sacred Lake? Zilu was shocked at the scene. The bright stars echoing the water and sky as one, clear and crystalline. The clouds were both in the sky and seemed to fall on the lake. The Lotus Sacred Lake is where the noble and incomparable dragon lady resides, and her nobility can hardly be expressed in any way. Ordinary living beings bathing in its lake can wash their marrow, remove their mortal bones, ignite their heart fire, burn out their filth and awaken their spiritual roots. Get on the path. Yes, this is the Lotus Sacred Lake. Let's quickly go in. This place contains a great secret, and if it leaks out, even if I'm a holy maiden, I can't help you. Zilu fixedly looked at Wu Qingling. She really couldn't figure out why the supreme treasure within the Suwen Palace, the Baisu Order, was able to enter the Lotus Sacred Lake, nor could she figure out that such a supreme treasure would be stolen by a mere chi refining realm. More than that, he couldn't figure out that this behavior was done by an individual. If there was a shadow of a big power behind it, the Baisu Order wouldn't have come to Wu Qingling's hands. Or maybe she had already entered the game and started the game. She realized that she could not see through Wu Qingling more and more. If Wu Qingling knew what Zilu was thinking, he would be helpless. It was all the game's fault. Think one thing and set up random bits of rough drama in order to get quest items. In the original, Lin Fan obtains the Order of Baisu as a lot of subplots. And if it's not done, obtaining the White Vegetable Order would be a long time after a long period of time. And this White Vegetable Order would fall into the hands of another great power, after several twists and turns, then go against them to get the Baisu Order. And it's not about getting it even, but it's also about planting a lot inside most of the snow-covered mountains. When the majority of the snowy mountains come out, it will only reveal the lower layer. That is, the forest with a wide frontier, which will be filled with many tyrannical demonic beasts. Need to go all the way through the thorns out of the forest to reach the Di Chui Palace. There will be a prophecy in the palace, that is, informing that only those who hold the Baisu Order, through the obstacles, ascend above the clouds to get a view of the Lotus Sacred Lake. Heaven knows you know and I know, so who knows if you don't tell. Wu Qingling looked at Zilla trustingly. He believed that Zilla would not betray him, and if he would, he died before the mountain temple. It wasn't his turn to save them, and Baisu Order has recognized the master. Outsiders want to take cannot take. He himself cannot throw out. Purple fall a long sigh, but where the outside world people know, the end will be miserable and incomparable. Their power is too weak now. There have been no immortals in the world for tens of thousands of years, but anything that has the slightest touch of immortality, those old monsters will snatch it up like greedy hyenas at all costs. She lifted the nearly flawless face slightly, her beautiful eyes glistening with the wetness of the small hand subconsciously gripped the hem of her skirt, knowing that Wu Qingling trusted her beyond measure. A warmth arose in her heart. Zilu slightly lowered her forehead and brought Wu Qingling to quickly fly towards the Lotus Sacred Lake. Bam! There was a ripple in the sea of clouds that seemed to penetrate into another world. A vast and majestic huge palace appeared in front of us, suspended above the sacred lake, with the palace stretching on and on. There were 10,000 paths of golden light, golden lotuses everywhere, and the sound of Brahma was heard all year round. This is Buddhism? Zilu inquired Wu Qingling beside her. The Brahma sound and golden lotus in front of her made her feel as if she was Buddhist. No, it belongs to the fusion of primitive benightedness with Buddhism. The two pulled at each other over a long period of time, taking the best of both worlds and eventually coming out with this fusion. So the legendary dragon lady really lives here? Wu Qingling looked at the magnificent ornate palace and said, have long since ceased to exist in the long history of the world. The light of the world is but a snap of the fingers. Yes, and who will live forever? The immortals? Purple fall into a moment of confusion. This legend of the Lotus Holy Lake of the Lord of the Dragon Ji, I'm afraid that really is not there. If they existed, how could they let themselves and Wu Qingling take a step into the Lotus Sacred Lake? Chapter 52, Illusion. How long could he be with Wu Qingling when even such a person of great merit had passed away? Perhaps not even a good end. Purple Drop laughed to himself. Since ancient times those who joined the devil's religion, how many of them have ended up well? Once her strength weakened she would be approached by her enemies, and at this moment, she looked at Wu Qingling with fondness. I wish I could just live with him forever in this immaculate sanctuary. Why? What's on your mind? Wu Qingling looked at Zilu looking at herself in a daze and asked out loud. Would you like? Purple Drop's open, rosy little mouth suddenly closed. Willing to what? Wu Qingling asked. No, it's nothing, let's go inside. Violet Fall shook her head and said nothing more. Even if Wu Qingling agreed, so what? Could they live here in peace all the time? The elders in the devil's cult know that her life lamp will not be extinguished. They will surely seek it bitterly. After all, they have invested too many resources in themselves. I'd rather die than fall into the hands of the enemy, let alone spend my days here in peace myself. Wu Qingling stepped forward to hold Zilu's cool, soft razor and said gently, all things considered, let's go in first. Yeah. Zilu's brow seems to have more than a trace of sadness that was not there in the past. Feeling the warmth in his hands, the green fingers pulled up the hair on her forehead, revealing a smile. The duo did not encounter any more obstacles on their way to the palace, and they reached the interior of the palace very smoothly. There was a circular ripple slowly rotating in the glorious main hall. It's going to go into an illusion later. Wu Qingling gripped the white vegetable order tightly, and at that moment, the white light flickering around the white vegetable order became more and more dazzling. You wait here for me. He gently let go of Zilu's soft razor and stepped towards the entrance of the illusionary realm, when suddenly the corner of his coat was pulled by Zilu. Brother Qingling, take me in with you. What? You're not worried about brother me? Give me a kiss if you don't feel at ease, and I'll be filled with strength. Wu Qingling scowled at Zilu and lowered his head, bringing his face over, his tone flirtatious. Only, is not worried about brother Qingling? Ah, brother Qingling is so bad. Zilu's small face bulged as she tightly grabbed the corner of Wu Qingling's gilt dao robe and tore it open to the threads. The corner of Wu Qingling's eyes jumped a little. Is this force a little big? I have the order of the white vegetable, and the illusions won't interfere with me. It's the same as just a round of illusions. The experiential experience comes out. But, I want to be around brother Qingling more. Zilu unconsciously lowered her eyes. Her features were permeated with a trace of pity, and her slender eyelashes trembled slightly. That look was truly pitiful, and any person who looked at it would unconsciously inspire a desire for protection. Wu Qingling reheld Zilu's small hand and said warmly, of course it's no problem. Drop. Let's go then. You'll lose your memory if you go in there and I have the Baisu order so I'll be normal. I'll enter it and look for you. If I don't find you, I'll break through the illusion quickly. That way you'll come out too. Violet Fall nodded. Wu Qingling touched her silky purple hair and entered the illusion with her. Your Highness, Crown Prince, wake up. Two little courtesans shook the richly dressed youth on the couch, and there was a noise outside the room that the sounds of killing were constant. Wu Qingling climbed up from the couch, a polished and flawless square jade pendant hanging around her neck. What's going on? Your Highness, the great Yu is dead. The enemy army has come to our door. The great general is resisting to the death. Yes, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Hurry up and go. If you don't, it'll be too late. What? Great Yu is dead. My dream of being emperor is gone? Wu Qingling was anxious. The old emperor's 70 to get a son. He sincerely as a crown prince for 19 years. Now the old emperor is breathing out more than in. He won't live for a few days. He's about to ascend the throne. And now he's being told that Daiyu is going to die. Damn it. Is there not a 19-year prince in the world? Wu Qingling punched hard on the couch, clanging the couch scattered in pieces. Ah! The two crying little palace maids watched in shock as the crown prince smashed the couch with one punch. Isn't His Royal Highness so weak that he can't even walk 2 steps without gasping for breath? Why are you so brave today? The little palace maid's tiny head couldn't think straight, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, hurriedly pulling Wu Qingling. Your Highness, go through the secret passage. Yes, Your Highness. You see I've opened the secret passage. This secret passage leads straight out of the moat, so we can escape without any problems. Wu Qingling fixed her eyes on the wall, only to realize that another small courtesan had pressed the wall a few times and a small hole slowly appeared in the ground. Okay, let's get quick. Boo! Without waiting for Wu Qingling to finish, the palace doors were pushed open. The visitor was a man wearing a pair of purple and gold armor, with purple hair down to his waist and the sideburns fell down on that beautiful and arrogant face, which was holding a halberd and pointing at Wu Qingling. Don't tie your hands. Ah, it's the enemy's great general. Our great general must have been killed by this bad man. Yeah, what to do now? The two little palace maids were young and only reached Wu Qingling's waist, and were instantly scared out of their wits, hiding behind Wu Qingling. Who are you? Wu Qingling calmly straightened down her collar and tied her cloaked hair into a high single ponytail. The hair is fluffy, like a high wolf's tail raised behind the head, and every move shows the king's demeanor. I am the first female great general of the Great Liang Kingdom. Now drag me down and behead me. When the female great general saw Wu Qingling's face, a sense of familiarity inexplicably arose in her heart. The words in his mouth changed from decapitation to, now you behave yourself and you can still be allowed to spend your life as a rich man ordinary. Wu Qingling looked at her fierce pretty face, not believing her words in the slightest. and said with her mouth, "Okay, I concede. Tie my hands." He stretched out his hands and signaled the first female great general of the Great Liang Kingdom to tie him up. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, it must not be. Your Highness, we still have secret passages and are not afraid of this bad guy." The two little courtesans shook Wu Qingling and chattered behind them. "Humph, I count on you to know what you're doing. Come on, tie it up." "Yes." There was a big-bladed female lieutenant in the group behind the female great general who walked towards Wu Qingling with a ferocious look on her face. "Hey, little prince of the dead country, it wouldn't be good to let me hurt your face later." Wu Qingling saw that the bladdered female lieutenant had lust in her eyes, and looked at him in the wrong way. And this hand, thicker than his thigh, despaired in his mind. He took advantage of the fact that everyone thought he was going to bound and relax his attention, and with one hand, a small courtesan, clipped the two small courtesans to his waist and run swiftly toward the secret passage. "Go after them." The female great general's willow eyebrows rose at the sight. Unexpectedly someone dared to play tricks under her nose. "Don't run!" Wu Qingling heard the shouting behind her, seeking to think that he was stupid not to run, and at that moment, her footsteps were faster, desperately rushing towards the outside world. Chapter 53, The Last Emperor in Prison. The two little courtesans staggered along with him, looking confused and already dazed. "Stop chasing after me. This king is the Crown Prince." "The Crown Prince? Ah, no, I'm the Emperor now. When I rise again in the East, I'll make you the Supreme Emperor. So don't kill me." Wu Qingling watched as that purple-haired great general's speed far exceeded that of the rest of the miscellaneous soldiers, getting closer and closer to him. The heart is getting panicky, saying anything nice outwardly, just to stay alive. The two figures traveled through the secret passage, dust splattering with every step, clearly at an astonishing speed. With a flick of her wrist, the female great general's halberd shot out, clicking into Wu Qingling's waist. It went through his clothes without hurting him in the slightest, setting him on the ground and showing extreme control. "Done," Wu Qingling said in his heart. He looked at the jade pendant in front of his chest and secretly said that he could not avoid this calamity today. "Please don't kill me. At least spare these two little courtesans, who are still young and nothing. Humph. I'll take these two courtesans as maids myself. And as for you, it's too late to. This great general has just given you a chance. You are now waiting to be squatted in jail." With these words, at the age of 19, the new emperor of Daiyu, who has now been on the throne for less than a day, is in prison as a slave of his country, in the darkened dungeons. As the last emperor of Daiyu with the decency of a Wu Qingling had a single room, so she wasn't crammed in with the others. It was a relief to him to know that he looked windy and beautiful, with sword brows and starry eyes but it has always been rumored that the inmates held in the prison have a dragon and a yang. At first, Wu Qingling did not believe it, until now. He could even recall entering the cell and the lustful eyes of the other prisoners sent shivers down his spine. "Captain, what brings you here?" The general said no one is allowed to come. "The remnants of the Daiyu party are disconnected, so I'm going to interrogate them. Do you want an opinion?" With the sound of footsteps coming from the cold floor, Wu Qingling looked up and her pupils shrunk slightly. It was the bladdered female lieutenant who looked at him wrong, ugly as she was, and with thick legs, with a thick waist and a thick neck. It's practically 5 big ones. "Hey, little prince, we meet again." It's been said that beauty is a man's greatest weapon. When she first heard this, Lu Tsuilan scoffed. It wasn't until today, when she was led by the great general and saw a man inside the palace, that she believed. The cold cell door was opened and Wu Qingling got up from the couch to look at her. "First of all, I would like to correct a misrepresentation that I am the new emperor. And secondly, what are you doing?" Wu Qingling gripped the jade pendant in front of her chest and looked at her warily. "Little prince, just obey me." Lu Tsuilan wiped her saliva and excitedly pounced towards Wu Qingling. "Stay back." Wu Qingling dodged up and down, afraid of being touched. "What the hell do you want?" ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* preparing to fight to the death. An icy voice came from outside the cell. Captain Lu, what are you doing? Lu Tsuilan's bladdered body stiffened and slowly turned back, revealing frightened eyes. Great General, didn't you go to the celebration banquet? I was just interrogating this remnant of the former dynasty. Interrogation? Is that how you interrogate? That purple-haired Great General's face was so gloomy that it could drip water, and he stepped forward to lift Lu Tsuilan and fling her against the wall. Men, defy military orders, drag them down to be court-martialed, and chop up their bodies and feed them to the dogs. Don't, Great General. I've been with you for so many years, and I've worked hard even without merit. I had evil thoughts today, but no matter what, he's just a remnant of the former dynasty, and the kingdom of Dayu has already died. He's of no value, and I can take the credit for breaking the military law this time. Lu Tsuilan's body set against the wall and fell to the ground with a snap. The fear made her voice shrill. Drag them down. Do you want to be court-martialed too? The female Great General impatiently urged the female guards on her body to take her away. Yes, Great General. Several female guards came forward and roughly dragged up Lu Tsuilan to take her away. Wu Qingling went up to him and thanked him for preserving her chastity. Thank you, Great General, for your help. I wonder if what I said a few days ago about letting me live out my life in peace as a rich man still stands. Humph. This general said it. You missed the time. The female Great General twisted her head to leave, her long purple hair slapping against her armor. Wait. Wu Qingling spoke out and called out to the other party, and he suddenly had a sense of familiarity that it was as if he had known this man once. He frowned and thought, what else? For some reason, the impatient-faced female general magically stopped. The white square jade pendant on Wu Qingling's chest emitted a faint white light in the center of his hand. A blue thunderclap crossed his mind. He remembered that this was the phantasmagoria. Wu Qingling looked up at the female Great General in front of him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Wasn't this Zilu? What are you doing? Who gave you permission to look directly at this general? Purple Drop's pleasant voice echoed in the cell, and its arrogance could be vaguely heard. The Great General is so beautiful. I just want to see more. Wu Qingling smiled gently. Looking at Zilu's willow eyebrows rose. There was a denizen who dared to lighten her up like this, but a vague sense of familiarity in her heart prevented her from speaking heavily, and the scene was silent for a moment, and after half a dozen, it was only then that Violet Fall spoke up. Humph, denizen. It is not safe for this general to keep a man like you in this cell. Now set you up in a tighter place. Zilu ordered a few guards to transfer Wu Qingling to a prison within the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom, took it in stride and left. Don't panic, walk. Wu Qingling stepped forward and tried to touch Zilu, and as long as she let Zilu touch the Baisu order, it would bring him back to his senses, or else he would have to wait until he got out. Stop. Bold. Unbridled. The three female guards quickly held Wu Qingling down to prevent him from disrespecting the esteemed Great General. Violet Fall looked back and disappeared around the corner. Wu Qingling sighed. These three guards were stronger than him and couldn't rush through. Lead the way, he said to the guards holding him down, as he planned to follow a trip to the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom. Leaving the illusion right now isn't the best option. It's the spirit sense that enters this. The physical body is caught in the crevices of the illusion, and can only be retrieved if it manages to get out. The point of this illusion is to refine the mind. If the heart is not enough, it will sink here forever, unless there is a Baisu order. Holding this token will restore sanity in the shortest time. It's like opening the back door and having the option to leave the moment you wake up and just go through the motions. Wu Qingling stayed here for the sole purpose of taking more beatings, to make the spirit sense more condensed. The creatures within the illusion are all made from the dreams of the snow beasts. Being hit once was equivalent to taking a hit to his spiritual sense, and he wouldn't be killed if he had the Baisu order. Chapter 54, Crazy Brush of Spiritual Sense, Request for Catch-up Reading. It's too low. Take a beating. Use the Shiresu order to speed up the recovery of the illusion. Go take another beating. Recover again. And this way spiritual awareness can be enhanced in a very short period of time. The proverbial card bug. 3 months later, the entrance to the prison within the capital of the Great Liang Kingdom and Wu Qingling. These 3 months have passed in a flash for him. He could use the Shiresu order to distort his own senses and speed up the flow within the illusion. No matter how much Wu Qingling changed and altered the flow of the environment, in the outside world it was just a moment. To everyone else, it would seem that the person who went into the illusion would come out in a flash. It didn't come out, and it won't come out later. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't bring anything with her, Wu Qingling would have definitely brushed up on her theoretical knowledge here. Practice more spells and become the 10-mile slope sword god before you go out. Unfortunately, it can't be done. You can speed up the flow of time with the Shiresu order. Brushing the strength of spiritual awareness through the loophole was just good enough. If it was done too much, the snow beasts would notice Wu Qingling's malicious behavior. And once the spiritual awareness was too strong, it will then judge the malicious stay and expel Wu Qingling. Hi, again. In the wagon, ventilated on all sides, with a quadrangular iron cover resting on the Wu Qingling was lying on a wooden plank, and this was a mobile prison. It's been 3 months since I've seen you. Your smile is still the same. Aren't you afraid of dying in the Great Liang Kingdom? I'm not afraid with you. Wu Qingling didn't care and changed to a comfortable position, lying on his side on the wooden board and looking at Zilu. Zilu sat riding a tall horse, looking down on Wu Qingling, who was lying on the wooden planks of the carriage. She's been busy these past 3 months dealing with the winding down of the Great Yu Kingdom. He only returned when Wu Qingling was almost escorted to the capital. Humph. I hope you'll still be able to say that when the time comes. Hiya. Zilu's legs clamped together, and the sweat-blooded mare made the sound of ordering and panting as she ran to the front of the carriage. When Wu Qingling saw his figure leaving, he pressed the baisu order to accelerate the flow of time and, in an instant he was alone in prison again. While he was accelerating time, it appeared to the creatures in the phantasmagoria that they were sleeping, and they can't see the baisu order. The place is okay. The cell that Wu Qingling squatted in was still a single cell, and the ground was dry with hay. Unlike the other cells where the hay had gotten damp, he carefully selected a few of the harder haystacks on the ground and reach into the lock hole next to the bars and keep adjusting the position. All cultivators who enter the snow beast illusion realm will have their spiritual awareness suppressed to the level of mortals. The strength of the physical body above the alchemy realm would be suppressed to the alchemy realm. Possessing the white vegetable order could no longer suppress the holder's spiritual sense. And with Wu Qingling's late-stage spiritual sense at the refined essence realm, cracking such small locks hand to hand is tantamount to opening a scan. Finally pried it open. Wu Qingling carefully adjusted the iron lock for a few moments. The iron lock was pried open. He threw away the grass root and strutted out. He saw a soldier on guard, kicked the guard soldier and ran. Somebody, there's been a jailbreak, Wu Qingling yelled as she ran. Not long after, a bunch of people hurriedly stopped Wu Qingling. Stop, how dare you break out of jail? The warden in charge of the prison was trembling with anger. He had been warden for so many years. I've never seen such arrogance. Prison breaks are fine. There's always a few successful ones in a decades-long career. But who doesn't go quietly? And what jailbreak isn't particularly low-key? Drag them in and get 200 lashes. The warden trembled and pointed at Wu Qingling, knowing that there was a stain on his career. Yes, warden. The surrounding people responded and quickly rushed over to hold down Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling didn't resist and let them grab her. It didn't take long for him to be lifted to the ground and snapped left and right against his back. Snap! The sound of planks slapping against flesh came from a faint stream of warmth that traveled within the auror's consciousness. The spiritual awareness was vaguely stronger by a few points. Wu Qingling saw this and immediately used the baisu order to speed up to the end of the beating. The scene darkened, and when she opened her eyes, Wu Qingling was lying in a pile of grass in her cell. Brother, you are really strong. Even if you run out, you still make a big deal out of it. A bearded prisoner with a grayish-yellow face in the opposite cell looked at Wu Qingling with an astonished expression. Seeing him wake up from his sleep, he offered to talk to him. Aha! Wu Qingling nodded her head faintly, feeling the strength of her spiritual awareness rise slightly, heading towards the strength of the chi refining realm. Closing his eyes for a moment of quiet realization, he then opened them to pick up a few of the sturdier grass roots from the ground. Following the example of his last jailbreak, he looked down. It's not like there's any beauties in this prison. So what's there to talk about? He now needed Sister Ruoyan's enormous human heart in order to find a trace of warmth in the cold world of immortal cultivation. A few breaths later, click, the lock is open. The biggest thing he gained from coming to this illusion, besides his spiritual sense, was this lock-picking skill. The prisoner in the opposite cell stared eagerly. Brother, take me one. I'm the son of the imperial historian of the Great Yu Kingdom, and I'll give you 10,000 taels of gold when we get out. The other prisoners in the cell were awakened by the statement of the son of the royal historian. Then he saw Wu Qingling, who was pushing away the bars. Wait, this brother? My father is Zhang Erzui, the current prime minister of the Great Yu Kingdom. A vain-faced, not too tall, not too short prisoner in his 30s rose confidently from his couch and, pushing away the son of the royal historian, he looked at Wu Qingling. Oh, really? I'm the new emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom. How come I didn't see you guys when I was prince? What? You're Wu Qingling? Your Highness, I saw you when I was 6. Wu Qingling didn't pay any attention to them. It was all made of the dreams of the many sleeping snow beasts. The Great Yu Kingdom was fake. Seeing Wu Qingling leave on his own, the other prisoners in the cell boiled over. Your Highness, I'm your old general. We can still rise again. Give me 500,000 troops. I'll set foot in Daliang and return His Highness to the imperial throne. An hour later, Wu Qingling was recarried back to the prison. The boiling cell came to a sudden halt, seeming not to understand the situation. How can someone break out of prison a second time and get caught back? Here, Your Highness, what are you doing? The rest of the prisoners looked at each other, not knowing what Wu Qingling was up to. People not being saved. Don't run yourself. Nothing, you guys have a good life. Wu Qingling once again picked the lock and walked out with a calm stride. There's been a jailbreak. After Wu Qingling's endless death-dealing, he had now increased the strength of his spiritual awareness to the refined Shi realm. It's safe to say you can break through 100%. It's time to go. Wu Qingling now felt that his mind was clear and his control over his muscles had risen. It seemed that even the thoughts were a few moments faster. He picked the lock, abducted a random soldier, forced out the location of the general's house, and while the night was still young, ran over. Late at night the full, clean moon shone on the general's residence, and a dark shadow surfaced in the corner from time to time. Wu Qingling looked at the boudoir in front of her, where the lights had not yet been turned out. He had come to the conclusion through the general's subordinates that this was Purple Drop's room. Chapter 55. I miss the general so much that I can't sleep at night, please read it. It's too low and will lead to a punt. He straightened his collar and prepared to sneak into it. Suddenly, a warmth appeared on his shoulder, and when he turned around, he realized it was Violetfall. Denizen, what are you doing here? Zilu pressed down on Wu Qingling's shoulders, and the strength in her hands gradually increased. The prison was too clean and hard, and I pined for the general until I couldn't sleep at night. Humph. Word got around a long time ago about what you've been doing in prison all this time. If it wasn't for the emperor of the Great Liang Kingdom wanting to gain a reputation as a benevolent ruler, you would have died a long time ago. Do you know why I broke out of prison? Wu Qingling turned back and looked at Zilu. At this time she was not wearing that purple and gold armor, but a black silk and satin powersuit that, it outlined the delicate jade-like figure in a concave and convex manner. Why? The strength on Zilu's shoulders as she pressed down on Wu Qingling's shoulders unconsciously reduced a little, and she said with some curiosity, because even if I die, I still want to break out of prison to see you. In fact, I liked you from the first moment I saw you in the palace. It's just that at the time, with my status hanging in the balance, I chose to run away. Wu Qingling turned around and pulled Zilu's small hand. Zilu was shocked and quickly pulled her hand out and, his heart jumped slightly, but for some reason he was vaguely reluctant. What do you want? Didn't try to. Wu Qingling put her hand up, signaling that she meant no harm. At this time a full moon emanated a faint silver light, and without the obscuring of the clouds, pouring over Wu Qingling, the water in the small pool in the courtyard was illuminated with one sparkling piece after another. He said slowly, but I recognize myself now. The moon meets the clumps of clouds, the flower meets the breeze, and the night sky is beautiful tonight. I miss you again. Wu Qingling cheekily stole the Ziji's sentence, taking advantage of the fact that Zilla was in a daze. Stepping forward to grab Purplefall's small hand once more, Shiresu ordered it to be held in the palm between the two of them. Purple Drop's eyes flashed with a hint of clarity, and her small, rosy mouth opened slightly. Before the words could come out of his mouth, he was kissed by Wu Qingling. She lowered her eyes slightly, not knowing whether to reject or accept, her lashes fluttering softly as she, half opening his eyes to peer in. His heart inexplicably stirred, and his small hand subconsciously grasped Wu Qingling tightly. Just then, Wu Qingling suddenly backed away from her body, her mouth coupled and flirting with a smile. This will give you a taste of what it's like not to be on top. 2. He's getting revenge for being down there in the forest, and Purplefall kisses him and walks away. Now let Violetfall try this flavor too. Humph. No kiss or no kiss. Violetfall gave a soft, wooing hum, adding a bit more flirtation than usual. Just kidding. Wu Qingling pinched Zilu's small hand. It was soft and playful. He continued. Let's go. It's time to leave the illusion now that my purpose has been accomplished. Violetfall didn't ask more questions and signaled that she could leave at any time. The white vegetable order emitted a faint white light between the palms of their clasped fingers. The two disappeared into the illusion. Wu Qingling and Zilu came to a glazed and seemingly transparent hall in a matter of moments. There was a black jade box stored in the middle of the hall, which was covered with runes and flowing with color, making it truly dazzling. He pulled Zilu up, let go of his hand, and placed the Baisu order in the black jade box that, the colorful cloud-like runes swiftly drilled into the Baisu order. The ban seems to have lifted. Zilu lightly opened her cherry lips and reminded Wu Qingling. I know. He opened the black jade box without feeling the slightest resistance. It's like it never closed. The jade box is filled with a transparent string-like strip. If you look carefully, a thread of gold could be seen from its interior, emitting a glazed golden light, the size of a palm, and in the moment the black jade box was opened, the glazed luster grew brighter and brighter, shrinking from the size of a palm to the length of a middle finger and less than an inch wide, with rich vitality wrapped around it. It was as if it was the concentrated essence of a divine tree. Plastic fairy nirvana glazed gold silk seed. Wu Qingling's eyes flowed with joy. From Yongning continent, to the snowy mountains of the greater part of Wuling continent. For this, he mobilized his Dantian mana, allowing the mana containing his own Genmu medicine spirit body to move between his fingers, gently lifted up. That gentle and natural mana suddenly merged with the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed. The water blends into the milk, not separating the two, as if it were already one. The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed drew on the mana coming in between Wu Qingling's two fingers. A sense of close connection of pro-compatibility appeared in Wu Qingling's heart. This object was a holy object within the Lotus Sacred Lake, a divine object created by that supremely honorable Lotus Dragon Lady. It is rumored to have been left behind from the time of the Lotus Dragon Lady, and was born from the glazed beads condensed into the Lotus Sacred Lake. It was something more precious than the Sacred Lake itself, because the Sacred Lake could no longer nurture the glazed beads. The shaping immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed in order to free one from the confines of the spiritual roots and reunite the 5 elements. The state when the flesh is clean as if a baby is newborn and untainted with turbid gas can make a person shed his or her bones. And the great Tao is expected. What is it? Zilu glanced curiously at the plastic immortal nirvana glazed golden silk seed. This little thing seemed to have a living presence as if it were a living thing. She took a step closer to Wu Qingling, and the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed cutty wrapped around Wu Qingling's wrist. It's scared of you. Humph. Coward. Violet Fall bristled, dissatisfaction written all over her face. Well, don't blame it. I'm going to refine this thing now, so go out and guard me. Will it be dangerous? Zilu worriedly locked eyes with Wu Qingling. Historically, divine objects were dangerous, and the more powerful a divine object was, the more amazingly difficult it was to refine, the more the danger rose with it. Wu Qingling rubbed Purple Drop's hair out of order, the strands wrapping around her fingertips. He said confidently, "Don't worry, just protect me from any accidents. I'll come in if I sense your life breath waning." Good. Wu Qingling nodded her head in agreement. Refining the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed was not very dangerous. Just the process of blood. He did not want to let Zilu see, although Zilu and the demon religion saw a lot of bloody things. But just in case you see him in this state and come rushing over regardless, you're just concerned. Sending Zilu away. Wu Qingling Pan inserted the formation flag, preparing to cover up the next movement. He sat cross-legged in the great hall. With a wave of his hand, he put the black jade box into his storage ring, as a box storing the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed. I'm sure it's not simple, so it's a waste not to pick it up. The black jade box can be used to store precious medicinal herbs or sold to others, but there is a risk that it's hard to explain if you're recognized. The safest way to sell raw materials is to melt them in a furnace. Even if the original owner comes, he won't be able to recognize its origin. So how about this for a loss? Wu Qingling unzipped his gilt Dao robe and ripped off his lining, revealing his chest. A small, ink-black knife was drilled into his hand, and he aimed the blade at his chest, slowly cutting through the flesh and that pain caused Wu Qingling's face to turn white, and ever since he came to this side of the world, hadn't felt this much pain except for the double vision of the mysterious woman's injury. Chapter 56, it's just a little bit of frost. However, Wu Qingling's hand holding the knife was still firm. He knew the development of the plot and could be considered a prophet, but he needed to turn these advantages into the foundation of a strong self. Otherwise everything would be like the moon in a mirror and flowers in water, whether it's by Royan or Zilu. One is a genius of the righteous path and the other is a holy maiden of the devil path. Even Lin Mengye was a Tao mother. None of the three of them would have lower achievements. If Wu Qingling himself doesn't cultivate his heart and have the perseverance to do great things, then sooner or later he'll stop at a certain level, which is something that even the physique can't fix. And the cultivation level is high enough that breakthroughs in subsequent realms require cultivation of the mind. If you don't have that kind of patience, you'll never catch up with them. In a few years it will be just a hunk of yellow earth. He pushed back the pain, steadied his trembling hand, and, above his heart, cut open his chest and the bloody aura filled the entire hall, and a fresh wind blew out from within the formation flag, swirling away the bloody aura, revealing Wu Qingling's heart that never stops moving. Wu Qingling's eyes seemed to penetrate in the extreme distance, where there were huge peaks thrusting into the sky, stretching snowy mountains that, his eyes suddenly glazed over as a phrase came to mind. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. If you can't even endure this bitterness, how can you talk about opening a harem? Perseverance is the self-mastery of being a villain. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and took the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed out from beside his wrist. The ink-black blade cut through the epidermis of his heart, and blood spurted out with a bang, and he blanched as he used his mana to force the blood to rewind back into his heart. Quickly stuffed the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed into his heart. Plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk kind of feels as if it has come to an ocean of mori. There were stretches of vitality everywhere, and it greedily pumped within Wu Qingling's heart, drawing vitality. The pain coming from her heart caused Wu Qingling's face to turn paler and paler, and her body was covered in cold sweat. The focus of her eyes seemed to be disappearing. Wu Qingling clenched her teeth and surged out mana from both fingers. It was applied over the heart wound and then over the neat incision in the chest, healing both as best it could. He wrapped his hands around his body as if he were resting on Tai Chi, forcing his mind to empty out and enter a meditative state of meditation. drawing on the aura of heaven and earth. It was good that the rich aura within the lotus sacred lake seemed to be turning into water. The Wu Qingling drew in a large amount of aura in a moment, penetrating into his dantian. The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed is a special divine object that can't be refined by a human being. It will only live in symbiosis with a person, and the usual usage is to keep it in the midst of one's heart, feeding it off of one's own vitality. When the host is in danger, it will also release its own power to help the host to defend the enemy. Of course, the effect of the enhancement also depended on the cultivation realm of the cultivator, who was symbiotic with the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed. The stronger the cultivator is, the stronger his mana is, and his own vitality is enormous. The faster the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed grew, the stronger the power it provided. The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed has the potential to give birth to a spirit, and it will grow in wisdom with the passage of time, and even it itself can enter the Tao to cultivate. But Wu Qingling couldn't accept the result. He couldn't accept that he was symbiotic with a being that would give birth to intelligence. The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed was genderless, which meant that it was born with a lack of feelings. It might give Wu Qingling a slash one day when it was unhappy, which was unpredictable because Wu Qingling had bound it to itself and lived in symbiosis with it. Is it cool to practice monasticism all by yourself? Or are you forced to be tied to someone else who is cool? When the wisdom of the plastic immortal nirvana glazed golden silk seed grows to a certain level, it will understand this, thus burying the gap. Neither can he be reasoned with by brotherly love it, nor can he be touched by love. That's why Wu Qingling wouldn't allow this uncertainty to be symbiotic within himself. You know, if someone kills Wu Qingling and cuts open his chest, one can take out the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed for his own use. You will be given a pain while your wisdom is not yet born and your pain is not yet apparent. A wisp of greenish-colored smoke seeped out of Wu Qingling's left chest. The mist seemed to be condensed from countless green-colored water droplets, each drop condensing surging vitality and wood elemental aura. Such a drop of green-colored water, if absorbed by an ordinary living being, in an instant, the vitality of the body would be disrupted and infested by the wood aura, and the whole body would be wooded, eventually becoming a tree with a muddled spirit. Even beings in a higher realm than Wu Qingling couldn't withstand this kind of erosion below the god-refining realm, because Wu Qingling had the Zhenmu pill spirit body to be able to directly carry out refining. In Lin Fan's place, he would need to go and obtain the appropriate spells and materials to prepare for it before he could attempt to refine it. The divine object plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed erosion is not something that can be refined just because you want to refine it. It was nurtured by the glazed beads that coalesced in the sacred lake, and it was unique, and there was only one within the lotus sacred lake. The sacred lake of Lotus Land is located in the far reaches of the snowy lands. The majority of the snowy mountains were one of its countless group of mountains that were divided into veins, and because Wu Qingling held the Baisu order, she was able to shuttle to it. Otherwise it would be impossible to fly even to death. Boom! The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed was completely symbiotic with Wu Qingling, and at that moment, the path-seeking fluid flowed from the meridians into the interior of the heart, obliterating its life. The plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed exploded violently. The raging vitality and surging wood aura instantly flooded the entire hall, and the formation flag that Wu Qingling was hanging was instantly submerged away. At the same moment, Zi Lu, who was guarding the law outside the hall, sensed the commotion and her willow brows knitted tightly, deadly biting her lower lip, gazing at the interior of the great hall. The blazing sight seemed to want to see the hall empty. Seeing Wu Qingling, who was seated in a platter in the depths there. Brother Qingling's vitality fluctuates up and down. What exactly is the situation? Violet Fall turned her head and rushed towards the great hall, then came to a halt in Kadachi. Brother Qingling said it was for me to guard outside the temple. Am I not disturbing him by going in like this? Purple Drop was inwardly hesitant, and in the end she secretly told herself that if Brother Qingling's vitality drops to 30% of its original level, then I'll go in. I can't go in and disturb him now. And inside the great hall Wu Qingling was like a long whale sucking in water as she gulped in a stream of greenish mist flowing from her heart, which was the remains of the plastic immortal nirvana glazed golden silk seed that was transformed into the remains of the plastic immortal nirvana glazed golden silk seed. Only when the symbiotic state obliterates is the vitality of the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed. Only then would it not be rejected by the green-colored mist, and would be treated as a cost source and actively incorporated into Wu Qingling's dantian. Phew! Wu Qingling spat out a mouthful of grey dry filth, his abdomen deeply concave. He no longer had the green-colored mist seeping outward from his heart. This represented that the remains of the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed had been hollowed out and completed, without even a trace of dregs left behind. Hiss! He inhaled fiercely, and the green-colored mist that filled the great hall surged madly into his mouth. The whistling sound filled the entire hall, blowing his hair back. Chapter 57, Shaping the Immortal Nirvana Glazed Body. After all the green mist had been absorbed, Wu Qingling's flawless, white flesh that, a green vortex emerged from his abdomen, which continued to rotate and expand, slowly dyeing his flesh into a greenish color. The full hair strands also changed to a verdant look. His eyes opened and flashed with exuberant life. Boom! A sound like a thunderous explosion resounded within Wu Qingling's body, and the corners of his eyes ripped and the features were dry and cracked. The 5 fingers of his right and left hands shattered, and numerous grooves traveled from his fingertips to his wrists to his shoulders. Then came the toes, calves, and thighs, as if the soil was arid, revealing dark grooves that connected to the abdomen. Boo! His head exploded. Boom! 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 All the limbs are fried. In the end only one torso remained in the great hall. Like a human swine, the grooves in the torso deepened and worsened, as if they had been torn open from the internal organs. Boo! A loud noise like a thunderbolt from a clear sky set off layers of airwaves, and Wu Qingling's torso exploded. There was only a single floating soul in the entire hall, and his soul was surrounded by a faint black mist. Inside its soul there was a hollow-like orifice, and deeper still there was a mass of inky liquid with a small, 7-colored seedling, the so-called dantian. And that soul body model was clearly Wu Qingling, exactly the same as the physical body. The dantian emitted a strand of vitality in the void, constructing a skeleton as crystalline as white jade. Then the meridians, sinews and muscles, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, emerged one by one, and countless vitality and aura madly surged into Wu Qingling's body. Fill those guts, blood, and muscles to the brim. And finally, the skin and hair that cover the entire body. A head of silver white, snow-like hair grew from the top of his bare head, reaching shoulder length before stopping slightly. Flame-like gold filaments appeared on his forehead and flickered. It's done! Wu Qingling's face was delighted as he stretched out his palm and recited a spell. A stream of water hovered in the air around his finger. His body had been recast once more, and he was born and raised without any turbidity. He looked internally at the changes in the amount of dantian law within his body and realized that the consumption was much less than usual. Panel. Name, Wu Qingling. Characterization, supporting role. Talents, Jianmu medicine spirit body. A promise is a promise. Embodied Tao fetus. Candle wicks pact. Plastic immortal nirvana glazed body. As expected, an additional talent has appeared within the panel. It was clearly the effect of refining the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed. Wu Qingling clicked on the details. Shaping the immortal nirvana glazed body, you reunite the 5 elements and form yourself into earth, water, wind, and fire. Having a mastery of the elements far beyond that of the rest of the living, you find yourself able to unleash different elemental spells at will, as if at arm's length. That brings this trip to a near-complete conclusion. With only one last thing left to do, he turned off the panel and stepped out. Wu Qingling's cultivation was now at the peak of the essence refining realm. Breaking through the qi refining realm required refining the 5 elements of qi that matched one's spiritual roots, allowing one's own essence to water the spiritual roots, and growing leaves from a seedling, so that it will then break through to the qi refining realm. At this point, there's a bifurcation. It's the spirit root that feeds the essence, and the physical body that's the main focus. It is still essence that feeds the spiritual roots and is dominated by mana, commonly known as physical cultivation and dharma cultivation. If he let Wu Qingling choose, it was that he wanted both. The body is the essence of the harem, the top priority, while mana is the symbol of handsomeness. How can you be immortal if you don't have more mana? Brother Qingling, you finally came out. Zilu's nice voice was flirtatious with a hint of nervousness, and when she saw Wu Qingling walk out of the main hall, fly over in a hurry. Hard work. I didn't do much, just stayed out there for a while. How could that be? How could I feel comfortable refining inside if Locker wasn't out there guarding me? A gap in the mind is not far from failure. Wu Qingling stepped forward to take hold of Zilu after girding the waist with a thin belt outlining the willowy waist that was in a firm grip. Smell the light scent like orchids and musk, he said. I'm going out to break through the refined Shi realm. The aura here won't be useful for a while. Zilu relied on Wu Qingling's chest. Her small hand lightly hammered down his chest, puffing her breath like an orchid. Pouting. Good. After burning incense, Wu Qingling left the palace and came to the Lotus Sacred Lake. The Lotus Sacred Lake is crystal clear and glistening in the sun. Clearly visible water plants and other vegetation under the ripples. He took out a few empty storage rings of lower quality and put them into the lake. Let the lake hold it all into the storage ring. Locker, every drop of the Lotus Sacred water within this Lotus Sacred Lake has an amazing aura. It's best to use it for meditation and cultivation on weekdays. This lake is big and boundless. It's simply inexhaustible. take as much as you want. Good. Zilu nodded. In fact, she was thinking exactly the same thing. It's just not good to act so mercenary in front of your sweetheart. It's just right to get the lotus sacred water though. She skillfully took out her storage ring, which specialized in collecting things, and directed it at the lotus sacred lake, causing some ripples on the shore. The corner of Wu Qingling's mouth twitched as he watched. The people of the Devil's Path are just not simple, more skillful than him. The villain. Falling child. You first collect the lotus sacred water here, and it's best to fill up all the space. Otherwise it's a pain in the ass to come here once, and I'll go run another errand. Informing Zi Lu of this, Wu Qingling pulled out his Piao Zi Feng Tao imperial weapon and quickly flew to the side hall. Wu Qingling followed her memories from her previous life's excursions and came to a dragon's head gold statue. The dragon's head raged, its fangs livid, containing a golden ball in the air. He stepped forward and removed the golden ball from the gap in his fangs and tucked it between the dragon's forehead. Boom! The dragon's head shook and split in half, revealing a tunnel. A flame appeared on Wu Qingling's fingertips with a whoosh, illuminating the pitch-black tunnels and walking in. After Wu Qingling traveled a distance of about 70 to 80 feet, he arrived at a spacious space. The floor was covered with white jade flooring, and the walls were painted with vermilion talismans, twisted scarlet talismans that looked like tadpoles. Inside, it was plopped down in 3 large full turns, taking up almost all of the space. The vermilion talisman emitted a cold mist, rendering the place cloudy. In the center of the ice fog, there was a huge ice crystal standing on top of a wooden couch. Wu Qingling walked to the ice crystal and stopped. The ice crystal was so thin that he could even see the living being sealed inside. Inside was a broken egg, its shell set in ice crystals. Inside the eggshell was a young red dragon with translucent and crystalline scales, a serpentine 4-legged body, and a body length of no more than a zhang. Wu Qingling gently touched the ice crystals, and a cold sensation came from her hands. Within moments the entire palm was covered in frost. The young dragons inside the ice crystals were mirage dragons, born to be clocked by the great Tao, feeding on essence and qi. Between Wu Qingling's touches, the mirage dragon looked as if it seemed to feel something. She opened her blood-red vertical pupils, like an ice sculpture opening its eyes for the first time in 10,000 years. And, keep a close eye on Wu Qingling. Hello. Wu Qingling greeted mirage dragon gently. Miradoras are born with a strong impression of the first creature they see and will remember it for the rest of their lives. Before the death of the original Wu family's youngest, Lin Fan came to make a contract with him. Mirage Dragon did his part to patch up the Wu family. Currently he wasn't strong enough to break the ice crystals, so it was good to leave an impression at this stage. Leave a strong mark on this white paper first. Chapter 58, Awe. Wu Qingling withdrew his hand, slashed his fingertips, and forced out his own essence blood. A vibrant essence flowed through the dimly lit space, and the wooden couches made of wood unexpectedly began to grow new branches that stuck to the surface of the ice crystals. He kept moving his hands, inserting his fingertips on the surface of the ice crystals. The Mirage Dragon cookbook has essence and qi on it. The qi needs to wait for the Mirage Dragon to grow to a certain level before it can absorb it. Otherwise it will suffer from indigestion. The essence contained in the essence blood was like breast milk to a young Mirage Dragon. It was as if there were gaps inside the ice crystals, sucking in all of his essence blood, like branches on a tree, spreading out into the eggshells. The young dragon body of the Mirage Dragon was frozen by ice crystals, and only the pupils of its eyes could be turned slightly. Doubtfully, he stared at Wu Qingling. As the sperm blood flowed into the side of her mouth, she licked it curiously, and her eyes lit up with a flash of. The dragon's pupils were spinning around, seemingly showing joy. Wu Qingling's essence was not simple. There were 3 physiques alone: the constructed wood medicine spirit body, the embodied Tao fetus, and the plastic immortal nirvana glazed body that was awakened today, mixed with an unusually vigorous vitality within the body. He even felt that he had added a lot to his longevity. He just lacked a magic treasure to measure his longevity. Otherwise, only fixed measurements are taken. After feeling that 50% of the essence blood in his body had flowed out, Wu Qingling closed his fingers together and the tiny wounds were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye. He wasn't heartbroken. As long as it wasn't origin essence blood, the rest of the essence blood could be regenerated. Eating more feeds back. At best the body will be weak at this time of the year. The miraculous dragon blinked its clear and soulful dragon pupil as it looked at Wu Qingling unwillingly. A sad and lonely voice suddenly came out from within the ice crystals, like the legendary song of sirens luring pedestrians. Well, I'll see you later. Wu Qingling's mana surged into his hands, and the blazing heat caused the frost to melt quickly. He took out 10 soft, malleable woods and a pile of semi-fluid like water liquid from within his storage ring, and first used the woods to make a circle around the ice crystal, tightly affixed and on the surface of the ice crystal, and then repeated. Wrap the oval of ice crystals 10 times around from top to bottom. From a distance, it looks as if there are rings hanging all over the surface of an elliptical sphere. He then applied the white, misty watery liquid to the fit of the wood to the ice crystals. The white hazy watery liquid works to keep it from leaking. Similar to a strong blue. Mirage dragons didn't feed on this, but topping off her stomach and making her less hungry still did the trick. Wu Qingling took out a few bags from her storage ring and stuck them on the ice crystals. The interior of the bag was filled with water from within the sacred lake, which contained a surprising amount of spiritual energy. He put talismans on each bag, talismans of unimpressive grade, not even a turn. There is only one function. Reaching a certain time, the mana stored inside turns into needles and stabs inside the object the talisman is affixed to. He designed the talisman to puncture a bag every couple of months. Flowing out the lotus sacred water. It dripped on top of the wooden circle and then slowly dripped into the interior of the ice crystals for the Mirage Dragon to absorb. The mournful song once again resounded in the chamber, and Mirage Dragon looked at Wu Qingling with bated breath. Don't look at me. I'm not capable of getting you out right now. Wu Qingling said that he didn't eat this. After thinking about it, he once again dripped out his essence blood and mix in each bag so that the lotus sacred water and essence blood mix with each other. To give you a taste of the flavor? Fine. Mirage Dragon couldn't speak right now. And honestly Wu Qingling didn't know what she was trying to express. One can only judge a thing or two from the emotions embedded in the song. Let's go. My name is Wu Qingling. See you next time. Wu Qingling turned around and left the place where the Mirage Dragon was, ignoring the sadness that was carried in the song that came from behind the miraculous dragon to hold him back. January. Wu Qingling re-entered the Purple River Marketplace, with Zilu behind him to see him off. You've lost your wind, so even if you go to Yangning's house now, it won't matter. Won't you come with me for a walk? I still have to go to the smithy. Wu Qingling remembered this. The red inner core of the 100-touch flower demon had indeed not been dealt with yet. He didn't hold back much longer, and waved with purple drop as he stood in the teleportation array. I'll come find you when I'm done with it. It won't take long. Just as the teleportation array was activated, Zilu's words reached Wu Qingling's ears. He froze. What do you mean? It won't take much time? It's not much time. What if he was doing something bad? He still had to make Rian-san fulfill her promise. Drop. You. Before Wu Qingling finished speaking, she abruptly disappeared in place, the teleportation array having completed its transmission. This time, he didn't encounter the dusty white snake again, and reached the Maple Leaf Marketplace very smoothly. In the end, Wu Qingling sighed softly. The road to the harem is a long way to go. Gotta brush up on the favorability a bit more, while subtly changing their possessiveness to be less possessive. Zilu really bumped into him doing something good with Bai Ruyan or Chu Cherry. One could only say that the consequences were hard to predict, especially since Zilu didn't know Chu Sakura yet, and hooking up with a new woman in just a few months would make Zilu's lungs explode. He shook his head and stepped away from the teleportation array. Arriving at a more secluded place, he rented a Wind Wyvern Dragonfoal car and rushed towards Tiandu City. Tiandu City, Lin Mansion's special courtyard. The bio was silent, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth. The shingles on the roof still dripped a few drops of rainwater from time to time, reflecting the golden light in the sunlight. Chu Cherry wore a long dress of brocade in the color of Xiang Fei, with silk brocade flower embroidered shoes. The delicate and aesthetic figure is outlined to the fullest extent. Beside her was a woman who looked similar to her, with a hint of more charm than Chu Cherry. Has the young master of the Wu family not returned yet? Not back yet. Chu Cherry's peach blossom-like pink eyes were hiding fatigue. The hand rested gently on the full peak, looking sad. She could be said to have run to the Wu mansion almost every day during this period of time to see that the even subconsciously prepared for the sacrifice. But Wu Qingling was as if she had disappeared. Not only that, that sister of his was nowhere to be seen. The large Wu mansion surprisingly only had the maid who had a meeting at the pavilion outside the forest, as well as the steward and some maids and servants. Chu Hua twisted her head to look at her daughter beside her and said, Mother estimates that the Wu family's young master will return in just a few days. Chu Cherry nodded slightly. Bai Ruyan was from the True Martial Immortal sect, and as the True Martial Immortal sect's examination was coming soon, and would also arrange for a portion of the people to test within Tendu City, Wu Qingling wouldn't miss this opportunity. Chu Hua looked at the small pool within the other courtyard. From time to time fish swam through it and said, So Lin Fan is still looking for you? Chu Sakura's sad little face seemed even sadder as she sighed. Yeah, he always likes to find me after practice and talk about topics I'm not interested in. Chu Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness as she slowly said, It's better to have less contact with this Lin family. We're staying here. In fact, why isn't it a form of house arrest in disguise? The conflict within Xianing City has intensified. Mother, Why on earth are the other lineages in Xianing City targeting our Chu family? Aren't we just getting better? And we're not yet a few points stronger, so we can't affect the other lineages at all. Chapter 59, Young Master Wu did nothing to me. Chu Sakura looked at her mother in confusion. They had come to Tenda City to seek outside help, helping the Chu family to resolve the crisis. This she knew, but what exactly had the Chu family done to attract the siege? Chu Hua glanced at her daughter. Seeing her firm expression, her lips moved slightly a few times and, eventually speaking up, she released a two-turn silencing note and lowered her voice to her daughter. Sakura, do you still remember the incident with the major families in Tiandu City that caused a ruckus some time ago? The other great cities within the continental realm have also heard about this matter. Mother, you mean the inheritance left behind by the Mori water fairy in the flowing firefly forest? Yes, that's the Moriel herb garden. You should know that the Mori water fairy was a legendary 6th realm powerhouse in her lifetime. That's a great power of enlightenment. Moving her fingers, easily, all the forces in the Yongning continent realm can be subverted. Chu Sakura's eyes had a hint of envy towards the Mori water fairy. If she also had this kind of strength, instead of having to do things to please others, you can choose how you want to live your life. She suddenly looked more sad. Just how had she accomplished this? She doesn't have any of them, not to mention the danger of family upheaval. Chu Hua looked at Chu Cherry's appearance like this and knew what her daughter was thinking and said, alas, it is all our lot, and the weak and feeble are the same wherever they are. It was rumored that a great power in the enlightenment realm could easily burn mountains and turn the sea upside down, swaying the heavens. The legacy left behind by such a character would cause a mad rush in the Yongning continent. No power dares to say that it can eat it, not even the largest sect in the Yongning continent, the Spirit Turtle Ao sect. Chu Hua looked a bit serious between conversations, and after a pause, continued, but the true martial immortal sect can. That Wu Qingling took the inheritance. Who dared to say otherwise? Let's all pretend we didn't see it. It's the Red Spectre continent after all. Chu Sakura sighed. The Red Pixie continent was the largest of several continental realms. Those great powers casually stepped out of a character that was so renowned that a biography was made for future generations to admire the existence of. Our Chu family and the Wu family are in a very similar situation, but we don't have the strength to protect that. Gone off the rails. Chu Sakura was shocked. Then why does the Chu family still exist today? Shouldn't they have exterminated the upper and lower families on the first day? Her sandalwood mouth opened slightly as she said, 6 turns of inheritance? Chu Hua shook her head as she heard her daughter's words. It's not a 6-turn inheritance, but a 3-turned inheritance, one left behind by the God-refining realm. Then, why hasn't the Chu family been exterminated? Chu Sakura was puzzled. The God-refining realm. Only the entire Yongning continent realm head was. This kind of attraction is also quite large for the same realm, because it hasn't been opened yet. Our Chu family got the key to go in, and we haven't gone in yet. The wind would have leaked inadvertently, and the key would be nowhere to be found, and the other families would have thought that we had made the play. The key is still hidden within the family, and the people of the main vein are still confronting the other families. We can come out. It's because it's just one of the sub-veins, and there are people watching us all the time too. So, our privacy? Chu Sakura felt bad that this was something she didn't know anything about. The woman gave her daughter an amused look and said, don't worry about it. They'll just be able to detect roughly where our vitals are at. As long as we stay out of town, they won't be able to do anything, and they won't be able to get close enough to see anymore. This is also the Lin family. Even if they don't want to care about us, for the sake of their own family's face they won't allow other families to be so reckless. The people watching us have portraits of our likenesses at best, and other times they are staring at detection spells from a distance. Chu Sakura sniffed in relief, but she was washing up on a daily basis. How could her own chastity be confused and looked at? She made up her mind to be more cautious in the future. Suddenly she remembered again the warmth of that day outside the forest pavilion, when Wu Qingling hugged himself to drive away the cold for himself. She was even slashed by Lin Fan in order to save herself, a feeling that caused her pretty face to inadvertently have a blush. To be honest, as a lady of the house, having been exposed to her at this distance, the only other person left was Wu Qingling, and Lin Fan came up to talk only to talk, separated by a distance of a few feet. Chu Hua gave her daughter a meaningful look and said, Sakura, is Wu Qingling with you? Chu Sakura glared at her mother in shame and shook her head. Mother, what are you talking about? How is it possible? The woman hid a smile and said, then why do you look like you're pining for a girl? I've secretly seen you talking to Lin Fan. You are so far away from each other. And the topic of conversation is also cultivation miles. How do you think it's Wu Qingling? Sakura, you tell mother honestly. Mother, what are you talking about? Young Master Wu didn't do anything to me. Still. Chu Sakura scrambled to interrupt what her mother was about to say. and was momentarily mute as she herself did not know how to explain. Sakura-chan, don't worry about it, just be honest with mother. Do you have anything or not? Sakura shyly pulled up her xiangfei-colored sleeves, revealing her white arms, and said, my daughter's guardian sand is still in place, so don't get carried away. Chu Hua glanced at the red spot on Chu Cherry's arm, and as expected the palace sand was still there. She looked slightly relieved. It was good that the guardian sand was still there, though she had agreed to Chu Cherry going to draw on Wu Qingling and even marrying him. But this kind of behavior of breaking the body without being married is never allowed. It will damage the face of a daughter's family, and will be gossiped about in secret. It's not easy to marry into the Wu family. At the same time, she wondered, that's weird, does he really have nothing on you? He is actually very gentle, not like the rumors. Chu Hua picked up the tea and took a sip, saying, Sakura-chan, men will always disguise themselves to look the way you want them to look, so you must be careful that flies don't bite eggs without seams, and those rumors don't come out of thin air. But his silent efforts, unseen and unvoiced, to the many rumors in the city also did not make a rumor. It can be seen that it is not greedy for false fame. In the forest outside the kiosk, see me cold, thoughtfully warm for me to see it's careful and gentle. In this period of time alone men and women did not do anything to me. Can also see it's not good for women's color. Have good self-control. What's more, he's willing to take the knife for me regardless of the danger. How many people do this kind of behavior? It's important to realize that a lot of couples go their separate ways in a big way. Sakura slightly opened her small mouth a few times, still burying those words in her heart. Perhaps these are also camouflaged? The woman looked at Chu Cherry suspiciously, talked to him for a few moments, and went back to her room to rest. Sakura stayed alone in the courtyard in silence. After a long time, she lowered her eyes to the teacup on the stone table and silently watched the brown tea leaves sink from the water to the bottom. Sakura, in a few days it will be the middle of July, and many flowers will bloom outside of the city. Why don't we go trekking together? Chapter 60, I'm an angel investor. Couch in the mansion. Walked in a figure who came a short distance behind Sakura and extended an invitation that. There was a subdued tone in his voice. The visitor was none other than Lin Fan, and judging by his breath, he had already reached the late stage of the essence refining realm. This cultivation brought Lin Fan the courage to speak. Who else could break through faster than him? To think that Wu Qingling was only in the middle stage. Sakura's eyebrows inadvertently tightened, her face carrying a hint of disgust. Lin Fan came to interfere with her every now and then, at first just conversing a few words. In the end it would be cheeky to talk for a few incense burners without stopping. The content of what was said was all about where he had gone to cultivate, where his cultivation had been refined again, only occasionally talking about the Chu family, and quickly bringing it over. My little lady said not to call me Sakura. We're not that close. Chu Cherry words with detachment. This Lin family over the river bridge even if that. After a while the guest room was shady and the nature of it amounted to house arrest, and her parents rarely ever went out. In the end is to give a portion of the spirit stone before giving up. Is really wool gathering to the end. Thinking about how many spirit stones the Chu family would honor every year in the old days, such a move is more or less unkind. In just a few short months, Chu Cherry has seen too much of the world, and she couldn't get a good feeling about this Lin family's third son, and she even came over to disturb her from time to time. Lin Fan's clear face carried a bitter smile as he rubbed his nose and said, I can't say anything about my father in them. After all, he's my father, and I can't represent the Lin family. But don't worry, I'll settle the Chu family's affairs. Settle? Isn't that what you've been talking about all these months? Lin Fan was helpless. He would cultivate for a long time every day, and it was not easy to end a day of hard cultivation. He doesn't say this to say anything. Anyway, he can solve the Chu family crisis sooner or later. He had to leave with a few pleasantries. Sakura saw him leave and walked towards the room in a graceful manner. She planned to change her clothes before going outside for a walk. Shen time. The gates of Tiandu City. On the Wind Wyvern Dragon Cult, Wu Qingling could vaguely see the lofty city wall from the window. Traveling closer to it can be seen to be as high as 20 feet. He paid the spirit stones and walked back to Tiandu City, which he had left for months. The streets are bustling with pedestrians and vendors. There was a lot of yelling and jostling and clamoring. Wu Qingling cast a random spell to make herself look mediocre. He was now walking through the mortal zone so as not to draw too much attention to himself. A little boy was playing with a little girl and sticking to Wu Qingling's back. Sticky candy canes snapped to paste on the gilt doily. Wu Qingling looked back at these two kids, having just focused too much on the others, and there was no killing intent in the act of crashing into him, and he didn't perceive it. Frowning slightly, and wondering how often he should be careful out there. It's not good to react in case someone doesn't attack with this behavior. Yes, I'm sorry, Uncle! The little girl hid behind the little boy all of a sudden, not daring to look at Wu Qingling. The two children were full of childish looks, the little boy being thinner than the little girl. Wu Qingling's tall figure gave the little boy a lot of pressure, making him a little afraid. Still, he forced himself to calm down and stood in front of the little girl, stumbling. We'll clean you up. The little boy didn't mention anything about money, obviously knowing that such flashy garments were not something a commoner like them could compensate for. They could only offer to wash their clothes to make amends. Wu Qingling squatted down and smiled gently, saying, "It's okay, be careful next time." He snapped his fingers once, and his gilt dharma robes were as polished as ever. LOL, I was so engrossed in what I was reading that I didn't notice anyone back there. So you guys go get a new one. Wu Qingling pulled out a few copper coins and placed them in their dirty little hands. Wu Qingling knew that he was not a good person, and some things seemed shameless, but he didn't mind releasing some goodwill for things that didn't jeopardize his interests, and they weren't worth much to him anyway. Thanks to Big Brother. The two children were ultimately of a fickle age, and when they saw that Wu Qingling did not blame them, I was so happy to be able to buy new sugar plums. Wu Qingling eyed the two children as they giggled and left, recalling that he and Bai Ruoyan were also like this when they were young, but often Bai Ruoyan was the one who protected him. Turn down the age next time. He touched his handsome face, and what he had just performed was nothing more than a blindfold. The face itself has not changed. It just distorts the light on the outside to make the mortals think it is an ordinary human look-alike. Wu Qingling laughed in a low voice and turned to leave, suddenly having a feeling of being watched by someone. He subconsciously looked in that direction. He met eyes with the silhouette on the bridge, and was mildly surprised that it was a strange woman. He took a closer look, and it was actually Chu Sakura, only releasing the same blindfold as him to avoid attracting attention. He had wanted to go and talk to Chu Cherry afterward, but he really didn't expect to run into him here. Chu, what a coincidence. Wu Qingling's pace appeared to be slow but was actually as fast as the wind, arriving 10 feet away in a few steps. The surrounding mortals only felt a fresh breeze and looked back to see nothing. Young Master Wu, we meet again. It's been a hard time for my little girl to find her. Chu Cherry wore a long, pale pink dress with a pair of shirt dresses embroidered with peach blossoms. A thin belt was tied around his waist, and he had a kind of elegant beauty. This kind of unclassified blindfold can't fool a cultivator. It must be at least a first or second turn spell. Therefore, Chu Sakura recognized Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling knew that the situation in the Chu family was getting worse, and Chu Cherry coming to him was expected. Took a trip a while back and ran an errand. So it is. Chu Sakura nodded slightly, revealing a hint of dawning realization that she had gone on an errand. As for Wu Qingling not saying where she went and what she did, she wouldn't ask. The most taboo thing for a cultivator is to inquire about other people's news. Only by respecting others will they be respected by others. Wu Qingling continued. Why are you here? Chu Sakura held onto the guardrail of the bridge and turned her head to look at the gurgling brook under the bridge, sparkling in the sunlight. She lightly opened her lips and said, I've come here to take a break by the Sanyu River, and I happened to see young Master Wu being hit by two children. Originally, I wanted to go forward to help the two children pay for young Master Wu's Taoist robes. Saying this, Chu Cherry twisted her head to look at Wu Qingling, her eyes brimming with what seemed to be a hint of laughter, and said, unexpectedly, young Master Wu has a kind heart. Not only does he not blame it also gave two children money for new sugar plums, which really impressed my little girl for miles. It's not like I'm a bad guy with nothing to lose. Wu Qingling was dumbfounded. To be honest, he hadn't done a single evil thing since he came to this side of the world. He set Chu Cherry and Lin Mengye to hold the thigh. Not only will not hurt, but also paste in a lot of resources, which is not proper angel investor. It's just a little bit more brazen, he admits, but since ancient times, deep love can't be retained, but only the setup will win the hearts of the people. Time waited for no one. If he wasn't a bit more active, what if Lin Fan developed to find him in trouble? In that scene in front of the mountain god temple that day, he could still remember the way Lin Fan looked at Bai Ruoyan and Zilu. There is longing hidden there. Chapter 61, The Little Bad Guy. Bai Ruoyan and Zilu are both complete beauties. It's normal to have this attraction. But what if Lin Fan is too powerful later and uses force? Even though he had been suppressing Lin Fan and could acquire a certain amount of chi each time, but he hadn't done anything to target anyone other than Lin Fan yet. If he was really that bottomless, he could have just messed with the Lin family's family. After all, Lin Fan's Chi Luck Plus could protect himself, but it didn't mean he could protect his clan. Where there's a protagonist, they're usually exterminated. The only thing it's good for is adding a damage-enhancing buff to the protagonist. And the Way of the Eight Wastes group has a bad ending line, too, and didn't make good choices. It can lead to the death of a loved one, family member, clan member or friend. Wu Qingling also accidentally played this kind of line. After all, there are too many branching options. Who knows what will change when you choose? He prefers a gentler approach, rather than relying on killing for everything. Force is only one kind of tool. Not everything depends on force. Just as force can get a beauty's body but not her heart. Sure, throw in the Mu strong kind. But the kind where you're not as strong as the other guy will not hesitate to discard you because you are no longer strong. A villain who knows how to buy people's hearts and minds is a good villain. Not everyone. There's so much uncertainty with Lin Fan, because essentially Lin Fan doesn't have a mind of his own. It's all player manipulation. And now it became a reality. With a mind of its own. The scene at the mountain temple, the burning in the eyes, and the act of copying the poem that. This shows that the Lin Fan of this line is simply not a climate, not sharpened by 3 years of lows, which is why later Lin Fan went up to the Wu family to look for Lin Mengye. A major factor in Wu Qingling's decision to break with him and start taunting. What kind of person do you think I am? Wu Qingling stared into Chu Cherry's eyes, pondering what kind of image he had in Chu Cherry's eyes. He thinks he's better. Chu Cherry's eyes flickered, not daring to meet Wu Qingling's gaze. Her eyes glanced at the stream and said, one that's horny, and persistent, and a little tender. Chu Sakura paused and continued, little bad guy. Wu Qingling sniffed and put her hand on the wooden parapet on the bridge and said, how could I be horny? Have you seen what I've done to you? That's not true. Chu Cherry nodded slightly. In fact, she originally wanted to praise Wu Qingling, but on second thought, thinking about what was not said to my mother today in the Bujinkan, maybe it was a disguise? After seeing another scene of Wu Qingling being friendly to others in the afternoon, a favorable impression was created. So the bad guys put a little word in front of it. That's not right, but it's a fact that you went to teacher's place, isn't it? Wu Qingling was dumbfounded. This he had indeed been there. Before he could explain, Chu Cherry added, a few days ago, I heard Lin Fan say that during the time when I hadn't yet come to Tiandutching. And you've hooked up with widows? Wu Qingling knew that this was before he awakened his memories. And he looked at Chu Sakura and said, don't listen to him. What do you mean? Hooking up with a widow? That's Sister Zhao from our village. Used to be very kind to me and Sister Ruoyan, and suffered a lot of care. And then Sister Ruoyan joined the clan. And I became a lineage. What's wrong with a little extra care? Yes? Chu Sakura's disbelief was written all over her small face. Wu Qingling's reputation had always been bad. When she first heard the news, she somehow became inexplicably uncomfortable and asked today. Think of it, a widow, or a widow with no children at her knees, and with only a few sisters for relatives. There's no shortage of gossip in the weekdays, and she might hang herself if I don't go and see her. Speaking of this, Wu Qingling suddenly realized that it seemed like he hadn't been back to the village for a long time. Perhaps one should go there once before the clan test, or else there would be less and less time to come back in the future. Well, sad indeed. Chu Sakura nodded her head in agreement with this statement. Widows did suffer a lot of gossip in this day and age. But is she pretty? Wu Qingling was surprised. It's okay, where are all the beauties? No if. What? Chu Sakura looked at Wu Qingling inexplicably. Wu Qingling knew she had almost made a mistake. That is, don't praise other women's good looks in front of them. So he swallowed the latter words and coughed lightly, saying, ahem, not as good looking as you, Miss Chu. You look like a woman with a closed moon and a beautiful country. Mortals are sure to fall to their knees and shout that a fairy has descended to earth when they see it. In his mind, he added that Sister Zhao was definitely not as good looking as Sister Ruoyan. As for Bai Ruoyan and Chu Sakura too, to make a comparison, both look good, but Sister Ruoyan has a plus point. Sister Ruoyan can actually be called Sister Milkyen. Simple capacity. Nothing more to it than to say that it's benevolent. Young Master Wu should always be pleasing girls, right? No wonder there are so many women around you and a good-looking little maid. A few strands of Chu Sakura's green silk fell from her temples and was gently pinned behind her ears. The beautiful and innocent face had a faint smile on it. That's my valet. And there's an ambiguity in the phrase pleasing a girl. How can you call it pleasing when both parties are happy from the heart? Wu Qingling didn't have any major pursuits. Being able to open a harem and live forever. Having the strength to be able to protect your woman. Or having a woman with superb force to protect you. Then he gets away with it with the women and that's enough. Young Master Wu is so honest. Chu Sakura opened her lips slightly and continued. But still a horny little bad guy. Food and color are also sex. Besides, all people have the heart to love beauty. The fair lady gentleman good Marty. These are normal. As for calling me a bad person, I should say it's rather shameless. It's not quite on the level of a bad guy who's not doing anything wrong. Wu Qingling corrected Chu Cherry with a serious face. Bad guy or villain. There's a lot of different things in between. Okay, what chaotic evils, order-keeping evils, disordered evils. One is at best neutral, good and evil by heart. Nor do they have seizures for no reason. Chu Cherry saw Wu Qingling's bitter face and smiled gently. She found Wu Qingling's defeated expression so funny. No longer like the high and mighty young master, but a normal conversation with a friend. How's your Chu family doing? Wu Qingling suddenly mentioned the Chu family. The corners of Chu Sakura's upturned mouth gradually slipped, a touch of shock hidden in the depths of her eyes. When had he been so engrossed in chatting with Wu Qingling that he had forgotten about the family? Her expression became sad. Wu Qingling suddenly spoke. Going on a trek tomorrow? He saw Chu Cherry's expression grow sadder and knew that she had been under a lot of stress lately, so he changed the topic again. Chu Sakura pondered for a moment, and her nice voice was a bit hoarse as she said, I'll see you tomorrow then. How about we agree to meet at the kiosk outside the forest in the olden days, at the unspecified hour? Young Master Wu. Okay, goodbye. Wu Qingling's figure disappeared into the bustling crowd. It was only when Chu Sakura looked back that she realized his figure was far away. That's gone? Chu Sakura's eyes widened as she looked away to see Wu Qingling's figure walk into a corner and leave the area. Chapter 62, Here You Call Brother Wu? Her hand on the wooden fence inadvertently pushed a little harder and Wu Qingling probably didn't care much about himself from the start, so why would he say that he would let me choose between the spiritual field and my own physical body? She pursed her lips slightly, and her eyes were haunted, as if she had made up her mind about something. Wu Fu, young master, you're finally back. Lin Mengye was dressed in a light blue pair of shan dresses, revealing snow-white rounded tight calves under the hem. Trotting to Wu Qingling's side, his face was full of joy. Have I been a good boy and stayed home to learn spells the 3 months I've been out? Of course I have. I know so many first-turn spells now. Lin Mengye excitedly showed her young master the spells she had learned. Ice, rain, thunder and lightning. It shifted between his palms. Wu Qingling gently watched Lin Mengye's performance, nodding his head in praise from time to time, until Lin Mengye's mana was depleted. With less than 10% of her mana in her dantian, a slight sense of detachment woke her up. He was so absorbed in his own performance that he left the young master out in the cold. Lin Mengye looked back at Wu Qingling and realized that he had been watching him perform. His eyes were gentle and the smile made her feel like a spring breeze, as if she was back in the swaying lotus sea of that night when she first saw things. Young master, it's okay. Oh, Dreamleaf really worked hard. Young master is going to give you a reward. Wu Qingling touched Lin Mengye's forehead, smelling the faint fragrance. From within his storage ring, he pulled out a bunch of sugar plums and handed them to her. Just take it. Thank you, young master. Lin Mengye received the sugar gourd solemnly, those blue eyes glittering. Surprised, she looked at Wu Qingling, the slightly curved corners of her mouth hanging full of joy, taking small bites and licking candy canes beside Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling stroked his head while watching her eat the sugar plums. This moment in time seemed very peaceful. He enjoyed the laid-back feeling. From his viewpoint, he could see Lin Mengye revealing a white neck like a swan's. A strand of hair rested on her face, framing the beauty's clear face. Here's more. When Lin Mengye ate only the bamboo sticks left, Wu Qingling pulled out a few more strings of sugar gourds from within her storage ring. On the way back to the Wu mansion, he saw quite a few people selling sugar gourds, and thought that there was still a Lin Mengye at home, and that she was still young, still kid at heart. I figured I'd like this and bought several bunches. Well, good. Lin Mengye squinted her eyes comfortably, enjoying Wu Qingling's touch on her head. Is Ruoyan's sister back yet? Sister White hasn't come back yet. It's not back yet. Wu Qingling sighed softly. He now needed someone who was proficient in ice-walking spells to let out his fire. Otherwise, it's hard to resist. It's a pity that Sister Ruoyan hasn't come back yet. Lin Mengye raised her head and saw that Wu Qingling's mood seemed to be a little lower. The soft voice said with concern, What does young master want with Sister Bai? Wu Qingling smoothed Lin Mengye's rubbed blue hair and said, It's all right. We're just discussing how to extinguish the fire in Tianjue. Do you know if Sister Ruoyan said how soon she'd be back? Sister Bai said she'll be back in a while, so it should be soon. Seeing that Wu Qingling's mood returned to normal, Lin Mengye hung her head and continued to lick the candy cane in small bites. Alright, Dream Leaf. When did you get so close to Sister Ruoyan? Wu Qingling remembered that Lin Mengye clearly called Bai Ruoyan Miss. How come he's been out for a while? Sister Bai said that from now on, I'll be the guard in charge of the young master's safety, and that we're all family. No need to be so raw. Lin Mengye giggled. She loved this feeling. There was a warmth of home. Wu Qingling covered her face with her hands. Then, Mengye, you call Sister Ruoyan as Sister Bai, and me as young master. Meaning and I need to be raw? No. Lin Mengye hurriedly waved her hand and said, I'm just used to calling young master. Calling young master helps me to always remember my own duty, that I am young master's exclusive retainer. Wu Qingling saw Lin Mengye's small eager face and explained with a serious face and laughed. Call out to brother Wu and listen? Sister Dreamleaf. Lin Mengye's face became flushed and the innocence of her eyes made it seem as if she felt doted upon and pitied. She said softly, Brother Wu. Wu Qingling pretended to be inaudible and bent down. Call out one more time. And Brother Qingling will come a few times too. Brother Wu. Brother Qingling. Brother Qingling. Well, good. Wu Qingling was in a good mood as she listened to Lin Mengye's soft and sticky voice. Only when he had heard enough did he let Lin Mengye go. Let's go have dinner. Good. Lin Mengye carefully collected the bamboo stick and put it into the slag bucket. Wu Qingling nodded in his heart when he saw this. It seems that the quality education in these months was very successful. The teacher who taught Lin Mengye's spells was a 140-year-old woman who not only taught the spells, but also made her go from being an illiterate person to now knowing what to do and what not to do. Know a lot of common sense, and know that garbage goes in the slag hopper. Give her a rise in spirit stone strike. Wu Qingling stepped forward and held Lin Mengye's small hand, saying, Not bad. You Maha sure worked hard. Throwing bamboo sticks around will be unsightly and dirty the young master's eyes. A girl's family has to keep a distance from other males, but the young master is not an outsider. That's the best and gentlest and most handsome young master. There will be other maids to clean up. It's good that Dreamleaf has this heart. Wu Qingling pulled her soft razor and headed to the place where the meal was served. At the Wanxia mountain, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away, the sunlight penetrated through the clouds, and the light and shadows at the top of the mountain were misplaced. The stunningly beautiful figure of Wuxi hung above the mountaintop, reflecting the sunlight, and the mountain wind blew her skirt flying. A white dress embroidered with clouds, the bodice of which clung to the full breasts, rather like a big wobble of. The curve of the back is quite beautiful and attractive. Dust rises from the earth, and the earth is at peace with the gods. Smoke is born from fire, and the fire descends to the atmosphere, and the gold is empty and has a sound. The sound is not chaotic. The wood is firm as glory. Keep the glory is real. Water is clear. You're clear not overflow. 5 political both hold the benefit from the auspicious. Ed. Her left hand pinched the magic trick, the right hand at the traction of the sky haze. A moment actually led to the haze reflecting the. It stretches for thousands of miles. If there were any monks here, they would have exclaimed, use God to lead the law. This was the kind of strength only cultivators at the God-refining realm had. The sunlight rolled and drifted, flowing from the sky to the palm of the uncompromised hand in the shape of a funnel. Converging into a radiant mass of red earth. A mass of earth coalesced by a haze of light. This is the Wanxia spiritual mud? Bai Ruoyan's voice resounded in the bottom of Wu Yao's heart, and she nodded her head slightly as an answer to this question. Immediately after she hauled, the speed of the haze doubled, without a moment, has the size of a watermelon. She wiped away the sweat that showed on her forehead from overdrawing her mana. The 1,000-year ice-like face had a smirk. Now to the next place. Wuxiao's figure turned and dissipated at the top of Wanxia mountain, leaving only a white rainbow weaving through the sky. Chapter 63. Why is Sister Royan here? Tiandu City. Wu Mansion. Dawn. Wu Qingling ended his nightly cultivation and left from the futon. Shimmering light through the curtain gap. Wu Qingling opened the window. Visible in the eastern sky rose a touch of fish-belly white. Now what are the first 5 elements of qi that I will combine and refine? Wu Qingling stood in front of the window and thought, her eyes gazing far into the sky. The 5 elements of qi is a collective term, and does not mean that there are only 5 attributes. For example, the ice line is a change derived from the water line. The two are not divided into high and low. The same within the 5 elements. The wood line can also be derived from the thunder line and the wind line. The thunder and wind elements can also be inverted to the wood elements, and the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and infinitely variable. In some special environments, where the 5 elements are so dense that they react with the outside world, it is possible to give birth to spiritual breath. Spiritual breath is the pure 5 elements of qi, which can be used by a person, through which to water their spiritual roots, letting the spirit root grow leaves, even if it breaks through the qi refining realm. When ordinary beings cultivate, they will only look for 1 or 2 kinds of spiritual breath to water their spiritual roots. No matter how many spiritual roots there are, both will minimize the type of spiritual breath used for watering. If a cultivator has the heaviest fire nature in his or her spiritual root, he or she will choose the fire behavior as his or her main cultivation. The wood act is a minor, allowing the spiritual root fire nature to become more heavily weighted. Then this cultivator has a substantial bonus for using fire spells and a small bonus for wood spells. The other 5 attributes have mediocre effects, and the more they are mutually exclusive, the less powerful they are. A second turn mana power might only be able to release a first turn spell, and forcibly releasing an opposing spell of the same realm would be countered and seriously injured. so the spiritual root is valued more for its own purity. The purer it is, the higher the weight. Some even have multiple attributes that are very pure, such as water and fire cultivating together, cultivating into a water and fire spirit root, which is infinitely powerful. Wu Qingling had a lot of choices right now. He could cultivate water and fire together, or wind and thunder together. Even the 5 elements can be practiced together. This act would cost a lot of spirit stones to buy spirit breath, and spirit stones weren't a problem for him. He was now thinking about which one to combine first. The refining realm wasn't finished after combining spiritual breaths, but rather, he had to keep watering the spiritual roots in the process. Essence refinement realm cultivators rely on essence and aura to fuse into mana. The process of pulling Reiki is active, allowing the body to actively pull Reiki, and not pulling Reiki with the spiritual root. Spiritual roots are buried deep within the soul. They are the power of the soul, and to allow them to spontaneously gulp down aura, the cultivation of the refining realm is complete. The process is divided into 3 steps. The first step of allowing the spiritual root to incorporate spiritual chi is called nascent soul, which is the early stage of chi refining. The second step allows the spiritual root to familiarize itself with the aura and be able to recognize the aura in the heavens and earth that best matches its own. It is called Jianling, which is the middle stage of chi refining. The third step allows the spirit root to actively gulp the most suitable aura for itself, and the spirit root is full of. The leaves drummed on their own, and wherever they passed, the spirit was bright and clear, and it was called swallowing the spirit, which was the late stage of chi refining. If Wu Qingling had first doused the spirit root with thunderbolt spirit breath, then the first aura that he could have the spirit root identified would be the thunderbolt aura, and after successfully nabbing the spirit, he could proceed to the next pouring. This pouring process depends on how many attributes Wu Qingling has, or what attributes he wants to choose. Choosing is hard. Wu Qingling is definitely going to choose to pour it all over again, and the lifespan of the chi refining realm can be up to 300 years. Compared to the essence refining realm, it had actually only increased his lifespan by 100 years. Ordinary beings can't break through to the god refining realm even if they rely on ordinary methods, either by talent or by resources. So cultivators are rare, and ordinary beings are as infinite as the carp in the river. Never mind, it won't take long anyway. Wu Qingling shook his head. Plastic immortal nirvana glazed body is in counterpart spirit root professional, specialized in dealing with spiritual roots. The purity of the essence is not at all to worry about, and it is estimated that the watering speed is also very fast. It wouldn't take long for all of them to be poured out, completely becoming a middle stage of the chi refining realm, and the later stages of cultivation would be even faster. Only breaking through the god refining realm could slightly cock Wu Qingling's speed. He stepped to the doorway of Bai Ruyan's boudoir, and an aura of light flickered out from within the boudoir. Wu Qingling allowed the aura to sweep over her. This was the restriction that Bai Ruyan had set up in her room. No one other than Wu Qingling could enter, and going in would cause the entire Wu Mansion formation to rebound, not to be confused with his own room. Like the skeleton man who sneaked into Wu Qingling's room last time, it was impossible for him to enter Bai Ruyan's boudoir even if he was from the Yellow Spring sect. This prohibition was a small formation of spiritual light that had split off from a great formation of spiritual light, and it was considered precious even in the Red Spectre continent. Bai Ruyan was the first genius of the true martial immortal sect, and there was only one. Originally, Bai Ruyan wanted to give it to Wu Qingling, but he refused to give it away. The reason is that he doesn't have much privacy himself, and Bai Ruyan's privacy is more important. And when it really comes down to needing privacy, just set up a few more formations in your own room or run into Bai Ruyan's boudoir. It's just more trouble. He took a good look around, having not looked at it meticulously on his last visit. You should take a good look at it while Bai Ruyan is away. Bai Ruyan's boudoir was of an ancient, simple and elegant style, with a spirit sandalwood crib placed on one side. A screen painted with the river goddess Lua was hanging over the bed, while some scrolls painted with the mountains and rivers of heaven and earth were hung on the walls. After admiring it slightly for a while, Wu Qingling rummaged around in the tall cabinet next to the bed. Bai Ruyan had told him that she had put some of the obtained materials that Wu Qingling used inside a storage ring in her boudoir. Let Wu Qingling take whatever he lacked when she wasn't around so as not to hold him up. Wu Qingling suddenly turned over an object of greenish-white brocade silk on the first floor. There was a lotus flower embroidered on it. After a mental struggle, he didn't sniff it. Sooner or later it would have the original flavor. So what's the hurry? Finally, after some searching, Wu Qingling found a grayish storage ring on the third floor. Open the storage ring according to the unlocking method explained by Bai Ruyan. Spiritual sense enters it and explores it for a while. 6 slowly rotating cyclones were found to be suspended within the storage ring. It's the 5 elements. Sister Ruyan is so well prepared. Even if there are 5 elements of qi, there are 6 of them, including most of the attributes of the Wu Qingling inexplicably had a sense of fait accompli. It is as if the elders would prepare larger garments in advance for the younger ones, for the growing body to have clothes to wear. A warm current flashed through his heart. Bai Ruoyan was always looking out for him. Reveal your love for yourself without realizing it. Wu Qingling lamented and prepared to put the mess in, when suddenly he raised an eyebrow and, looking at a white, washed-out Taoist robe in his hand, it is faintly visible as having been stained with blood, and is white with a dark brown tinge. Isn't that the Taoist robe he wore at the mountain temple? Why is Ruoyan here? Wu Qingling took it out in a hurry, compared the scale, and found that it just fit her, but it was not particularly well-fitting, and the upper part of the garment seemed as if it had been stretched out, with a loose sense of, a faint scent is coming from it. Can it be that Ruoyan is stealing her own clothes? Chapter 64, Why is young Master Wu alone today? Without a trace, Wu Qingling put the robe back into Bai Ruoyan's cabinet. He felt he couldn't be that filthy in his thoughts. Ruoyan must have forgotten to send it back to help herself with the laundry and got confused. After all, it was Bai Ruoyan who washed him since he was a child. When he was a kid, he ran after Bai Ruoyan in his little pants, and always saw her washing clothes by the river. No matter how cold or hot it was, the clothes on his body were never dirty. Young Master, have you seen the young master? Young Master seems to have gone towards Miss Bai's boudoir. Lin Mengye's voice came from outside the boudoir, and Wu Qingling quickly put her clothes in their original position, closed the cabinet and step outside the boudoir. After a few steps in the tunnel, Lin Mengye emerged from around the corner with a small head. Young Master, there you are. Why? Is there something you want to see me about? Wu Qingling put the storage ring on her hand as she walked. Young Master, it's time to eat. Lin Mengye walked towards the eatery holding Wu Qingling's hand. She'd grown up in a broken-down tile and cold cave, and valued every meal, especially because he didn't want Wu Qingling to feel as hungry as he did. So every day he would check to see if Wu Qingling had eaten. Good. Wu Qingling let Lin Mengye lead her. Looking down at the blue-haired girl, the body dress didn't show much skin, though judging by the curvature of the peaks, it was a little more rounded. This period of time Lin Mengye maintains a good diet every day with keeping a happy mood. These behaviors are as if crustal movements were influencing the scale of the mountain, with an absolutely dominant role in terms of height. Wu Qingling instantly had a feeling of nurturing and said, Manhwa evolved into Mount Wui, one step closer to Mount Everest. Young Master, what is it that Manhwa has evolved into Mount Wui? Is Mount Everest the spiritual peak of another continental realm? It can also be said that Dream Leaf will also grow as full and tall as this mountain in the future. Oh, yes, I'll try my best, young master. Lin Mengye clenched her pink fists, her little face serious. Wu Qingling meant what she said every time, and Lin Mengye would take it seriously every time. The look of innocence made the corners of his mouth turn up. He then accompanied Lin Mengye to finish his meal and told Lin Mengye to go and cultivate more. Returning to his room himself, in front of the door suddenly appeared their secret agent, dropping his head and kneeling on one knee before him. Both hands respectfully handed over a jade slip. Young Master, this is the recent situation of the Chu family in Xianing City. Well, hard work. Go find the treasury and receive an extra month of spirit stones. Thank you, young master. Go down. Yes. The secret agent's figure turned and disappeared into Wu Qingling's room. There are 4 secret agents within the Wu mansion, all at the refined essence realm, kindly provided by the true martial immortal sect. All of them took the poison and taught by Ruoyan the dead man's token. A group of people who had been indoctrinated from a young age to be loyal to their masters. When the Lord is present and the Lord is dead, beings with no hope of breaking through are treated as secret agents of the family, usually responsible for collecting things arranged by the main family and scouting for information. Those who perform well, and serve for 50 years, will receive a qi refining pill, can have a 70% probability of breaking through to the qi refining realm, but the path is hopeless. The ability to fight is the same as the essence refining realm, only the longevity will be added for 100 years. For the spies this turned out to be a good thing, receiving a refining pill before leaving, in conjunction with the Lord's family releasing a secret method to erase their own memories. It's no less than a new birth to start over in a new place. After all the resources they grew up with were provided by the sect, and when the sect placed them out, they had to unconditionally obey orders. Some of the black-hearted ones will also allow secret agents to serve for a lifetime by force. Bai Ruoyan used the dead man's token to give orders, giving Wu Qingling rights no less than her own. That's why Wu Qingling could command the secret agent as well. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he sent out a specific spiritual sense frequency to receive the information within the jade slip. Code word, the sea is wide open for fish. The jade slip made a tiny clicking sound, cracking a slit, and all the information stored internally was received by Wu Qingling. Within a few breaths, Wu Qingling knew the subtle information about the siege of the Chu family by several lineages within Xianing City. as well as the whereabouts of the people in charge of surveillance in the city of Tiandu, such as how many people died in a day, and what kind of skirmishes took place, and who the people who had the skirmishes were, even the trail of mole activity, just like the original, small even, and not united at all. The jade simplification in Wu Qingling's hand turned into flying dust. It was a disposable jade simplification. Each opening requires a specific psychic frequency, the input of a coded message, and it's damaged afterward. It's all about security. But if you use your brain to think about it, the Lu family, the Zhang family, and the Chu family, in the face of the combined attacks of these two families, how could it have lasted so long? Wu Qingling shook her head slightly. He knew that the Chu family was under siege because they had obtained the key that could unlock the third transformation inheritance, but it was impossible for a medium-sized family located within the Yongning prefecture to hold on to such a chance. The Lu family and the Zhang family are both upper-class families within Yongning prefecture, and the reason they've maintained this stalemate, that's because the Chu family has a mole. They don't dare push too hard, and then when they do, they destroy the key in a fit of rage. Then no one would have any fun. So they resort to this kind of pressure. It wasn't that the Chu family hadn't thought about handing over the third turning inheritance. It was just that once that happened, being leaked out, the other families can't possibly trust the Chu family anymore. And even if they take it out, one would also wonder if the Chu family was hiding something, hiding part of the chance and just handing over the surface. The greed of the world's families knows no bounds, and only with the complete demise of the Chu family, they're the ones who believe there isn't a shred of value left. The same thing would happen if the key was given to the Lin family. Even if the Lin family had an old relationship with the Chu family, it's still an upper and lower affiliation, and it will also be devoured by the Lin family. Wu Qingling waved his sleeve and a breeze whisked across the room, rolling the shattered jade slips into the slag bucket. The good stuff is going to start soon. The corner of his mouth rose. There was a reason why the Lin family was now hanging on to the Chu family. The next day, at Shenzhen, a small pavilion outside the forest. The sky is miles and miles of blue, and the blue sky is like the sea spitting out white waves. Turn the auspicious clouds into scales. Chu Cherry was sitting on a stone table, looking at the mountains from afar, and when she saw Wu Qingling coming over, her eyes lit up. Standing up to greet Wu Qingling, young Master Wu, M.S. Chu. Wu Qingling nodded slightly, sizing up Chu Cherry. Today her pink hair was simply tied into a high ponytail by a green hairband, and her dress wrapped around the two fat face like full mountain peaks bulging, which seemed to be full of proud elasticity. A black power suit. Long legs were tightly wrapped by black pants. Feet stepped on a pair of buckskin boots. Chu Sakura's lips pursed slightly as she raised her watery eyes and said, "What's wrong, young Master Wu?" Wu Qingling laughed. "Nothing. It feels a little different than your usual outfit." Today's Chu Cherry's dress was very different from her previous elegant temperament, and there was a kind of dryness and the valiant feeling, in conjunction with her absolutely beautiful face, had its own extraordinary temperament. Chu Sakura glanced behind Wu Qingling in confusion and curiosity. "Why is young Master Wu alone today?" Chapter 65, Because I Value Your Heart. Wu Qingling raised her eyebrows and smiled as she sniffed and flirted. Dreamleaf was practicing her spells at home, so I was the only one who came. "Why? M.S. Chu doesn't feel safe with me?" Chu Sakura shook her head slightly and lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, "Young Master Wu is overstating things. It's just that my little girl is curious." Wu Qingling nodded, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the pavilion, turning his head to Chu Cherry. "In that case, we'll start up the hill now." Wait a minute." Wu Qingling suddenly felt a touch of warmth in the palm of her hand, with a little bit of coldness, as if it was soft as if it were boneless. He subconsciously turned around to see that it was Chu Sakura who had stepped forward to hold his hand, and slowed to a stop. Chu Sakura lightly bit her lips. A faint scarlet color surfaced on her jade face. As she bit her two cherry blossom-like lips, the nice voice whispered, "Young Master Wu, if you want, you can." Wu Qingling gently pinched Chu Cherry's small hand and said meaningfully, "Can what?" Chu Sakura's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. As she made this behavior today, was it because of the family's safety or out of his own selfishness? Unconsciously, she seemed to be less resistant to Wu Qingling. He would even speak favorably for Wu Qingling in his heart. Chu Sakura slightly lowered her eyes, not daring to meet Wu Qingling's gaze. Small, trembling hands moved to the buttons of the top power suit. Snap! A clasp landed on the lapis lazuli, lengthening the shadows in the sunlight. Wu Qingling pressed Chu Cherry's wrist as she was about to undo the second button and said, "I don't want your body, young Master Wu." Chu Sakura's eyes flowed, alternating between surprise and doubt. "I do want your heart." Wu Qingling added this in her mind. Chu Sakura's valiant features were tinged with shyness and annoyance, and there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. What does young Master Wu mean? Think it's fun to toy with me? I want you to work for me, not sell yourself to me. You can still live your life. You're still the same Miss Chu. Nothing will change, will it? When Chu Cherry heard that, the coldness in her eyes turned into a complex color, and she smiled to herself. It turned out that he had misunderstood Wu Qingling all along. It was also true that Bai Ruoyan was right beside him all the time. So how could there be a shortage of beautiful people to keep him company? Then, young Master Wu, what exactly do you want? Shu. Wu Qingling's index finger gently pressed against Chu Cherry's full lips, the subtle lines on them tracing across his fingertips. Let's just relax today. There's no rush for anything else. We can't fly to Xianing City right away no matter if we're done talking or not. It's actually the same for you to have a day of worry and a day of relaxation today. And it's still early. Don't be too hard on yourself. Wu Qingling smiled gently and lowered his index finger from Chu Cherry's lips. A breeze brushed by outside the pavilion, blowing the powdered hair at Chu Cherry's temples. It also blew away the touch of the tranquil scent on Wu Qingling's fingertips. Shu Sakura was silent for half a second, and finally nodded softly and let out The two of them walked quietly through the mountains, neither one speaking. Occasionally their eyes locked together and Chu Sakura immediately twisted her head away, looking a little unnatural. The sunlight slanted through the gaps between the leaves, creating dappled light in the forest. In the fresh air, the details become distinct. Wu Qingling and Chu Cherry walked side by side, stepping onto the stone path, breathing in the serene scent of the mountains and forests. Compared to the hustle and bustle of the streets of Tiandu City, stepping into the mountains and forests undoubtedly has a sense of relaxation, where all good things are slowed down and bump into each other trustingly. Like nature's own musical symphony, the two walked slowly, admiring the tiny veins in the leaves, the subtle bumps in the gravel, or even a burrow under a bird in a tree. Since it's a trek, naturally you can't fly or ride a horse, or you'll be gone in a flash, and enjoy the view. Without realizing it, Chu Sakura stopped. Chu Sakura had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. With the Chu family's crisis and the Lin family's fall from grace, parents' expectations, family responsibilities, the unclear relationship with Wu Qingling, it all seemed like a dream. She felt alive in this moment. The leaves swayed and whistled in the breeze. With a sideways glance at Wu Qingling, he said softly, "Thank you, young Master Wu. It's true that my mind has been in turmoil during this period of time. Inadvertently even the mellow scent of the mountains and forests has been forgotten. And continuing to do so I fear that there will be obstacles to the path for the rest of my life." Wu Qingling followed the good person beside her and stopped, saying, "Come to the quiet woods at your leisure." And the thinking mind becomes much more flexible. Is the forest serene? Serenity. As for why serenity, that's for a reason. Wu Qingling has bagged all this land. No one else is allowed in except those he allows. Otherwise, being so close to the city and expecting birds and flowers, one can only dream. Either there are monks who go around smashing pits to cultivate spells, or there are mortals who go up to the mountains to collect medicines. Even if that atmosphere and feeling could be brewed, it would be spoiled for all time. Chu Cherry looked at Wu Qingling and said quietly, "What exactly does young Master Wu think? Since you don't want the little girl, then what exactly is it that you want? In fact, the Chu family's 60% of the spirit field is not worth mentioning to you, right?" The corners of Wu Qingling's mouth slightly sketched a smile as she said, "Because I value your heart, followed by your own talent." My heart and talent? Chu Cherry's puzzlement intensified when she heard this statement from Wu Qingling. She is only a family miss within Xianing City. The Chu family can still be called a medium family within Yangning continent. Going to other continental boundaries is nothing. As for Wu Qingling, he had the true martial immortal sect at his back, and the last thing that was lacking in this place was geniuses, and talented people abounded. Right. Chu Sakura raised her hand to cover the harsh sunlight through the gaps between the leaves and said, "Young Master Wu, please don't even joke about it. What kind of virtue does my daughter have? You're too modest." Wu Qingling shook her head, reached out and gently ruffled the hair in front of Chu Cherry's forehead and slowly spoke. "Talent aside, I'm not one of those shallow people that, to categorize a person by their ability. I think it's more important to look within. First, Ms. Chu, you're willing to pay for your family and your parents. It shows that you're a man who knows what he's doing. Secondly, my robe was accidentally soiled by 2 children that day. You said you'd be willing to pay for it yourself if I had to make them pay for it. I'm sure Ms. Chu didn't just pay lip service to that. It means you have a good heart." Wu Qingling, these words are sincere. People are willing to a kind person to deal with, not a devious and cunning person to deal with. Young Master Wu, you. Chu Sakura's pair of pink eyes were permeated with a moist luster, and her 2 vermilion lips were gently shepherded. She recalled all the things she had experienced in Tiandu City during this period of time. Let a original door does not come out of the 2 doors, do not step on the Chu family misweathered. A time actually some choking. Chapter 66, I'm looking forward to your answer when the time comes. Chu Sakura's attitude was one of disgust when she first saw Wu Qingling, to being converted to think of a man of perseverance, to a gentleman who sits on his hands, is considerate of the heart, and is willing to take the sword for her. This made Chu Sakura's favor towards Wu Qingling rise quite a bit. The overly rapid increase in favorability also made Chu Sakura suspect that it was a ploy and guess if there was a conspiracy. But at this time, Wu Qingling went out to Wujiu, and was gone for several months, a look of not caring at all. This period was the darkest of her moods, and with the constant bad news from her family. The parents' words hinted at Lin Fan's uninteresting topic. She could only excuse herself by saying that she was going to look for Wu Qingling, allowing a brief gap to suspend her confused state of mind. At the same time, I keep asking myself what is the connection between family, parents and myself? At this point in time, she suddenly realized that she didn't resent Wu Qingling, and sacrificed to Wu Qingling. Getting it over with her parents and family seems to be good, and as for why it's a sacrifice, it's because she has a slight suspicion that Wu Qingling, I just don't have time to meditate on it. But that day on the bridge when he happened to see a scene of Wu Qingling radiating kindness, shattering what little suspicion was left. Suspicion was allayed by his kind gesture. So what if there was a conspiracy? Knocking himself out. Wu Qingling is handsome and golden. No matter if that thoughtfulness is out of sincerity or otherwise, as long as it is indeed felt, then it is real in that moment. She began to if it was Wu Qingling through life is not unacceptable, and no longer a sacrifice. This step-by-step mental journey is well documented. Wu Qingling paused and continued. And thirdly, and most importantly, you won't go against the grain. Even if the family and your parents had forced you to, you wouldn't have accepted that. Chu Sakura raised her eyes slightly, feeling the warmth of Wu Qingling's fingertips on her forehead, and laughed to herself. Young Master Wu is a good judge of character, and my daughter is a selfish person. If Wu Qingling came up and went straight to that, she was likely to be disheartened after being humiliated and self-militarization to the next life. As an individual within the family, the resources paid for by the family, the parents who raised them from a young age, all of this is a heavy burden, and since we enjoy them, we need to pay for them. It's just that she can't accept that in this way, even if I have to dig spirit mines in the cave every day from now on to repay them. Chu Sakura was confused at first, and after meeting Wu Qingling, deluded with the idea that with her own beauty, empty gloves, she knew it was impossible, but a drowning man would grasp at every straw. Her mind was also becoming more and more crippled, and her cultivation had inched forward since she came to Tendu City. I don't think being selfish is a wrong thing, it's exactly the right thing to be. The family and the parents, both of which are expected to do the best they can. After all, they didn't ask you for your opinion when they let you come into this world, did they? There are some things you can do, but there are some things you can't, and no one can force it. That scale is known only to you. Wu Qingling bent his head down, close to that Chu Cherry's glossy and delicate jade dimple, and whispered in her ear, "You are who you are, just do what you love, and besides, it's just for me, it won't be anything." Chu Cherry's delicate body trembled, and as she subconsciously took a step back, Wu Qingling had already taken a step forward. "Really? Of course, in 3 days, I'll come to you at midnight, and we'll still meet at the pavilion outside the forest. I'll surprise you then." Wu Qingling looked at Chu Cherry's hesitant look. He knew Chu Cherry wouldn't particularly believe that. It's as if a man of great wealth seeks the cooperation of a poor man of good looks, and the man of great wealth says how the poor man has a good heart and is quite talented. Normal people know when they hear about it that there is an irregular transaction, a shady deal. There's too much of a difference in status between the two. A man of great wealth can find a substitute for a pauper at will, and the pauper has only his looks to show for it. Inner worth and one's own so-called talent are very nebulous, and it's all in the mouth. And it's not as if you can say whatever you want. What exactly does a poor person of good looks do when she goes to work for someone with a lot of money? Doing everything? Why? Chu Sakura froze. It was too late at this hour. Or a lone man and woman. You'll know when the time comes, and I'm looking forward to your answer when it does. Wu Qingling smiled mysteriously and proceeded to open her mouth to talk about other topics, diluting the slightly gloomy atmosphere. Soon dusk came from afar, walking over the verdant mountains and ferrying up a golden glow. Wu Qingling looked at the sky and said to Chu Cherry, who had her head hanging down beside her and looked a bit depressed, "It's late, we should get back." "Aha." Chu Sakura's voice was still as melodious as ever, only the tone was much lower than usual. Wu Qingling and Chu Cherry returned to Tiandu City side by side, bidding each other farewell and leaving Lin Mansion, the hour of the hour. Chu Sakura returned to the guest room. By now she had already had her meal. The wooden door creaked and Chu Sakura raised her eyes slightly. It was her mother. Chu Hua is no longer as precious as when she first came to the Lin family, and the green jade is fixed on her temples. On her head was a branch of 2 enameled silver hairpin, a green thick silk cloth fine pleated skirt, and a somewhat downcast look. Chu Sakura asked softly, "Mother, did something happen?" The woman shook her head and sat beside Chu Sakura, saying, "If a piece of precious wood, which the owner's favorite spirit insect has accidentally gnawed on, let the interior become full of holes. But I don't want to harm the worm. What should I do? No matter what kind of spirit insect it is, since it doesn't obey its master's orders, it's harmless to harm it. What's the pity?" Chu Sakura wasn't sure what there was to get hung up on with that question. The woman glanced at Chu Cherry and seemed to be looking forward to Chu Cherry's answer, saying, "But what about a way to both restore the precious wood to its original state and preserve that spirit insect? It just takes a little sacrifice of its other stuff. It's a good way to sacrifice little and preserve both." Chu Hua murmured as she listened to the reply. "Yeah, it's a good law. Wu Fu, 11th hour. Eat more." Wu Qingling gave Lin Mengye a slice of meat from the silver-horned red deer in her bowl. "This thing tonifies the body. It is especially suitable for people at the developmental stage." "Well, good." Lin Mengye hurriedly put to speed up the speed of swallowing food in her mouth. The whole little cheeks were puffed up. "Don't rush. Eat slowly." It was now nighttime, and the two of them, Wu Qingling and Lin Mengye, had their daily meals at this point. "Young master, you eat quickly too." Lin Mengye picked up the slices of meat that had been placed in the bowl by Wu Qingling, shining brightly, squinted her eyes and ate it. I don't know if it's because the meat is delicious, or because Wu Qingling chucked it so it's delicious. Wu Qingling was about to reply. The storage ring vibrated slightly, and Wu Qingling put in a sweep of his spiritual sense. It was discovered that it was the sound transmission jade slip that was glowing. "Wait a minute." Chapter 67, "I'm not going to rummage around in your boudoir." He took the voice transmission jade slip out, and it just so happened that there were 2 spirit thoughts in it, one of which was purple drop. The one is by Ruoyan. Wu Qingling pressed the voice transmission jade symbol to her forehead, and the 2 spiritual thoughts were transmitted within her mind in chronological order. First, there was purple drop's spiritual thoughts. "Brother Qingling, I've finally extracted the aura from the 100 touchflower demons in her den. The quality is not bad. What kind of demonic beast soul do you say is good for artifacts?" Recently it has become popular within the sacred sect to use souls to add prohibitions to magic weapons. It seems like it will make them more defensive. What do you think? Wu Qingling put down the voice transmission jade slip that was stuck to her forehead. Waiting for a period of time he would have to change the sound transmission jade slip that didn't stick to his forehead, and change the style that he could receive and send with his handheld. Zilu should be refining top-grade psychic magic weapons. The point is that he doesn't really know how to do it either. A refining level of at most 1 turn to teach a second-turn refiner to do his job? Dreamleaf, it seems like you've been learning about refining recently, right? There should be an inheritance for the first to second revolutions. Give me the book on the soul prohibition chapter in the second-turn refining technique. Yeah. Lin Mengye put her chopsticks down and took out a thick book and handed it to Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling flipped through the book, took a cursory glance at the table of contents, and flipped to the part of the chapter that generally contained poison. He used his spiritual sense to sweep down all of these dozens of pages, in order to show how much he valued them. It was transformed into a spirit thought, and it was filled with centipedes, geckos, and other things that the people in the demonic sect should enjoy. He thought for a moment and proceeded to enter a message after the spirit thought. "Drop. This is what I picked out for you. I think a snake would be good. Though, snakes are kind of cute, like the golden jade green wild snake. The females of this species seem like they'd be a little more bloodthirsty. Therefore, the snake body is sturdy and the soul strength is high, so you can try it." The sound transmission jade slip flickered slightly with golden light, indicating that it had been sent and was in the process of being transmitted. Wu Qingling opened the second spirit thought, which was by Ruoyan's. "Linger, how have you been lately? I'm far away in the Red Spectre continent right now. I don't know if you've been eating on time and sticking to your cultivation this time. When you come back don't let me see you lose weight. The storage ring in my room is on the 3rd floor. Remember not to flip blindly." Image, Wu Qingling looked odd, which also contained a picture reproduced by Lingyan. Opened to look as Ruyan's sister in a mountaintop, surrounded by the haze full of light. Thinking for a moment, he passed into the spirit thought back. "Sister Ruyan, where are you? The scenery is quite nice. Next time bring me a. And don't worry, I won't go rummaging around in your boudoir. Remember to be safe when you're out, and come back early." Wu Qingling put the sound transmission jade slip that was slightly flickering with golden light into her storage ring, picked up her chopsticks, and continued to eat. "Young master, is that a letter from Sister Bai?" "Well, it's just to get me to eat more." Lin Mengye nodded with approval and said, Then the young master must eat properly. I'm not even growing anymore. And you're still growing. Yumaha, come on, eat more. In the middle of the conversation, Wu Qingling gave Lin Mengye another slice of meat. The cozy mealtime just passed by slowly. 3 days later, under the moonlight, Wu Qingling collected her own aura and headed to the Lin mansion. The entire Lin mansion only had some candlelight in the corridor at this time, and the lights in the rooms had all been extinguished. It's still some time before Ziji. Wu Qingling came to step on the spot beforehand. It'll be funny if no one shows up tonight. He affixed a third turn level breath-containing talisman to himself, which was also given to him by Royan. In the line to Wulingsao has not yet been cast where this scene is just right to use. There's now a ring elder in the Lin mansion, so we can't afford not to be careful with it. Those mole handovers were actually under the watchful eye of the old preceptor, just not managed. A legacy at the third turn level is something that preceptor old man really can't look at. In the original plot it was for Lin Fan to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Now with Wu Qingling, these things naturally couldn't happen again. With a borrowed strength, based on the information he had gotten from the spies, he went over the 2-foot-high fence and entered the courtyard of the Lin mansion. The places where the families lived were all very large, and a single Lin mansion covered an area of 30 miles. It's pretty small in Tiandu City. Wufu covers an area of about 50 miles alone, which is why it was possible to put so many wonders. A sea of lotus flowers alone was several miles in size. The entire Lin mansion appeared to be empty, and the moonlight was obscure this evening. Wu Qingling's entire body merged into the silent darkness, sneaking towards the designated location. 2 incense sticks later, inside a darkened room within the left front of the small mountain of the pool of one clearance, hidden figures walked around. Wu Qingling put a talisman on her right hand and made a sword finger shape to brush over her eyes. In the darkness of the night, his eyes flashed red. The figures in the room were suddenly a little clearer, but not particularly so, and he stepped lightly forward and another talisman was placed on his body, and the sound of every strand of water flowing and every falling leaf shaking in the entire courtyard all came into his ears. There were 2 men in the room. One of them was 40 or more, fat, with 2 wind-dried ears spread out like sails. Even the sideburns and whiskers showed especially clearly, the paralyzed skin, the shoulders broad and rounded, the duster behind He was seen wearing a cloud-patterned curved train woven golden makeup flower luo round neck robe and a Taoist with a belt around his waist. He sat in a chair and rested his legs on the tabletop. Obviously a rough and rude Taoist. The fat Taoist spoke to the man at his side. You said that young master of the Wu family came back, and went out with Miss Chu. Yes, it's just in a few days' time. Beside the fat Taoist was a wrinkled old man wearing a big hat with a felt brim. His gray hair had gradually crept up to his temples, and he was pinching a clay and gold folding fan, and wearing a single green rococo flowering Taoist robe with a single gentry sash. The dress is somewhat unmanly, with a velvet bad-colored red silk skirt around the waist. So what the hell did they go for? The fat Taoist's voice was shrill. Concerned about this, the old man pinched an orchid finger and gave the fat Taoist a blank look, saying, how would I know this? This Wu Qingling doesn't know what kind of madness she's been smoking. Surprisingly, they have sealed off that forest area and set up a formation, so our people can't get in, and we don't know what the hell they're doing in there. Humph, who knows if it's your Lin family that's up to no good. Don't worry about it, my lineage is all already in the same boat with you already. Wu Qingling, who was outside the window, listened clearly to the conversation between them and raised her eyebrows. It seems that this old man is Lin Jiafeng's mole. According to the secret agent's information, the old man was called Lin Dunshu, and the other was from the Chu family, called Chu Jiza. Wu Qingling had gotten confirmation and did not move, continuing to listen to the conversation inside. Chu Jiza's fat body pressed the chair creaked. Lin Dunshu listened impatiently and said, you remember to quickly report to those families in Xianing City. I'm afraid there's been a change in plans. Then hurry up and butt in on some details. My man is waiting for me to get back. Chapter 68, The Mole is Revealed. Chu Jiza's 2 wind-dried ears suddenly shook, and he was a bit nasty to Lin Dunshu. If it wasn't for the family's request, he would die without having any conversation with such a misogynist. And at that moment, he said, what are you worried about? Someone from the true martial immortal sect looks at this kind of thing? Wu Qingling is nothing more than a titular disciple of the true martial immortal sect. His sister is the one from the true martial immortal sect. Chu Jiza disdainfully shook his head. This old man is not old and dizzy. Said, what's the difference? It's better to report it, just to be on the safe side. Now start docking to verify this month's intel. Lin Dunshu was choked by Chu Jiza and spoke in a slightly effeminate voice. Can't stand stinking men like you. Start docking. Okay, the jade slip is for you. When Wu Qingling heard this, she quietly stepped back and the content of the docking in this is nothing more than to say again in detail the intelligence of this month's occurrence. and then write and organize a petition to go back, all of which he knows through his secret agent. He returned the same way he came, and the occasional patrol came by and couldn't find Wu Qingling at all. As long as Wu Qingling didn't walk over in front of the people patrolling, hiding in the darkness wouldn't be noticed at all. These patrols are nothing more than strong martial artists who haven't even set foot on the path of cultivation. Only the person in charge of the patrol leader had a refined essence realm cultivation. It wasn't long before Wu Qingling scaled the wall and left the Lin mansion. He took down the 3 turns breath converting talisman, pasted another talisman on his leg, and ran toward the kiosk outside the forest. It's just about time to go over now. The bright moon was half hidden behind dark clouds, and the trees made a slight sound in the cold wind. A silhouette stood in a pavilion in the dimly lit mountains. Ms. Chu. Wu Qingling walked behind Chu Sakura. Ah, young Master Wu. Chu Sakura's body suddenly turned around and saw that it was Wu Qingling before she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time there was an uneasiness in her heart. It seemed that after this night everything could not go back to the old days. Her thick eyelashes fluttered lightly and she said, "Sorry, just got sidetracked." Wu Qingling nodded and said, "It's okay, I've kept you waiting. I've only been here a short time too, and it's still a little short of ion time." Wu Qingling looked at the night outside the pavilion and said, "Well, it wouldn't hurt anything to go now. Then let's go now." Through the dim moonlight, Wu Qingling could see Chu Cherry's trance-like expression. He took out his floating square scarf and sat on it, having just come alone when he was using an armored horse amulet. Now 2 people. You can't run away together. Wu Qingling stretched out her hand to Chu Cherry and opened her mouth. "Come on up." Chu Sakura hung her head and answered, reaching out to put her hand on Wu Qingling's. Wu Qingling felt Chu Cherry's soft, boneless little hand and subconsciously squeezed it a few times. Just as Chu Sakura was about to speak, pulled her up. Chu Sakura couldn't afford to snap and could only glare at Wu Qingling. "Sorry, I've been studying bone touching and fortune telling lately, and after this, Ms. Chu thinks she'll get something out of it today." Presenting young Master Wu's auspicious words. "What about the surprise you mentioned? Where are we going now?" Chu Sakura hugged her legs and sat on the square towel, not in the mood to argue with Wu Qingling about taking advantage or not. "Go where you live." "Why?" Chu Sakura froze. Thousands of miles just to go to the guest room of the forest house. Then what was the point of calling her to this forest? Why don't you just come to her in the morning? "Go and you'll see." Wu Qingling shook her head and pulled out a talisman and gave it to Chu Cherry, telling her to put it on and stop talking. He'd let Chu Cherry come to this little pavilion in the forest just to spend more time together. Aggravating its own impression. How else can you cultivate a relationship when you're just a few steps away? Now it's time to grab every second, every extra point of weight. It could have led to a different ending. Chu Sakura didn't ask any more questions when she saw this. Her eyes widened slightly. This was a 3rd turn talisman. She looked sideways to the side of Wu Qingling's face. Something at this level was just given to her? Looking at that handsome face, pondering what was going on in this man's mind. Quickly, she hung her head and put the talisman on her body, knowing she would know the answer soon enough. There's no rush. I just don't know if that's a good or bad answer. Both of them were affixed with the 3 turns convergence talisman at this time, and no one in Tiandu City could discover their traces. Their silhouettes disappeared into the night, heading towards that Lin mansion. With Wu Qingling's leisurely speed, they flew for quite a while before arriving at the Lin mansion. The handing over of affairs between 2 insiders is tedious, and even with the jade slip, it takes a long time. So Wu Qingling was in no hurry. "Here it is, Ms. Chu." Wu Qingling bent down very gentlemanly and extended his hand to ask Chu Cherry to come down. The lantern hanging at the gate of the Lin mansion shone on Wu Qingling's face, and Chu Cherry glanced at Wu Qingling. Still, he reached out to hold Wu Qingling's hand. This time, Wu Qingling did not pinch indiscriminately and waited for Chu Sakura to come down before retrieving the floating square scarf. "Let's sneak in now and not make a sound." Chu Sakura gave Wu Qingling an odd look. Now that she was staying here for the time being, you still need to sneak in where you live. Anyway, just listen to me. Try not to use your mana and come along. Wu Qingling jumped to the top of the wall with a borrowed strength, signaling Chu Sakura to jump up as well. Chu Sakura pursed her lower lip slightly. She was now wearing a romper and followed suit with a borrowed jump up. On her way to lend her strength, Wu Qingling could see a flash of snow-white, rounded calves under the hem of her skirt. Chu Sakura's face was tinted with 2 light shades of scarlet, and she softly said, "I don't think young Master Wu will look around." Wu Qingling said no with a serious face, then brought Chu Cherry to sneak into the Lin mansion. Due to the experience he had once, this time, Wu Qingling arrived at the place faster than the first time, taking less than an incense burner. He transmitted his voice to Chu Cherry. "Put on these 2 talismans and listen slowly outside the window." Wu Qingling taught Chu Cherry the usage of the talisman. Chu Sakura's sword finger crossed her eyes, flashing a red aura. Her eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at the figures in the room that weren't particularly clear. The sounds made by the people in the room immediately afterward and what was expressed within caused her eyes to flutter and widen in obvious surprise. When Wu Qingling saw her like this, she knew that Chu Cherry must have recognized the person inside. Knowingly summoned the voice. You know the people in there? Chu Sakura opened her lips in disbelief and was about to open her mouth to say something that. Wu Qingling stepped forward and put his hand over her mouth and said, Don't forget to send a message. There's still a chance of being detected at this distance. Chu Sakura's face under the moon grew paler and paler as she slowly nodded her head. She half whispered before transmitting her voice to Wu Qingling. It's my second uncle. Chu Sakura said these words as if she had spent all her strength. Their family came to the Lin family for outside help. Not just them. There are also some siblings in branches like hers who go to other cities for outside help. She never expected that the Chu family would have a mole. And the mole was actually her second uncle. Chapter 69, The Heart of a Woman. Chu Sakura pulled Wu Qingling's sleeve and rushed towards the guest room eagerly. She had to go inform her parents. There's a mole in the Chu family. Wu Qingling's figure stood firm. Chu Sakura looked at Wu Qingling in confusion, wondering why he didn't leave. Wu Qingling transmitted his voice. Aren't you curious about who the other guy is? And, do your parents really not know about this? Wu Qingling's words were meant to be meaningful. Chu Cherry frowned at her words, thinking about her mother's strange behavior the last few days and why she had suddenly said that. She had an idea in her mind, but didn't want to believe it. Is your second uncle your mother's brother or brother? It's mother's second brother. His name is Chu Jiza. Chu Sakura bit her pale lips. Her mother had been on good terms with her second uncle Chu Jiza since she was young. And the second uncle, Chu Jiza, has poor cultivation talent and spends his days loafing around. She doesn't have a good opinion of this uncle. But this uncle took care of her mother when she was a child. It led to the fact that his mother would always post spirit stones to him. Wu Qingling looked at Chu Cherry's incomparably pale face, knowing the outcome was a big blow to her spirit. Ms. Chu, he shouted softly, but Chu Sakura's face froze as if she hadn't heard him. Wu Qingling glanced at the figure inside the window and said to Chu Cherry, out of order. Wu Qingling carried Chu Cherry across his arms and quietly left the Lin mansion. The whole hallway was silent, as if no one had been there. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Chu Sakura had sadness in her voice. The Chu family was actually colluding with outsiders. And thinking like that, it became clear that the key would go astray. It's because of him, Chu Jiza. And there's probably more than one mole. She just can't figure it out. Why it's like that. Wu Qingling's flight speed slowed down. By now they were on the floating square scarf and had been flying for a while. Chu Sakura was only now a few moments back. He looked into Chu Cherry's complicated eyes and opened his mouth. Actually, I've known about this for a long time. Then why don't you tell? Chu Sakura looked at Wu Qingling and suddenly stopped talking. Even if Wu Qingling had told her long ago that, she wouldn't believe it and would only take it as a provocation and would have a worse impression of Wu Qingling. It's done. Go back first. Wu Qingling increased her mana output, making the floating square scarf faster. Neither of the two spoke at this time, and the scene was quiet for a moment. The only sound was the wind blowing in his ears from time to time. Wu Fu, come on in first. You can sleep here for tonight and talk about it tomorrow if you need to. Wu Qingling brought Chu Cherry to the guest room and turned around to leave. Chu Cherry's heart was messed up into a numb. How is it possible to sleep here? And immediately called out to Wu Qingling. Young Master Wu, please stay. I have doubts in my heart, and I really want to know the answer. How did you know about this? Wu Qingling sniffed and sat on the edge of the bed, saying, those who are well informed about the Chu clan's affairs have long since spread the word from over at Xianing City. There's a new family in Tiandu City. We have to know why, right? My men have been investigating for some time. Just be afraid these find out. So, the other person in the room is? The Lin family cackles. Who else could there be? You can't have two outsiders coming to butt heads within the Lin family. The Chu family has always been a vassal of the Lin family, and this behavior of the Lin family is truly disgraceful. Chu Sakura's face was a bit indignant, and she knew that the third turning inheritance was too appealing. Also more resentful of those who betrayed the Chu family. Obviously could have avoided all this in the beginning. Wu Qingling did not answer this question from Chu Cherry and patted his side, allowing Chu Cherry to sit down. Ms. Chu, sit down and talk. Chu Sakura sighed softly and sat down. The two of them no more than a fist's distance apart. As in normal times, Chu Sakura definitely wouldn't have made this move. Now that her heart was in turmoil, didn't have the heart to count that. Young Master Wu, why exactly do you think that is? Chu Sakura suddenly asked in a soft voice. She had actually sorted out the relationship now. It was nothing more than the Lin family spying on the third turning inheritance that the Chu family had obtained. And at this critical moment, she, Chu Jiza, chose to betray the Chu family for her own sake. And it was a move that her mother likely knew about. She turned her head to look at Wu Qingling beside her and continued, Chu Jiza is short-sighted, betraying the Chu family for momentary gain. But how will the other families make it easy for him after that? Wu Qingling returned. It's not going to get any better. Chu Sakura added. My mother thought she knew about it, but blood is thicker than water, and I'm her daughter. It's obvious that Chu Jiza did this, and my mother still hid it from me, and told me to use my duty to find outside help. This kind of thing would have been infinitely close to impossible, although I am a bit of a looker. But how can I influence the judgment of the family, for fear of another Lin family? It's just a matter of leading the wolf into the house. Chu Sakura made it clear why she came to approach Wu Qingling. Everyone knew it in their hearts. It's just that it's not usually said so bluntly. The human heart is hard to fathom, and much of its behavior is irrational. However, as human beings, who are the chief of all living things with emotions as their main operating mechanism, mental activities are perceived at the beginning of the formation of life, and judge their behavioral choices based on perceptions to inform their actions. This perception includes all our 7 senses, spiritual sensations of joy, sorrow, grief, resentment, annoyance, and physical pain, itch, and disease, and from this point of view in fact many things are plainly understandable. Wu Qingling is now recounting some of his understanding of psychology. Psychology wasn't particularly hard to understand in ancient times, especially still in this fairy world that had a lot to do with real culture. In ancient times such as the poetry classic, Zhou Yi, Shangshu and other early canonical books have clearly recorded many psychological ideas about the relationship between human body and mind, self-consciousness, group psychology and individual psychological processes, etc. And it is not that abrupt for him to say it now, so that Chu Cherry can't understand it, but it is just that the perspective of elaboration is very novel. Human motivation drives behavior, and behind all motivation are unmet needs. Was your second uncle's motivation for this behavior from outside stimuli to him? And was he poorly endowed and insufficiently hardened inside? Chu Sakura froze for a moment, carefully pondered Wu Qingling's words, and slowly nodded her head. And your mother adored her, which came from the fact that your uncle held a high place within your mother's heart, high enough for her to hide it for your uncle, ignoring the interests of the Chu family and the series of troubles it would bring afterward. And although you are her daughter, your position in your heart is not as high as your second uncle's, and you were pushed out as a sacrifice. But my mother treats me well. Just because your mother treats you well doesn't mean she's treating your second uncle well. For your mother, you've hooked up with a powerful family. You'll have a good life in the future, and the Chu family will likely be able to keep it, and not much else. Your lineage will be fine, and your second uncle won't lose anything, and he'll get a lot of resources for nothing. Isn't this the best of both worlds? The human heart is simple and complex, especially the woman's heart. Chapter 70. Actually, I liked you from the first moment I saw you. A helpless smile soon grew on Chu Sakura's face after a long period of silence. What do you think I really am in the eyes of the family and my parents? You're Chu Sakura. But in the eyes of the clan, you're an individual who drains the resources of the. In the eyes of your parents, you are the heir to their continuing lineage, in which there is love. But it doesn't seem to be deep enough now that you. It's an item for profit. In Wu Qingling's opinion, Chu Hua wanted Chu Cherry to have a good life, but also wanted her to go and flatter the children of the world's families. It's ridiculous. How can this type of marriage be happy? He knows enough about those dudes in Tiandu City. It's just a bunch of scumbags who are all flowers and no responsibility. After the Chu family had gone through a series of strikes triggered by the exposure of the third turning inheritance, just a mere down and out family, with the cultivators abating a bit more, perhaps even becoming commoners, and marrying into a lineage under these circumstances, surely you can save your life, but you will just be a concubine. You know, in this day and age, concubines can be given away, even used to entertain guests. In Tiandu City Wu Qingling has seen a lot of them, and there are still people who take them out to entertain him, but he is very displeased with this kind of behavior, and he does not see it at all. Even if it was a maid, he wouldn't give it to someone else to mess around with, let alone his own woman. That's why Wu Qingling didn't get along very well with the other dudes. They all played their own game, or rather he was isolated, and the only one he could talk to for a couple of sentences was Lin Fan, and since Wu Qingling awakened her memories, and no more excessive contact, she looked at the teenager who had been comforting him, then forced a smile that, slightly pursing her slightly pale lips, she said softly, yes, this may be my young lady's fate. Anyway, thank you, young Master Wu, for tonight. It made me see things clearly, but it's better not to trouble young Master Wu with these things. Chu Sakura got up, ready to go out. Wu Qingling reached out and grabbed her warm, cool little hand and gently held her up in his arms. A faint fragrance came to his nose, and he said softly, Miss Chu, you're the one who works for me now. You'll have to ask my permission to go out. Chu Sakura froze. I'll take care of those filthy things. My men are in trouble. The leader, definitely had to help with that. Feeling Wu Qingling's sturdy chest, she gently struggled to be held firmly by Wu Qingling. A warmth rose within, and at the same time a hint of resentment inexplicably arose. Just henchmen? Wu Qingling looked at Chu Cherry's somewhat skeptical gaze and coughed lightly, saying, I'm not going to force you to do something you don't like for a few more days. The Chu family's 3-turn inheritance will end, so you can stay in the Wu mansion without worrying. Since your mother has done this, what's the point of going back? But how shall I repay you for your kindness? Which to you is but a word of. It was a life-saving gift to the entire Chu family. Wu Qingling hung his head. Chu Cherry's long eyelashes seemed to hold the light, and his face, which used to be absolutely beautiful, at this time it seems to look like some loss of blood color, more than a few points of tenderness. That a pair of pitiful look people cannot help but let a person pity. In the final analysis, Chu Sakura was just a leaf that had been lapped by the waves caused by this lineage conflict. A lot of things are out of your control. Well, I actually liked you at first sight, and all the talk of doing things is just an excuse. Wu Qingling hugged Chu Cherry's soft and boneless body tightly, feeling as if he was hugging a mass of water-like softness. Chu Sakura's heart jumped slightly, and a light scarlet blush colored her face. Family or not, the Chu family or not, it's not a place for her. Only this man, this person who respects her, knows her heart, and pays it forward is the true haven. After a half-dozen moments of silence, she inwardly made up her mind, and lightly opened her lips and, the voice is softer and more relieved than usual. Is it okay if I call you Qingling? Sure, I'll call you Sakura then. The corners of Wu Qingling's mouth rose, and now the two of them were once again further apart. Qingling, take me to see the Chu family when you deal with them, and I'll make an end to. It's considered a break with the Chu family. Good, tomorrow we'll go find your parents and make it clear, then go to Xianing City. Wu Qingling nodded his head. He knew that Chu Cherry was a rather extreme person, and that he would repay any favors he received. There is revenge will definitely be avenged. Chu family and parents after all, raised her for many years. She wants to go to make a conclusion. Originally, he had planned to have the secret agent kill all those who had colluded, to deter the lineages in Xianing City. Now that Chu Sakura wanted to go, she let her go along. It wouldn't take much time. The next day, Wu Qingling went to the Lin mansion in company with Chu Cherry and also Lin Mengye. Young master, is Miss Chu really going to live in the Wu mansion as well? Yeah, you guys are going to have to get along from now on. Don't worry, young master, I'll be sure to talk to Ms. Chu. No, I will definitely get along seriously with Sister Chu. Lin Mengye grinned as she took Chu Cherry's hand and joked around with her. Chu Sakura was also quite fond of this simple-minded little ninny, and it wasn't exhausting to get along. Sister Yumaha, be careful not to fall. Good. Lin Mengye nodded. Don't drag your sister Chu down with you. You'll fall a big bag out later. It won't be. Young master, I'm a cultivator at least. Wu Qingling watched the scene from the side and relaxed a little, as long as there was no conflict. Then he thought of Bai Ruoyan and Zilu. I wondered when these two could be as friendly as Chu Sakura and Lin Mengye. I wonder how soon these two will be back. Isn't this a ticking time bomb? The Lin mansion was 20 or 30 blocks away from the Wu mansion, which wasn't particularly far. As the three talked, they soon arrived. Lin house. Sakura. You? What do you mean? The woman looked at Chu Sakura incredulously, and she suspected that she had misheard her ears. When she came out early in the morning, she saw Chu Cherry bring Wu Qingling over, and she was very happy inside at first glance. Thinking that Chu Sakura had messed with Wu Qingling, the Chu family crisis was unhindered. But the next words Chu Sakura uttered shattered her illusions. Wu Qingling looked at the woman, thinking that she was Chu Sakura's mother, and this was the first time he had met her. She looked somewhat like Chu Cherry, but not as good-looking, with heavy makeup and wearing gold and silver. There's a dusty air. Mother, this is the last time I'll call you mother. To solve the Chu family's crisis, and to preserve the 3-turn inheritance, I think I don't owe the Chu family anything, and I don't owe you anymore. From the time you hid Chu Jiza, wiping his ass for him until I sell my beauty, I think I'm redundant. Since you like Chu Jiza so much, I'll just leave. There was some detachment and coldness in Chu Sakura's words, and every time she thought of mother's sake for the other, she was very upset and angry that she was treated that way. It was good that at this time, Wu Qingling would come out to keep her company and make her less sad. You? How dare you say that about your second uncle? That's your second uncle. Chu Hua went up and tried to pull Chu Sakura back, but was stopped by a bald middle-aged man. Forget it, Sakura's older too. Chapter 71, Shine Li and Nangon Lian. Chu Lei looked at Sakura guiltily. He actually felt that it was best for Chu Sakura to be with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was his elder brother's child, and it was possible for the Lin family to get the third turning inheritance. So wouldn't that be equivalent to still being the Chu families? But this process ignored Chu Sakura's feelings, and every time Chu Sakura went out, they never did anything to stop them. Chu Lei transmitted his voice to Chu Hua, hinting towards her with his eyes. The family can get through the extinction crisis, and even the three-turn inheritance will be fine. Then Chu Sakura let her be, and she found happiness of her own. Sakura, what about your second uncle? Wu Qingling didn't care about the uncertain faces of Chu Hua and Chu Lei in front of her, going up to hold Chu Cherry's warm and cool little hand. Chu Cherry turned back to him with a smile and said, "It doesn't matter. Settle this and we'll have no more entanglements with these people." Chu Sakura was very open-minded about this. It didn't matter if Wu Qingling killed or not. She didn't know Chu Jiza well anyway, and even resented him a little. Chu Hua looked at Chu Sakura's appearance and wanted to say more, but Chu Sakura had already pulled Wu Qingling away. She was a little bitter inside. How could she have gotten to this point in her relationship with her daughter? Humph. It's not like you're doing it for your brother. Chu Lei is very helpless about Chu Hua. How did he marry a lady like this? My brother treated me extremely well when I was young, and it's not like you didn't see it in the Chu family. Without my brother, can you marry me? Chu Sakura and Chu Lei had a big fight. There was another person outside the courtyard listening to their bickering and watching the distant figures as well. It's just that. It's all external things. Without these sharpenings, what is this cultivation of mine? Lin Fan suppressed his heart's disagreement. He had been cultivating day and night for the past few months. It was to reach the late stage of the essence refining realm as soon as possible, refine the spirit breath, and achieve the chi refining realm. Apprentice, I am so relieved now that you have grown so much. Teacher, it was I who was narrow-minded in the old days. And what a small place Yangningzhou is. There are countless fairies with powerful cultivation and stunning beauty in the Red Pixie continent. And I would even waste my time here? Lin Fan took several deep breaths. The true martial immortal sect would soon send someone to do the test. The best people from this continental realm were to be sent to the true martial immortal sect, and only secondarily were they to be selected by other sects. Every great sect will set up some continent as a subsidiary continent. On weekdays, the Yangning continent was under the responsibility of the true martial immortal sect when it came to supplying resources as well as selecting talents. The concept of a small continent producing a heavenly pride is small, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. And under a long period of time, the number of people who showed up was still quite substantial. So the big clans didn't ignore the small continents. Unless really small places so remote that they don't even have towns might not send someone to test it. The kind of place where the give and take is simply out of proportion. The true martial immortal sect sent people to Yongning continent to do the sect test, and all of them were there spontaneously. Failure to show up is considered a disqualification. Anyone with normal intelligence knows to take the test, and it's only those who don't pass that go to their local clan to take the test. So it will not miss the talent outstanding people. The local clan can only every few years secretly advance test out a few heavenly pride lulled into the door. It doesn't dare to go too far, or else the number of heavenly prides in the door will be a clear indication that they are stealing people. Apprentice, you'll be a hit when the time comes. Just let that Wu Qingling wallow in women. Remember, there is no self, no one, no sentient beings, no life, red powder, white bones and skin. It's a phrase that you need to realize. Yes, sensei. Lin Fan was unimpressed. When he arrived at the Red Spectre continent, he would have to find a few more beautiful than Chu Cherry. Red Spectre continent, true martial immortal sect. The true martial immortal sect stood majestically above the countless mountains, surrounded by immortal aura. One can't help but be in awe. Headed by 13 mountain ranges with lofty peaks. Each peak is guarded by a chief at its summit, passing on the Dharma lineage. Untold numbers of disciples gathered underneath. The mountain peaks are high and cloudy, like a mountain of fairyland. Climbing to the top. Being able to look down all around and see the sea of clouds churning and billowing in 1,000 different ways. On one of the loftiest peaks, rows of green bamboos were interspersed with. The water above the pond was strawberry velvet, and from time to time a koan pang would hover over it, looking around from a distance. Green trees, clouds and mist, as if in a heavenly realm on earth. There was even an ancient palace within the mountain peak, which was carved with beams and paintings and had an extraordinary atmosphere. It was like being in the middle of a mythical world, surrounded by mountains, with only the scent of spiritual flowers. The two silhouettes were in the elegant pavilion within the sea of flowers in front of that great hall, like fairies in a fairyland. Here, in a vast spiritual land, there is a giant tree that reaches up to the sky and there is no end in sight, and there are all sorts of flowers around the trees, whether it's the brightly colored azaleas of the Tyene, or the gentle and elegant purple daylily, or the winter anemone. purple puffball, forsythia and other strange flowers and plants. It's all unique here. It was as if he had come to the sea of 10,000 flowers, where there were all the wondrous flowers of the world. At that moment, the melodious sound of a zither came from the distance, as if an immortal was singing immortal sounds. The clear and distant sound of the zither is sometimes like a mountain stream, 1,000 turns and stretches on and on. At other times, it is like the clear wind and the bright moon, serene and distant, brooding and elegant, and it took a long time before it slowly calmed down. There was an elegant pavilion under that big tree, and the woman playing the zither was sitting inside it. She was dressed in a long, moonflower-colored dress that didn't show much skin on her body. But from the full arc of the bulge in front of the chest it is not difficult to judge that this is a woman who has the capacity to be a great woman, with giant trees in the sky and emerald greenery, but even the giant trees paled before her. Her temperament, as clear and cool as water, washes one's soul but within this aura, one can feel the loneliness, the desolation, the sadness. Senior, this session of sect tests has begun. There was another woman who came up in front of the woman playing the zither, her black hair falling to the back of her feet and, it was like a wall of waterfalls pouring down from a mountain stream on a quiet moonlit night. His whole body was wrapped only in a long black robe, which was so large that it could cover the whole body. The surplus waist swayed from side to side, and in the midst of walking, its two towering snowy peaks were vaguely visible. Swaying, the piano-playing woman looked at the Nangang Lian in front of her and said, "Lianer, you'll head for that Yongning continent this time." "Yes, master." Nangang Lian's cool voice couldn't be heard for emotion. Her eyes, which looked like they were devoid of any emotion, didn't fluctuate either. Qingli looked at her disciple's expressionless expression, sighed lightly, and with a shake of her head, that ink-colored hair cascaded down to her waist, fluttering behind her, and her green fingers were lowered from the strings of the zither. She wrapped her hair around her ear behind her ear, and there seemed to be a hint of helplessness on her stunning face as she said, "Lianer, the great Tao is merciless, but people have feelings. How can we not ask for the red dust when exploring the great Tao? Smile more in the future." "Yes, master." Nangang Lian placed her hands at the corners of her mouth and pulled a smile. In Nangang Lian's eyes, all things are illusory and have no meaning, so there is no point in laughing. The only thing she seeks is the never-ending path. Chapter 72. I have my demands on beauty. Ruyan's righteous brother that she brought back to the true martial immortal sect several years ago is now 19. Qingli's green onion fingertips gently tapped on the body of the zither, seemingly pondering something. "You'll go and accept a disciple on my behalf this time, although he is a member of the true martial immortal sect, but he is only a titular disciple, and Ruoyan has begged me to reserve a place for him here, and this time to put an end to the matter. Saying that, you are still a few days behind in your initiation, and you still have to call him senior brother." "Yes, master." Nangang Lian still had the same bland voice, like a spiritual rain on an empty mountain, making one's mind relaxed and happy. Now that her cultivation has reached the middle stage of qi refining, it can be said that within the true martial immortal sect, aside from Bai Ruyan, there was no one with better talent than her. She also had a bit of an impression of Wu Qingling, having bumped into him a few times within the true martial immortal sect a few years ago, only there wasn't much conversation, and she knew about this senior brother's cultivation not being as high as hers, but she didn't have any ripples on the matter of calling Wu Qingling senior brother. To her, it was just a term of endearment, and she didn't want to waste her energy counting on these things. Nangang Lian retired with a sound, and a colorful auspicious cloud floated out of his storage ring. The cloud was 3 feet long, and Nangang Lian easily stepped on it, transforming into a rainbow like that, toward that Yongning continent. As they passed by the rest of the peaks, some disciples raised their heads to look upwards and recognized the colorful mascot clouds at a glance. It's senior sister Nangong's magic treasure, the 5-colored cloud haze. This is the second time I've seen senior sister Nangang in my 79th year in the sect. Senior sister Nangang is too hard to see. Why did she go out? You don't even think about what's coming up. The clan test is about to start. I didn't expect that it would be senior sister Nangang going to the sex test. How come I didn't meet this kind of thing? Senior sister Nangang is really good looking. Who has her voice transmission jade slip? I'll offer 300 spirit stones for her contact information. Humph. Is senior sister Nangang something you can call? People are almost god refining. You're over 100 years old now. Still spinning around at the peak of essence refining. Refining spirit breath has failed several times. Is senior sister something you can call? That's your senior sister. The disciple who wanted to buy contact information had only spoken out when he was stared at by the unkind eyes of the people around him. Someone soon spoke up in rebuttal, and he only smiled sarcastically. Yes, extremely. Yes, extremely. It's senior sister Nangang. I almost messed up my seniority. In the world of immortal cultivation, those who have attained it are the first to do so. and age is not worth mentioning. The disciple who retorted nodded with satisfaction when he saw this look on his face. Then he, too, looked up in bewilderment at the figure that had gone away, and lamented. I'll offer 3,000 spirit stones for a contact information of senior sister Nangong. Are you worthy? Soon, that disciple, who had originally been a righteous speaker, was angrily looked at by the rest of the disciples. Then it drew a challenge. Tendu City. 50 streets away to the east of Tendu City, a luxurious high-rise could be seen that. On the plaque, the words Yakagawa Auction House are written in large letters. This was one of the 6 largest auction houses within the Yongning continent, owning incredible wealth within the heavenly capital city. All the families in the city have business dealings with them. 10 days had passed since Chu Cherry had stayed in the Wu mansion, and during that time, the relationship with Wu Qingling was rapidly warming up, and today Wu Qingling brought the duo of Lin Mengye and Chu Cherry to the Hangjiang auction house. Young Master Wu, there's still a while until the auction starts. What do you need to buy this time? We can come up with an internal list for you. The maid in charge of the reception had a pinched smile on her face, and was dressed in a revealing hate to lean on Wu Qingling in between conversations. Shu Sakura's eyebrows inadvertently knitted. Wu Qingling was too attractive. Everywhere you go, you're seduced by sultry es. Lin Mengye stood dully beside Wu Qingling and looked at the maid curiously. Ahem, take me in. Young Master Wu, please follow me. In the past, Wu Qingling also came to the auctions from time to time, buying some trinkets to win a smile from Bai Ruoyan. For a wealthy loser like him, he's the businessman's favorite gold digger. Once Wu Qingling knitted handicrafts for an ordinary woman, out of 100 taels of gold sky price, really let the crowd open their eyes. Simply a model of people's stupid money. In the Hangjiang auction house, Wu Qingling belongs to the top gold masters, a big customer that cannot be offended. As a result, some inside information will be revealed to Wu Qingling. Selling it to Wu Qingling might give more money anyway, so why not? The maid was in front leading Wu Qingling forward to take her seat, her body getting closer and closer. Is young Master Wu still free afterward? I can give you a special offer. Oh. That maid opened her mouth towards Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling immediately and righteously told the maid not to get too close, saying that she didn't need to. Then with a Chu Sakura on her left and a Lin Mengye on her right, she headed inside the separate box. Wu Qingling also had requirements for beauty. Was it just anyone who could seduce her? The maid's face powder is almost falling off. Her legs can't close together at a glance. It's not a virgin. Wu Qingling had Chu Cherry and Lin Mengye by her side. Which one was not better than these mortals? He was crazy to be this hungry and then corrupt his image in the minds of the two women. Realizing that image building doesn't happen overnight and needs to be constantly consolidated. It often takes only a split second to destroy an image if there is not enough goodwill. Chu Cherry's cheeks flushed with a hint of dizziness, and she glared at Wu Qingling. When he pulled Wu Qingling's hand in front of his parents on that day, it was emotional. But now that he was pulled up in front of other people, he was more or less shy. Yumaha, Sakura, this time you can tell me anything you want when you see it. Wu Qingling said gently towards the two women. That little request is still a breeze, and he needs to keep brushing up on his favor right now, until it reaches the highest level, so that he can do anything without corrupting the image. It's understandable to do anything outrageous in the eyes of the beloved. Don't ask. To ask is to love him. Qingling, I have nothing to ask for. Yes, young master, I don't feel like there's anything I want. There's clothes to wear, and there's food to eat. That. The most important thing is that there is still the young master with us. Chu Cherry's pair of unadulterated peach-colored eyes were filled with love at this time. Looking at Wu Qingling, the opening also spoke of inexhaustible tenderness. For her part, Lin Mengye was a bit dumbfounded and spoke earnestly that she didn't need it either. Under the guidance of the maid, Wu Qingling arrived at the auction site. Take a seat in the box that has already been prepared. It's obviously much more spacious and cozy here. The decor is just as gilded as the outside. The entire auction site is a circle, with one box at the outermost edge of. In the center of the circle are the auction items on display. Wu Qingling looked up towards the left front, knowing that there was an old acquaintance here. Sure enough, it's here. Wu Qingling smiled. He knew that Lin Fan would also come to this auction. This is a classic plot. The protagonist can always pick up all kinds of leaks in the auction. The classic broken copper is the artifact fragments. The broken pages of remnant kung fu are the remnants of the absolute divine kung fu. He bought all of these auction items once while playing the game using the SL Megafaith. Knows all this stuff like the back of my hand. If you want to pick up leaks, there were quite a lot of leaks this time, and that's what he came here for. Chapter 73 Sudden Crisis. There was still a while to go before the auction started, and Wu Qingling told some jokes from time to time. The two women were amused. Young Master Wu. Outside the box a young girl suddenly came in, with a long lavender dress, a dark purple pairs of little Underneath was a matching black romper, and the loose hair was slightly bound with a floral cloth. As soon as the young girl came in, she sat across from Wu Qingling in a very self-conscious manner. Wu Qingling was also able to take a closer look at her face. That noble and beautiful melon face looks calm like water, and there is a beauty mole in the center of the brow, embellished with a more holy. A pair of watery pupil eyes look forward to swinging people's hearts and souls. Lips plump, surplus in rhyme. And you are, this girl? Wu Qingling's first reaction was that it looked good, and his second reaction was who was this? Had he seen this person before? Or in Tianduching did he find such a nice person? And why didn't he have an impression in his mind and couldn't match any of the heroines or matriarchs? Young Master Wu is truly a nobleman. That young girl seemed to have inadvertently glanced at Chu Cherry, who was beside Wu Qingling, and her eyebrows seemed to be slightly knitted. That look makes people want to run up and kiss a mouthful. And even the anger or fine voice, like anger, like happy to show all the flavor of the world. This, Wu Qingling and the two women looked at each other. He really didn't recognize this person. The corners of his mouth rose, a smirk outlined, and since he didn't know each other, well, now he does. It's natural to meet beautiful people more often than not, and who can have too little? It seems as if the girl knows me. I wonder your name? Wu Qingling tried her best to make herself smile in a way that would make people feel as if they were in the spring breeze, while her gaze shifted to it. No more staring at the young girl all the time, or it would give the impression of a rush of color. My name is Lansing. Lan Xian's voice was soft and crisp, just as Wu Qingling's lips slightly opened. Wanting to speak, his pupils suddenly shrunk. A chevron-patterned brown cloth was placed on the tabletop, covering the legs underneath. Wu Qingling gently pulled away a little without any trace, revealing many legs inside. There was Lin Mengye's, and Chu Cherry's, and the one that attracted Wu Qingling's attention the most was Lan Xian's legs, because her toes were touching Wu Qingling's calves. Ahem, Miss Lan Xin, what do you mean by that? We might be able to add a transmission. Would you like to add my transmission, Jade? As Wu Qingling spoke, the air seemed to become a little colder. That blue Xian girl's beautiful eyes narrowed as well. The situation is not right. Alarm bells rang in Wu Qingling's heart. He was handsome, but not enough for this beauty to abandon her dignity to seduce. And he had never had a one-night stand. So this female's purpose was certainly not simple. It's the Yellow Springs sect? The thought flashed through his mind, then dismissed it. And the Yellow Springs sect dared to target it once, and that was already the limit. Another time would be a clan diplomatic incident. A declaration of war against the true martial immortal sect. The poisoning incident. Yellow Springs sect also compensated the true martial immortal sect with a lot of resources. Otherwise it wouldn't have ended so easily. Who the hell is it? Wu Qingling thought of one guess after another in a flash of lightning, then eliminated them one by one. It's all missing a bit of feeling. Not the most correct. I'll come find you when I'm done with it. It won't take long. Suddenly, he remembered the words. It was what Zilu had said. Outsiders wouldn't be okay coming to him. Then there was only an acquaintance. Bai Ruyan wouldn't come to this with him. Then there was only Zilu. This was Zilu testing him. And the more Wu Qingling thought about it, the more right he was. The look on his face grew more and more natural. Adding a transmission, Jade. I don't think that's possible. Oh, Lansing opened her eyes in confusion. Lin Mengye tilted her head, picking up the melons and fruits laid out on the table and taking a taste. Chu Sakura's eyes kept darting between Wu Qingling and Lan Xian, and instinctively, it seemed to her that there was some deeper meaning behind the whole thing. Miss Lan Xin, it's not appropriate to do this to someone you're meeting for the first time, is it? Wu Qingling moved his leg away, followed by being wrapped around it again, and he stood straight up. Inside the box was a large glazed piece of glass that was used to view the auction items. He walked over to the glaze, his hands behind his back to the crowd. The auction is about to start. Miss Lan Xian, or please return. I'm not that kind of person. What does young Master Wu mean? Lan Xian looked at Wu Qingling. It doesn't mean anything. I'm already engaged to someone for life, so please behave yourself. The eyes of the two women, Lan Xian and Chu Cherry, lit up at the same time. Qingling, brother Qingling. Lan Xian glanced at Chu Cherry. Her face changed for a while, and in an instant she changed her face. Reveal your true face. The face is now more feminine than it should have been. There is a special charm that mixes innocence and femininity. Sure enough, it was Purple Drop. Wu Qingling sighed in relief and returned to her original position. Feigning surprise, Lure, why are you here? Have you refined the psychic magic weapon? Refined. That's good. Chu Sakura saw Wu Qingling and Zilu chatting eagerly, seemingly familiar with each other. The flirtatious face brought a faint crisis to her mind, as well as a hint of jealousy, and she asked softly, Qingling, who is this? I forgot to introduce you guys. This is Violet Fall. We've known each other since we were young. Wu Qingling briefly introduced Zilu. Then he introduced the remaining 2 women to Zilu, saying, "This one who's eating melons is Lin Mengye, my personal guard, and the other one is Chu Sakura. You guys need to get along." Regarding what identity Chu Cherry was, Wu Qingling snorted and skipped over it. The scene was silent for a moment, with only the sound of stoned people. Chu Sakura was silent for half a second before a smile appeared on her face and she spoke softly. "Hello, nice to meet you." Her smile was pleasant and gave her a subdued look. "Aha." Violet Fall nodded faintly in recognition. "Hello." Lin Mengye also hastened to greet him. Zilu remained with a faint nod and shifted her gaze to Wu Qingling. Looking at Wu Qingling's heart was a bit hairy. "Drop. How did you find this place?" "That night in bed. I put some exotic incense for tracking in your hair. It's still a few days away from dispersing, so I'm looking for it now." "Bed?" Chu Sakura's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled, seemingly curious about the question. "Locker? You even have my voice transmission jade slip. Just let me know. There's no need to put in any foreign incense for tracking. What a waste. And it's a good thing you brought the bed with you that night, or else the rain would have poured down, and there would have been a lot of cold." "Qingling, what are you guys?" "Sakura-chan, didn't I go away for a while before? That is, to the Wuling continent. I met Locker at the Hearing Goose Gorge, but it suddenly rained heavily, so we stayed in a cave for the night. Thanks to Locker. Otherwise, with my physique hurting the wind for a night, I definitely can't stand it, and it might even cause yang deficiency, thus damaging the yuan yang." Wu Qingling's words mentioned yuan yang, implying that he was now full of yang energy and was still a virgin. Chu Sakura's eyebrows stretched for a few moments, and her vermilion lips lightly opened. "I'll call you Miss Locke. Thanks for your help, Miss Locke." Chapter 74, Bronze Pieces. Violet Fall nodded slightly. Wu Qingling felt that the atmosphere was gradually getting cold and rushed to tell some jokes to ease the atmosphere. It didn't take long. On the elevated platform in the very center, one after another, some underlings carried out some items and placed them at the back of the, covered with a cloth. All those attending the auction could only see the approximate outline. A woman with a voluptuous body and revealing clothes came forward with a hint of softness in her voice, and it was clearly due to the cultivation of Mei Gong. The woman looked around and saw that the time was almost right, and said in a high voice, "Welcome, everyone, to the 352nd auction within Tendu City. There are 20 items in this auction. Starting with the first one." The auctioneer removes the first cloth-covered item on the left, revealing what's inside. This item is an item from the ruins of Qinglanchuan, Yongning continent. It is said that there was once a mountain fortress in the Qinglan River, and the owner was a powerful god refiner, but now that time has changed. He has left behind some relics of his life. This dark night stealing fragrance is a second-turn lower-grade psychic magic weapon, classed as a short sword with a special ability attached. The auctioneer held up the wooden box that housed the short sword and spun it around so everyone could see it. It was a curved short sword, said sword, but it was actually more like a knife. Even the hilt was curved. When putting mana through it, a pale blue phantom will appear that, and the short sword is constructed from highly poisonous materials, so that when the enemy's eyes are taken away by the pale blue phantom, the short sword will hide under that residual shadow. The cutting time to clean up the enemy. Starting price 200 standardized spirit stones. As soon as the words were spoken, an offer was made. 250 standardized spirit stones. 260 standardized spirit stones. From time to time, there were offers. The gimmick of a relic left behind by the god refining realm was indeed high enough. However, those who bid on it valued it more for what it was. A second-turn lower-grade psychic magic weapon. This is the level is used by the alchemy realm. To know that there are not even a few alchemy realms in the Tendu city. An alchemy realm with weapons and an alchemy realm without weapons were two concepts. Wu Qingling had little interest in this item and casually quoted the price a few times, seeing that there were still people adding to it. There has been a bit of a premium and no further attention has been paid to it. Turn your head and talk to the people around you. In the end, the Dark Night Stealing Incense was auctioned off for 420 standardized spirit stones. The atmosphere of the auction is gradually getting warmer. The second item is of unknown origin, having been found in the rest of the continental realm, and after several twists and turns, in our hands. It's said to be a voucher left behind by a certain great power in ancient times. Maybe we can even wait for that great power's cave to come out, and go wrestle for a chance then. Wu Qingling looked downward, her gaze dropping to an item in the auctioneer's hand. It was a battered piece of bronze, with a number of voids in the bronze, covered with red rust, and rough on the outside. Can't tell anything about it except that it's bronze. The crowd observing the item quickly lost interest, and a number of people withdrew their gazes. Taking stock of what the next item will be. In the immortal cultivation world, there have always been people who have left behind legacies, some out of hopelessness of the path. Hopefully, the descendants will carry on his legacy, some of whom died themselves, with their things left undisposed of, washed away by time. The prohibition loses its effect, thus exposing it for all to see. There are also traps, which deliberately lure cultivators out and then beat them to death. These things are commonplace in the immortal cultivation world, and I don't know how many of them have happened. Therefore, people are skeptical about such things, especially what was left behind in the ancient times. There are also cultivators who have been paying attention to these, but in the end the gain is very little, and they have not stumbled upon anything, not as good as some psychic spells, elixirs, and spiritual materials that were real. The auctioneer also knew that this item was probably going to be hard to sell for a high price, and continued to tell some stories that adds attraction to the bronze piece. The starting price for the bronze piece is 200 standardized spirit stones. As soon as the auctioneer's words were out of her mouth, and she was ready to go on with some story to add to the appeal, interrupted by a voice. 300 standardized spirit stones. The auctioneer looked in surprise in a direction that was where Wu Qingling was. She'd thought the room would be silent, that no one would bid, but I didn't expect someone to bid just after that. 300 standardized spirit stones once. Does anyone continue to bid? The auctioneer excitedly held up the brown wooden box in which the bronze piece was stored. Brother Qingling, why do you want to buy this bronze piece? You're paying a bit high for this price. Zilu looked at Wu Qingling in doubt. She was quite accomplished in the art of refining weapons. Now that she was a third rotation refiner, refining top-grade psychic and psychic magic weapons was not a problem at all. And from her observation, there is not a single thing unique about this bronze piece. Even if there are a lot of systematic spirit stones, they don't have to be so wasteful. Paying a high price for a piece of junk that's not even ornamental? Locker, don't worry, I won't be aimless. I have a use for this bronze piece. Wu Qingling explained to Zilu that the bronze piece was one of the items he was looking at this time. What a voucher for the cave of a great power in the ancient times. That is indeed fake, but it's another use. The so-called divine objects obscure themselves. It was normal to be looked away. He had used them in his previous life when he traveled. The auctioneer was the only one who raised his voice in the large auction room, and the rest of the people did not follow the auction. According to them, it's only when there's a lot of money that you waste it like that. There were quite a few people who heard that it was Wu Qingling's voice and secretly shook their heads. Sure enough, he's a dude. Corrupt their sister's wealth. They won't make money with this rash. Maybe they will shoot to the sky. 300 standardized spirit stones for the second time. If there are no more bids, it will go to the guests of the Gangxi box. 320 standardized spirit stones. At that moment, a voice came from a box on the upper left. A teenager's voice. The crowd followed the sound with some surprise, curious that besides Wu Qingling, the loser, who else would buy this bronze piece? When they saw who was coming, there were whispers. It's that loser from the Lin family. I heard that he's regained his talent and his cultivation progress has skyrocketed recently. It's a gifted man. Some of the gazes that looked at Lin Fan were curious and some were disdainful. Lin Fan's expression was calm. Nowadays he was immune to all these gazes. Elder Preceptor had told him that this bronze piece held a special mystery, so he was determined to obtain this item. The family only gave him 20 formulated spirit stones a month, and if he hadn't earned some extra money from alchemy, he can't afford the price yet. As needy as it was, not many of the lucky ones knew what they were doing, and only one person made a bid. Lin Fan glanced at the box where Wu Qingling was. He had heard Wu Qingling's voice when he bid to follow the auction for the short sword of Dark Night stealing incense and knew that Wu Qingling was also here. Humph. Wu Qingling is rich. No matter what she buys, she has to quote a price. Lin Fan was emboldened. In his opinion, Wu Qingling was just trying to be fresh. Definitely won't offer many spirit stones. To know, if not the ring old man told him that the bronze piece has other mysteries, he would not have learned of the extraordinary nature of the bronze piece and thus bid on it. 400 standardized spirit stones. Chapter 75, Leveling the Playing Field. A faint voice came out from the Gangxi box. The entire atmosphere of the auction house froze as the crowd looked at Wu Qingling in surprise. Secretly, Wu Qingling was defeated to this extent. The auctioneer had a touch of excitement in the bottom of his eyes. This bronze piece entry price is actually very low. Therefore, she can get a lot of commission. Lin Fan frowned. What's wrong with this Wu Qingling? This is all about following the camera. Did you hear your own voice and barf with yourself? 400 standardized spirit stones. Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer raised the wooden box even higher, circled around the raised platform, looked around at the crowd and, after waiting a few moments and seeing no sound, she raised her voice again. 400 standardized spirit stones once. 420 standardized spirit stones. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Just as the crowd subconsciously attributed the bronze piece to Wu Qingling, the voice came again from the upper left box. The young master of the Lin family is so rich? I guess it's at public expense. I think it's within the family that wants to acquire this item. There is also the possibility of false publicity. Is there really any mystery in the bronze piece? So many people are paying high prices. You've got that kind of free money, you can follow it too. From time to time, whispers came out of the multiple boxes, and many of the people here were cultivators with bright ears and eyes. If you don't set up an array, the sound will get out if it's slightly louder. This auction is of the ordinary class, and won't be auctioning anything particularly precious. Therefore, it does a mediocre job of sound isolation in this category. Here are all more or less respectable people, not so much as a murder for treasure. So now the atmosphere in the auction house all of a sudden had an extra sense of subtlety to it. The former was Wu Qingling, the eldest young man of the Wu family, and the latter was Lin Fan, the third young man of the Lin family. I've heard that these two have always been at odds, that Lin Fan has a fiancée. Somehow there is some illicit relationship with Wu Qingling. Many people bloated at this scene, anticipating what would happen next. Humph, two loser disciples, spending their ancestors' efforts so much for a broken. If it were my family's heir, I would have slapped him to death long ago. Big brother, quickly lend me spirit stones. Maybe this bronze piece is really a great power cave voucher. I've got other things to buy, so I'll give you $170 at the most. Some of the guests in the box couldn't stand to see this wasteful behavior of Wu Qingling and Lin Fan. Some of the guests in the box think there's a mystery, and they're all chipping in some spirit stones. Humph, these people have only seen the surface. Some of the guests in the box are Rikuchi guests and don't give a damn about these behaviors. What do you mean by that, brother? Anyone who is close to a Rikuchi customer, ask directly. Although Brother Wu used to buy some inexplicable trinkets in the past, but it's never been this nonsensical. How could one buy such a thing just for a rumor? And that Lin Fan, who's been silent for 3 years, even if we recover our talents recently, how many spirit stones can we have? Ri Zhonka shook the fan in his hand, quite a sense of everyone being drunk. These words could be heard by Wu Qingling as well, and her line of sight was cast over to find that it was actually that guy, Shu Mang Fan. The moment also came to be interested in seeing what others thought of the matter. Qingling, I'm curious too. Chu Sakura took a sip of her tea, giving her lips a little more pink moisturizing. Zilu sniffed and also threw a curious look towards Wu Qingling. After all, she had just asked her about it. He didn't say either. Only Lin Mengye was still high on melon seeds in the entire box. In her opinion, it was good to have the young master by her side. None of the rest of it matters. Let's get high. This bronze piece is said to be one of the materials used by the great Desire Yuan Lord to mold the heart sword. Of course, I'm just hearing about it and feeling funny. This bronze piece Wu Qingling was planning to give to Chu Cherry, because she's the only one who can utilize this item. The Way of the Eight Wastes group is in the end inclined to be a game for rating women. There are a lot of props that are used by female characters, proper ones and immodest ones, but he couldn't say it explicitly. He couldn't say, I know this stuff is awesome, and I'm planning to give it to Chu Sakura. When he said those words, it was conceivable that Chu Sakura would look at him with a touched look on her face. Lin Mengye wouldn't say anything, at most pestering Wu Qingling to let him play with her, but Violet Fall, a jealous woman, would have overturned it, and jealousy would have made a face, especially if the sweetheart is spending money on other women exclusively in front of you, and there's still no share for you. You might just pull out your halberd and slash at Wu Qingling. As the saying goes, do not suffer from scarcity but unevenness. Only when a bowl of water is leveled off will there be no conflict. It's best if the bronze piece is given to Chu Sakura in private, so that the favor goes up and the goodwill of others will not be affected. And sooner or later it's his turn to give something to someone else. And there's a lot of good stuff to be had, so there's no need to rush that. But that's too many spirit stones. Chu Sakura had a maximum of 10 or so spirit stones a month when she was in the Chu family. 400 spirit stones were no less than an astronomical sum to her, and it would take more than 3 years of saving to reach that figure. It's fine. I have a lot of spirit stones. Wu Qingling shook her head to stop talking about the topic and moved her attention to the distance. Not to mention the extra money he earned. Every month Bai Royan would give him quite a few spirit stones. After all, Bai Royan was the first genius of the true martial immortal sect, the existence most expected to reach the feather realm. In the immortal cultivation realm, the celestial realm would be a top-level combatant, and there were only a handful of people who had reached it. Shu Mangfan saw that the gazes were all converging on him, when he proudly got high on a dragon tiger energy pill. Ease up on the growing weakness. He's spending less time going to the teacher's workshop now, trying to learn about abstinence from Wu Qingling. In the past, when he was excited, he had to get high on 2 dragon tiger energy pills to boost his energy, but now he only needed to get high on 1 to suffice. He said slowly, I know Brother Wu quite well. After all, I've had quite a few friendships with him in the teacher's workshop, and I dare assert that auctioning the bronze piece is the first level, while the second level is actually Brother Wu and that Lin Fan fighting over Chu Cherry. I've never seen him before, but I've heard that it's the best beauty in Xianing City, so you can imagine how beautiful it is. Things must be like this. This man Lin Fan has a marriage contract with Chu Cherry, but he's just a cultivation waste. He can't please a beauty, while my Brother Wu is so handsome and elegant. It is estimated that Chu Cherry is like a friend at first sight, and this Lin Fan is jealous in his heart, so he has today's move, which is their secret fight on the second floor. Fighting for the sake of beauty. Brother Wu is truly a model for my generation. Chu Fan lightly shook his fan, giving the impression of a dog-headed military advisor. When the crowd saw his analysis, they also felt that it was quite reasonable, and from time to time, there were voices of recognition. The auctioneer didn't say anything, just stood on the stage watching the guests exchange. She had a feeling someone else would raise the price. Wu Qingling's entire body froze, not expecting it to be analyzed like this. Coughing lightly, he ignored Violet Fall's increasingly piercing gaze and said, 500 standardized spirit stones. I'll take this thing. Chu Fan, you guys stop talking nonsense, and shut up. Chapter 76, actually I want to keep a low profile. Wu Qingling glared at Chu Fan's direction while following the camera. Which pot is not open? Which pot is not open? No eyes at all. Is he alone now? Wu Qingling's move was considered to be a misunderstanding of Chu Fan, and only voices came out of each box, and it's impossible to see inside it. The glazing is one way, and only those inside the glazing can look outward. The voices of both Zilu and Chu Cherry were extremely low, so Chu Fan thought that Wu Qingling had arrived alone, specially to give him a boost to step on Lin Fan. Alas, Brother Wu, it's me who was abrupt. Chu Fan's voice conveyed a wave of understanding. Lin Fan looked towards that Wu Qingling that box with a hint of anger in his eyes. There were two muslin-like curtains there on either side, and in the center a dark-colored glaze of. He had a feeling that Wu Qingling was smiling at him now. Wu Qingling screwed him over and over again. Not just women, but now things are up for grabs. Young Master Wu, when there is really money. Lin Fan said indifferently. You found out about all this. I was actually trying to keep a low profile. Wu Qingling knew that Lin Fan must be very angry right now, and he didn't care about that. Anyway, Lin Fan had been looking at him with displeasure for a long time, so let's look at him a little more displeased. He only cared about how much he could suppress Lin Fan with this move and how much chi he could harvest. The auctioneer licked his lips, which were a little dry and cracked from excitement. Opening his mouth, he said, the guest of the Gangzi has bid again. 500 standardized spirit stones. Is there any higher? In fact, it doesn't have to be because of the woman, as another guest said. Oh, maybe this bronze piece is really a voucher left behind by a great power's cave. The auctioneer desperately compelled the crowd, eager to raise the price even higher. But now that the crowd just wants to eat, they're no longer attached to the rumor. The ones who had scraped up the spirit stones also returned them. There were many things about love and hate in Tiandu City, but very few things about big names, especially if it was of a big shot like Wu Qingling. They were gossiping a lot. 500 standardized spirit stones at a time. The auctioneer's words wandered through this auction, echoing in every box. She looked around the crowd and purposely waited a few seconds before continuing. 500 standardized spirit stones twice. Inside the upper left box, Lin Fan's fist subconsciously clenched, his left hand rubbing against the ring of the, staring intently at the bronze and iron piece. Being able to make the ring old man in his body make a special notification to remind him to buy this bronze iron piece. That's enough to imagine what kind of value this piece of bronze iron actually has. But that's 500 standardized spirit stones. He only had 590 standardized spirit stones on him right now. He had earned a lot of black mine stones in the black market through alchemy, and then converted them into standardized spirit stones, knowing that he had done nothing but cultivate in the Lin family but alchemy. In a way, he also had to thank Wu Qingling. If it wasn't for the high pressure Wu Qingling gave him, he wouldn't necessarily be this hardworking, endure this boring process. He kept pondering in the back of his mind whether he should continue to follow the movie or not. Maybe if we add another 10 spirit stones Wu Qingling won't buy it? Not everyone is Qingling Wu. One could casually take out so many standardized spirit stones to spend recklessly. In the human world, formulated spirit stones are one of the hardest currencies in the world. Its value than gold and silver do not know how much it is worth. Only heard of gold and silver for spirit stones. Rarely see spirit stones for gold and silver. For monks, mortal money is really just yellow and white, nothing more than that. A cultivator who had first entered the refined essence realm was something a mortal could not possibly be able to resist no matter what. Waving his hand with at least thousands of kilograms of tremendous force, the refined essence realm that has toughened the body will even have tens of thousands of pounds of enormous strength, and breaking a stone with a single punch is not at all a matter of concern. Knowing that this is the first realm of immortal cultivation, cultivators who lack money, casually mask with a belt, choose a rich and noble family, empty-handed into full load out. Unless there's a mortal with a backer, there's really nothing they can do about these cultivators. After all, if you do not resist, you may still be just robbing money. Dare to resist, annoy the cultivator, casually beat and kill the matter. The dynasty's law is two sets of. One set is between monks and monks, and one set is between mortals and mortals. And in the event of a conflict, it is 100% in favor of the monks. These 500 standardized spirit stones were nothing to the entire family. The Lin family didn't lack these things, but with his third young master's treatment, a month's worth of spirit stones was just that much, and this kind of spirit stones belong to the category of pocket money. Give the heir the freedom to buy the preferences of the expenses. As for the cultivation used, that is the public expense. The talent is good family will not be stingy. In any case, a family is always a group. And in this day and age, the plan thoughts are still pretty heavy in everyone's mind, and it's the few that betray. In addition to the bronze piece, Lin Fan also wanted to purchase an item that would be beneficial to him in breaking through the qi refining realm. Neither of them could be taken for granted, one was for the benefit of the present and the other for the future, and he was constantly weighing in his mind which was the most important. Is it true that no one will continue to follow the movie? Then I announce. Wait. Seeing that the auctioneer was about to finalize the bronze piece with a single blow, Lin Fan's heart crossed. One must not be short-sighted and focus on the future. He spoke again. 590 standardized spirit stones. This was already his entire savings, and he chose to take out all of his spirit stones at once. In this way, it puts pressure on Wu Qingling to think that he has more than this much money. Even if Wu Qingling was really trying to steal Chu Sakura from him, then there was no need to be so jealous of him. Knowing that Chu Sakura was now living in the Wu mansion, what might have happened? It was impossible to get entangled with him again, no matter how one thought about it. The two of them don't deal with each other very well anymore, but they don't spread money like this. Wu Qingling is rich, but his sister's money didn't come from the wind, and Wu Qingling would definitely not go out of her way to buy the bronze piece. Lin Fan rubbed the ring he wore on his hand with some anxiety. Secretly, he prayed that Wu Qingling would stop following the camera and better give up on it, or else he really wouldn't be able to do much about it. Apprentice, don't be impatient. Wu Qingling shouldn't bid anymore. Aha. Lin Fan nodded. He also felt that Wu Qingling wouldn't bid again, but there was no guarantee that he would bid in a brainstorm. Just as Lin Fan was begging God for prayers, a voice came from the Gengzi box once again. It seemed subdued. 600 standardized spirit stones. I don't think you're going to bid anymore. Lin Fan, why bother grabbing things from me? As this bidding sound fell, Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. Some of the people in the arena were moved, and Chu Mangfan also had a surprised look on his face. This Wu Qingling is really rushing for the red face, not treating spirit stones as spirit stones. For a woman to spend money like this piece of they really do not see any use. 9 times out of 10 is going to be sold at auction. Even buying a flower that could only be used for ornamental purposes was good, and the result was really speculated to a high price of 600 standardized spirit stones. The last second turn lower grade psychic magic weapon, darkness stealing incense, was only 420 standardized spirit stones. This bronze piece can actually be sold for 600 standardized spirit stones? Chapter 77, So Bossy. They even began to suspect that Wu Qingling wasn't using the standard systematic spirit stones of the immortal cultivation world. So bold and bold. Are all the big clans treated this well? 600 standardized spirit stones at a time. The guests of the Gengzi are truly magnificent. It seems that this customer is determined to win. Is there any other customer to raise the price? The auctioneer's voice produced a slight distortion, a sharpness that came from excitement. She's been in the business for 30 years, and she's never seen anything this outrageous. And to be honest, regarding the origin of the bronze piece, besides the fact that it did take a few tries to get to the Lin Fan stared at the bronze iron piece on the stage with an unwilling look in his eyes. Apprentice, even if Wu Qingling obtains this item, he won't use it, and the person who can recognize it. There aren't many of them in the true martial immortal sect, and his sister Bai Ruoyan is too young to have this kind of insight. No matter what, it's a piece of scrap even in their hands. Lin Fan suddenly let out a soft sigh, his face regaining its usual calmness as he laughed. Even though we've always been at odds, I congratulate young Master Wu. I think we know each other well enough that a woman cannot be an impediment to limiting our progress, and that we are both bent on the path. I didn't expect young Master Wu to recognize the secret within the bronze piece as well. A gentleman doesn't take from others, so I, Lin Fan, am hereby withdrawing and will not compete with young Master Wu. Lin Fan's laughter was bashful, as if he really didn't care about this matter. They originally thought that Wu Qingling was simply jealous of Lin Fan. It took a woman to deliberately throw away a fortune to auction off this scrap. But after Lin Fan's remarks just now, new ideas were opened up. Come to think of it, although the Wu family's youngest has always given the impression that he is a loser, the impression of giving everything for the sake of beauty, but no matter what there is a sister on top. Wu Qingling does not understand the preciousness of the formulated spirit stone, doesn't know what's good for him? Can his sister not know what's good for her? Spoiling a son is like killing a son. Bai Ruoyan no longer dotes on Wu Qingling, but she doesn't dote on him like this. People who are spoiled this way either have problems in their hearts or are giant babies who tend to be self-centered. Although they were in a low realm, they had heard that the subsequent realms required the cultivation of mindfulness. Spoiling Wu Qingling in this way makes him unable to distinguish the value of things correctly. So what if Bai Ruoyan is no longer talented? I'm afraid that before Bai Ruoyan can cultivate to the level of the merits of the world, Wu Qingling will be the first to die in the wheel of reincarnation. Thinking about it this way, maybe this thing might actually want to be secret. What? This thing really has a secret? I told you. In fact, I was just going to say it, except everyone else was thinking of another possibility. I won't say much. It's only now that it's good to say that neither Wu Qingling nor Lin Fan is a cutie pie. Laughs. How is it possible to be jealous over a woman? What woman does Wu Qingling want in Tiandu City that he can't get? Lin Fan wouldn't hang himself on a tree. No matter what. He's the third youngest member of the Lin family. Not to mention having his talent restored. That's it. Now the two levels are reversed. Brother has a point. That's what I meant. A new Rikuchi guest showed up to expound on his point of view and stomped Chumong Fan down. In the upper left box, behind the glazed glass, Lin Fan's brows had subconsciously wrinkled. The corners of his mouth were also rising, and there was a fierce color in his eyes. If he can't get it, Wu Qingling won't get it either. Then no one will get it. At the very least, he had to bleed to make Wu Qingling spend a higher price to auction the item. Without much pause, Wu Qingling's voice came out from the Gengzi box. If you say there is, there is. Wu Qingling knew that Lin Fan wouldn't have more than 600 formulated spirit stones in his hands. He played this episode in his previous life SL Dafa many times without exceeding this limit. I simply found this interesting and bought it for my collection. 600 standardized spirit stones. I won't continue to follow the auction if someone bids higher. Of course, Lin Fan, if you really want it that badly, go ahead and raise the price. I'm not going to follow through with the movie. When all is said and done, Wu Qingling was confident that it was impossible for other people to disregard the formulated spirit stones as formulated spirit stones in this way. The so-called Great Power Cave vouchers this argument is too nebulous. Which unearthed artifacts, spiritual plants, pills, formations, do not have a little backstory? There are all sorts of outrageous legends. As long as they're tied to time and a little bit older, no one can be sure if it's true or not. And it's equally impossible to be sure if it's not false or not. I can only say that the rich and powerful have a pastime. Those who don't have money don't take the legends seriously. If Lin Fan had pulled out an amount above 600 standardized spirit stones from somewhere, the game is in conflict with reality. Wu Qingling does not care. At most, after the fact and then get back on the line. It's just that the means are less honorable. As Wu Qingling's words fell, the people in the audience instantly sobered up a lot. Do they have that kind of money to gamble? What's the difference between that and gambling? Maybe Wu Qingling and Lin Fan are looking at each other in a bad way. Or maybe they're trying to win a smile from a beautiful woman. Or maybe there really is some secret. But they don't dare to gamble. If they lose, it's 600 standardized spirit stones. This amount is still quite astonishing. The disciples of the world's families only have 10 or 20 standardized spirit stones a month. If it was some loose cultivator with shallow cultivation, there might only be a few pieces of formulated spirit stones at the end of a year. In the immortal cultivation world, the casual cultivator's a kind of polarized group that is particularly weak and very weak. There was a lack of inheritance, a lack of techniques, a lack of spirit stones, a lack of everything. And the strong ones are either learned in some field, or they are highly practiced. Free from the bondage of clans and families, one can be quite a clan without having to strike out on one's own. A whole bunch of cultivators were scrambling to please each other. Damn. A little short of a spirit stone. Lin Fan's brow wrinkled into a Chuan character. Wu Qingling said that she wouldn't continue to follow the filming. But he now has no extra spirit stone. The body items to pawn also not enough time. The auction is not with you a person to stop. Unless it's an item that has a high value at a glance. You know you can offset the difference without an appraisal. But he didn't have that level of magic weapon or elixir on him. At this point he's kind of regretting some of his behavior that, if I had known that I would have picked up all the magic weapons on the ground that day in the Sinipil garden, I shouldn't have just left in a huff. Now that he's gone looking for someone to gather spirit stones there's not much to lend him. He's been practicing. Where is the time to make connections that lead to the current dilemma? Cough. I'm Lin Fan, the third son of the Lin family. Can any of you lend me a little spirit stone? I shall be rewarded in kind. Lin Fan had no choice but to try borrowing spirit stones from the people at the auction, beating a dead horse. Unfortunately, no one answered even after half a dozen rings passed, and this auction was for the Lin family, except for him. The rest of the family children were absent. His face was a little hard to see. Were his relationships that bad? Obviously restored the gift himself. Chapter 78, I'm just trying a little harder than usual. He was staring intently in Wu Qingling's direction, knowing that the crowd was making a clear statement. Since they themselves were not dealing with Wu Qingling, they did not want to offend him and did not dare to intervene in this matter. Young Master Wu, this bronze piece is indeed what I have clocked. Can I cut it off? When will revenge be avenged? Why don't we just laugh it off and erase the little bit of conflict we had between us in the past? Young Master Lin is so humorous. The bronze piece is loved by you, young Master Lin, but not by me? I don't want it. Why would I buy it? If you want it so bad, keep raising the price. I said no follow-ups, or did I say, you want something for yourself and someone else has to give it to you? Wu Qingling burst out laughing, feeling that Lin Fan's thoughts were different from the norm. Isn't that a bit presumptuous? It's all up to you, Lin Fan, isn't it? You can shoot if you want, and I have to give in to you. What's the deal between us? I hope young Master Lin doesn't have to do anything more than that. If I really want to, do you think you have the financial resources to match me? Am I not giving you a chance now? Lin Fan was dumbfounded for a moment. In his opinion, this time, Wu Qingling hadn't really done anything wrong. He has also given himself a chance. And Sungrock has done his best by not continuing to raise the price. But he was missing such a small amount of spirit stones. It's just that, disciple, when your alchemy level reaches the second turn afterward, when the time comes to earn spirit stone, speed will be much faster. Give Wu Qingling a few thousand spirit stone or higher price to buy from Wu Qingling. Wu Qingling should accept it. After all, it's equivalent to picking up spirit stones for nothing. Lin Fan smiled bitterly as he heard this. It seems that this is indeed how it has to be. The ratio of time between cultivation and alchemy seems to have to be adjusted. The auctioneer saw that the others besides Wu Qingling were not very excited, and it seemed that they would no longer raise the price. Out loud. 600 standardized spirit stones for the second time. Is there anyone else who continues to follow the camera? The field was silent for a while, with some whispered conversations, but no one bid again. 600 standardized spirit stones 3 times. Congratulations to the guest in the gung-ho box for winning this auction item. We will now begin the third auction item. The auctioneer hammered out the attribution of the bronze piece to Wu Qingling. Start introducing the next item. There were 10 auction items this time. And of the remaining 7 auction items, Wu Qingling had gotten his hands on 3 more. These are the goals of this visit. As for the other items, they are just trinkets. The finale item was only a second turn lower grade psychic magic weapon, just very close to the middle grade. This auction came to a close with Wu Qingling delivering the spirit stones. Put all the incoming auction items into the storage ring. The method of use and belonging of these things afterward returned to the Wu mansion before making arrangements. Young Master Wu, you really are a talented man. The young age has reached the peak of the refining strength. Into the true martial arts immortal sect is also iron on the nail. Think it Tiandu City hundreds of years past. There are only a handful of people who can enter the true martial immortal sect. Young Master Wu is considered to have fought for our Tiandu City. Hearing that Wu Qingling had come here to spend a large sum of spirit stones again, the newly appointed branch president of the Hongjian auction greeted Wu Qingling with a joyful smile. The newly appointed branch president is named Xiang Songjian, and his cultivation level is only at the early stage of essence refining. In a small place like Yongning Continent, often only people with poor cultivation talent would choose to do business. Those with high cultivation levels stood behind the scenes and practiced, usually holding down the fort. Only the people of the Chamber of Commerce in the Great Continent realm have high cultivation levels. After all, there are more heavenly treasures. I'm high on drugs, too. Where's the magic potion in a small place? Xiang Songjian wore a naked robe and a golden belt and board, with an egg-green shoe brocade ponytail skirt tied at the waist, dragging a pair of leather shoes, white hair at the temples, and a rugged face. He gave off a feeling of exuberant temperament. Wherever, President Xiang is polite. There are quite a few talented people within Tendu City. I'm just trying a little harder than usual. If everyone spent their playtime practicing, I think there will be many who can enter the true martial immortal sect. Wu Qingling had a smile on his face, even though he didn't want to deal with the worthless old man in any way. But reach out and don't hit the smiling face. More friends are always better than more enemies. And a little politeness won't cost you a piece of meat. Humble. Young Master Wu, you're too humble. It's true that where there's a sister, there's a brother. Both siblings are human beings. Xiang Songjian knows that Bai Ruoyan and Wu Qingling are not siblings. The fact that Wu Qingling had been adopted by Bai Ruoyan as a child was no secret in Tiandeching. After all, the two siblings had grown up in a nearby village at a young age. But that didn't stop him from forcing the relationship, and picking the nice things to say anyway. Wu Qingling and Xiang Songjian were courteous to each other in the corridor, and the three girls stood behind Wu Qingling. Xiang Songjian knew that Lin Mengye was Wu Qingling's maidservant, and he didn't recognize Zilu. I've only heard of Chu Sakura. Businessmen are always interested in profit, so he was just talking to Wu Qingling and there was no talking to behind Wu Qingling. The three women were happy to do so and waited quietly for Wu Qingling. Lin Fan also came out of the corridor at this time. His box was a bit far away. He needed to go around in a circle to come over, so he came out later than Wu Qingling. His face was a bit ugly at this point. He hadn't gotten several items he wanted to buy this time around. It just bought some auction items of low value, which were not wanted by Wu Qingling. What? Wu Qingling is at the peak of the essence refining realm in just a few months? Lin Fan heard the conversation between Wu Qingling and Xiang Songjian. Not far away. He carefully perceived the fluctuation of mana emanating from Wu Qingling and found that he had indeed reached the peak of essence refining. Teacher, I'm but still at a late stage, and Wu Qingling is even one step ahead of me. Having reached the peak realm, it's estimated that he's even begun to try to refine spirit breath. Lin Fan transmitted his voice to the ring old man. He really couldn't figure out what kind of immortal pills Wu Qingling was high on. Cultivating so fast. Aren't you afraid of unstable foundations? Young Master Lin, coincidentally, you just came out as well. When Xiang Songjian saw Lin Fan, he was surprised to find out that Lin Fan was at the late stage of the essence refining realm. In his heart, he sighed that the newcomers in Tiandu City were getting stronger and stronger. Not to mention the ones like Wu Qingling who were a step away from the qi refining realm. Lin Fan unexpectedly reached the late stage as well. Seeking when this essence refining realm had become so numerous. His dry, thin, smiling face crumpled into a frown as he immediately greeted him. There were still quite a few rumors about Lin Fan within Tiandu City, both good and bad. Returning from being a scrapper to a genius was more or less dramatic, and many people had heard about it. In his opinion, Lin Fan was still completely valuable to deal with anymore, only lower than Wu Qingling. You're welcome. Looking at Xiang Songjian's surprised gaze, if he hadn't learned about the fact that Wu Qingling was already at the peak of the essence refining realm, he would have been more or less complacent. Xiang Songjian was the branch chairman of the Hangjian auction house. Only now that there was a comparison, the bragging rights were suddenly gone. Chapter 79, Yao Guang Red Marigold Copper. He squeezed out a smile and said, it's only the late stage of the essence refining realm. Young Master Wu is much stronger than me. I think that the step of refining spirit breath won't be able to stuck young Master Wu. Every now and then a new qi refining realm will appear in our Tiandu City. The essence refinement realm breaking through the qi refinement realm looks like it only requires refining the spiritual breath and watering the spiritual roots to grow leaves. In fact, there are thrills and dangers within. The slightest mistake in the refining process will probably injure the spiritual roots. Without something heavenly to fill in afterward, it's likely to leave permanent scars. By then, not only would the speed of drawing aura slow down, but even the mana would have more impurities in it. It became muddy, and the power of the spell was greatly reduced. However, Lin Fan had a feeling in the dark that he knew that Wu Qingling would never stop here. It was as if Wu Qingling was his archenemy, and sooner or later he would become stronger. Then President Xiang and young Master Lin, take your time to chat. We'll leave first. Wu Qingling greeted the three girls and walked straight to the exit. Lin Fan looked at Wu Qingling's distant figure, together with three silhouettes. Two of them he knew quite well, only now things were different. His steady state of mind rippled again, and he had doubts about his persistence. Wu Qingling was just a shade better than himself, and his own accomplishments weren't that low. How many worldly children break through a mid-refinement stage is the limit. As far as his Lin family was concerned, there wasn't a single person in the younger generation whose cultivation level was higher than his right now. It was the same for the other lineages in Tiandu City, and those people were struggling to even chase his footsteps. So can't one just relax and enjoy the world? Wu Qingling is greedy for beauty. He Lin Fan also likes beauty. Can't find a good one, still can't find an average one? He was thinking in his mind while talking to Xiang Songjian. Would it seem good to go to one of those red clubs in Coachman's Place tonight to unwind? Wu Fu. Just as Wu Qingling was searching for an excuse to sidetrack Zilu, Zilu suddenly said that there was something that. Finding Wu Qingling later, Wu Qingling was happy in his heart and returned to the Wu mansion after retaining Zilu for a few fruitless sentences. It is now the hour of midnight. Wu Qingling gently pushed open the door, and Chu Sakura was sitting at the driftwood table case. She had peachy pink hair cascading over a chair and was holding a comb through it. It's late and you're still combing your hair. Wu Qingling stepped forward to take the comb and gently combed it for her, tidying up her messy hair. Wanted to show you my best side after all. Chu Cherry's eyes pulsed with love as she watched Wu Qingling's gentle movements through the bronze mirror on the tabletop. Her lingerie was so tightly wrapped that she didn't even show the small sliver of skin collarbone at the intersection of her blouse, but it can support the gooseneck like half of the slender beauty of the snowy neck. From Wu Qingling's angle of condescension, she could see 2 clusters of full snowy peaks that looked like fat noodles. It shook gently with the movement of his slight combing of his hair. Wu Qingling, heart slightly emotional, without traces of retracting the line of sight. Purple fell nearby. The Bai Ruoyan will be back too. Now is not the best time. In his heart, he was still inclined to give Yuan Yang to Bai Ruoyan. This was the agreement. Bai Ruoyan was also an existence that had been with him since the beginning of his birth, and although Zilu was also a childhood friend, there was after all a gap of several years between them. Qingling, what are you thinking? Chu Cherry's pink shoulders could vaguely feel the fiery breath exhaled by Wu Qingling. Her pair of slender jade legs picked and flopped like butterflies from time to time. Because of sitting down taut lingerie lining that jade legs more round, plump and slender. The 2 tender little feet were gently swinging like snow dough. Didn't think anything of it? And while I was over here, I got word that the matter of Xianing City has been resolved, and the final 3 turns of the inheritance will continue to be held by your Chu family. Aha! Chu Sakura nodded softly, having expected this news. Nor did he ask how Wu Qingling had dealt with it, and whether the person who had betrayed the Chu family was alive again. She was now a member of the Wu family and didn't have the heart to go overboard. Your cultivation level is too low now. You won't necessarily be able to pass the sect examination. Wu Qingling sat down beside Chu Sakura and put the comb down. Her fingers entwined between the strands of her hair. Sniffing gently, he enjoyed the feeling of a sense of conquest. It doesn't matter, as long as I can be by your side. It doesn't make any difference if I join the clan or not. Chu Cherry twisted her head around. The corners of her compact mouth slightly curled up. Her red lips slightly opened as she gave Wu Qingling a shallow smile. I'm not really interested in all that. I have a feeling I'd prefer to be behind you and teach my children. Chu Sakura said, her voice sounding like she was poking at the softness of her heart. She's not in the depressing state of mind she used to be in, and her mind is no longer defective. It was possible to continue to break through upwards, but being born into the Chu family, she didn't feel that she could catch up with Wu Qingling's footsteps. Wu Qingling would definitely join the true martial immortal sect, whether it was out of Bai Ruoyan's presence. Still, with his superb talent, there was no possibility that he would join another sect. The other small sects were too shallow. Wu Qingling had reached the peak of the essence refining realm in a few months. This was something Chu Sakura didn't dare to imagine. That's not like the brave MS. Chu. The storage ring on Wu Qingling's knuckles flickered slightly, and the bronze piece appeared in his hand. He played with the bronze piece while looking at Chu Sakura. Do you know what this is? Legend has it that it was one of the materials used by the Great Desire Yuan Lord to mold the heart sword. Chu Cherry read out word for word what Wu Qingling had said at the auction today. Wu Qingling laughed. Not bad. This is one of the materials used to mold the heart sword. Do you know what a heart sword is? I don't know. Chu Sakura pondered for a while, realizing that there was no concept of the heart sword, and that it was Wu Qingling who had spoken the words today. It took her a moment to get the concept. This is Yaoguang red marrow gold copper. This item is capable of strengthening your state of mind. It makes your sensitivity to the nature of heaven and earth rise, and also strengthens your control over yourself, so that you can easily break your own limits. The so-called heart sword is the sword of intention in the heart, bringing together the spirit as a sword, the chi and the spirit condensed and coherent, the ability to tap into one's potential. For example, the speed at which a person meditates and cultivates is limited by the richness of the aura of heaven and earth. Self-spiritual root purity. When one has a heart sword, one can chop away the impurities and purify them, but not everyone is qualified to use this method of. The first step was to obtain a type of spirit gold called Yaoguang red marrow gold copper. Only where the golden aura is strong and the peaks are high enough to touch the sky, where the top of that mountain is struck by the streaming light of the sun and moon, forming a basin-shaped crater. That shaking light will flow down from the heavens to merge with the peak of the mountain. The formation of Yaoguang red marrow gold and copper. There are quite a few places that touch the heavenly mountain peaks and are rich in gold-line aura, but Yaoguang rarely appears. It's good luck to see it once in a century. Therefore, Yaoguang red marrow gold copper was also scarce, but thinking about its amazing role, in the immortal cultivation world prices have always been available. You have to have a doorway and spirit stones to get them. Yaoguang red marrow gold copper? Chu Sakura had doubts in the bottom of her eyes. No matter how you look at it, this is an emerald-colored copper piece. Where's the connection to Kim? Chapter 80, I don't think I'm right for it. I'll give it to you. Don't look at this thing now. It's green. When you get it recognized, it'll turn gold. Those who have successfully possessed the Yaoguang red marrow gold copper will need to begin the test. Can it be recognized by the Yaoguang red marigold copper and qualify for its use? Yaoguang red marigold copper does not have a spirit. This test is not to see if your character is correct or not, or something like that. Rather, it's about whether your heart is strong enough to bear it. Yaoguang red marigold and copper will react with the heart, turning the Yaoguang spirit within it into pure nourishment. It nourished the sea of knowledge within the mud pill palace, and then proceeded to condense it into the heart sword. Those who do not have enough heart to forcibly draw on the spirit of Yaoguang are lightly insane, or their souls will fly away. It should only be used by those whose hearts are tough enough. Take it. Wu Qingling stuffed the Yaoguang red marigold copper into Chu Cherry's hand and touched her jade hand. Chu Cherry's face carried a touch of scarlet, letting Wu Qingling touch it. Curiously, he looked at the Yaoguang red marigold copper. Will I be recognized? Don't worry about it. It's definitely possible. Wu Qingling looked at Chu Cherry strangely. Tough-mindedness can actually be said to be extreme. Only the extreme are sturdy. And Chu Cherry happens to be a very extreme person. In the original story she was the so-called Great Desire Yuanjun, or the returning Sun Demon Monarch. It was a member of the Devil's Way who was on par with the Moon Riding Demon Lord, Zilu. Great Desire Yuanjun is the name of the Tao when he was still on the right path. At this time he has not yet fallen into the devil, but he has already begun to show his bewilderment, a presence that is shunned by onlookers. When she had completely degenerated into a demon, the righteous monks spurned her and called her the returning Sun Demon Monarch. It's because it's so bewitched that it wants to drag the day to earth and raise the sinking sun in the west again. If Zilu was a ruthless person, for the sake of achieving benefits and making devilish means, then Chu Sakura is a typical madman. There is no original reason for the madness. Everyone who tried to get close to her, the closer they got, the more they would be burned by the demonic nature of her body. Wu Qingling chose to approach her. One of the reasons was to suppress Lin Fan's chi. The second is that it does look good and is a big help in the future. And with Bai Ruyan and Zilu on his side, he still had time to run away if he flipped. Qingling, let's give it to you. Since this thing comes from such a big place, it's better for you to use it. Chu Cherry slightly pursed her elastic and attractive red lips and pushed the Yaoguang red marigold copper to Wu Qingling. No, I don't think it's right for me. It's better for you. Wu Qingling pushed back the first time. He tried it himself and there was no response, so it seems that he was not epileptic enough. At the same time, he wanted to see if Chu Sakura would still become so extreme that, are bad people inherently bad? Are good people inherently good? While it is true that nature is innate, and that there are parts of it that cannot be changed, but the vast majority is due to environmental factors. Give Chu Cherry love. She will still be bewitched? Aha! Chu Cherry froze and looked at Wu Qingling. Her heart warmed and she leaned on Wu Qingling's chest and listened to his strong, powerful heartbeat. Wu Qingling sniffed the fragrance of her body and told Chu Cherry the method of using the Yaoguang red marigold copper. After Wu Qingling finished recounting the main points, Chu Cherry opened her palms and, looking at the Yaoguang red marigold copper that Wu Qingling had tucked in her hand, she began to try to pull out the spirit of Yaoguang. Half an hour later, Wu Qingling frowned slightly. This thing takes so long? Sakura, give me the Yaoguang red marigold copper. Good. Wu Qingling took the Yaoguang red marigold copper and went outside to find a red rope. Through the holes in the Yaoguang red marigold bronze, it circled around and tied a dead end. Tugging gently, the red cord remained firm. This red rope isn't simple either. It's a second-turn spirit plant, and it's expensive to build. It could be equivalent to a lower-grade psychic magic weapon. Here, let me put it on for you. Wu Qingling returned to Chu Cherry's side and put the Yaoguang red marigold copper in front of Chu Cherry's snowy peak. The red rust on the Yaoguang red marigold copper was cleaned the first time Wu Qingling returned to the Wu mansion. There was not a speck of dirt on the body, only emerald-colored copper flakes. The whole piece of copper has a diamond shape with many irregular holes in it. The largest one was just next to a tip, where Wu Qingling's red rope passed through. Hanging on Chu Cherry's snowy peak like this, it seemed to complement each other. Chu Cherry's small hand held the Yaoguang red marigold copper hanging around her neck, and she lowered her small head and, not daring to look at Wu Qingling, Chu Cherry's snow-white neck slid and flushed with a slight halo after being inadvertently touched by Wu Qingling, as if ripe and fragrant apples in the fall, and like a drunken fairy, delicate and charming, white and red, Chu Sakura after a moment. That pair of autumn water-like eyes lifted up to stare tightly at Wu Qingling. Her lover boy had thought of her well, and the feeling of being loved all the time warmed her heart. From the moment Wu Qingling pushed the door in tonight, she had been in a pleasant mood. It was as if a soft spot in his heart had been gently poked. Qingling. Chu Cherry's thick eyelashes fluttered lightly, and her full red lips were pressed against the side of Wu Qingling's mouth. Wu Qingling could feel the subtle lines with a hint of warmth and coolness, giving a sense of mesmerization. Her eyes gradually became mesmerized until finally her hands hooked around Wu Qingling's neck. After a long time, the two were coupled. Wu Qingling straightened down her own somewhat messy clothes. Sakura-chan, I'm leaving, get some rest. Aha! A somewhat petulant voice rang out from the room, and Sakura buried her head under the covers to play dead. But under the covers, those eyes flashed with burning desire for Wu Qingling. The two of them didn't do much just now. Wu Qingling took advantage of the situation and left. Give Chu Cherry a good burst of moving. Chu Cherry knows that her cultivation is too low for losing her yuan. I can't imagine the lover boy being so tender in all these details. Wu Qingling thoughtfully closed the door. He was now refreshed and Chu Cherry's rouge flavor was delicious. Yongning Continent, Chuandu City. City Lord's residence alien courtyard. Chuandu City was the largest city-state within the Yongning Continent, much more prosperous than the rest. Even the number of cultivators and the concentration of aura was quite a bit more. Chuandu City's city lord, Chang Jihe, was not only the city lord, but also the head of the continent boundary of Yongning Continent. A disciple belonging to the outer sect of the true martial immortal sect. Chang Jihe is 7 feet tall with triangular eyes and wears a flowery Confucian scarf to cover his thinning hair. His brown skin seemed to be bubbling with oil in the hot sun. His bamboo-like fingers. His hand held a clay and gold folding fan. And he wore a lapelled Taoist robe with a loincloth around his waist. He dared not make any half-assed demands, though he was being baked by the hot sun, and his cheeks were crowded with. It was all pinched winks. He stood 2 feet away from a woman, not daring to come any nearer or look more than he had to, with his eyes on the nose to nose, looking at the grain of the stone slabs on the floor. From time to time, the woman turned over the thick rice paper in her hand, which was filled with densely written names of people. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a quota for all the family members of the right age within the Yongning Continent. Inside is its origin and life story, and even preferences, personality, and so on. The woman was dressed in a thick black robe that fluttered in the wind like an incarnated fairy. Her deep pupils flipped quickly through the information on the rice paper. There was neither condescension nor impatience in her eyes. There was only indifference. As if nothing could attract her attention and droop. An ethereal aura permeated around her, as if she could merge into heaven and earth at any time. Chapter 81 Mud Puppets. In January, the clan test will begin as scheduled. Yes. I wonder what other arrangements senior sister has in mind. Nangang Lian's eyes moved from the rice paper in her hands to the sky as she looked at the blazing sun in the sky. After a few moments, the woman's hand was flipped through all the rice paper, which was burned to ashes by a flame. None. Stop talking. Yes. Sweat dripped from Chang Jihe's forehead, not knowing where he had offended Nangang Lian and caused displeasure. Senior sister Nangang is new to this world, so please let me receive you. Senior brother, meet the people and places of Yongning's. Chang Jihe raised his head slightly, watching the ashes from the burnt-out rice paper float away in the wind. He was quite a bit older than Nangang Lian, and had also been initiated a long time earlier, but Nangang Lian's seniority was too high. He could only call out to sister. There's no need. This time, the sect examination point is set in Tendu City. Yes, senior sister Nangang. Chang Jihe repeatedly said yes. It does not matter in which place the examination, usually rotating. Each city took turns, and since Nangang Lian had opened her mouth, he couldn't refuse. An auspicious cloud appeared under Nangang Lian's feet and flew far away towards that sky. Only when Nangang Lian was far away did Chang Jihe raise his head. Nangang Lian's aura was too ethereal, so ethereal that he was ashamed of himself. At the same time there was a sense of oppression that made him feel like he wasn't dealing with one of his own kind. Rather, it is the rest of the living beings in general. It's really strange. How did so many geniuses come out in these few hundred years? With senior sister Bai in front and senior sister Nangang behind her. Has the golden great age of immortal cultivation arrived? Luckily I wasn't born in the same generation as them. Chang Jihe sighed. If he had a choice. He also didn't want to be the head of any continental community in this little place. But it was the fattest grease job the family had ever put him on. My lord, come and take a cool ride. Don't get sunburned. The subordinate outside the courtyard saw Nangang Lian go far away and came in to see his own master still standing under the hot sun. Alright, go and bring the old man's chilled spirit oranges. Master, I'll go now. The subordinates quickly ran out again to fetch chilled spirit oranges for Chang Jihe. When it's hot, the lineage eats chilled spirit fruits. From spirit oranges to spirit pomelo and so on. This kind of enjoyable thing was something that ordinary mortals could not accumulate even after a lifetime of exhaustion. Chang Jihe wiped off his sweat and ran into the shade to rest. The Red Spectre Continent. The diving stream. Smoke and mist cover the mountain peaks, and the geese are flying high in the setting sun at the end of the day. The verdant bamboo forest, with its emerald green vines, covered and entwined, swaying and drooping, unevenly, fluttering with the wind. Surrounded by bamboo forests and trees, silent and sparse. There was a silhouette in the deep forest by the stream. A buxom figure was vaguely reflected on the clear water of the stream under the bushy branches. The stream runs from the north and heads south. The miraculous thing is that the stream is silver, as if it were a white scarf stretching for miles. The water level was more than a fathom high, and the stream was overgrown with spirit grasses spreading across the bottom. This place is so shady. Bai Ruoyan was in a white palace dress without a single pattern on it, pure white. The bodice was tightly attached to the full snowy peaks, and the waterfall-like silver hair was pulled up by a jade hairpin, adding a hint of aloofness. The terrain of this mountain stream gathers yin qi and has a sunny back, and outside there are even mountain ranges naturally made into a maze. No living creature steps in it all year round, which is why the stream is so shady. The voice of Wuxi came out from within Bai Ruoyan's dantian. After going to several places of bells and whistles one after another, and collecting many rare spiritual materials. Normally, the rushing in cultivation was done by Bai Ruoyan, while collecting and refining these spirit materials was done by Wu Yao. Bai Ruoyan nodded slightly. A clay-like object appeared in her hand, and she pinched a spell that dipped the colorful mud into the shady stream. After burning incense, Bai Ruoyan took out the mud from it. At this time, the clay is no longer colorful, replaced by a brownish-yellow color. One color with the dirt of the earth. The silhouette by the stream had become a little more plump at some point. The palazzo skirt was also held tight as she carefully squeezed the clay in her hands. Several breaths passed. The brownish-yellow mud vaguely became the shape of a person. When it was really good, a carving knife appeared in Wujiu's hand, its blade thin and sharp. Under Wuxi's white and slender fingers, the silhouette of the clay figure grew finer and finer. The more it looked like a human being. Before the carving was finished, one could tell that the owner of that clay figure must be a handsome fellow. In the deep bamboo forest, apart from the sound of the flowing stream, the sound of rustling carvings remained. Wunderkind's technique was pure and steady, as if he'd carved it thousands of times. It has reached the point where the skill is close to the way. The silhouettes and lines of the clay figures have a hint of nature under her handiwork. It doesn't look like it was carved. It looks like it's alive and was born to look like this. Even the strands of hair are countable, and each one can be seen in the shape of its. There's not a single thing wrong with it. Wuxi gently carved the last bit, a little in the mudman's eyes. This clay figure is then carved to life, which is a masterpiece of skill and skillfulness. The eyes of the clay figures also seem to come alive, as if they were gentle and confident, as if they were willow branches blown by the spring breeze. It is also like the rushing sea, bold and tough. No emotion could be seen in Wu Yao's eyes, just quietly looking at the clayman. The clayman's handsome features, his straight nose, seemed so radiant. It was certainly the likeness of Wu Qingling. The future I carved many times? Bai Ruoyan suddenly spoke out. Aha! There is no missing path. Did something happen in the future? Why don't I have many fragments of memories about Linger? Bai Ruoyan inexplicably had a bad feeling in her heart that Linger would always be by her side. Why is she still carving clay figures? If you miss it, you can just look at yourself. Why do you need to act like this? There was no shortage of silence for a moment, and said, he ended up disappearing. Missing. Bai Ruoyan exclaimed within her dantian that she would go back in time at Wu Kong's. In the absence of the clay figures that she was now skillfully carving, there had actually been an idea in her heart all along, but she didn't want to think about it, and now it was revealed. How come? My future cultivation isn't enough to protect him? Who knows? A trace of remembrance passed through Wu Yao's eyes, then slowly said, a lot of things have happened. From the time I adopted Linger, he was very precocious. Aside from being a little mischievous, he's always been very considerate of me as a young child, almost like a little adult. Wu Yao's tone was much lighter, like a glacier melting. Bai Ruoyan didn't make a sound as she listened within her dantian. Wuxiu was her future self, coming from her mouth to recall the past. It was a different feeling, and just like what Wujiu said, Wu Qingling did grow up like this, always been very mature, didn't like to play with people his own age, and only liked to spend time with his sister, who was 10 years his senior. Bai Ruoyan said softly, yes, and sometimes I wonder idly if he's awakened to Cebu wisdom. Chapter 82. No one in the immortal cultivation world can break through the mystery of the fetus, and in my quest to find Linger, having gone through all the canonical books of the world, I have given up everything and given everything to barely come to the past, and I have in the meantime, have read similar rumors, accounts, but nothing more than nonsense. There was no room for doubt in Wu Yao's tone. Bai Ruoyan could hear a hint of heaviness in her tone, and it was clear that the price paid was not small. She didn't utter a word to refute no lack. It seems that Linger is really mature except for being a bit naughty, and the mystery of the fetus awakening custodial wisdom has as well. No, also, the one who has been with us since childhood is Linger. In the eyes of Bai Ruoyan and Wujiu, it didn't matter at all if Wu Qingling was some kind of Cebu Hui or not, because he is who he is. Besides, the so-called dude is just more mischievous. As long as he won't hurt Wu Qingling himself. They all thought it was normal and didn't even realize that it had gone a little off the beaten path. Wukong gently loosened his clenched hand and took out a black chain from somewhere. The chains were no wider than one of the mudman's fingers, yet they were a foot long. Wuxi wrapped the black chains around the mudman's wrists and clasped them tightly. A drop of blood flew out from the storage ring and penetrated within the clay doll. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of miles away on the Yongning continent, the pattern of a faint chain emerged from the wrist under Wu Qingling's sleeve robe. Flickering away, in a flash of spiritual light, the clay puppet flew up from Wujiu's hands and hovered behind him. There's no escape from this, Lackless murmured softly. Her pretty face, like 1,000 years of cold ice, carried a flirtatious color that she had not had in the past. The two blend together to show a more indescribable temperament. From a distance, it looked like a fairy with a black thread that, a tiny clay doll was tethered to it. Now you can tell me what this thing does, Bai Ruyan asked. Her voice as clear and moving as a phoenix's. During the time she came to the Red Spectre continent to look for spiritual materials, Wujiu had only told her that these things were useful, but it doesn't say what it does. It can circumvent the heavenly chances for Linger while warding off calamities, whereby Ruyan hadn't noticed. The corner of Wu Yao's mouth sketched out a meaningful smile, gradually moving away, departing from this deep bamboo forest. Not a trace could be seen anymore. Yongning continent, Tiandu city, Wu Fu's special residence. The white moon hung in the sky. The sunlight slanting was about to dissipate, and the slightly cold evening breeze blew gently. Wu Qingling sat by the stone table and looked at the full moon in the sky. Chu Sakura happened to be passing by at this time and came across Wu Qingling enjoying the moon alone. Tonight, the moon was sparse, and the starlight seemed to spill over Wu Qingling's body like a curtain. That robust but not bloated perfect body held up the Taoist robe, and under the glow of the white moon, it imprinted Wu Qingling as if he were a fairy, his temperament becoming more and more dusty. Chu Cherry looked at Wu Qingling lost in thought for a moment. Her face had a hint of redness. She pursed her lips slightly and, with a smile in her eyes and an idea in her heart, she collected her own aura and lightly moved her lotus steps and walked quietly, as she carefully sat down without making a single sound, preparing to scare Wu Qingling a bit. Suddenly he was wrapped around his willow waist. Finished practicing today? The corners of Wu Qingling's mouth rose, scraping Chu Cherry's warm face and asking her with a smile. Aha! Chu Sakura let out a cry and lowered her eyes. Wu Qingling hooked her index finger under Chu Cherry's chin and lifted her head up to meet her eyes. He sensed Chu Sakura's presence while she was still in the hallway. He now had a strong sense of other people's scent, and could easily sense it when he was close to a certain range. What? Just tried to scare me? Qingling, don't bully me. Well, I didn't make a fool of Qingling, but I was made a fool of in return, so I don't have the face to see him anymore. Chu Cherry bit her red lips and looked at the upturned corners of Wu Qingling's mouth, and under her eyes was an uncontrollable shyness. Young master, Sister Chu, you're here. Lin Mengye suddenly passed by the corridor and saw the two people in the courtyard. Chu Sakura panicked and looked away, pretending as if nothing had happened. Well, Yumaha, come along and have a seat. Wu Qingling naturally withdrew her hand and greeted Lin Mengye over, then snickered at Chu Cherry. Shy. Chu Sakura glared at Wu Qingling. In her opinion just now it was a bold flirtation. It was also inadvertently seen, and as Miss Yellow Blossom she was still very conservative. Young master, this is the spirit fruit. Lin Mengye placed a plate of fresh spirit fruits lightly on the stone table and fed it to Wu Qingling. It's good. You guys try it too. Wu Qingling swallowed the spirit fruit that Lin Mengye fed her and it tasted okay. Good. Seeing that the young master had spoken, Lin Mengye also tasted a spirit fruit. She looked at Chu Sakura suspiciously and said, Sister Chu, why don't you eat? Is it because you don't like eating this? Ah, no. Chu Sakura came back to her senses. Just now she saw Lin Mengye feeding Wu Qingling the spirit fruit. The mind is somehow uncomfortable. She felt a sudden amusement in her heart and secretly shook her head. Lin Mengye was Wu Qingling's guard, or a maid of honor. It was only right to serve him food. How could one even be jealous of that? Come on, Sakura. Wu Qingling picked up a spirit fruit and fed it to Chu Cherry's mouth. Chu Sakura opened her small mouth and ate it. She was just about to say something when she saw Wu Qingling picking up a spirit fruit again, hastily swallowing the whole thing as if it were a gulp. He opened his small mouth slightly. However, he saw Wu Qingling feed the spirit fruit into Lin Mengye's mouth, and Lin Mengye squinted her eyes and savored it in small bites. Your hair is all messed up. Next time remember to fix your hair after practicing. Wu Qingling straightened Lin Mengye's messy hair, like flowing clouds of silky blue hair slipping through her fingertips. He stuck a jade-white hairpin across his blue hair and coiled it around his head. Young master, I am to wash up later, Lin Mengye explained. Then you can't be so lazy. Wu Qingling said. Yes, young master, I'll organize it next time. But what? But I feel comfortable with young master cutting my hair. Young master's hands are big and warm. Wu Qingling couldn't help but say. You girl? You messed up your hair just for that? Hey. The young master found out. Lin Mengye giggled. Humph. Young master, I've changed my mind about messing up your hair now. Wu Qingling viciously gripped Lin Mengye's head a few times. Young master is so bad. Lin Mengye pretended to protect her head, and was gently moved by Wu Qingling to reveal a gap. Chu Cherry watched Wu Qingling put a hairpin in Lin Mengye's hair, and watched the two of them jostle. For some reason, she thought of Wu Qingling coming to her room a few days ago to brush her hair. It was the same night, the same moon and stars. The Yao Guang red marigold copper hanging in front of Chu Cherry's snowy peak glowed slightly. That uncomfortable feeling in her mind suddenly bubbled up again. It was as if one's most precious thing had been taken away from him. Qingling. When Chu Cherry returned to her senses, she realized that she had picked up a spirit fruit at some point. It came to Wu Qingling's mouth. Aha! Wu Qingling stopped her strange hands and opened her mouth to eat it. Chu Cherry's heart jumped slightly as she felt the warm touch coming from her fingertips. Chapter 83. How many clothes does senior sister Nangong have? As if on fire, Chu Cherry felt the air dry up a lot as she stumbled. Qingling, I'm going to wash up. Oh, good. Wu Qingling nodded and continued to rub Lin Mengye's head. Chu Cherry stopped in her tracks and said, Dreamleaf sister. Go with sister. I have a cultivation quandary I want to ask you about. Lin Mengye subconsciously looked at Wu Qingling's complexion, and when she saw him nodding, she sighed. Alright then, young master, I'll leave first. Go on. Wu Qingling waved her hand and waited for the two of them to leave, propping up her chin with one hand and picking up a spirit fruit to eat with the other. Continue to look at the unchanging white moon in the sky. January. Tendu City. 11th hour. Ever since Nangong Lian had established the clan test site in Tendu City, every day, cultivators from outside the city rushed to test. The streets of Tendu City were filled with bustling crowds, and the streets were lined with a dizzying array of stalls. Yelling vendors pulling on their loud voices to get business. Snack sellers, jugglers, and businessmen all put up lights and colors near their stalls. It's a total downtown look. While Wu Qingling was still cuddling with Chu Cherry, she suddenly received a sound transmission jade slip from Bai Ruoyan. It told him that Nangong Lian had come and was now at the Tianxiang Inn, and asked him to go and entertain him well, and not to be raw. In desperation, Wu Qingling went to buy a few servings of crystal dragon phoenix cake, originally sold out. Cannot stand Wu Qingling added money, hard to rush to do it. Wu Qingling carried the pastries towards the heavenly fragrance inn as he pondered what to say later. In the days when he was still in the true martial immortal sect, he was quite impressed with Nangong Lian. Nangong Lian is a typical seeker after the great Tao. It reminded Wu Qingling of the scene when he first met her. The sky was clear that day and the spring breeze was pleasant. He was walking along with nothing to do when Nangong Lian flew to his side with an expressionless face. The two began an awkward conversation. Hello, senior brother Wu. Hello, senior sister Nangong. Wu Qingling had heard of her long ago, but it was the first time he met her. Without a trace, he stole a few glances at Nangong Lian's figure and smiled in response. And so it was said, this is the first time we've met senior sister Nangong. Do you want to go to the back of the mountain with senior brother for a stroll? No, goodbye, senior Wu. Nangong Lian barely paused to say these words. So senior sister is just greeting me for the sake of greeting me? I didn't see you flying in the sky, so there's no need to come down specifically. It's the master who asked me to greet you specifically. The master has just taken me on as a disciple, but she said she's reserved a spot for you and won't let you in until you pass the clan test afterward. And now she's asked me to come and say hello. Nangong Lian turned to leave. It seems to her to talk about this is very troublesome. Wu Qingling shook her head and dispersed Nangong Lian's face from within her mind. While Wu Qingling was reminiscing about the past days, he had already reached the downstairs of the Heavenly Fragrance Inn. He stepped into the inn. The bear boss. Why is young Master Wu here? Boss Xiong immediately ran over and fawned at Wu Qingling. Wasn't there a black-robed woman who came in? Dark hair, just within the last 2 hours. This, young Master Wu, this is a bit bad for our rules. We can't divulge information about our guests. Boss Bear had a difficult look on his face. Oh, Wu Qingling narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at him with a smirk. Xiao Lu, within these 2 hours, has a black-robed woman ever come in? The bear shopkeeper's face is full of fine sweat, calling out to the shopkeeper, and in his heart, calling out bad luck. I don't know what kind of crazy Wu Qingling is smoking today. If word of this gets out, he'll lose his store sign. But after fighting for the lesser of the two powers, he fell under the lustful authority of Wu Qingling. Boss, I remember the Bo no Tianji room. The store assistant immediately ran to say. Young Master Wu, you heard it too. Aha. Wu Qingling nodded and left a spirit stone at the counter, carrying the pastries upstairs. When he saw the blue spirit stone on the counter, the store assistant's eyes lit up. Boss, is this the spirit stone used by those immortal master lords? What's the matter with you? Don't go about your business. The depressed color of the bear shopkeeper was swept away, and he hurriedly put the spirit stones into his pocket. Anyway, even if the authorities blame us, they won't punish us too harshly. That's the famous tender dude Wu Qingling. He can't hide anything he wants to know. This spirit stone is a real one. Maybe today's events won't get out. Wait, Xiao Lu, you've been working with me for more than 10 years too, and from this day on, I'll give you your salary. Boss Bear looked around. No one seemed to have noticed the conversation that had just taken place. Pull the shopkeeper and start bribing and sealing the deal. Wu Qingling walked down the aisle and found the guest room with the words, and he gently knocked on the door. Come in. A clear and cold voice came out from the house, and it also carried a sense of ethereality, as if it were an ethereal spring in the mountains. Wu Qingling pushed open the door and said after seeing the people inside the house, Senior Sister Nangong, long time no see. Nangong Lian seemed to have just finished meditating, her eyes half closed as she looked at Wu Qingling. She was dressed in a thick black robe, with her green silk hanging down on the bed, giving people a sense of not eating the earth. Senior Brother Wu. Nangong Lian nodded as a greeting. The scene was quiet for a moment as Wu Qingling stepped inside. Looking at Nangong Lian's set of black robes, Wu Qingling sighed. Bai Ruoyan didn't say what she'd wear on the voice transmission jade slip, but Wu Qingling inexplicably felt that it was the black robe. So instead of asking for a name when they were downstairs, they said they hadn't seen a black-robed woman. After all, the pairing was still relatively rare, and who had nothing to do with wearing a black robe, for he had met several times over the years within the true martial immortal sect, and each time, it's all about that black robe, and Wu Qingling is thinking that she's wearing one piece of clothing until the end of time. There were still several black robes of the same style swapped in and out. Unfortunately, the sourcebook doesn't say anything about this, so it's kind of an unsolved mystery. Wu Qingling guessed that if it wasn't for the fact that the impact of not wearing clothes was too great, she would have been too lazy to wear them. The house was luxuriously decorated, and the Tianxiang Inn was the best inn in Tendu City. Also here is the Sky Room. I brought some pastries for Senior Sister Nangong. They taste pretty good. It is just a matter of desire of the mouth and tongue. 5 colors make the eyes blind, 5 sounds make the ears deaf, 5 tastes make the mouth feel good. Galloping and hunting is maddening, and in the past few years down the mountain, Senior Brother Wu has become more and more depraved. Ah yes, what Senior Sister Nangong said, although Wu Qingling thought that it would be too boring to even satisfy his oral desire, but didn't want to refute Nangong Lian. I'll put it here then. Wu Qingling did not wait for him to speak, placing the pastries on the tabletop and sitting on the chair in passing. Senior Sister Nangong, how has this period of time been? Very good. How did it go over? Wu Qingling was curious. Nangong Lian has been a god all day, and he doesn't know what he's up to. Meditate, Nangong Lian said indifferently, as if she was talking about a very ordinary thing. Chapter 84, I didn't see anything. Not doing anything else but meditating? Practicing spells. Wu Qingling was speechless for a moment. It was exactly the same as what was written in the datasheet, and I don't know how I put up with the tedium. Senior Sister Nangong, sometimes it's good to look at the scenery and change your mood. To learn more from my elder brother. Wu Qingling took out an elder-like demeanor. Yes, Senior Brother Wu. Nangong Lian nodded slightly. Wu Qingling's cultivation was not as high as hers, but her seniority was higher than hers. But Senior Brother Wu, when I came here, I had heard that you often hang out at the teacher's workshop. What type of cultivation place is this? Nangong Lian looked at Wu Qingling, clearly curious as to why this senior brother often went here to cultivate. Some people go for the yin-yang path. I go for the vocal path. Nothing else has been done. Nangong Lian's eyebrows knitted slightly, and an expression appeared on her unchanging face. She looked at Wu Qingling, hesitated, and said, You're my senior brother and a disciple of the master. Breaking your yuan yang too early will affect your future achievements. Don't worry, I'm now at the peak of the essence refining realm. Wu Qingling released his own breath. Senior Brother Wu, why are you cultivating so fast? Didn't Senior Sister Bai say a few months ago that you were still in the middle stage? Nangong Lian got down from the bed and stuck in front of Wu Qingling, the tips of her noses almost leaning together. She hadn't taken the initiative to probe Wu Qingling's cultivation realm earlier because she thought it was pointless. Cultivation realms were usually difficult to break through quickly, but now it was discovered that Wu Qingling was already at the peak of the essence refining realm. From this distance Wu Qingling could smell the fragrance of Nangong Lian's body, could also feel the hot breath she exhaled. Wu Qingling would definitely not say anything about the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed. This kind of thing was too sensitive. and the less people knew about it, the better, unless Nangong's senior sister became a member of her own family. Wu Qingling subconsciously looked at Nangong Lian. This black robe was pure black in color and extremely wide. It also has all sorts of ruffled lines on it, so it's not usually visible at all. Now Nangong Lian bent down. The wide black robe had been taut. The black robe looked sturdy and thick. Being taut but very slim and smooth. Her temperature was transmitted to Wu Qingling in its entirety. Master said that senior sister Bai, senior brother Wu and I are family. Since we come from the same sect, Master doesn't plan to take on any more disciples. So we're the closest, right? Nangong Lian's tone was as flat as water. At this distance, the two touched slightly. Wu Qingling could feel the powerful force within Nangong Lian's body, and Wu Qingling could imagine that if Nangong Lian was willing to, you could break his spine just by hugging him. Nangong's senior sister. There is a method, but it's just not so convenient. To say that there was a method that could quickly raise the cultivation level, it was possible that there was, and Wu Qingling knew of many places that, but they all have preconditions. Either the place is far away or they need some kind of token or something. A thought flashed within his mind, and that was the constructed wood pill spirit body. Genmu medicine spirit body, you were born with an unusual absorption of medicinal herbs. Your physique is capable of breaking down its toxins on its own from all kinds of herbs and elixirs on its own. And dual cultivation with someone can convey your own cultivation into medicine to the other person, and is favored by the evil ones. Through dual cultivation, that cultivation naturally bristles up, but we're all from the righteous sect. It's not like it's some kind of haphazard school, which is still less accepted in these conservative times. Nangong Lian saw Wu Qingling stammering and took the initiative. If senior brother Wu was having a hard time, he can bring it up and senior sister won't say anything more about it. Wu Qingling was tempted to say that he didn't find it difficult. It was probably you who did. What a relationship we have as senior brother and sister. I'm sure I'll teach you. Senior brother. Thank you, senior. Well, you stay away from me for now. Nangong Lian sniffed and took a few steps back. Wu Qingling let out a long breath. The distance is too close to easily rub fire. Silently reciting the ice heart technique a few times. Pressing down on Barrett. Go out with senior brother. Where to? Wu Qingling said in her mind that of course it was a date and then cultivate the relationship. But it was another word on his lips. First, follow my senior brother as I sense heaven and earth and comprehend nature. And the first step is in the downtown area. Let's see this congregation first. Wu Qingling blurted it out. Senior brother Wu is right. Nangong Lian nodded in agreement. The two of them went out from the heavenly fragrance inn and came outside the street. Having just walked to the corner of the street, Wu Qingling was still telling Nangong Lian about the escapades of Tianta City from time to time. That's when he suddenly felt an attack. A pink figure slamming into him quickly and Wu Qingling saw its face between the lightning and fire. Looking at the Nangong Lian beside him, he chose to stay in place, leaning over to hold on to, and, love it if you didn't lean over. The pink figure didn't run more than a few steps before falling to the ground and letting out a pained, petulant cry. Girl, is everything okay? I'm fine, thanks to the gentleman. The woman raised her head and looked at Wu Qingling with tearful eyes. The first thing that caught my eye was the snowy peaks that could not be hidden by the pink embroidered cotton jacket. It was a beautifully curved snowy peak that invoked a sense of desire to climb. Her green hair was coiled behind her head, revealing her bright face, the tender skin of her face white and red. There's a wink to the unintentional. Wu Qingling looked at the person who had fallen to the ground, saw that he was not in any serious condition, and prepared to walk away. Wait, senior brother. I heard Master say that you often go to Jade Maiden Peak to help those senior sisters. You're not there to help now because you won't need it when you get off the mountain? Nangong Lian asked, putting most of her mind on finding the path, paying very little attention to the rest of the things. Today at the inn, Wu Qingling said that he wanted to observe all the living beings, so it was only slightly more than that the vision was put on other things. She was curious as to why elder brother had suddenly changed because he wasn't from the clan. Or was it because there were some extra rules at the bottom of the mountain? She hadn't been down the mountain since she joined the true martial immortal sect, and this belonged to the first time she went down the mountain after many years. If Qingli hadn't told her to go down the mountain, she would probably still be cultivating right now. So for a lot of doorways are not clear. Immediately asked Wu Qingling. Well, listen up, senior sister. Many men are bad, but only senior brother is good. So when you see people in trouble at the bottom of the mountain, men strengthen themselves and women help each other. But of course, they can't affect themselves, and if they are too troublesome, they don't help anyone. Wu Qingling transmitted his voice. It was not a good thing to say in front of others, but Nangong Lian was bent on seeking the way. What if you don't understand the twists and turns and get cheated on by another man? That's why he's going to mold a good idea for Nangong Lian right now. Don't trust any man but him. Wu Qingling stepped forward and helped the woman up. The woman tried to get up, and suddenly stumbled on her feet and the whole person was limply paralyzed in Wu Qingling's arms. The woman's originally tight lapel opening up somehow, emitting a warm and fragrant fragrance. Ahem. Girl, I didn't see anything. Chapter 85. How come the moment you see this Wu Qingling's body is not right? Wu Qingling twisted her head. The woman's small hands gripped the corners of his coat, her two beautiful eyes tearful and whimpering. Concubine. Concubine is somewhat unable to stand up. The watery mist in her eyes grew. There was something strange about her affections, as if she was enduring something, her whole body trembling. Good. Hard. Hard to what? Did I hold it too tight? Wu Qingling subconsciously let go, but in turn was hugged and leaned against him. It stuck hard like a plaster. After a while, the woman finally straightened up, her eyebrows furrowed into a frown and, sizing up Wu Qingling for a few moments, he said, I'm sorry, my lord. It's fine. Then this. Wu Qingling let go of his hand, the woman still hanging on to him. He doesn't mind if we hold him a little longer, but it would be bad if Nangon Lian accidentally spread it to Bai Ruyan's ears. The woman hurriedly straightened her dress at the sight, her hair still slightly disheveled. Adding to the shyness of the beauty, Wu Qingling said in a warm voice, It's good that the girl is okay. I wonder where the gentleman is from. The woman inquired. My name is Wu Qingling. After thinking about it, Wu Qingling still said the name, although the impression was not expected to be too good, but the woman was average looking and just had a wink, so it didn't matter. The woman's eyes rolled as she said, So young Master Wu, may I ask your name? Smells like incense. Wu Qingling pondered for a while in his mind. He had seen all the plot characters in the newbie village Tendu City, didn't have the name ringing a bell, figured it was just a drag queen character. Is there anything else Miss Wenran needs? Do you need us to take you back? Your Excellency has a heart. It's getting dark, so I'll leave first. Wenran Yishang nodded his head and excused himself. Good. Girl, be careful on your way. Wu Qingling looked at Yishang's distant back and shook her head, continuing to talk to Nangon Lian. After Wenran Yishang left, he found an unoccupied corner, leaned against the wall, and the look on her face was flirtatious, and her entire body was trembling slightly. Suddenly, she shuddered with a much louder movement, and seemed to reach a critical point, when, after a while, the rosy cheeks turned white again. There was a touch of shyness and doubt in her expression. What's going on? Don't I hate men the most? How come the moment I see this Wu Qingling body, I don't feel right? Wenran Yishang was puzzled. As soon as she approached Wu Qingling's side she suddenly went limp. There was an inexplicable affinity for smelling a grassy scent. She simply stopped where she was and kept remembering the scene from earlier. An incense stick later. The sound of walking came from the deserted alleyway. Brother Yen, it's been so long, I guess we won't be able to see that person for a long time. We're chasing too slowly. What do you know? You want me to be found out for violating the clan rules? You can't rush this kind of thing. When you become a cultivator, you'll know how good the memories are. Just follow me. Yes, Yen. Wenran Yishang's eyebrows were furrowed as she looked at the several people who had suddenly arrived in the distance. She hated it when someone interrupted her train of thought. The few people in the distance apparently also discovered Wenran Yishang's presence, and their footsteps instantly became much faster. Miss, with the recent clan tests approaching and the demons mixing in the city, there's a lot of undercurrents nowadays. Never go alone on a remote way. Wenran Yishang glanced at a few people behind her, who were all dressed in Taoist robes, and the man at the head had the cultivation of an early stage of essence refining, while the remaining few belonged to mortals. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes as she said in a cold voice, So why did a few Taoist masters come here to find concubines if they didn't go after the demon? That early stage essence refining Taoist sniffed and took a few more steps forward. His face thin and, under his nose, he had an 8-pointed beard, which was obscene to say the least. This Tao is Yen Liangchen, an outer disciple of the Spirit Turtle Ao sect. Today, I brought a few late generations from my family to gain some insight, so that I can gain some experience for taking the test in the future. Yen Liangchen held his 8 beard in triumph. He had noticed Wenran Yishang earlier on. He was talking to that foppish young master of Tendu City, and there was a black-robed woman with a plain face and cold eyes and long green hair by his side. He couldn't afford to offend the first two, and he could tell that both of them were in higher cultivation than him, but then surveyed Wenran Yishang as only a mortal. Looking at her inadvertently revealed suddenly moved to a crooked mind. The righteous clans don't allow their disciples to strike out at mortals, so they have to do it secretly, without being detected. He waited in place on the street for a while, feeling that it was about time before he came after him. Hey, my brother Yen was moved to compassion. Demons are known to kill even cultivators. You are but a mere mortal, and now that you are willing to bail you out, why don't you come over here? Yen really does have a vision. Brother Yen, I know a good place to go. He. How about it? Girl, want to go with the Tao? Yen Liangchen listened to the boasting of his juniors and said smugly. He was an immortal master, and usually had mortals rushing to serve him at the drop of a hat. There are demons in the city. Wanran Yixiang said with a wry smile. Not bad. It's a fox demon. The girl must be careful. Dare I ask the girl's name? Yen Liangchen looked at Wanran Yixiang's expression and suddenly felt a little hairy in his heart. The feeling was fleeting. He shook his head. Just a mortal. Guess he'd been a bit stressed lately. Yen Liangchen stepped forward and approached a few steps closer. At this point he was no more than 3 feet away from Wanran Yixiang. He was getting more and more agitated, with a lecherous grin on his face. Pust. Yen Liangchen suddenly stopped when he was 2 feet away, his eyes wide with shock. He hung his head slowly, and a hollow appeared in his chest. Blood spurted like a fountain, clattering on the lapis lazuli. Unspeakable sharp pain and panic came over him, and he looked up with all his might at the. It was a clawed tooth that stabbed through his chest. A translucent, scarlet, gigantic clawed tooth made of aura convergence that, like the claws and teeth of a fox, they were 3 feet long. As for the owner of the claws and teeth, 2 fox ears emerged on his head and his eyes turned into vertical pupils. You're actually. He suddenly understood something, but he couldn't finish in time and fell to the ground with a crash. Demon. She's a demon. Yen, get up. Yen is dead? It all happened in the blink of an eye. From Yen Liangchen leaning forward and, having just traveled a distance of 10 feet, a hideous clawed tooth suddenly surfaced behind Wanran Yixiang's back. Instantly stabbing through Yen Liangchen's chest. The entire process took less than a breath. A huge chill instantly enveloped the hearts of the several late generations of the family behind Yen Liangchen. The back was wet with cold sweat. Looking for a demon. Concubine seems to be a demon too. I wonder if it's what you're looking for. Wanran Yixiang's scarlet vertical pupils flashed with a hint of bloodlust, and without waiting for those 3 to reply, the back was coalesced by aura into a clawed tooth that was flung out, and with a poof, it severed the 3 across the waist. Help! Ho! Face! Spare me! Sandy! The claws and teeth dissipated in the air, and Wanran Yixiang's body was spotless. Not even a drop of blood was spilled. Humph! Spoiling my concubine's mood. Wanran Yixiang snorted coldly and slowly left from the remote alleyway. Chapter 86. Please let me observe all kinds of life. Senior Wu. A dozen streets away, Wu Qingling and Nangon Lian walked through the bustling crowd. As the crowd of onlookers grew, they were jammed. Numerous people looked at them curiously. The man was handsome and extraordinary, and the woman was absolutely beautiful and elegant, so they could not help but marvel at what a golden couple. Senior brother Wu, why are these mole crickets looking at us? Nangon Lian frowned slightly. She had come to watch the beings of the world. All around her is very distracting for her to observe. To observe all living beings in all their diversity is to see them from the perspective of a spectator. And if one is caught up in them, you can't be disturbed by it. That's what they say about the onlooker being clear and the one who gets caught up in it being confused, because we're too visible. Wu Qingling looked at the crowd of onlookers and knew that it was the attention caused by his and Nangon Lian's looks. After all, he was very handsome, even among cultivators, and Nangon Lian's appearance was extremely beautiful. It was only natural that it would attract the attention of this group of mortals. If it causes it will look at us like that? Nangon Lian looked left and right with an expressionless face, and realized that the crowd had blocked the road. The people in front wanted to keep looking. The people behind thought there was something going on and desperately tried to get inside. So the crowd grew. Yes, mortals love to watch the action. Not to mention that you were born so good looking. Senior sister Nangon. Mortals will all think a fairy has descended to earth, and won't be able to keep their eyes off of you. So you can listen to what everyone around you is saying. Nangon Lian listened with her side ear and realized that some people were cursing senior brother Wu, saying that he was horny and a playboy. It's a waste of good skin. Senior brother Wu, why are these mole crickets discussing negative news about you? Jealousy. It's all jealousy. After all, senior brother, I'm so handsome, right? Wu Qingling snorted and changed the topic. Elder sister Nangon, listen carefully, to those about you. Nangon Lian continued to listen, and as expected, most of the discussion was about her looks. Nowadays, Wu Qingling's topic only accounted for 30%, while the topic about Nangon Lian was a full 70%. Most of the casual conversation was that Nangon Lian was Wu Qingling's new wife. Nangon Lian is Wu Qingling's long-lost sister and even appeared exaggerated expression. Nangon Lian is a fairy descended to the earth. Come to deal with Wu Qingling, a bad thing who doesn't learn all day. Nangon Lian's indifferent face fluctuated and a slight unnaturalness appeared. Senior brother Wu, if I encounter this kind of difficulty again in the future, What should I do to avoid it? Wu Qingling said in amusement. Ahem. Today is an accident. I see that there are many people today, and I also take the busy street. Thought there would be fewer people paying attention to us. Listen, elder brother. I'll give you the gist of it now. Wu Qingling coughed lightly and said, the first point is to cover your face in crowded places, not to be too conspicuous, and the second point, to determine whether it is your own appearance that is striking or whether an enemy has sought your door in search of information about you, and thirdly, if it is. The more Nangon Lian listened, the bigger her head got. There were too many rules under the mountain. It was even more troublesome than the sex purification rules and regulations. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone down the mountain. I should have cultivated well on the mountain. She interrupted Wu Qingling and said, Senior Wu, can you keep it simple? I don't want to listen to those long speeches. I feel like I'm wasting my time. It's affecting my ability to observe all living beings. I have to go back to the mountain after this clan test. I have to cherish my time. Nangong's senior sister, don't be anxious. I'll say the last point now. When Wu Qingling had pretty much finished talking, Nangon Lian said, what now? Kill these mole crickets? Wu Qingling was suddenly thinking that Nangon Lian's brain circuits were indeed different from the norm. She doesn't even see other people as human beings, and she's probably only able to talk to herself for the sake of her master, because master told Nangon Lian that the girls were the closest. If not, Wu Qingling will also be a part of that mole. Look at elder brother. Wu Qingling pinched her hand and released an unorthodox invisibility spell. This spell simply interferes with the light, making them invisible to mortals. The two were instantly invisible in place. At a gasp from the surrounding mortals, it seemed to them that the Wu Qingling and Nangon Lian just suddenly disappeared. So it's immortal Master Sama. I told you how it looks so good. Ha! This look is the immortal Master Lord, alright. How could an ordinary person have this kind of temperament? This is the first time I've seen an immortal master. It's too hard to see on a normal day, because there's a sect examination recently. Ah! So there are many immortal master lords who will come to our Tendu city. Alas! The worldly families go to it with cultivated. Will we ordinary people suffer if we go without cultivation? That's what you don't understand. Is that a mortal and a lord immortal master follow up on two different tests? I'll tell you what. It's this singular means of stimulating the curiosity of the mortals about the cultivators of the and the longing for the clan test. Wu Qingling looked sideways at Nangon Lian and transmitted his voice. With the mortals around, all it takes is putting on a cloaking spell and they'll think we've disappeared. Nangon Lian nodded, indicating that she knew. The two continued to walk through the streets, invisible to many mortals due to their stealth. Thinking it was air in front of them, they had to avoid it every few strokes to avoid a collision. Nangon Lian felt troubled by this behavior and said to Wu Qingling, Senior brother Wu, is there any way out? These mole crickets are always interfering with my observation of all living beings. That makes my progress slow. As soon as Nangon Lian uttered her voice, her pleasant and seductive voice echoed through the streets. For a moment it drowned out the cacophony of voices. After all, she sounded so good. It's the one beside young Master Wu. It's her wife's voice. Fart. This is the sound of immortality. Understand what it means to have the sound of immortality around your ears. My chance has come. Y'all don't make no sense. It's... Nangon Lian looked at Wu Qingling with an innocent expression. Wu Qingling transmitted his voice. It's okay. Now come with me and remember to pass the word. Good. Senior brother Wu. Nangon Lian nodded. Just now this journey was all thanks to senior brother. If he didn't have senior brother Wu, he still didn't know how much trouble he would cause. Wu Qingling took her to a remote location and lifted the invisibility spell off of her. Then a spell to hide their faces was put on both of them. This spell was used lightly by Wu Qingling. After all, he rarely went to fight with people. Instead, this functional spell is much more skillful. Let's go. Senior sister Nangon. Right now to those mortals, our appearance is quite normal. Good. Nangon Lian nodded slightly. Then she leapt forward. I will now follow elder brother Wu's orders properly. Please make sure that senior brother Wu allows me to observe all the living beings. These will be beneficial to my cultivation. Yeah, sure, no problem. Wu Qingling was happy, so he could better fool Nangon Lian. Having learned a lesson, Nangon Lian settled down and silently followed Wu Qingling, strictly following the instructions of whatever Wu Qingling said. Chapter 87, Can you really do it whenever you want? Wu Qingling and Nangon Lian rejoined the busy street. This time those mortals couldn't notice them. From time to time, he surveyed Nangon Lian's pretty face, speculating on something. Both of them could see each other in their truest phases. Only mortals were the ones who saw the disguised appearance. So now Wu Qingling could still appreciate Nangon Lian's beauty. Senior brother Wu doesn't need to be concerned about me. We're senior siblings. I'll listen to you when I say I will. And it's up to you. Cough. Nangong's senior sister this. Nangong Lian seemed to be very dissatisfied with Wu Qingling being so evasive. In her opinion, Wu Qingling was her senior brother, definitely would have been concerned about her feelings and would have subconsciously accommodated her for her. But she didn't want to, and only followed Wu Qingling's instructions to the letter. It is only then that you can see the mountains in their truest form. Senior brother Wu, you really want to do whatever you want. Nangong Lian closed her mouth and stopped talking after saying this. Can you really do it whenever you want? Wu Qingling spat in her heart and said with her mouth, okay then, on my instructions, we're a bit far away now. Why don't we get a bit closer? As soon as Wu Qingling's words fell, Nangong Lian didn't delay for a moment and instantly leaned over to Wu Qingling's side. The two leaned close, shoulder to shoulder. Actually, the streets are crowded now, but there's still more room to spare, because the streets of Tendu City are big enough to accommodate many people. Being mobbed just now was the cause of a coherent reaction, caused by people passing on to people. How in broad daylight? Good guts. There were occasional whispers coming from the surrounding area as people looked at Wu Qingling and Nangong Lian differently. After all, the two were a man and a woman, and in this day and age, it was very bold to touch outside like that. It is common knowledge that men and women must keep their distance outside the home. Nangong Lian transmitted his voice. Senior brother Wu, why are they still discussing us? Is it because they shouldn't get too close? Let me tell you. Senior sister Nangong, is it rare for people to discuss us nowadays? And very few onlookers? Nangong Lian looked around and nodded. Wu Qingling's words were good, compared to the kind of situation where even the roads are blocked. This is now a mere drop in the bucket. If we get too close, there'll be some gossip, but it's just a bunch of mortals. They haven't had much education, but we're immortal seekers. How can we limit ourselves to this etiquette? What senior brother Wu said makes sense, but why do we need to get closer? Just now, Nangong Lian had subconsciously approached because she had said that she would follow Wu Qingling's instructions and everything, but it's hard not to wonder about the significance of the act. Senior sister Nangong, when one focuses on one thing, doesn't it mean that one ignores other things? It's like a person who likes to read books. When she's mesmerized, she forgets that time passes and even wastes her time, right? Nangong Lian nodded her head in agreement. When she was in the clan, she sometimes practiced the rise of spell cultivation. It may go on for months of non-stop practice, and one does lose sight of external objects. Wu Qingling saw that Nangong Lian had never refuted him, so he was bold enough to continue. When you, senior sister Nangong, focus on observing all the living beings, won't you subconsciously ignore external objects? I'm afraid that Sister Nangong will bump into someone later and interrupt your train of thought. After all, an aura is only a moment. Losing it could be a missed opportunity. Nangong Lian sniffed and stuck a little tighter again. The soft shoulders felt like they were going to melt into Wu Qingling's shoulders. Many thanks to senior brother Wu for thinking of me. I will remember this favor for eternity. It's nothing. We're all disciples of the master. I'm just short of being officially initiated, but the master has recognized all of them. But, Sister Nangong, you have to remember that the words of a man other than senior brother don't even come close. Why? Because they're not related to you, and even if they were, they're not as close as we are, right? Master only has us 3 disciples, and the others are too close, so if they suddenly attack you, there's no time to react. In an instant, you can be seriously injured or even die on the spot, or you can be tricked into losing a lot of things. Wu Qingling swore. This is not considered his flattery. The cultivation world perennial hook and line. There are very few people who will be kind to those close to them, and it's up to you to keep your eyes peeled for this one. No wonder the master said we were the closest. 2. Thought it was to tell me not to take anyone else's word for it. Senior sister Nangong really does have a deep root of wisdom. She can see right through it. Wu Qingling had a look of you've realized. He didn't know what his master was thinking. It was to tell Nangong Lian that we should all be united. Or was it really as he said? Anyway, he was going to beat him to death with a stick now. He couldn't let senior sister Nangong be abducted by the bad guys. After today's contact, Wu Qingling realized that Lin Mengye all knew more common sense than Nangong Lian. After all, Lin Mengye was no more than a person who had seen the evils of the world, and she was born in the poorest of places, sleeping in a dog kennel, eating leftovers, and being even worse off than Wu Qingling was when she was down and out. Bai Ruoyan went to the clan when she was young and he'd been screwed out of all his money and had to go begging, when he still had Zilla with him, a companion, and since Lin Mengye was even blind, it was hard for Wu Qingling to imagine how she picked up leftovers to eat. Nangong Lian's mother had a high level of cultivation, and she was sent to the sect after a few years at home. Then in the sect also has been closed cultivation, so to speak, experience less pathetic, was loved too well. Her own nature was also inclined towards seeking the way and not caring about the mundane world. Today, senior sister realized that senior brother Wu is the one who understands the great Tao, so it's really too late to meet each other. If I had known this, I should have discussed the Tao together for a few years within the sect. Senior sister Nangong is flattered. Wu Qingling wiped away the non-existent sweat. How did he dare to be so bold in the sect? At that time he had not yet awakened to the wisdom of the past, and had nothing to do all day long. He dares to be so bold today. That's awakening Sibu Hui, reading the datasheets, and understanding Nangong Lian's character. Otherwise, they're just tired of living. Who else would you think would dare do this? Even if someone dared to do it, would Nangong Lian listen? There's something to it. They're the closest thing to siblings. Unlike the kind of polite address each other in the clan. That is the table. The same master taught. That is the same door. The immortal cultivation world has a more serious gateway problem. And within the same clan, different people teach that there would be different factions, which would be at odds. Nangong Lian saw Wu Qingling mortar and pestle and softly said, "Senior brother Wu, let's keep going." Wu Qingling took a deep breath and said, "Wait a minute." He's now confirmed that he's actually got a surprisingly large amount of authority. Nangong Lian would follow most of his instructions, except for the particularly serious kind of double cultivation. After all, the Yuanyin had all been lost, and Nangong Lian was no longer versed in the ways of the world. Her mother must have taught that side of things too. Of course, Wu Qingling wouldn't have been so blunt as to bring it up, and it was assumed that if he did, today's effort will be wasted, and the relationship might drop to freezing point. This kind of thing has to be gradual. With Nangong Lian's character, easy to take it. He was going to take advantage of Nangong Lian's age when she didn't know much about this now and just rate her. Chapter 88. You're the first man who's ever been closest to me, and I don't intend to go near anyone else ever again. Hold my hand. Nangong Lian froze for a moment, her hand reaching out and stopping in mid-air. Wu Qingling's complexion changed slightly. Busted. Error of judgment. Scale. Senior Wu, are you sure you need to hold hands? Nangong Lian looked at Wu Qingling, clearly pondering the reasonableness of this matter. Trust me, Sister Nangong, walking side by side with you, every time someone I have to remind you that, while staying close to me and generally subconsciously following my direction. Wu Qingling paused and said, but that's not necessarily true. If you suddenly become too focused, Senior Sister Nangong, and then what about deviating from me? At that point, I'll need to remind you, and reminding you will interrupt your train of thought. Wu Qingling looked at Nangong Lian and pretended to be pained. Interrupting your train of thought may very well make all your senses go to waste. Auras are rare and precious, and how could I, for such an uncertainty, and thus burying Senior Sister Nangong's chance? Senior brother, I'm doing this for your own good. I see. Senior brother Wu, it's me who misunderstood. Nangong Lian reached out her soft little hand from under her sleeve robe and held Wu Qingling's hand. It's soft, it's slippery, and it's dazzlingly white. Wu Qingling gently pinched it without thinking, looking at these perfect little hands. The mood is much more pleasant. These hands, they must be very comfortable. It was a good thing that Nangong Lian didn't know about Wu Qingling's mental activities. Just now Wu Qingling pinched her small hand, also thought it was normal behavior. Senior Sister Nangong, don't hold it for other men in the future. Oh, don't worry about it. Senior Wu, you're the first man who's been closest to me. I don't intend to get close to any other men in the future. Having one like elder brother is enough. Getting close again is troublesome and a waste of time. Nangong Lian said this somewhat like she was belittling Wu Qingling, but in reality, it is also a recognition of Wu Qingling. After all, a woman will only carve her heart to the person who has the first impression. Wu Qingling remembered that in the datasheet, Nangong Lian was indeed a single parent. It was raised by her mother alone. Her mother's cultivation was very high, and she doted on Nangong Lian, and that's how she developed this character. Nangong Lian has a background, an inheritance, spirit stones, and connections. You don't have to be exposed to the dark side of the human world for your entire life. You just have to go through the motions and learn. He is indeed one of the closest men to Nangong Lian. In addition to their master teacher is also female. In response, Wu Qingling could only say that it was better to be a rich woman. Wu Qingling's 5 fingers drilled into the gap between the fingers of Nangong Lian's small hand and clasped his fingers together. Only then did he lead her onward toward the front. The two now look like a couple who don't care about the world's eyes and are in the heat of the moment. Due to their ordinary appearance, they attracted some attention, but quickly sank down and no one came to disturb Wu Qingling and Nangong Lian. Wait a little longer. Wu Qingling shouted again to stop and entered the alleyway. The duo hadn't gone far, and Nangong Lian hadn't yet entered a state of concentration. What's wrong? Senior Wu. Wu Qingling took off his gilt Dao robe in a swift manner and replaced it with a Xuanma Dao robe. If any mortal happened to see this scene, Then her perspective would be a sudden blur of Wu Qingling's. Then the clothes changed styles. The Xuanma Taoist robe that Wu Qingling had now changed into was much lighter and thinner than the gilt Taoist robe. Shallow and smooth. The ability to perceive outside contact perfectly. Nangong Lian looked at Wu Qingling in confusion, not understanding what Wu Qingling was doing. With Nangong Lian's eyesight, she saw the whole process. Only Wu Qingling, even if she took off there was also a lingerie on underneath. Nothing to see. It's a bit hot. Elder brother change into a thin one. Aha. Nangong Lian nodded. Since it was senior brother who said it, it must be really hot. Though she didn't feel hot. Wu Qingling took the gilt Dao robe back into her storage ring, and the two of them reclasped their fingers together. Their shoulders pressed together. Nangong Lian's black robes were pulled apart at the seams under the tightly. Then it was like it was tautly attached to Wu Qingling's Xuanma Taoist robe. Both of them were thinly clothed and the result created by this is that Nangong Lian's temperature is transferred over in its entirety. And from time to time, the feeling of warmth and coolness comes from Wu Qingling's contact surface, and with the friction created by walking around. Feel the softness of your arms even more. At this distance, the ethereal fragrance of Nangong Lian's body inevitably surrounded Wu Qingling. Smelled by him, the two walked through the busy streets, which were filled with lights and colors. Nangong Lian carefully observed everything around her. The merchants who were haggling with their customers. There was an endless stream of pickers coming with their goods, pedestrians on horseback, and passers-by on foot. The true martial immortal sect could not see a scene with such a marketplace atmosphere. For Nangong Lian this was part of the great Tao and she needed to observe it more. Wu Qingling looked seriously at Nangong Lian's side face. Her side face was snow white and flawless, with a beautiful snow white jawline, a straight nose, and slightly pursed cherry lips. A long head of hair fell straight down to her calves like a waterfall. The ends of her hair were tied back succinctly with a black hairband, which was occasionally blown by the evening breeze. As she walked, at this angle, at this distance, Wu Qingling, from time to time the folds of the broad, heavy black robe were tensed and relaxed. In the taut moment, the full snowy peaks lifted the loose black robe proudly. The proportion of the shoulders and neck was just right, and the extremely seductive and enchanting body was plump. Wu Qingling sighed in his heart. This was almost the same as by Roy on Snowy Peak. Nangong Lian has always given people a sense of refusal, and is very high and cold. It was a disdain for others, only a few of whom she could call people in her mind. Even the disciples of the true martial immortal sect, regardless of whether their cultivation level was high or not, couldn't come into contact with Nangong Lian. Wu Qingling, such as the same masters, have only chatted a few times, not to mention the others. To be able to meet from afar is lucky. Nangong Lian's current expression was still that of indifference. Only her eyes were constantly rolling. The whole group was also looking left and right, looking around, looking at this and that from time to time. Wu Qingling held her as if she was bringing a little country girl out to get a better understanding of the world. On the contrary, her expression was still serious and full of peculiarities. Wu Qingling leisurely, the pace is not tight and slow, as if midway through Nangong Lian stops and he followed suit and stopped in his tracks as Nangong Lian took a few quick steps. When someone comes he pulls Nangong Lian out of the way, and when someone talks with obscenities in their conversation, he then casts a small spell to keep outside sound from coming in. The two of them were like swimming fish in the bustling crowd, and they swam merrily through the crowd of. It's also like a breeze that passes by without a trace. Nangong Lian walked merrily around barefoot, neither flat nor bumpy affecting her. It's as if you're wearing transparent shoes on the soles of your feet. Chapter 89 Exclusive Secret Sugar Snacks. Wu Qingling could clearly see her glistening white, jade-like feet. The 5 full jade toes were neatly pressed together. Nangong Lian's jade feet were the most beautiful pair of jade feet Wu Qingling had ever seen. It's so tender that you can't wait to bite into it. It's tantalizing. Not everyone could see Nangong Lian's bare feet, and since Nangong Lian didn't like to wear shoes, her mother had used a great power to cover her feet, and only those who were recognized were able to see her true face, and few were recognized, and the rest of the outsiders, shallow in cultivation. Even mortals can only see the illusion of being covered up and feel like they are wearing an ordinary pair of shoes, and those with high cultivation can only see the gray end. It's like stepping through a fog. Wu Qingling had once joked in private that Nangong Lian's bare feet were her true form. Just as Wu Qingling was thinking about it, Nangong Lian suddenly came up on top of a stall selling sugar gourds. "Dad, I want this candy cane." "Okay, Dad will buy it for you." There was a father and daughter in front of a candy cane stand, and the man paid for the candy cane, took it and tuck it into the little girl's hand. The little girl's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she took small bites of the candy cane. The man couldn't help but smile when he saw his daughter's adorable appearance, and led her to merge into the crowd. There was curiosity in Nangong Lian's eyes, as if she was wondering about the behavior of these mole crickets. Why does eating a candy cane give you pleasure? Does this stuff satisfy the mouth? Senior brother Wu, this string of red Dan pill-like objects doesn't have a trace of aura all over it. Is there something else in it that is beneficial to cultivation? No, simply that it's quite tasty. When a cultivator breaks through a realm, there will be a pleasure that overflows the whole body, second only to the pleasure of fish in water. It's a leap in the level of life, the heartfelt joy of the cell. And Nangong Lian grew up with a grain, only taking in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and not tainting the turbid air of the grains and valleys. She was unimpressed with mouthfuls of food, so upon seeing Wu Qingling bring over the pastries, it will be said that Wu Qingling has degenerated into lip service. Since it is not beneficial to cultivation and has no aura, eating it creates defilement in the body, tainted with turbid qi and clogging the meridians. How can you still look happy? But all those who are qualified become monks, and those who can't are unqualified. What do you care if the meridians are clogged or not? Is it possible to live a few years less? After thinking about it, Wu Qingling said, "This way, I'll make it for you." Wu Qingling quickly pulled Nangong Lian to the small pavilion outside the forest. This place was already under Wu Qingling's name, and outsiders were not allowed to enter it. "You wait here for me for half an hour." Wu Qingling didn't wait for Nangong Lian to reply and took out the floating square towel and quickly flew towards the distance. Nangong Lian could only look at Wu Qingling's distant back. Half a dozen times, she sat down at the stone table, resting her hands on her cheeks, recalling what she'd seen tonight. And, a scene of all living beings, in the heart of the fine sense. Wu Qingling is very fast, said half an hour, in fact 2/4 of an hour, to return to the forest outside the pavilion. An extra storage ring appeared in Wu Qingling's hand, and with a wave of his hand, a table, a black pot, and several spirit materials appeared on the stone slab. He set up the black pot and skewered dozens of 100-year-old Hunyuan hawthorns all on wooden sticks. Nangong Lian glanced sideways at Wu Qingling's behavior, her face revealing a trace of doubt. Wu Qingling didn't care that Nangong Lian was looking at him. His hand movements didn't stop. He'd made iced candy canes when he'd gone to work in his previous life. It's actually pretty simple and a short process. He began by pouring a handful of green flame genuine sugar into the pot of. Then he took out a bag filled with water from within another storage ring and poured all the water inside into the black pot to boil. This water is no ordinary spiritual water. Wu Qingling used the lotus sacred water that he had previously filled in the lotus sacred lake. Wu Qingling had just poured in the lotus sacred water, and the interior of the kiosk was suddenly dense with clouds and mist. That was a phenomenon triggered by the extremely dense aura. A hint of volatility appeared on Nangong Lian's face. Tonight was probably the most expressive night she had had in years. She was dedicated to the Tao, and she was interested in any method that could enhance her cultivation. "Senior brother Wu, this is? I'll tell you later. Hold on." Wu Qingling didn't return his head. A flame flared out from his palm, searing the bottom of the pot. The flames were large and illuminated the kiosk brightly. The mixture of lotus sacred water and green flame Xian sugar slowly bubbled up to a large size, slowly transformed into nice little bubbles like soap bubbles. After about an incense stick, the lotus sacred water was boiled to a slight yellow color. Wu Qingling gently stirred with a wooden stick, could feel the obvious resistance. Stretching out the wooden stick, could also see the sticky body that was pulling silk on it. This means it has been boiled down to sugar. The flame in Wu Qingling's hand instantly changed into a white mist again. He brushed his hand lightly over the surface of the black pot, and the still hot sugar solidified. He put in 2 or 3 different spirit materials and stirred them in the pot. Finally, Wu Qingling took a skewered 100-year-old Hunyuan hawthorn and turned it in the sugar sauce. Immediately dragged out. A serving of sugar plums made from his exclusive secret recipe came out. Wu Qingling skewered dozens of skewers until all the sugar at the bottom of the pot was used up. The candy canes are all suspended in the air, quietly cooling and solidifying. The red, century-old hawthorn is covered with a layer of sugar coating, which looks like it is made of glaze, crystalline and clear. There were also greenish-colored curved lines painted on its surface. "Try this." Wu Qingling handed out a bunch of sugar gourds to Nangong Lian. "This, Master said that I can't be exposed to turbid qi right now, otherwise the technique I cultivate might backfire on me, and I'll have to wait until I make a breakthrough." Nangong Lian shook her head and didn't take the candy cane. Wu Qingling wrenched her small, white, greasy hand away and shoved it in. "The sugar gourds I made are not tainted with turbid qi, so it won't affect you if you eat them." Nangong Lian stared at Wu Qingling for a moment, hanging her head and surveying Sugar Plum for a few moments. In her hand, a thin wooden skewer held 7 or 8 hawthorns hanging in syrup. Like a crystallized red lantern. It is mouth-watering to look at. Nangong Lian slightly opened her small mouth, gently biting a mouthful. The rounded red pill was suddenly missing a corner of the syrup suffused her full lips as if they were coated in a rich, glossy rouge. The sugar coating is thin and juicy and melts in your mouth, while that hawthorn is sweet and refreshing. As if he had a piece of mint in his mouth, it blossomed on Nangon Lian's taste buds, and a gentle aura filled his body. Even the air smells fresh. Her eyes lit up slightly as she swallowed the entire red pill in one mouthful, her lips lingering. Senior brother Wu, this one surely makes one pleasurable. Nangon Lian stretched out her small hand as if she wanted another one. It's all yours. Wu Qingling waved his hand. The sugar gourds suspended in the air were all grabbed in his hands and handed to Nangon Lian. Many thanks to senior brother Wu. Nangon Lian's voice like an empty mountain spirit rain carried a hint of joy, no longer indifferent like a mass of stagnant water. Although it was very tiny, Wu Qingling could indeed feel it. Chapter 90, The Martial Arts Arena. Wu Qingling's gift to us tonight. The crystal dragon and phoenix cake used spirit material is just barely touching the tail of the second turn. After consuming it cannot be tainted with turbid qi. But the crystal dragon and phoenix cake was nowhere near as effective as the sugar gourd made by Wu Qingling now. The lotus sacred water infinitely pulled up sugar loaf's level, greatly benefiting cultivation. Senior sister Nangon. I once found these spirit waters within some of my ancestors' leftover caves. The stock is also small, so I hope you won't tell anyone else. Wu Qingling took back all the tools that Pavilion had just used to make the sugar gourds into her storage ring. Sitting down on the stone bench, he quietly watched Nangon Lian eat the sugar gourd. That's natural. The food made by senior brother Wu has refined my cultivation a bit. Sifu won't go around talking about it. Nangon Lian still understood the most basic laws among cultivators. That means no prying into others, as well as no dissemination of information about others. This is a big taboo among monks. Once an enemy gets some important information, it will have a great impact on me. Relationships that aren't good enough are likely to turn against each other and be unpleasant for everyone. I swear by the way that what I eat tonight will never be spoken of. And if I break it, cultivation. Nangon Lian's right hand pointed 4 fingers toward the sky, his tone bland. Wu Qingling laughed as he took hold of her tender little hand. Swearing is not necessary. Elder brother believes in you. Wu Qingling dared to bring out the lotus sacred water because she had a bottom in her heart. By observing Nangon Lian along the way, he could confirm that, and on the datasheet of personality that Nangon Lian is on the side of the uninitiated category, and she is also bland in nature. With or without, it's hard to get greedy. If the 6 roots are impure, it's impossible to be able to be single-mindedly devoted to the way. So he wouldn't pry too much into the lotus sacred water that Wu Qingling used. Nangon Lian licked a mouthful of sugar plums and nodded slightly. The ethereal aura suddenly took on a smoky flavor. After a long time, it was nearing the hour of midnight. Z-hour, the best time for cultivation. A cultivation fiend like Nangon Lian would definitely want to go cultivate. Wu Qingling didn't wait for her to open her mouth, so she wisely retired with a sound. Not only did he get on a little better terms with Nangon Lian today, but he also took advantage of a lot of things. Everything is too late. Wu Qingling is already satisfied with this. Today is only the first day. The days are still long. Half a month later, Tiandu City. City Center Martial Arts Arena. Every city builds a circular building at the center of the city where the clan test is located. The so-called clan test is to test a cultivator's spiritual roots in cultivation. 1. To identify the type of. The second is to identify the speed of cultivation, checking the cultivation level while being able to detect the purity of mana to a certain extent. These 2 indicators define a cultivator's potential, and only if both are up to par. It was only then that the true martial immortal sect took him under their tutelage. It was noon. The sky was clear. The sky was blue. The sun was shining. The sun was mild, and there was a slight breeze. It is as cool and pleasant as a soft hand caressing it. The martial arts arena was a large circle with 5 more rings wrapped around it. There was also a black stone tablet above the high platform, and that was the spirit measuring stone tablet. The purpose of the ring is only for sparring between cultivators. The ability to fight can also reveal a cultivator's combat quality. A cultivator who does not know how to cultivate the 100 arts of immortality, and who is strong in battle, then one can hunt demonic beasts for a living. The monthly spirit stone salary was still not bad, no worse than some alchemy and talisman drawing. There were quite a few people gathered around at this point, and the test wasn't done in one day, but lasted for several days. Each capital day comes and goes, and today is the turn of the capital of heaven. Those who came were some of the locals of Tendu City, and a few were elites trained by various families. Mostly, it was the clansmen of the world's families who came to see the fun, and it was a show of muscle for the world's families. The better one's own children are, the more it reflects the strength of a lineage. Some of the conflicts within Tiandu City that were prone to disputes sometimes relied on being decided through the rankings of one's own children's participation in the clan's tests. Nangon Lian had long been standing on the high platform, her wide black robe fluttering in the wind. Dark hair flew behind it, There was still 1 hour left before the clan test officially began. She quietly watched the bustling crowd under the high platform as if she were looking at grass. Senior sister Nangong. Wu Qingling saw Nangong Lian from afar and brought Lin Mengye and Chu Cherry to the front of the high platform in quick steps. Senior brother Wu. Nangong Lian faintly said. Only when she saw Wu Qingling did Nangong Lian's eyes that were looking at grass and weeds tighten up. It's a human look. It's still early before the official start. Why don't we go to the pavilion next to us to rest for a while? Good thing too. Nangong Lian nodded her head, and the breeze blew through the hair around her ears, dropping it down onto her plain, flawless face. Whether she stood in the sun under the high table or sat in the gazebo to cool off, the two choices made no difference to her. She had long been cold and hot, agreeing with Wu Qingling because that way you won't be surrounded by molehills anymore. Being surrounded by a lot of mole crickets is always a bit annoying. The largest gazebo around had been empty, and that was for the generations of examiners to sit in. Zhao Yuan, the city lord of Tiandu City, was right next to that gazebo. He immediately stood up when he saw Wu Qingling and his group bring Nangong Lian over. Senior Nangong. Zhao Yuan fawned and bowed to Nangong Lian. He wasn't from the true martial immortal sect, and wasn't qualified to call her senior sister, even though he was in the same qi refining realm. But Nangong Lian, who has a promising future and an amazing background, borrowed 10 of his guts and did not dare to call each other friends. But he had heard that Nangong Lian was not easy to get along with and was temperamental. There was once an essence refining realm cultivator who saw her for the first time and was attracted by her beauty. After freezing and praising her for a dozen or so words, Nangong Lian actually backhanded her and slapped her to death. That cultivator didn't even know how he died in the end. His flesh shattered in an instant. The soul returns to heaven and earth. Zhao Yuan did not dare to touch this mold. Who knows what Nangong Lian has a liking for? In case of offense it might be life-threatening. So he put his posture very low. You get out and leave us alone. Sorry. This is going. Zhao Yuan nodded his head and ran out in a puff of smoke, not daring to stay long. Senior brother Wu. Sit. Good. Wu Qingling and Nangong Lian sat together at the table. Lin Mengye's feet stepped on a pair of short foxskin boots, stepping on the floor of the gazebo. Standing behind Wu Qingling, hanging his head low, he acted like a guard. Chu Sakura was momentarily unsure of what to do. She saw that Nangong Lian didn't seem to be that nice to deal with. It was so clear and cold that he directly blew the city lord away. And when he spoke to Wu Qingling, he also had a flat appearance. Not knowing whether her relationship with Wu Qingling was good or bad, she was now in a rather awkward position. It could be described as Wu Qingling's adopted concubine or Wu Qingling's henchman. If Nangong Lian is a person who values honor, then she shouldn't sit down, and losing his manners as soon as he sat down would make Wu Qingling lose face. She frowned with her beautiful eyebrows, and her jade hand subconsciously brushed over on the full mountain, looking rather tangled. Chapter 91, Nangong Lian's Bad Memory. Wu Qingling pulled Lin Mengye, who was standing behind her, to the seat on her right. Looking back he found Lin Mengye and Chu Sakura still frozen in place, apparently not knowing whether they were sitting or not. Come and sit down. This is my senior sister, Nangong Lian. Hello senior Nangong. Chu Sakura saluted Nangong Lian and then sat beside Wu Qingling. Regarding Chu Cherry's salute, Nangong Lian's expression did not change, as if she was deaf to it. Senior sister Nangong's temperament is just like that. Don't you mind? Wu Qingling said in Chu Cherry's ear. She winced, and there were a multitude of people outside the gazebo. This blatant act of intimacy made her a little shy. Senior sister Nangong, this is Chu Cherry, who will also participate in the sect test this time. Nangong Lian just nodded slightly out of politeness. She didn't care about it, her mind letting go and look at the miles of clear sky. At the same time, she unconsciously pressed closer to the tabletop and the heavy snowy peaks were then gently pressed onto the tabletop, as if they were water bags filled with syrup, which would change with a gentle pressure. And I'll ask Sister Nangong for something. This is my guard, Lin Mengye. Her cultivation level isn't enough to take the subsequent test today, but her bone age has reached the requirement, and I want her to test for her spiritual roots. And then titled in the true martial immortal sect, the name is my relative. Nangong Lian said yes. Such behavior has been practically tantamount to the use of power for personal gain. Want to income titular disciple in the true martial immortal sect is required to go through a series of reviews, to see if you are the family root of the seedling red. There is no with the devil and so on, but if we wait slowly to find out, the time taken will take quite a while. There are also ways that you can avoid a series of scrutiny, and that's through a push, where the pushers are the guarantors, and when things go wrong, you're the one who's going to be approached. Many thanks to senior sister Nangong. Wu Qingling arched his hand. Senior brother Wu doesn't have to be like this. It's just a matter of lifting a hand. It could be seen that Nangong Lian trusted Wu Qingling, or perhaps did not care about other trivial matters, because even if something went wrong, her mother could have bailed her out, and yet in that case, Wu Qingling's relationship with her was bound to decline. Thank you Sister Nangong. Senior. Lin Mengye subconsciously wanted to call out to her sister and hurriedly opened her mouth to call her senior. Lin Mengye's little face was flustered, and Wu Qingling looked amused and joked her a few times, and for a moment, the gazebo was filled with warbling. Hundreds of feet away in a small gazebo, a pavilion dedicated to the rest of the group to cool off. It was smaller than the gazebo where successive generations of examiners had sat, but it was still large enough to accommodate all those who had come. Zhao Yuan came here after coming down from above and talked to the rest of the world family heads. Elder Nangong's voice is ethereal and wonderful, but his aura is as thick as a mountain. When really, I don't know how this Wu Qingling went up there to talk and laugh. Zhao Yuan looked up there in the gazebo above, only to see Wu Qingling looking natural and, from time to time, he talked to Nangong Lian, and Nangong Lian did not look impatient. City Lord Zhao, Wu Qingling and her are family, and her sisters are both from the true martial immortal sect. I guess it was an old acquaintance originally, but Wu Qingling has been to the true martial immortal sect for a few years. That's true. This time, your Lin family can't win. Your heir, Lin Fan, will hit the ground running this time? Ha ha, City Lord Zhao is flattering. Tianta City hides crouching tigers. How can Fanner compare? Lin Luoyu laughed triumphantly. He knew at the very beginning that Lin Fan's chi was not thin, having gained a chance unknown to ordinary people, which was the bargaining chip he used to make a deal with the Yellow Springs sect in order to seek the Mori Pill Garden. Get shelter from the Yellow Springs sect. It's just that I didn't expect the Yellow Springs sect's people to do anything unfavorable, and no news came in for months. It was estimated that he had died inside the Mori Pill Garden. He was originally still a bit angry. The basket was empty, and he looked at Lin Fan with more and more disgust. But Lin Fan's cultivation progress breakthrough continued to rise, and he had to change his course and improve his impression of Lin Fan. He guessed in the back of his mind that he had underestimated Lin Fan before, believing that he was merely confined to Yongning continent. Now it seemed like his chances might be quite amazing. So what did he care about the Yellow Springs sect and go straight to the true martial immortal sect? If he'd known that, he'd have been crazy to cooperate with the Yellow Springs sect's people. That's why he's been treating Lin Fan a lot better lately. Now that Lin Fan was not far behind him, he had to know that in the past, he would never approach Lin Fan. Fanner, this is City Lord Zhao. You've met before. Lin Luoyu pushed Lin Fan out, having met Zhao Yuan once when Lin Fan came out of the Senhua medicine garden. Little friend Lin Fan really does have an extraordinary temperament. Young and promising, and just a little bit worse than Wu Qingling. Greetings to City Lord Zhao. Lin Fan arched his hand and saluted. Frowning slightly, these words made him feel uncomfortable in his heart. He admitted that he was still inferior to Wu Qingling right now, but only in terms of cultivation, and Wu Qingling's resources were unknown how many times greater than his. It was understandable that the cultivation level was higher than his. He had it in the back of his mind, but it didn't sound good when someone else said it. What do you mean it's a little worse than Wu Qingling? What resources does Wu Qingling have that she doesn't count? Lin Fan's heart was a bit forked. His complexion was unchanged, and he suppressed this in the bottom of his heart. Zhao Yuan wasn't something he could offend right now. He looked up and saw Wu Qingling talking and laughing above him. The originally stabilized state of mind once again became somewhat irritated. A few strands of Chusakura's hair fell from her temples and were gently pinned behind her ears. The beautiful and pure face with a faint smile, like a blooming begonia in spring. It was a smile he had never seen before, as Chuzura had always had that icy look on her face towards him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of cynicism in his heart. It was better not to recognize but this person, who at one time anyway, had been married on paper, was his fiancée, and now this feeling that it was as if something that belonged to him had been taken away from him. The contrast between Chusakura's very different attitudes towards the two men made him more and more upset. Humph, treating me like I'm superior and treating Wu Qingling like she hates kneeling. Lin Fan snorted coldly and dealt with a few words from Zhao Yuan as he stepped forward to the top of the ring. He needed to vent now, and fighting was the best way to do it. This is Lin Fan? Nangong Lian calmly watched as Lin Fan stepped into the ring and fought another person. Wu Qingling was surprised. Senior sister Nangong knows him? Nangong Lian shook her head and faintly said, have heard of it. All the children of the lineage who enroll in the clan test will be recorded in the hands of the person in charge of the continental boundaries of Yongning continent. What is his name? Forget it. This person at the bottom seems to be a genius from your Tendu city? Nangong Lian's eyes carried a few moments of contemplation, and the cultivator's memory was superb, but she now forgot its name, apparently unable to leave even the slightest corner of her memory behind. With a blatant air of unconcern, Nangong's senior sister, Chang Jiha, Chang Jihe was still a disciple of the true martial immortal sect, and Wu Qingling, the titular one, knew it. As a result, Nangong Lian forgot. Right. Chapter 92, Wu Qingling who respects women. Nangong Lian nodded her head in a serious manner and said, Senior brother Wu really does know about the phases of the living beings. I'll have to find you to discuss the Tao after I join the sect. Okay. Wu Qingling had gotten used to Nangong Lian's unusual way of thinking, and it was clear that she didn't care. It turned out that it was Wu Qingling who knew the crowd well. Besides, that guy at the bottom is Lin Fan, the genius of the Lin family. In the past, because of some things the cultivation was not allowed to progress by an inch, and it was silent for 3 years, but recently I have regained my talent, and my cultivation speed is quite fast. Wu Qingling took the initiative to introduce himself to Nangong Lian, who he suspected had pretty much forgotten about Lin Fan as well. This seems like he's pretty talented, becoming a late stage of the essence refining realm in just a few months. Nangong Lian looked at it and withdrew her gaze. Such a talent was indeed rare. It was also considered to be ranked within the true martial immortal sect, but being rare and uncommon had nothing to do with her. She didn't care about that. It's okay, the man's talent is okay, it's just his temperament. Wu Qingling felt that Lin Fan had just been repressed too hard as a child, leading to some psychological distortion. Becomes very irritable and weak for interpersonal skills. Recently, Lin Fan was given a beating by Wu Qingling, and had slightly tightened up. This was Lin Fan holding back a big move. When his cultivation surpassed Wu Qingling or was equalized, definitely will come after him. Now it's just a forced situation. Wu Qingling wasn't worried about that. Even if Lin Fan had a little bit of brains, after the ordeal of the heart has grown, but at that time, he has long since absorbed almost all of Lin Fan's chi, and the yellow flowers have all gotten cold. Senior Sister Bai asked me to keep a good eye on you. Looking at me for what? Senior Sister Bai told me about this, that you stole someone's fiancé. The fiancé of the man at the bottom is the one beside you, I believe. Nangong Lian's eyes sized up Chu Sakura, and at the same time, she was also sizing up Wu Qingling. Sister Royan has misunderstood me. I'm doing a good deed. Sakura and Lin Fan are just betrothed to be dolls. Two people who have never met before. Do you think this will make you happy? Senior Sister Nangong? Wu Qingling explained. In her heart, she was helpless. It seemed that this was by Royan expressing her dissatisfaction to her. Disgruntled that he's flirting around. I hope that senior brother Wu just has it in his heart. Nangong Lian was not interested in Wu Qingling's private life. It's just that Bai Royan asked her to remind Wu Qingling. In the past, when I saw Sister Chu, she had a touch of sadness between her brows, and now that she's with the young master, the face is all better. Lin Mengye saw that this was suspected to have affected Wu Qingling's popularity, rushing out to testify for his young master. Chu Cherry looked at Wu Qingling with affection. Wu Qingling was indeed extremely good to her, and was not pushy. During this time they would also exchange spell insights between them, and he had no reservations. In addition to the techniques within the true martial immortal sect that could not be taught freely due to the rules of the sect, many of the feats obtained in the Seni medicine garden were told to Chu Sakura. Qingling treats me extremely well, and I am voluntarily staying by Qingling's side. Chu Sakura's soft voice was enough to mesmerize. See, Senior Sister Nangong, don't misunderstand elder brother. Elder brother is a decent man. How is it that I do trickery? I have always had the greatest respect for women's opinions, Wu Qingling said in a serious manner. The strategy process is to use a little shameless means. The sincerity of the treatment after the arrival of the hand that cannot be faked is not. In the Mori-e-Pill garden, the Mori water fairy's original technique, the listening to the rain and nourishing chi lotus heart technique, said that it would be given. The 6-turn legacy was painless. He didn't let Chu Cherry practice this, but rather let her be purely a reference. Just like himself, accumulating the underpinnings. How can I say that I am also a future returning sun demon monarch? My enlightenment will not be bad. All Wu Qingling needed to do was to stuff her with more stuff, and she would bristle and grow on her own. It's the same as a parenting game. And he himself, in constant reference, divides his daily life into 6 parts. Looking at the handwritten notes left by some of the predecessors within the true martial immortal sect, such as alchemy, chi refining, and talisman making as 1 copy, practicing spells as 1 copy, and practicing martial arts as 1 copy, refining spiritual breath accounted for 1 share, as well as cultivating feelings with Chu Cherry and Lin Mengye also accounted for 1 share. But the one that takes up the largest percentage is the last one, accessing all the feats that, whether it was a first turn or a higher level feat than that, he was looking at it. Cultivators have superb memories, and there's also the existence of the transmission jade slips. Getting that knowledge to stay within the brain is easy. The only hard part is living it, not using it by rote and just following the rules. Only when one has eaten through a gongfu can one be considered to truly know that gongfu. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Wu Qingling had a hard time eating through a gongfu at the very beginning. Each word was like a heavenly mystery, obscure and difficult to understand. And that was if he was well enlightened himself. That was why he now chose to give up directly after he had eaten through a first turning technique. It was enough to record all the feats inside the brain first. There are usually only two ways to get through a technique. One is to use time to grind that. Talented good maybe a few years to eat through. Poorly talented day and night non-stop speculation. There are 180 years. The pig into the essence of the demonic beasts have learned. There's also the high level, top down. When more knowledge in your brain, and being able to make the initial call to know what knowledge to use when, then those obscure points of the past will be solved. It's just that the timing of this method is difficult to determine, and some of them will snowball, and more of them, and some people might have studied for half a lifetime and be half-assed at everything, getting to the point where they didn't even have a single gongfu, and it's a way to burn money and drain connections. Where would an ordinary cultivator get so many spirit stones to buy a technique? There's a gongfu that's been pinched as a treasure, and it's taken most of his energy, not to mention referencing other feats. That was something only cultivators with the right conditions could do. That's why Wu Qingling spent more time accumulating his reserves, to the point where he didn't even meditate. All rely on sunlight during the day to absorb the aura. In the end, Wu Qingling confirmed one thing, and that was that she had good talent. Thanks to Bai Ruyan's blessing, her clan contribution points were particularly large, and she had exchanged many low-quality techniques for Wu Qingling. Bai Ruyan even went to ask her master, who, after hearing about this, a lot of extra feats were given to Bai Ruyan, all of which were below the 7th turn. After all, there were only 2 or 3 of the 9 revolutions within a large sect, and 7 or 8 of the 8 revolutions. This was still considered a great sect with a strong heritage. Wu Qingling was also satisfied with this, and he couldn't read those of too high a grade anyway. A lot of low quality is what is just needed. He didn't really know that gorgeous master teacher very well. The main reason was that he felt as if his master was closer to Bai Ruyan, and it was only incidental that he was able to worship under the door. You can also see from here that Bai Ruyan favors Wu Qingling in every way she can. Give the best you can and do it all. Wu Qingling played with Chu Sakura's small hands under the tabletop, causing Chu Sakura to blush and lean against him. What's going on? Qingling, your hands are so soft, I'll squeeze them. Wu Qingling laughed. Chapter 93, The Competition. He cherished what he had now, with the company of a beautiful woman and his cultivation. But all of this could not be separated from strength, and he was able to have all of this now because of Bai Ruyan's talent. In the immortal cultivation world, strength is honored. Only a big fist is real. Others fear the true martial immortal sect. It is because the true martial immortal sect has a big fist. Dare to go against them all have to weigh a few pounds beforehand. That's why Wu Qingling was highly motivated. He wanted to gain even more strength or develop a stronger wife. And knowledge is the greatest power of all. Cultivators draw aura. Break through cultivation. None of these behaviors can be separated from knowledge. Different gong methods run the meridians on different routes, with different efficiencies. This can also result in different outcomes. Each feat, however, is essentially best suited to the person who pioneered it, not the descendants. Few descendants have surpassed their predecessors by being more attuned to the kung fu than they were, because the previous person was able to create a certain gong fu, which meant that she knew it to the extreme. Posterity can only follow the path. Unless one can blaze another path while walking, one can surpass those who have gone before. Wu Qingling was ambitious in his heart, and he knew of quite a few Dao dictionary locations that possessed this advantage. How is it possible to be limited to following only one path? What he's trying to do is to oceanize all of this and blend it all into his mind. Create the most suitable feats for yourself. Lin Fan. Win. In the middle of the conversation, the ring below had been divided. In front of the ring, there stood a teenager, who looked indifferent and a faintly hostile aura filled his brows, and it was clearly Lin Fan. And at the same time, the candidates and their escorts, who were eating melons and cooling off in the gazebo, were casting his eyes on him as well. Teenagers have it made, winning the fight so quickly. So Lin Fan is so strong. Isn't the opposite side the 6th young master of the Xiong family? I heard that he's still at the early stage of the essence refining realm. How could you even touch the edge? What do you know? Lin Fan is at the late stage of the essence refining realm at a glance. I really don't know how he cultivated so soon. It seems that aside from Wu Qingling, we still have a seedling in Tenda City who can join the true martial immortal sect. Lin Fan's move that could be described as a shocking move caused the crowd to be a bit surprised. The sight cast over it changed a little. No one here is stupid enough to know what that means. The pattern of Tiandutching will probably change, and it will become the second family. It's not impossible to be even the first family. Some of the resourceful ones have already run to Lin Luoyu to compliment the. Maybe the Lin family will soar to the top, so we have to flatter them in advance. Fellow Daoist Lin, you're really something, teaching your son well. I think Lin Fan's silence for 3 years is because Taoist Lin wants to keep a low profile. I guess he already has a cultivation level. Use this to sharpen your mind. Ha ha, there's no need for that. Fellow Taoists. Lin Luoyu smiled broadly and talked to the people who came. Lin Fan took out a spirit stone and stood in place to draw in his spiritual qi, waiting for the next person to come and answer the battle. No, the gap between these people and Wu Qingling is too great to serve the purpose of sharpening me. Lin Fan's eyes flickered, and now that his emotions had been vented, he pondered on how to maximize the benefits. He desperately needed to keep fighting right now, or else he would probably flip the car in the subsequent sect examination. The sect test wasn't the only one that passed the spirit measuring stone tablet. There were 2 more that followed. It was called the sect examination, but it wasn't in Tendu City, but within the true martial immortal sect. Anyone who could pass the true martial immortal sect test was not a talented person, not from a distinguished family. It's just a deep blessing. Lin Fan belonged to the type with deep blessings, and with elder preceptor's guidance, he could take many fewer detours, but the preceptor could only impart theoretical knowledge to him, and the actual operation still depended on him. Those who have connections in the family, their own elders can accompany them, perhaps not as much as the old preceptors, but it's the real-world experience those subs have accumulated that's key. Actual combat is the only test of a cultivator's strength, and some cultivators who go up by getting high on drugs, often the roots are unsteady, the battle power vapid and too exaggerated. One would not even be able to defeat a cultivator who was one great realm below them. Thinking of this, Lin Fan clenched his teeth and shouted at Wu Qingling above him. Wu Qingling, do you dare to fight with me to see who is the true #1 genius of Tendu City? Wu Qingling's dark eyes looked over in response to the voice and let out a light laugh. This Lin Fan has also learned to be smart and knows to use him as a whetstone. Even if he can't beat him, it was also possible to hone oneself more, to know the gap between oneself and cultivators of the same age, so that when faced with the subsequent sect tests, you won't be too passive when fighting with other cultivators. Wu Qingling sighed and said, Young Master Lin, I'm here to take the clan test today. I'm not in the mood to compete with you. You don't dare, do you, young Master Wu? Since the ring has been established here, I think it is to encourage us to fight more, and it will be more favorable for us to participate in the sect examination afterwards. Yeah, Wu Qingling laughed in his heart. Even if his cultivation today wasn't as high as Lin Fan's, he wouldn't necessarily lose if he went up there. If I were to ask why, the examiners were all from my side, so what could Lin Fan do to fight him? Seeing that he was going to lose, he took the initiative to get hurt, and Nangong Lian surely wouldn't see him die. No matter what, there's a layer of connections there, either explicit or implicit gangs. It could be underhanded, giving Wu Qingling the victory. However, Wu Qingling felt that according to Nangong Lian's nature, the most likely possibility was that she would simply declare herself the winner. Can't even act a little bit, blatantly open your eyes. What's more, he wouldn't lose. It wasn't that he looked down on Lin Fan. Scrapstream protagonists were all growers. Wu Qingling's cultivation level was higher than his. Constructed wood pill spirit body, embodied Tao fetus, plastic immortal nirvana glazed body. These 3 physical qualities were superimposed on him, and his pure physical strength could not be described as not strong. Straight up one power. The embodied Tao fetus is even a body refining professional, and the bits and pieces of spiritual materials he refines on a daily basis. It also gave him a considerable boost to his physique. As long as the ringmaster doesn't come out to fight on his behalf, whatever bizarre secret techniques, spells, or, is it hard to resist an absolute power differential? What? Does young Master Wu think that's wrong? Lin Fan, stop pestering Qingling. We're not related now. From the day I went home with Qingling, the marriage contract was broken. Chu Sakura raised her willow eyebrows, feeling that Lin Fan was getting a bit annoying. It chirps like a fly in the ear every time. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. She is now Wu Qingling's person. The way of thinking was also naturally in Wu Qingling's interest. Knowing that day in the pavilion outside the forest, Lin Fan had sneak attacked Wu Qingling and stabbed him. This had always made Chu Cherry harbor a grudge, and she was disgusted with Lin Fan. Sakura, that's not what I meant. I invited Wu Qingling because, enough, Lin Fan, just go find someone else. Why did you come to find Qingling? Chapter 94, The Competition. Wu Qingling has the highest cultivation. Who do I look for if not him? Lin Fan drank low. He needed sharpening stones now, and Wu Qingling was the best stone. If he could, He did want to wait until his cultivation was high in the future to make Wu Qingling look good. 9 times out of 10, he will lose today's fight. Because Wu Qingling was at the peak of the essence refining realm, and he was only at the late stage, seemingly a small realm apart. The truth is that it is not. Upon reaching the peak of the essence refining realm, one could begin to attempt to refine spirit breath, and with each refining, it will then strengthen the spiritual roots. Who knew if Wu Qingling had tested her spiritual root attributes in private, thus refining the spiritual breath in advance? This had a huge advantage in the sect test afterwards. You don't have to say anymore. Qingling is having a nice chat with me. Do whatever you like with yourself, and leave us alone. Chu Sakura tightened her grip on Wu Qingling, who was playing with her small hand. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with hostility as he sniffed. Since he had been practicing the method of nascent soul for several months, the process was very painful, and now he had already been considered an initiator. The only flaw of this cultivation method is that it is the devil's way, and once one does not remain in a stable state of mind, one will become extremely happy and angry, and one's emotions will become polarized. Chu Sakura's repeated defense of Wu Qingling made him impatient already, or rather, when he thought that Chu Sakura would be pleasuring herself at Wu Qingling's crotch during the night, he then felt annoyed, and his eagerness for Chu Sakura faded. Is this Miss Chu's intention to protect your lover? After all, it's a concubine who's been adopted by Wu Qingling. This is also very normal. For the sake of Wu Qingling cannot wait to break off the marriage contract, should be said to be a snob or gold digging it, and also stayed in the Wu family on the same day. Shut up. Wu Qingling stared at Lin Fan. Sakura, is you can insult? Who do you think you are? You dare to insult my woman. You think you can fight now? Wu Qingling's mana surged out, disregarding the crowd below with different expressions, and struck out on the spot, enveloping a huge pressure on Lin Fan. As he pulled Chu Sakura in, he held her in his arms. Chu Sakura looked at Wu Qingling's delicately contoured side face in fascination. Wu Qingling struck out for her on the spot against the person who spoke out of turn. This kind of domineering behavior made her heart feel as if she had eaten honey. The Yao Guang red marrow gold copper hanging in front of his chest vaguely had the momentum of turning from green to gold. Lin Fan's face changed drastically. Teacher, how many spirit breaths has Wu Qingling actually refined? He transmitted his voice to Old Man of the Ring and asked. At least 3 or more channels have been refined. A pale voice came from within his mind. Ring Elder sighed. It seems that Wu Qingling's own talent is really not to be underestimated. This sense of intimidation that there must be quite a lot of spirit breath to refine. Young Master Wu, why bother? Harmony makes money. Harmony makes money. Zhao Yuan rushed out to round up the conversation. One had the true martial immortal sect at his back, and his sister was extremely talented, and his own talent was amazing. One was a re-entering genius who would likely join the true martial immortal sect as well. He can't afford to offend either one of them, and he doesn't want to, in a real fight. How should that end? That Nangong Senior looks like he has a close relationship with Wu Qingling, so he might be harboring him. At that time, would he go and not say a fair word for Lin Fan to let him off the hook? Saying it might offend Wu Qingling and Nangong Lian, or even Bai Ruoyan, but not saying it. Then it would offend Lin Fan and blame him for watching dryly. Inside and out. It made his face shake with fat. Ugh. People are sitting there fine with Wu Qingling, and they still go to provoke him. I don't know what to think. That you forget. They were fighting over it at the auction house some time ago. It's not hard to understand that a grudge was formed long ago, and that there is this today. I originally admired Lin Fan quite a bit, thinking that he was tough-minded and didn't change his face in the midst of slander from the sidelines. Now it looks like it's probably all for show. Isn't this just a case of swelling up as soon as you have power? Makes sense. I almost thought Lin Fan was stoic just now. Lin Fan's just a little bit of a windy review took a sharp turn for the worse. Everyone clearly saw that Wu Qingling was only in the upper gazebo from beginning to end. Didn't even come down to have a conversation with anyone. Lin Fan took the initiative to start this today, and he even badmouthed other women in front of them. Wu Qingling rushed to the red face as a man's nature. Even their own women are not good to protect, still cultivate what immortal? So while Wu Qingling's wind rating wasn't great either, it was relatively more in his favor. The male appreciated this true nature of his, and the female was even more fascinated by this behavior of Wu Qingling. The only negative thing about Wu Qingling is that she's horny, which isn't really a big deal. Wu Qingling was handsome and had a distinguished life, a proper golden son-in-law, and today he even pressured Lin Fan for his woman in the first place. What lady of the world wouldn't be confused and envious when she sees it? Right away, there were several ladies of the world's families with glowing eyes, staring at Wu Qingling closely. He couldn't wait to push Chu Sakura away and take her place himself. Lin Fan frowned as he listened to the discussion outside, and the ring emitted a sense of coolness, causing his pressure to dissipate. He drank again. Young Master Wu, since you want to tell me to shut up, then we'll see what happens in the ring. Ha, You've got a good plan. You're bent on being beaten by me, so I'll fulfill you. Wu Qingling let go of Chu Cherry and wanted to go forward to the match. Chu Cherry pulled the corner of Wu Qingling's Xuanma Taoist robe and softly said, "Qingling, let me go. Lin Fan is a late stage. Are you sure?" "Well, I've broken through to the later stages as well." Chu Cherry gently nodded. Just now Yao Guang red marrow gold copper a burst of blazing. Her own mind was suddenly clear within her mind, and her cultivation had all become a few points more refined. She was originally in existence in the middle stage of the essence refining realm, and after this, he actually broke through to the late essence refining realm on the spot. When Wu Qingling probed, he found that it was indeed the late stage of the essence refining realm. It was just that the breath was restrained by Chu Cherry after the breakthrough, and he was focusing on the bottom and didn't notice this for a moment. Then be careful. Good. Chu Sakura steps into the ring. Lin Fan, if you want to compete, then I'll compete with you. Go down. You're no match for me. Lin Fan looked at Chu Cherry who came on stage. The opponent he wanted was Wu Qingling. Young Master Wu, just hiding behind a woman? Wu Qingling laughed. It's intended to be, as anyone with normal eyes can see, right? He turned to Lin Mengye and Nangong Lian. Do you guys think Lin Fan can beat Sakura? Lin Mengye had already stood beside Wu Qingling when his mana surged out, and she frowned slightly. Worried. Sister Chu is still in the middle stage of the essence refining realm. That Lin Fan is in the late stage. It's hard for Sister Chu to win. The conversation between Chu Sakura and Wu Qingling just now was so whispered that Lin Mengye didn't hear it. Right now, he was still thinking that Chu Cherry was in the middle stage of the essence refining realm. Nangong Lian, who was at the back of the room, heard the words. The change in Chu Cherry's breath at the moment of her breakthrough had not been hidden from her either. She looked without looking at Lin Fan below and faintly said, "Chu Sakura will win." Senior sister Nangong really does have a ruthless vision. Wu Qingling laughed. Chapter 95, The Competition. Below, Lin Fan saw that Wu Qingling didn't pay much attention to herself, and even turned around to talk backward, completely ignoring himself. He sneered, "You think she can beat me?" He glanced scornfully at Chu Cherry. Nothing more than a woman who relied on Wu Qingling to get to the top. How can you beat him? It was only Wu Qingling who could go toe-to-toe with him, and that time in the No Mori Medicine Garden. He didn't necessarily think that Wu Qingling could beat him yet. Wu Qingling laughed. "I trust Sakura. Just don't deny it later." Lin Fan twisted his head back, carrying his long sword in one hand as he looked at Chu Cherry. Swords have no mercy. Hands and feet have no eyes. Don't blame me if I hurt you later. Much ado about nothing. Chu Sakura said faintly, as the bells outside the ring chimed loudly, echoing through the arena. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of scarlet, and the long sword in his hand changed from a silver-white color to a crimson-red color. A faint reddish light emanated. His aura became primitive and bloodthirsty in this instant, a characteristic of the fury that only a sufficiently thick baneful aura could produce such an aura. After the initiation of the method of nascent fury, one would cultivate a type of chakra called blood fury. This kind of cyclone was independent of mana and was more violent than mana, but it could be used to perform killing spells, multiplying its power. Not only that, but since the fury and mana are stored in different locations, the cultivators practicing this method are equivalent to twice as many, and they can still use their fury when they run out of mana. And the more fury they kill, the more fury they have. And if they can't be suppressed by a direct, it would be extremely difficult to deal with. He drew his sword and slashed at Chu Cherry. The speed was so fast that most onlookers could only see a flash of blood awnings, and Lin Fan was already in front of Chu Cherry. Chu Cherry's vegetative hand pinched and lightly gripped in her hand. A light golden long sword appeared, blocking Lin Fan's chopping attack. The golden line of mana surged into the long sword, causing it to weave with great light and dazzle the four directions. Lin Fan let out a low gulp, and on the soles of his feet emerged wisps of bloody baleful chi as he stomped on the ground. The ground cracked open with a bang, and Lin Fan rushed towards Chu Sakura at a faster speed last time. He had a touch of confidence in his eyes, and this strike had consumed most of his mana and fury. Even the peak of the unusual essence refinement realm would have to be careful in dealing with it, and if they weren't careful, they would drink their hearts out. In his opinion, Chu Cherry was only in the middle stage of the essence refining realm, even if Wu Qingling spared no resources. So what if he had piled up to the late stage of the essence refining realm? With the guidance of Old Man of the Ring, his battle power could not be viewed as the unusual late stage of the essence refining realm at all. The scent of blood came to the surface. Chu Cherry held her breath and looked solemnly at Lin Fan's sword. She had only just broken through, so it was indeed difficult for her to compete with Lin Fan. However, the Yao Guang red marrow gold copper in front of her chest became more and more scorching, and her spiritual consciousness was also clear and transparent. Gradually, from the chest flowed in a new force of Lin Fan's movement slowed down in her eyes as well. She held the Yao Guang red marrow gold copper in her left hand, and with her right hand, she poured 90% of her mana into the long sword. The long sword emitted a sword sound, and the breaths of sacrifice and from gem wrapped around the tip of the sword. When the blades collided with each other, there was no big sound, but rather, as if the glass had broken. With a crunching sound, the light golden longsword chopped the red-colored longsword into two. The rest of it, illuminated by a pale golden glow, was like butter meeting high temperature. It didn't take a moment to melt away. Boom! A sword wind slashed horizontally across Lin Fan's chest. He couldn't avoid it and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. The whole person was sent flying like a kite with broken strings and rolled on the ground a few times, landing outside the ring. Silence fell outside the ring, and the younger generation stared at unbelievably staring at the stage that the clothes fluttering. Cool back. In the illumination of the golden light, there is a kind of indescribable sense of holiness. The older ones were also silent as they watched the scene. Everyone's hearts shattered their previous vase impression of Chu Sakura. At the same time, there was a faint fear of Wu Qingling. Chu Cherry, this matter is not a big secret. It's just that the family has found a heavy treasure. Incapable of keeping it down, her family chose to deal with it in the most rational way possible in the process. Chu Sakura chilled with. Then she followed Wu Qingling, and Wu Qingling set the matter right for her. That no matter how you look at it, Chu Sakura is an adopted concubine, and with a bit of luck might be a wife. But the force shouldn't be this strong. It was impossible for the Chu family district, a family much weaker than them, to raise this kind of cultivator. Then the only possibility is Wu Qingling. He used some elixir from the true martial immortal sect, or maybe some arcane technique or magic treasure allowed Chu Cherry to chicken out as well. Not only did he defeat Lin Fan, who was at the late stage of the essence refining realm, with just one sword, her aura belonging to the late essence refinement realm also permeated during the battle. That faint sense of pressure. It was 100% the late stage of the refined essence realm. All the family heads could be certain that their vision is not that bad. This meant that Chu Cherry would most likely join the true martial immortal sect, and in terms of cultivation, be on par with Lin Fan. In terms of battle power, one sword defeated Lin Fan, arguably the biggest dark horse of this clan test, so to speak. In addition to the Wu Qingling, who has not been visible. When it comes to this session of the clan test, Yongning continent peer invincible. Wu Qingling looked down at the surprised crowd below, his face somewhat surprised, but not surprised. He thought he would fight for a few more rounds, but he ended up defeating Lin Fan with a single sword strike. Lin Fan belonged to the growth class of Chi Lux sons with a promising future, and his force in the early stages was not very good. He was also robbed of many opportunities by Wu Qingling, and it wasn't a surprise that he would lose to Chu Cherry. Chu Sakura is firstly one of the heroines, then the demon monarch, and she herself has stored chi. It didn't appear to be weaker than Lin Fan's chi. Lin Mengye shook Wu Qingling's coat with a surprised face and lost her mind. Young master, Sister Chu, is surprisingly so strong, and has also reached the late essence refining realm before me. Sakura has been practicing for a long time before you. It's only normal that she breaks through before you. Don't be discouraged. I'm sure it won't take much time for you to break through. As soon as the words left her mouth, Wu Qingling placed her hand on the hair that was as blue as a jewel. A gentle smile like a spring breeze appeared on his face. Lin Mengye's heart somehow settled down all of a sudden, as if as long as Wu Qingling was around. Don't worry about anything. Yao Guang red marrow gold copper? Nangong Lian suddenly asked. Senior sister Nangong is right. It is indeed Yao Guang red marrow gold copper. Wu Qingling turned around. A hint of realization surfaced in Nangong Lian's eyes. She had discovered this item long ago. It was suspected to be an exotic treasure, but I didn't know exactly what it was. Therefore, when Wu Qingling asked who would win, she said Chu Cherry. That is, she expected that during the fight, Chu Sakura would likely use this exotic treasure, in the arcane aura emanating from the Yao Guang red marrow gold copper during the bout. The name of the item came to her. As a man who pursues the way, it is essential to be well read. She only reads books about cultivation, and has never read little people's books, idle books and miscellaneous books, so as not to waste time and take up space in your memory. She nodded gently, then stared at Wu Qingling, as if to see what he would say next. Chapter 96, My main concern is that I have a beautiful Taoist couple. Wu Qingling rubbed Lin Mengye's little head and let go, heading towards the ring. The people in the audience also cast their eyes on Wu Qingling. He walked unhurriedly to Chu Sakura's side and hugged her, arranging her messy hair for her. Pulling a few strands of hair from her forehead to her sides. Washi said, Sakura really is something. It's nothing. Chu Sakura gently shook her head. Her current strength couldn't be separated from the Yao Guang red marrow gold copper that was hanging around, and this item was given to her by Wu Qingling. Without Wu Qingling, she definitely wouldn't have this kind of force. not to mention reaching the late essence refining realm so quickly. She leaned against Wu Qingling, having consumed most of the mana in her dantian. A slight sense of dislocation surfaced throughout her body. Feeling the vaguely robust silhouette under Wu Qingling's Xuanma Daoist robe, the corners of his ears suddenly flushed red. Cough. Young Master Wu. No wonder he is so emboldened. At the bottom of the ring, Lin Fan stiffly stood up. Lying down in public was too embarrassing. He was only slightly injured now, hurting some skin and flesh, not bone. Chu Sakura's hand was still very measured, causing Lin Fan pain, but not affecting his participation in the test. No matter what, Lin Fan was a candidate, and she was slapping the examiner in the face by doing this. It's likely to affect Wu Qingling, so Chu Cherry just laid down her hands to punish, and in her heart she made up her mind that if Lin Fan pestered Wu Qingling again, when her cultivation level was high, she would go and quietly abolish Lin Fan, so as not to defile Wu Qingling's eyes. She is now hung up on Wu Qingling, and she can't stand to see anyone say that her lover is not good. Against the lover boy. These are Sakura's own strengths. I didn't do anything, Wu Qingling said leisurely. Young Master Wu, with his strong family background, it's not something people like me can compare to. Lin Fan wiped away the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. In any case, he had achieved his goal, and he knew approximately what level he belonged to. Chu Sakura's hard power was definitely no match for his own. He could see that. It was Wu Qingling who had given her the Yaoguang red marigold copper in order to defeat herself with one sword. This means that he is probably not too far behind Wu Qingling, and just above the external objects. He is worse. When he entered the true martial immortal sect, this would be infinitely minimized by him. Elder Ring had ways to help him improve his qualifications, and his status in the true martial immortal sect would grow. It's just that today, Wu Qingling doesn't do anything herself, but lets other people teach her a lesson. This was clearly saying that he was looking down on him. Lin Fan. He kept this account in his heart, and sooner or later he would settle it with Wu Qingling. You found this out, but I don't care about any family money. Those are just numbers to me. My main concern is my beautiful dogs. Wu Qingling bent his head down, his hair wrapping around his fingertips as he smooched Chu Sakura's delicate face. It's very nice. Oh, young Master Lin. Wu Qingling laughed. Ya, Qingling. Chu Sakura buried her head into Wu Qingling's chest. Young Master Wu, I had compared you to my archenemy, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Lin Fan was a bit disdainful in his heart. He didn't expect Wu Qingling to be so horny. He would never dare to make intimate gestures with the opposite sex in public, not even holding hands, with total disregard for the laws of propriety and abandonment of the. Sooner or later, this kind of man will die in a woman's belly. The pressure in his heart was also a little less. The pressure Wu Qingling had given him was just too much. Now it turns out that Wu Qingling isn't that perfect. Horny even. Now that's quite horny. In his heart, he vaguely began to gloat. He felt that Wu Qingling would one day sooner or later die on a woman's belly. The former head of the Lin family died in an emotional dispute, and was killed by the woman, which led to the unrest. He is not spared from a series of family infighting and power struggles, for which Lin Mengye is also living on the streets. Thinking of this, he quietly glanced at Lin Mengye, realizing that Lin Mengye was only looking at Wu Qingling, not looking at herself at all. Just looking at Wu Qingling, the gaze seemed a bit odd. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. In his opinion, Lin Mengye was in the throes of love. It's the age when you're hazy about the opposite sex, and Wu Qingling looks like a fluttering gentleman who can coax women, and now he's hugging another woman. It's normal to be jealous. He was beginning to feel some regret in his heart, and in not picking her up, feeling that there was still more time to. When she was adopted by Wu Qingling, she thought that there were still more chances, but now it seems that it's too late as the possibilities are long gone. Give everything to a woman, and sooner or later you'll be sorry you put so much into it. Lin Fan took an elixir and his breath gradually stabilized. He was considered to have completely looked away this time, and Wu Qingling recognized the Yaoguang red marrow gold copper, and knew how to use it, and gave it to Chu Sakura. Then Wu Qingling must have known the value of Yaoguang red marrow gold copper. With such a spiritual object, how good is it to use it for yourself? The woman was his own anyway, and strengthening his own power was the way to go. Lin Fan was mentally looking forward to Wu Qingling continuing to do this. It would be best if she could roll over and. However, he couldn't figure out what exactly Wu Qingling was thinking. Is it just to simply tease him? Or is it really so absurd to give so much for a woman, giving away all the Yaoguang red marrow and gold copper? I'd be happy to give my own woman, who looks good and protects me. Don't be in a hurry if you want it for yourself but don't have it. Then Wu Qingling secretly said in her heart, beautiful beauty human couple can go up to the hall and warm the bed. In the future, when I have money, I will be able to support me in turn, and there are so many wonderful things to do. Young Master Wu seems to be proud of it. Lin Fan reviewed his surroundings and realized that the crowd was murmuring. Chu family is considered a big loss. With the inheritance without a good seedling, where is the use? Even if we had good gong methods, we wouldn't be able to practice them. What's the loss? People can still sell it if they can't practice. So don't worry about it. Big guy. Ridiculous. No wonder it's a dude. Wu Qingling is too ridiculous. Who ranked the 4 young men of Tendu? I suddenly realized that the gold content is not covered. One is bolder than the other. Worthy of being the first of the 4 young men. Young Master Wu is too bold. Do you think I have any chance to go to him later? The people inside the gazebo were whispering, going from silent to lively. Wu Qingling didn't care what the others were saying. He could do whatever he wanted to do. I don't care what other people say. As long as they don't talk dirty about their women in front of them. He'll take the rap if he takes the rap himself. Anyway, after all these years of good reputation? And I don't get into all that mumbo-jumbo. Don't tell me you guys didn't have it in your hearts to find a dog who can fight and is pretty. Is there such a thing? Ha? Is there? Wu Qingling looked around and realized that no one dared to meet his eyes. Some of the old men and women were unimpressed. And the younger generation's eyes were drifting a bit. Obviously they wanted it too. Yes, young Master Wu is going to be blessed. Chu Fan was the first one to come out to support the scene. He then especially wanted a powerful Dao partner. Even if he looked ugly he recognized it. Otherwise he didn't have a say in the family. The many male cultivators in the gazebo were holding back from laughing out loud. It was because they realized that the gazes of the surrounding female cultivators looking at them seemed to be much more harsh. Chapter 97, Who hasn't fantasized about eating soft food when they were young? This attitude predicted the answer in their minds. Who hasn't fantasized about being a pimp when they were young? Never fantasized about having a strong woman to cover your ass? It's a little embarrassing to say it, but given the choice, there's still a good percentage of people who would rather have a dog who can fight and just enjoy themselves in the background. Unfortunately it's all been smoothed out by age. And generally speaking, there are 3 types of stable structures among monks. The first is that it is all male monks working outside and female monks taking care of things at home. In the second, male and female monks run things together and fight together. The third type, male cultivators who work outside to earn spirit stones, and go home and still have to manage the account book, planning the daily consumption of spirit stones. Female monks are responsible for looking beautiful. The son of a powerful family is fine. Some of the children of the family doing the family's dirtiest and most exhausting work deeply share the same feeling. Which work is not a heavy load? Who do not want to be in the back of the years if you have the opportunity? Wu Qingling is a typical representative of eating soft rice, eating his sister Bai Ruyan's soft rice. Now it seems that Wu Qingling has produced another good seedling. In the future, soft food might be a double portion. As it turns out, eating soft food just smells good. And Wu Qingling is dashing every day. A powerful, voluptuous figure. The size of a human heart. Who wouldn't want to be sheltered by someone who can't get a grip? Sakura, let's go. Aha. Wu Qingling pulled Chu Sakura back into the large gazebo above. Nangang Lian still had that indifferent face. Even when he heard Wu Qingling's shocking statement his face did not change. On the contrary, this little nymph Lin Mengye looked a bit off. And her whole body seemed to be staggering. It's very wrong to look yourself in the eye. Yumaha. What's wrong? Wu Qingling asked gently. I wondered if she was in love, but she hasn't shown it in a while. It was only right that he wouldn't feel bad about acting like this today. Well, no, nothing, young master. Lin Mengye panicked and dropped her little head. Her white and clean face was flooded with layers of redness like the evening sun, and Lin Mengye only felt her brain spinning. Her body was so crispy that she actually looked like she was drunk. Sky water blue hair covered her eyes, and her jade white hairpin swayed as she shook it. The bottom of her eyes swirled with the slightest waves of water, and she secretly glanced at Wu Qingling before hastily burying her head again. Come and sit down. Don't just stand there. Wu Qingling pulled Lin Mengye over and sat down, while handing a bottle of elixir to Chu Cherry, who was sitting next to her. Restore your mana first, although it won't affect the test afterward. It will always be less comfortable. Aha. Chu Sakura received the small white porcelain-like jade bottle, and as soon as she opened the lid, it emitted an ethereal medicinal fragrance. Lin Mengye slightly raised her eyes and looked at Wu Qingling. She was puzzled and wondered what had just happened to her. Obviously, normally young master would also hug Sister Chu, but just now young master kissed Sister Chu in public. Instead, he had an inexplicable feeling of displeasure himself. There was just that. Maybe he was envious of Sister Chu, but with that came a great sense of excitement. Why do I still feel excited when I see the young master being intimate with someone else? Lin Mengye's little head was puzzled. Time passed slowly, and when the big sun jumped up into the middle of the sky, it was exactly noon. The hour is up. Nangang Lian stood up and took a graceful step to the top of the huge black stone monument high platform. The crowd was already packed and bustling under the high platform. There were many people who came to each session, but unfortunately, there were very few who even joined the Spirit Turtle AO sect, not to mention joining the True Martial Immortal sect. Most of them are pretty ordinary, joining some of the other smaller clans in the area, or maybe become a widowed and scattered monk, but it was no longer ordinary compared to mortals, and the first step in cultivation was to pass on the sense of chi, able to sense and actively capture auras located in the air with their physical bodies. This proves the possession of the gift of cultivation. It's just that the talent is good or bad, resulting in the strength of perception, the difficulty of absorbing the aura, the physical body's affinity for aura and so on. The spirit measuring tablet takes on a square shape at the bottom and a sharp triangular shape at the very top. The sun shines on the edges and refracts in the field. On the left and right sides, there were some other monks standing, holding wooden signs that, on it were written words such as entrance to the Spirit Turtle AO sect and entrance to the Sea Racking sect. This is where the rest of the clans recruit disciples for each session, and look at each other with. In a few days, they will pack up their belongings and return to the clan with their coils and the people within their clan. Wu Qingling also followed to the edge of the spirit measuring stone tablet, right next to Nangong, Lin Mengye and Chu Cherry as well. He didn't go down in crowd with the. Since everyone wanted to see how others tested up close and have a mental preparation, they all scrambled to squeeze under the spirit testing stone tablet. Nangong looked down at the dark crowd below and twisted her head to glance at Wu Qingling. Just as Wu Qingling was about to take the initiative to request to stand on it, Nangong twisted her head back and allowed Wu Qingling to stand beside her. So Wu Qingling was wide-eyed with the people below. The following people were wondering if Wu Qingling could just go through the back door. Wu Qingling was thinking there wasn't much to see down there. Lin Mengye was recalling if something had gone wrong with her body just now. Chu Cherry was thinking about the domineering Wu Qingling just now, and the warmth of his chest. Nangong didn't know about the crowd with different minds. She slightly raised her hand and a tiny seal was taken out from the delicate storage ring. She opened her red lips slightly, murmured the incantation in a thin voice, and with her left hand, she choked. With his right hand, he placed the seal on the spirit measuring tablet. From this distance, Wu Qingling could make out a pitch-black gap in the spirit measuring stone tablet. Its shape corresponds exactly to the seal. The moment Nangong placed the seal into the gap, the spirit measuring stone tablet roared with a circle of golden aura brushed across the pitch-black, ink-like surface, and red runes slowly appeared on its surface, arranging themselves on the spirit measuring stone tablet like words. Those who test their talent need to touch their hands to the stone tablet for 3 breaths. As the words left her mouth, she twisted her head to look at Wu Qingling and said, "Does senior brother Wu want to come up and try first?" "No, let the others try first. I'll just go through the motions anyway," Wu Qingling said in a leisurely voice. His talent, out of the bunch down there, was definitely the best. Originally, his innate talent was a bit stronger than Lin Fan's. It's completely transcended after using the plastic immortal nirvana glazed gold silk seed to obtain the plastic immortal nirvana glazed body. Unless Lin Fan followed up by finding some more divine objects to enhance his talent, he would not be able to compare to Wu Qingling at all. Nangong sniffed and looked down at the crowd below, her cold eyes sweeping the circle as she indifferently said, "First one on the left comes up first. Now line up in order. Quarrels and noisy people are disqualified. Now the spirit measurement begins." Nangong's ethereal voice echoed in all directions, and no one dared to disobey it. There have been self-study rows in order, with only a slight sound of walking throughout.